Chapter 1. The beginning of transforming into a villainous cannon fodder, abandoning the flatteries towards the female protagonist. In the sacred land of the great Qin, at the Jixia Academy, within the martial arts arena, a sharp sound reverberated through the air. With a resounding slap, all eyes among the surrounding cultivators converged upon the scene. The focal point was unmistakably a trio consisting of 2 men and a woman. Qin Hengyu, I have warned you before, should you continue to target Yi Xingqian, our relationship shall be severed, and I shall no longer play the role of your empress. You, a mere prince, harbors such pettiness, relentlessly pursuing an orphan like Yi Xingqian. The woman, Lu Ruyan, adorned in an ice-blue feathered robe, exuded an ethereal purity. Her tall, curvaceous figure resembled a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. It was she who directed her ire towards Qin Hengyu, delivering a resounding slap. Following the strike, her fair skin glowed with an exquisite allure, yet her delicate lips turned cold and unyielding. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, though captivating, bore a slight frown, reflecting a profound disdain within their depths. Though her voice resembled the melodious chirping of birds, her tone remained exceptionally indifferent. The cultivators present, upon hearing her words, maintained their composure, some even expressing awe. Only Lu Xianzi would dare to strike the prince here, one remarked. It's no wonder the prince is so infatuated with her. It is simply unavoidable, another mused. Lu Xianzi's aloofness, her disdain for the title of empress, is precisely what enables her to keep the prince in check. It is not merely her status the prince bestowed upon her a sacred artifact, pursuing her relentlessly 3 times before it landed in her hands, only to be chided for distracting her from her cultivation. That I have heard that the prince knelt before the emperor for 6 days, pleading for Lu Xianzi to become his empress. He has never humbled himself for anyone else. Could it be true? The entire continent knows it to be true. The prince harbors deep affection for Lu Xianzi. Were it another woman, even the coldest ice would melt. Yet, no one dares to speak ill of Lu Xianzi. The prince forbids it. The prince Qin Hengyu, clad in a black robe embroidered with golden dragons, donned a feathered crown upon his head. His handsome visage, with chiseled features, appeared as if sculpted from jade. His dark eyes sparkled with the brilliance of distant stars, and his tall stature resembled that of a soaring dragon. Yet he bore a hint of foolish infatuation, appearing deeply ensnared in his emotions. At this moment, as he gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. What is this? In an instant, a floodgate of memories burst open within his mind, inundating him with recollections. A prince? Sycophant? Suddenly, Qin Hengyu's brows furrowed slightly, sensing an incongruity. His mind felt momentarily sluggish. As the memories fully assimilated, he inhaled sharply. The good news was that he had traversed worlds. He had been transported into a fantasy novel he had once read, embodying the role of a prince. His father, though among the many emperors, was not particularly formidable now. He had taken a self-inflicted wound, clinging to life. Nevertheless, he was still an emperor, capable of commanding a realm, possessing his own followers, and establishing a sacred land. The bad news was that he was not the protagonist, but rather a foolish sycophant, a villainous character. The woman before him was none other than the female lead, Lu Ruyan. Initially, he relied on his identity as the son of the emperor to regard Lu Ruyan as the empress of the emperor. Moreover, due to the nature of Lu Ruyan's cultivation method, they had not yet engaged in any intimate relations. However, following the demise of his father, Lu Ruyan, driven by ulterior motives, utilized the resources and connections of the Holy Land to cultivate the protagonist, Yi Xingqian. This pair of treacherous individuals ultimately brought about the downfall of both him and the entire Holy Land, while they forged a bond together. Damn it! Qin Hengyu recalled the plot he had once mocked, and a pang of anguish gripped his heart. The son of the emperor could descend to such depths. It was truly astonishing. It was akin to the story of a millionaire from his past life, who was deceived by a gold digger and ultimately leapt to his death. The original incarnation was the contemporary son of the emperor. The protectors of the path were all at the saint level, capable of being revered as ancestral figures elsewhere. Even upon visiting other holy lands, one would have to accord respect to the identity of the son of the emperor and extend congratulations. Furthermore, the perspective of the son of the emperor was extraordinarily lofty. He was aware from the outset of the so-called celestial path and the grand contest of emperors. He understood the concept of extraterritorial enemies, with his father on the brink of death, unable to provide protection for long, and having entrusted all resources and hopes to him for the continuation of the family legacy. How could he simply wallow in the role of a sycophant? Even if he desired companionship, it would not matter In the 5 domains and 13 prefectures, there existed countless extraordinary women, individuals of unparalleled talent. If one were not overly picky, there were even a few empresses from the annals of time. Would he truly choose to hang himself on a single tree? So preoccupied with being an obsequious admirer, he remained chaste out of consideration for her. The male protagonist, Yi Xingqian, managed to win her over effortlessly with merely a roast chicken. Had he lost his mind? If Lu Rian possessed even a modicum of merit, it would be understandable. However, she was nothing more than a common hen. It was solely because of the original incarnation's adoration that she could transform from a commoner into a phoenix, ascending to the upper echelons and garnering widespread adulation. Lu Rian's family was hardly noteworthy. It was merely a small clan on the outskirts of the Great Qin, constantly beset by beastly threats. They could only relocate to the Great Qin Holy Land due to the arrangements made by the original son of the emperor. Within the clan, there were no saints to speak of. Body refinement, Qi Si, palace establishment, divine powers, ascending dragon, king realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, saint realm, emperor realm. There was not even a single monarch who had not been propped up by the resources of the Great Qin Holy Land. Were it not for his backing, such a family would lack the qualifications to survive within the Great Qin Holy Land, and they would have long been reduced to mere pawns by other clans. Yet, they later became a first-rate family by siphoning off the Great Qin Holy Land's resources. The original incarnation was indeed quite the sycophant. He granted Lu Rian the confidence to dangle her allure before him while enduring various humiliations. He even sent out the emperor's scriptures, only to turn around and leak them to the protagonist, Yi Xingqian. In the aftermath, this treacherous pair, after bringing about the downfall of the Great Qin Holy Land, tarnished the reputations of many in their pursuit of supposed righteousness. His father, who had been guarding the heavens, became an irredeemable traitor, while the treacherous duo positioned themselves as champions of justice. What nonsense is this? Qin Hengyu, did you hear that? Perhaps due to Qin Hengyu's silence, a spark of anger ignited within Lu Rian. Was he truly ignoring her? Had it not been for Qin Hengyu's insistence on her becoming the emperor's consort, and the elders of her family urging her, she would never have endured such humiliation. If Qin Hengyu were to remain obstinate this time, she would resolutely cut ties with him henceforth. Lu Rian's expression shifted, her disdain deepening as she icily declared, "Do you not hear? Henceforth, do not refer to me as the emperor's consort. I never desire to be bound by such a controlling engagement. With my talent, Lu Rian can achieve everything through her own efforts." She laid bare her contempt unabashedly. She despised how Qin Hengyu, relying on his lofty status as the emperor's consort, looked down upon her. Unlike Yi Xingqian, who engaged with her as an equal and empathized with her feelings, Qin Hengyu resorted to threatening her family, coercing her into signing the engagement with his so-called sacred artifacts, all while indulging in his own self-righteousness that a hypocritical man. At the end of the day, he merely coveted her beauty, perpetually putting on a show. Very well, as you say, let us annul the marriage. Upon uttering these words, Qin Hengyu lifted his gaze in agreement. Having processed his memories, a singular thought occupied his mind. No more servility. Lu Rian wished to relinquish her title as empress consort. He was contemplating how to rid himself of this burden to grant her freedom. He was not a spineless empress consort. Having just escaped a life of servitude and ascended to the heights of an empress, he sought to sever ties with a woman who considered herself above others. For words could encapsulate this. Double happiness. What? Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback, repeating, "What did you say? How could Qin Hengyu possibly agree? Shouldn't he be apologizing and acquiescing to her demands?" Qin Hengyu had no intention of granting Lu Rian a chance to retract her words, a smirk playing on his lips as he stated, "What I mean is, tomorrow I shall visit the Lu family, personally to annul our engagement. Henceforth, you shall have no connection whatsoever with the Qin's sacred land. The title of empress consort will be of no concern to you." Qin Hengyu articulated each word deliberately, his voice resonating like a solemn bell. As his declaration echoed, the entire training ground fell into a profound silence. The annulment of the marriage, the severance of ties? Lu Rian would no longer be the empress consort. After a lengthy pause, the gathered cultivators exchanged incredulous glances, their minds fixated on a singular notion. A change was imminent. Chapter 2. A perception beyond comprehension, comprehending the laws of fortune. The assembly of cultivators, reliant on the Qin sacred land for their livelihood, understood all too well the weight of Qin Hengyu's words. A golden rule. Even in the most degrading circumstances, there would be those willing to comply. The annulment of the engagement was indeed a reality. Lu Rian's status would undoubtedly plummet. Now, the Lu family, barely surviving as a third-rate clan, would struggle to endure. Qin Hengyu had never uttered such words before. Could he truly follow through? As the crowd regained their composure, incredulous discussions erupted. This scene feels eerily familiar. Previously, when Lu Xiangzi was angered, the empress sought out a millennial beauty elixir to win her forgiveness. Why is today's narrative so different? The empress seems so unfamiliar. Is the empress truly awakening to the realization of annulling the engagement? If that is the case, I must contact the family head at once and prepare accordingly. Do not be anxious, perhaps the prince will have change of heart. The assembly of cultivators, aware of the prince's past indiscretions, harbored little optimism. Considering the presence of Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruyan, their discourse remained hushed, mostly consisting of murmurs. In truth, it was Lu Ruyan's design to have so many onlookers. She preferred not to reside within the core of the great Qin Holy Land at the prince's consort palace. Rather, she relished mingling within the bustling environment of the great Qin Holy Land, forging connections with various disciples and being affectionately addressed as senior sister. All her whims were indulged by Qin Hengyu, the prince, with scarcely any boundaries. Perhaps under such circumstances, Lu Ruyan derived a certain thrill. At this moment, upon receiving confirmation, a smile illuminated Lu Ruyan's countenance. She remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter, which had occurred numerous times before, each instance culminating in Qin Hengyu's retreat. Are you truly speaking with conviction? For the first time, an impatient expression graced Lu Ruyan's formerly icy visage. A dissolution of engagement. It was a desire she had long harbored, were it not for Qin Hengyu's relentless pursuit. Alongside the coercion from her family's elders and parents, she would never have accepted the title of the so-called prince's consort. Now, with Qin Hengyu himself broaching the subject of annulment, even her family could not intervene. How splendid! Qin Hengyu nodded in affirmation, his demeanor unruffled. Indeed, since the betrothal was solicited by me, I shall personally visit to dissolve it on the morrow. At this juncture, his aspirations leaned more towards diligent cultivation, seeking to amass sufficient strength. In a fantastical realm, power is the very essence of existence. Women pale in comparison to even the most insignificant degree of strength. Setting aside Lu Ruyan, the impending demise of the great Qin Holy Land instilled a profound sense of urgency, necessitating vigilance. There were undoubtedly other malevolent forces at play behind the scenes. How could the downfall be so easily orchestrated merely through Lu Ruyan's naivete and the protagonist's fortuitous favor? Qin Hengyu would not permit himself to be outshone by Lu Ruyan, the prince. His bloodline endowed him with remarkable talents. He possessed everything yet could not be surpassed by a woman from a modest family. In the original narrative, other princes had galloped far ahead. This defied logic. Thus, in the short term, he only desired to exploit resources for rigorous training. He aimed to become the clematis flourishing upon the high wall, rather than one who, in the end, possesses nothing. Unaware of how to meet his demise, words alone hold no weight. I require you to swear an oath. Lu Ruyan anticipated that Qin Hengyu might renege on his promise. To this end, she insisted he take an oath. With the heavenly path as witness, it would be impossible for Qin Hengyu to retract his words. At this, those around them inhaled sharply, falling silent in anticipation. Goodness, Lu Ruyan truly harbored disdain for the prince. While the oath to the heavenly path is not insurmountable, it bears a steep price, intimately intertwined with one's fate and unspeakable. Once vowed, retracting is nearly impossible. The crowd awaited with bated breath. Upon hearing her words, Qin Hengyu could not help but scoff internally. Lu Ruyan truly failed to comprehend the dynamics at play, oblivious to her own standing. Without his protection and the identity of the prince's consort, her circumstances would undergo a dramatic transformation. He could not fathom how the original self had ever found such a woman appealing. In terms of their respective identities and statuses, it is merely an act of poverty alleviation. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's innate talents, intelligence, emotional quotient, and cultivation are rather mediocre, failing to support the identity of a princess consort. We each swear an oath. I shall withdraw from our engagement, and you shall not pursue me further. Let us sever all ties, shall we? Qin Hengyu, harboring disdain within, maintained a facade of calm. Even before Lu Ruyan could utter a word, he commenced his vow. I, Qin Hengyu, vow to visit the Lu family tomorrow to annul the engagement with Lu Ruyan, and I shall never be coerced by the marriage agreement. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. At the very moment the oath was uttered, a thunderous boom resonated through the clear sky, accompanied by an enigmatic aura that enveloped his heart. It is now your turn. Upon concluding his declaration, Qin Hengyu turned his gaze towards Lu Ruoyan. I shall believe you this once consider it a sign of your awareness. Upon hearing the oath made, Lu Ruoyan smiled radiantly, her chin slightly raised, a hint of superiority gracing her countenance. Luvin, after Qin Hengyu has severed our marriage, shall never exploit the identity of the imperial consort. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, felt as though they were observing 2 entirely different individuals. The spectators, clear-minded, were acutely aware of the immense support the Holy Land had extended to the Lu family. After the imperial consort's vow, thoughts began to churn in their minds. It would be exceedingly difficult for Lu Ruoyan to find another imperial consort in the future. Lu Ruoyan's fate was sealed. The Lu family was doomed. It was hard to fathom why Lu Ruoyan would act in such a manner, seemingly seeking vengeance against the Lu family. Did she harbor such animosity towards them? Qin Hengyu, however, understood all too well that those who are favored often act without fear. He did not necessarily require Lu Ruoyan to make this vow. Rather, with her identity altered, his status as an imperial consort remained unchanged, and he feared she might still leverage her identity for personal gain, necessitating an additional layer of protection. At that moment, Yi Xingqian, who had fainted earlier in the training arena, regained consciousness. He immediately grasped the sequence of events. Senior sister, don't. Yi Xingqian could not contain his voice. Upon understanding the situation, he swiftly anticipated the repercussions of Lu Ruoyan losing her status. Lu Ruoyan's position was contingent upon Qin Hengyu, and his entry into the Great Qin Holy Land was granted on Lu Ruoyan's behalf. Having grown accustomed to poverty, he recognized the significant advantage of entering the Great Qin Holy Land. Was it merely about enduring a beating? If he were to sever ties with the Great Qin Holy Land, where would he find such invaluable resources? Senior sister, do not let our relationship affect your bond with the imperial consort. He is also training me, allowing me to grow. Yi Xingqian endeavored to preserve the connection between Lu Ruoyan and the imperial consort. It matters not. If the heavenly oath is to be violated, it shall be his transgression, not mine. He is merely an imperial consort who knows nothing but to rely on his family. Lu Ruoyan spoke to Yi Xingqian as if she were an entirely different person, her tone softening. Yet, when addressing Qin Hengyu, her voice turned cold and unyielding, offering him no semblance of courtesy. Inwardly, Qin Hengyu could not suppress an expletive. What a shameless creature, utilizing his resources only to squander them on another pretty face. The audacity is remarkable that a wave of revulsion suddenly washed over Qin Hengyu. Upon witnessing Lu Ruoyan's demeanor, I could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to deliver her a couple of slaps. Indeed, I would retaliate. Just prior to my transmigration, this wretched girl had struck me as well. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed within my mind. Ding! The presence of the Destined One has been detected, forcibly activating the counterintuitive enlightenment system. System? Counterintuitive enlightenment? Upon hearing the phrase counterintuitive enlightenment system, a thought immediately sparked in Qin Hengyu's mind. To my astonishment, the system promptly responded. The counterintuitive enlightenment system grants you the opportunity for sudden enlightenment, endowing you with an unparalleled comprehension ability that requires no expenditure, assisting the villainous host in confronting the Destined One, altering the torment of fate's cyclical suffering, and liberating oneself from a foolish premise. Ding! The novice gift pack has been activated. The host receives a complimentary opportunity for sudden enlightenment, acquiring the Eye of Fortune, which allows one to perceive the fortune pillars of all individuals and unveil the Destined One's fate, which cannot be concealed. The system detects that the host is targeting the Destined One and has bestowed an opportunity for sudden enlightenment. System, Chapter 3. One may depart, but the sacred artifact remains. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Hengyu felt a slight itch in his eyes. Moments later, he beheld a perspective unlike any other. The spectrum of colors, black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, unfolded before him. As he raised his gaze, the fortunes of those around him came into sharp focus. Astonishing! Both Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian radiated a golden aura, brilliant as the midday sun. However, when he glanced upward to discern the hue of his own fortune, he was momentarily taken aback. A shroud of black mist? Qin Hengyu felt a sense of frustration. After all, he was no tyrant. 2 golden fates and 1 black fate, such a dismal fortune, it was no wonder he was destined to be a mere pawn. At that moment, a system panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. System, Enlightenment System Host, Qin Hengyu Enlightenment Opportunities, 1 realm, Pinnacle of Qi Si comprehension ability. Eye of Destiny, method of enlightenment. Silently chant enlightenment 3 times in your heart. Then envision your desire, which allows for a certain degree of comprehension, thus granting the host the necessary skills and abilities. One opportunity for enlightenment. Qin Hengyu contemplated his current identity and realized that his desires were rather few. Given an opportunity for enlightenment, he thought it better to reflect on his present circumstances and discern what he truly needed. Destiny. The matter of his own fortune certainly required alteration. Indeed, as a prince, his unfortunate fate was somewhat troubling. Epiphany. 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 In his heart, Qin Hengyu silently recited 3 times, contemplating a method to devour fortune. Soon, a prompt from the system appeared. The host sensed the torment of being oppressed by fortune and comprehended the art of devouring heaven. Capable of absorbing fortune from below and the essence from above, an art that devours all. The art of devouring heaven? In Qin Hengyu's mind, the essence of the related martial arts immediately emerged. Through the technique of devouring the heavens, one could absorb fortune. By creating obstacles for those blessed with high fortune or by vanquishing them, it was possible to consume a portion of their luck through this martial art. Furthermore, it allowed for the absorption of a corpse's essence and constitution, reclaiming the residual misfortune from the deceased. A life for 2 fortunes. By shattering the enemy's luck and devouring their life and essence, the technique proved to be merciless. However, as he had already assumed the role of a villain within a narrative, the repercussions were minimal. As the saying goes, calamities can linger for a millennium. Being a proficient antagonist is far less arduous than embodying a virtuous character. Upon gaining insight into the devouring heaven demon technique, Qin Hengyu swiftly formulated a plan. Originally intending to sever the engagement the following day, he now sought to experiment with the technique, hoping to reap some benefits beforehand. His aim was to suppress Lu Ruyan and usurp her fortune, subsequently taking action against the Lu family. Additionally, he contemplated absorbing Yi Xingqian's luck. There were opportunities for suppression here, and the impending engagement offered further chances. Moreover, having traversed into this narrative, he recalled that Lu Ruyan possessed certain fortuities. He pondered whether seizing these treasures would prove advantageous for the devouring heaven demon technique. Qin Hengyu was eager to try it out. However, during his silence, Lu Ruyan misunderstood his intentions. Qin Hengyu, I hope you fulfill your promises. Even if you possess a sacred artifact, violating your oath will not bode well for you. Let us go. At that moment, noticing that Qin Hengyu had paused once more, Lu Ruyan, both perplexed and fearful of his potential change of heart, threatened him again. Subsequently, seemingly to provoke Qin Hengyu, she deliberately took Yi Xingqian's hand, intending to lead her away. Wait. Qin Hengyu raised his hand, halting Lu Ruoyan's departure. Since you have sworn an oath to me, declaring that you owe me nothing, kindly relinquish the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword and the storage ring you possess. As for the Ice Xian Snow Silkworm garment adorning you, I shall not permit you to remove it. I hope you will return it to me when we annul the engagement tomorrow. These items belong to the great Qin sacred land and are not debts you can afford. After Qin Hengyu comprehended the Eye of Fortune and the devouring heaven demon art, he exerted pressure on the spot. As his words fell, Lu Ruyan stumbled and turned. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Hengyu, what do you mean? She spoke, struggling to suppress her disdain. Her expression twisted, seemingly tinged with an unsightly shade of blue. Is this the demeanor of the prince from the sacred land of the great Qin, demanding to reclaim what has been given? Lu Ruyan's tone was laced with sarcasm. Showing no intention of relinquishing the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword at her waist, nor the storage ring adorning her middle finger. The sacred weapon could form the foundation of a first-rate family, and within the storage ring lay the cultivation resources she required during this period. The Ice Xian Snow Silkworm garment she wore was also a rare treasure, capable of nurturing the body and enhancing her beauty. Without these, how could she maintain her competitiveness after leaving Qin Hengyu? These possessions were intended for the prince's consort. She was no longer the prince's consort, yet still desired the consort's treasures? Lu Ruyan, O Lu Ruyan, since you perceive this identity as coercive, then relinquish it. Could it be that, like before, you wish to have it both ways? Seeking to evade your responsibilities while believing that blessings can be acquired without cost? Upon encountering the visage of Lu Ruyan, Qin Hengyu could not suppress a derisive smirk. He vociferously proclaimed his grievances, lamenting the desire for freedom, yet when faced with a modicum of adversity, he readily basked in the privileges afforded to him. Ultimately, it was all too effortless. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of urgency, but found herself at a loss for words. The nearby cultivators, having overheard his remarks, discerned that the emperor's resolve to sever ties was devoid of pretense, with reasoning that was both sound and cogent. As a member of the sacred land of the Great Qin, what mattered most was their ability to advocate for the interests of the sanctum. Consequently, they began to voice their agreement. The disdain expressed by the fairy Lu towards the identity of the emperor's consort of the Great Qin was revealed to be unfounded. Had it not been for her esteemed title, such privileges would never have been bestowed upon her, given her lack of contributions and talents. It was laughable. While our emperor may possess a modicum of lesser talent, he has suffered no injustices, for due to the nature of his cultivation, apart from a mere handshake. The fairy Lu had never been graced with his touch, and the etiquette was scrupulously observed. Such sentiments cannot be articulated in that manner. We must place our faith in the fairy Lu, whose purity and grace remain untainted by earthly concerns. Indeed, the fairy Lu would never stoop to the machinations of petty calculations. She would not reduce herself to shattering the abacus. Hearing the words of these cultivators, Qin Hengyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, these individuals possess a certain charm. Their eloquence is captivating, and with some skills to back it up, their ability to gather support is surely worth more than a mere Lu Ruyan. Wouldn't you agree? However, Qin Hengyu observed that Lu Ruyan had yet to respond, seemingly intent on prolonging the moment. His tone shifted dramatically as he declared with imposing authority, "Lu Ruyan, this is not a negotiation. Do you not care for your dignity in the slightest?" Qin Hengyu's words were laced with threats. Lu Ruyan found herself in a tumultuous state, torn between maintaining her carefully crafted persona and relinquishing her resources. She realized that her influence within the Lu family stemmed not only from her previous status, but also from the sacred artifacts and resources at her disposal. Without these two pillars, her authority within the Lu clan would wane. "Emperor, if you wish to target me, I, Yixingchen, shall endure. But why direct your ire towards senior sister Lu?" he challenged. "You never claimed that these gifts were intended for the empress. They were clearly bestowed upon senior sister Lu personally. What rationale exists for reclaiming them? You have never truly considered senior sister Lu's predicament. Instead, you relentlessly compel her to submit, merely to satisfy your own desires. Such behavior is hardly befitting a man." As Qin Hengyu continued to press, Yi Xingchen stepped forward to shield Lu Ruyan. He discerned that Qin Hengyu could not withstand provocation, hoping to stabilize the situation through this tactic. Now, he and Lu Ruyan were akin to grasshoppers on the same string, naturally inclined to ensure that Lu Ruyan reaped the utmost benefits. With the demise of the Great Qin sacred land, the Lu family loomed large above him. Gaining their support would undoubtedly smooth his path in cultivation. "Xingchen." Lu Ruyan listened intently to his words, feeling as though he had touched her innermost thoughts. Her gaze toward Yi Xingchen sparkled with admiration. Indeed, only Yi Xingchen truly understood her, unlike Qin Hengyu, who lacked the sensitivity to appreciate her plight. Qin Hengyu cast a glance at Yi Xingchen, observing the hands they held together, narrowing his eyes. Yi Xingchen has truly emerged? Is this not a fulfillment of his own desires? To speak candidly, without Yi Xingchen's presence, requesting Lu Ruyan to return the sacred artifact would appear somewhat undignified. It resembles a robust man bullying a delicate woman. However, with Yi Xingchen, the protagonist and instigator, in the mix, it seems entirely justified. The principle is clear. You are permitted to engage in your romantic entanglements, yet I am not allowed to reclaim the sacred artifact? How can it be reasonable for someone of imperial consort status to exhibit such a lack of boundaries? Humph. Thus, I stand before you as an outsider? You intend to meddle in my familial affairs? The traditional rites and formalities still hold, yet the imperial consort does not guard her purity. The sacred artifact and elixirs must have their rightful place, yet cold words and distant actions prevail. If a woman truly behaves in this manner, how can she engage in light-hearted banter with outsiders? A vow severed by a single blade, brazenly hoarding treasures while nurturing a white-faced paramour? Qin Hengyu did not respond to Yi Xingchen at all. Instead, he recited a poem to Lu Ruyan, who truly embodies the hypocrisy of a double standard. The scene speaks volumes. Upon hearing the verse, Lu Ruyan's complexion darkened, and she bit her lip tightly, seemingly consumed by fury. She merely expressed concern for her junior. Yet Qin Hengyu had the audacity to insult her reputation. Her junior had been vanquished by his subordinates. Was it not natural for her to offer support? What wrongdoing had she committed? However, the onlookers were not blind. Observing the interactions between Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan and hearing the poem, they immediately inferred the implications for Qin Hengyu. Goodness, the prince has misallocated his sincere affections. Even if Lu Ruyan was indeed compelled, There was no necessity for her to associate so closely with Yi Xingchen. This young man, so exuberant, turned out to be an effeminate figure. Indeed, the prospective bride of the prince, and yet this is the reality? I find myself inexplicably embarrassed for the great Qin sacred land. Having erred, he still seeks to retain the gifts bestowed by the prince to sustain this young man. How shameless can one be? Such disgraceful occurrences should not transpire within our great Qin sacred land. Ultimately, the Lu family is merely a modest household, making it difficult to find a woman of virtue. It is no wonder the emperor previously opposed this union. It seems he had foreseen it. Thankfully, the prince has seen through the entanglements of love and has not been continually deceived by Lu Xianzi. Should the prince rise again, the future holds boundless potential. Question the prince, understand the prince, support the prince. Lu Xianzi fears losing her sacred artifacts and resources, worried that the young man may abandon her, does she not? Chapter 4. Devouring Fate, Breaking Through. As Lu Ruyan listened to the sporadic voices penetrating her ears, it felt as if countless needles were piercing her heart, causing immense discomfort. How revolting. It was he who compelled her from the fringes to the great Qin sacred land, forcing her into the role of the prince's consort. The gifts were repeatedly offered by him, many of which were intended for her family, having no relevance to her. The pressure was placed upon her. While Qin Hengyu reveled in his own self-pity daily. To reclaim his possessions, he resorted to various slanders against her. Goodness was his to claim, while the burdens were left to her. Qin Hengyu is certainly not a virtuous individual. Conversely, Yi Xingchen, with her sweet tongue and her status as her junior, is merely expressing concern. What is so wrong with that? In her heart, Lu Ruoyan absolves herself of any responsibility. Yet, the whispers branding her shameless ultimately prove unbearable. In a fit of indignation, she cast aside the Qingyuan Xianbing sword she held, followed by the storage ring, which she also flung to the ground. Whoever desires these possessions may reclaim them. I hope your future consort, the imperial princess, will not hold your miserly ways against you. I have been gravely mistaken about the great Qin sacred land. It is nothing more than a self-serving establishment. As Lu Ruoyan departed, she cruelly disparaged the great Qin sacred land, completely disregarding the benefits she had received in return. Indeed, had Lu Ruoyan been a person of gratitude, even a piece of millennia-old ice would have melted in her hands, leaving no trace of the protagonist Yi Xingchen. Ultimately, flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. I advise you to inform your father and grandfather that I shall withdraw from our engagement tomorrow and reclaim what rightfully belongs to the great Qin sacred land. If we are to sever ties, let it be done thoroughly. A clean break is in the best interest of us both. Qin Hengyu uttered a dismissive remark. Humph. Who wishes to be associated with you, junior brother? Let us depart. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly reddened, not solely due to her reluctance to part with the sacred artifact, but also from exasperation. Nevertheless, even in such a moment, she did not forget Yi Xingchen, who was being pulled away. Yi Xingchen cast a lingering glance at the item in Qin Hengyu's possession, fully aware that the storage ring contained numerous valuable treasures. After all, it was from this very ring that Lu Ruyan had once gifted him precious items. Sensing the shift in Yi Xingchen's emotions, Lu Ruyan offered words of comfort. Junior brother, I recognize your extraordinary talent. Even without the great Qin sacred land, with the resources of my Lu family, you shall surely cultivate your abilities. In the future, you will undoubtedly surpass someone like Qin Hengyu, who only knows how to bully the weak. Her words seemed to be delivered with the intent of provoking Qin Hengyu, resonating loudly with a sense of defiance. Whatever. Qin Hengyu observed the departure of the two figures and reached out to grasp the Qingyuan Xianbing sword and the storage ring, holding them in his hands. At the moment Lu Ruoyan discarded them, he noticed a subtle waning of her fortune. Both the storage ring and the Qingyuan Xianbing sword were imbued with a considerable amount of golden luck. Particularly, the golden aura surrounding the Qingyuan Xianbing sword was as thick as the width of paper. This seemingly ordinary sacred artifact possessed an extraordinary origin, belonging to the revered Qingyuan saintess, renowned throughout history among the sanctified realms. The Qingyuan saintess was distinguished not only for her unparalleled talent, but also for her ability to contend against emperors, a feat rarely achieved by women. It is often said that if not for the unparalleled emperors of the world, she could have claimed the title of empress unrivaled by men. This refers specifically to the Qingyuan saintess. However, it is important to note that mere sacred artifacts could not possibly carry such a vast amount of fortune. Within the Qingyuan Xianbing sword lies a treasure map, leading to the hidden troves and legacies of the Qingyuan saintess. Qin Hengyu became aware of this matter through a novel. Later in the story, in a desperate bid to save Yixingchen, Lu Ruyan unleashed a powerful strike despite her shattered sword, fortuitously obtaining this hidden treasure. Even in the absence of Lu Ruyan's innate talent, this secret cache enabled her to ascend to the realm of sanctity, safeguarding the Lu family. The devouring heaven demon technique. Qin Hengyu was not inclined to delay. He immediately began to absorb the fortune from the Qingyuan Xianbing sword and the storage ring. As he absorbed, streams of imperceptible golden fortune flowed into his crown. The dark column of fortune visibly diminished, transforming into a shade of grayish-black. This was no small feat. Simultaneously, the long stagnant realm began to exhibit a slight loosening. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The fog parted, revealing a celestial ladder. Above the 9th tier, one could glimpse a heavenly palace. After honing the body, the cultivator would expand the Qi Si within their dantian. The Qi Si, when vaporous, could penetrate the mist of the brow, thus allowing sight of the 9th-tiered celestial palace. The palace nurtured the divine consciousness, which in turn sought the divine abilities. With these abilities, one could solidify their ascent upon the dragon pillar. The flawless would be crowned as king, the unblemished as emperor, the tribulation survivor as revered, and the one who opened the heavens and earth as a sage. The ultimate mastery over the cosmos would designate one as an emperor. The 9th-tiered celestial palace within his brow surprisingly dispelled some of the mist, offering a blurred view of the celestial palace above. He had broken through. Astonishingly, he had ascended a major realm, transitioning from the Qi Si to the palace-breaking stage. Even his father, the emperor, could not facilitate such a breakthrough. Yet he had achieved it. Indeed, a woman had significantly influenced the speed of his sword's extraction. However, Qin Hengyu has come to understand that the factors hindering his breakthrough were not merely the resources of martial arts, but rather the capriciousness of fate. His ill fortune has obstructed his cultivation. The nature of fate is both profound and enigmatic. It is said that only those above the rank of emperor can truly wield control over destiny. Consequently, even his biological father, despite being an emperor, possesses limited means to alter it. To continue his ascent, he must inevitably contend with Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen, utilizing the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb some of their fortune. To cultivate, one must first alter their destiny, and then their fortune. Congratulations to the emperor's son on his breakthrough. Among the martial training grounds, he is surrounded by allies, all of whom gather to provide protection while Qin Hengyu practices in place. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with heartfelt congratulations from all. Each of them is a pillar of the sacred land of the great Qin, and together they shall undoubtedly explore the vastness of the world. The emperor's son acknowledges his previous lack of clarity, which may have invited jest, but now, having severed ties with the past and entering a new phase, it is only fitting to celebrate this shared joy with all present. Qin Hengyu rose and greeted the cultivators present with a respectful bow. He then opened Lu Ruyan's ring, distributing various spiritual herbs and spirit stones, thereby performing several favors. As an imperial son, one must surely learn the art of winning hearts. Thank you, imperial son. The destiny of the imperial son is unparalleled. We are willing to serve. The cultivators, having benefited, expressed their gratitude in unison. In that moment, their gazes towards Qin Hengyu transformed completely. Previously, they had regarded him with a hint of disdain, seeing him as a sycophant. However, with the imperial son's recent actions, which not only demonstrated his capability, but also allowed him to move past their prior judgments, his image underwent a remarkable transformation. After all, they were all part of the sacred land of the great Qin. While opinions might waver, their hearts still leaned towards the betterment of the great Qin's sacred land. Ding! The host has successfully compelled the destined child, earning one opportunity for enlightenment. Another opportunity for enlightenment? Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Hengyu realized that he was gradually mastering the techniques. Could it be that by intersecting with the child of destiny, he could attain moments of enlightenment? There is no rush. He may experiment with this tomorrow. After Qin Hengyu digested the system as prompts, he refrained from engaging in excessive conversation with the ordinary cultivators present. In preparation for tomorrow's annulment of the engagement, he needed to make certain arrangements. It was essential to have someone accompany him to create a scene, as he had to rectify some foolish actions committed by his original self. His imperial father, the great emperor, commanded 9 formidable generals. These generals, despite their limited lifespans, some succumbing to old age, others perishing in battle, established 9 prominent families that continued to protect the sacred land of the great Qin. The original self had nearly offended each of these families, exhausting their goodwill. Nonetheless, when the sacred land of the Great Qin faced impending peril, the 9 families stepped forth. Regrettably, the original self had been exceedingly foolish, sacrificing all 9 families for the mere affirmation from Lu Ruyan. With such an imperial progeny, who could threaten the survival of the sacred land of the Great Qin, Qin Hengyu grasped the Qingyuan Xianbing sword, intending to first visit the Jiang family, the residence of the foremost general. After all, the conflict was intricately linked to the Qingyuan Xianbing sword. The descendants of the Jiang family had always been distinguished gentlemen. Yet this generation bore a precious daughter, Jiang Ruxue. Despite her being such a treasure, she was relegated to the role of a maid for the original owner. The original owner, with his foolishness, could think of nothing but Lu Ruyan, perceiving Jiang Ruxue's presence as a threat to his image of pure love, and thus treated her with undue harshness. One day, at an auction, he happened upon the Qingyuan Xianbing sword and decided to purchase it. Jiang Ruxue, having spotted the sword first, expressed a fondness for it. However, the original owner, blinded by his infatuation, dismissed her suitability for the sword, uttering words that were not only belittling but also drove the delicate and endearing young woman to tears. In the aftermath, the entire Jiang family mobilized in response to this incident. The original owner, who had been indulged without measure, found himself on the brink of receiving his first beating. Following this debacle, the Jiang family completely relocated from the Great Qin sacred land and ceded their position to the Lu family, seemingly wishing to sever ties with the sacred ground. With every misstep, they alienated the family of the foremost general of the sacred land. What difference was there between this and self-mutilation or self-castration? Truly foolish. Qin Hengyu, reflecting upon the actions of his former self, felt an overwhelming desire to strike himself in exasperation. To address this, he recalled the moment of his engagement annulment, wherein he had invited the Jiang family to witness the event. This not only served to appease the Jiang family, but also alleviated the tension between the two parties, all while providing a willing accomplice. After all, who would dare to annul an engagement without a protective helmet? Upon contemplating this, Qin Hengyu rose and made his way to the Jiang residence. Chapter 5. Using the sword as a token of respect to win over the Jiang family. An hour later, as Qin Hengyu approached the residence of the Jiang family, he found his path obstructed by a throng of guards even before he could step inside. It is indeed the Jiang family that shows him the least regard as an imperial prince, a sentiment that is understandable, given the former foolishness of his previous incarnation. Nevertheless, it would be unseemly for the Jiang family to leave a prince lingering at their doorstep. The first to emerge from the Jiang residence was Jiang Yizhan, who greeted him with a sardonic tone, declaring, "Oh, great prince, our humble abode cannot accommodate your esteemed presence." Jiang Yizhan, the current head of the Jiang family, had 12 sons and 1 daughter, with the sons ranked from 1st battle to 12th battle. These 12 brothers were all quite enamored with their soul sister, leading to a rather peculiar dynamic within the family. One could say there is indeed something noteworthy about the Jiang clan. Following Jiang Yizhan's appearance, several more figures materialized behind him. Qin Hengyu spoke forth his intentions. "I have come in search of Ruxue." The moment these words escaped his lips, his elder brothers became agitated, voicing their objections. "Ruxue has gone out to cultivate. She is not here. Our Ruxue cannot be compared to the enchanting Lu Xianzi. So do not seek her. It would be best for the emperor to take his leave, lest I feel compelled to engage in battle." Each one of them expressed their refusal, clearly unwilling to allow this emperor to approach Jiang Ruxue, fearing his advances. "Brother Qin, what brings you to seek me?" Just as Qin Hengyu pondered how to navigate past these overprotective guardians, a woman of stunning beauty, with features like a picturesque painting, skin as smooth as cream, and eyes that sparkled like spring water, appeared before him. Clad in a crescent-hued silk gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist, she resembled a blooming night-blooming Sirius, exuding an enchanting allure. How the beauty of a woman transforms with age. Qin Hengyu regarded Jiang Ruxue and could not help but exclaim. In the past, she had trailed behind him like a mere sprout. Now she stood tall, possessing all the attributes one might expect, although she lacked the extravagant adornments of Lu Ruyan. An air of innocence still lingered about her. The way she addressed him as Brother Qin was akin to the celestial melodies gracing his ears. "Ruxue, this matter does not concern you," he stated. "It has been quite some time since we last beheld the Emperor's son. Let us first indulge in a drink with him." "Brother, the Emperor's son has come seeking us. You must have misheard," Jiang Ruxue's brothers interjected, growing anxious at her appearance, attempting to obscure Qin Hengyu from her sight, desperate to prevent any interaction between them. "Brothers," Jiang Ruxue called out helplessly, Upon hearing her plea, her brother's heart softened, and they promptly parted to form two lines. Yet their eyes remained fixed on Qin Hengyu, as if any movement on his part would invite a severe reprimand. "Brother Qin, would you like me to ask my brothers to step aside?" Jiang Roshue suggested, still considerate of Qin Hengyu's feelings, concerned that her brothers stood too close. Fearing any inappropriate discussions, "Let us remain here," Qin Hengyu replied. "Today, I have severed ties with Lu Ruyan and reclaimed a sacred artifact, intending to return it to you. I also wish to invite the Jiang family back to the great Qin sacred land." Qin Hengyu spoke with a hint of embarrassment. To be honest, his act of returning the sword now appeared somewhat despicable. He took back a gift meant for one woman to bestow it upon another. Even if this item were a sacred relic, akin to the gold and diamonds of a past life, it still felt rather peculiar. Nonetheless, it was the finest gift he could offer at present, and he believed the Jiang family would be pleased. Jiang Roshue was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, the brothers of the Jiang family could not remain calm. To them, it was evident that Qin Hengyu sought to curry favor with Jiang Roshue, engaging in improper conduct. Offering undue attentions without cause is often a guise for ulterior motives. After being spurned by Lu Ruyan, he had shifted his target to their own sister, which was utterly unacceptable. The Jiang family was thriving here and had no need to return to the great Qin sacred land. Indeed, the sacred relics belonged to the Jiang family, and they had no desire for the Qingyuan Xianbing sword to be used by any other woman. His engagement with Lu Ruyan had no bearing on the Jiang family whatsoever. In an instant, several of them surrounded Qin Hengyu, intent on preventing any further interaction between him and Jiang Roshue. Ahem. It seems our esteemed prince is quite unpopular indeed. Facing this situation, Qin Hengyu felt somewhat helpless. "Brothers," Jiang Roshue, known for her admirable character, called out to some of her brothers, requesting them to step aside. Subsequently, she took the initiative to approach and accepted the Qingyuan Xianbing sword. "Thank you, Brother Qin, I truly cherish it." A gentle smile adorned Jiang Roshue's face. Although she did not explicitly express her fondness, her emotional intelligence was evident as she did not undermine Qin Hengyu's dignity. In comparison to Lu Ruyan, the contrast was stark. It was akin to choosing between a gourmet feast and a bowl of rice with sand, yet the original self unhesitatingly opted for the latter. Was the original self truly foolish? Hengyu Qin, upon hearing this, could not help but express his discontent once more. "Is Uncle Jiang present?" Upon receiving the sword from Jiang Roshue, Qin Hengyu promptly proceeded to the next step. The younger generation cannot dictate certain matters concerning the Jiang family. Ultimately, these decisions rest with the head of the family. The current patriarch, Jiang Zhan, may not possess the prowess of the venerable elder or the slumbering ancestors of the Jiang lineage, yet his innate talent is commendable. Having attained the 7th level of the sacred realm, he is a formidable presence capable of dominating the entire planet. While he may not stand out in the sacred land, beyond its confines, few can rival him. Had Jiang Zhan not perished in the battle against external foes, the great Qin sacred land would not have been so easily vanquished by mere trifles. Regrettably, following the demise of the great Qin sacred land, Jiang Zhan and his companions were unjustly branded as traitors siding with external forces, bearing the blame for the malevolence of Yi Xingchen, who truly harmed numerous experts. "Humph. You there, your intentions are hardly noble. Speak. What business do you have with our Jiang family?" Upon hearing his name mentioned in the conversation, Jiang Zhan emerged from within the estate. In truth, he had arrived long before, merely observing the current Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu, being the esteemed heir, could not allow the other party to truly feel rebuffed. A meeting was imperative. Just moments ago, he became aware of the events transpiring at the martial arts arena, gaining insight into the oath taken, which piqued his interest slightly. As a member of the older generation, there was a sense of gratification within him. In the past, witnessing his own heir being toyed with like a mere dog by a woman was no trivial matter, and intervening was not an option. Yet, in a way, he had already intervened. The fact that Jiang Roshue, a legitimate daughter, would serve as a maid to Qin Hengyu hinted at certain ulterior motives. Regrettably, the heir was rather oblivious. Out of sight, out of mind had become the utmost limit of what the Jiang family could achieve. Jiang Zhan, being a seasoned individual, naturally discerned that Qin Hengyu's arrival was not merely a simple gesture of presenting a sword. Everything had been anticipated by Uncle Jiang. The younger generation still wished to invite the uncle for a visit the following day. After all, the Lu family was unworthy of remaining in the sacred land of the Qin. Qin Hengyu did not believe that mere reasoning would persuade the Liu family to depart. To mitigate potential complications, it was more prudent to enlist a formidable force to exert pressure. You, my friend, do you not fear that others will criticize the Holy Land? Showing no mercy? Matters among the younger generation that involve an entire family? Jiang Zhan pondered while standing in the great Qin Holy Land, sensing that there was indeed a slight impropriety. However, this was not without justification. The great Qin Holy Land had previously treated the esteemed Jiang family, the first combatants, with disdain, which was a rather callous display. Now, they were merely attempting to rectify past wrongs and restore balance. If even a family of a former imperial consort, which had strayed from propriety, was treated with leniency, others would only perceive the blade of great Qin as lacking in strength. Qin Hengyu possesses both reason and evidence. For a sacred place to maintain stability, the most crucial factor is strength. Everything else is mere illusion. As the core of this strength, how could one not be afforded special treatment? Young man, have you gained some enlightenment? I can scarcely fathom your depths. Jiang Zhan gazed at Qin Hengyu, beginning to suspect that the imperial scion had been possessed. However, considering that the great emperor still remained, equipped with numerous methods to prevent such possession, it was clear that no one could achieve that under his reign. One could only surmise that he had become more astute. Previously obscured, Hengyu had become the subject of Uncle Zhang's jest, but now he had begun to awaken. During this visit, he sought Uncle Zhang's assistance and invited the Jiang family to return to the sacred land of the great Qin. Yet, the gifts for his younger sister, Roshua, were also genuine. Within the sacred artifact, the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword, lay a treasure map that could lead to the hidden treasures and legacies of the Qing Yuan female saint, providing Roshua with a path of great promise. Qin Hengyu elucidated his intentions, distinctly acknowledging his previous naivety and the enlightenment he has since attained. One might assert that transformation is impossible, yet even an ordinary individual can undergo a remarkable metamorphosis overnight. Naturally, an imperial scion is equally capable of such a change. His prior transgressions need not be elaborated upon. Given his status, no one would cast blame upon him. It suffices to reforge connections. He is acutely aware of what the most significant gift to the Jiang family entails. Only by treating Jiang Roshue with kindness can he alter the entire family's disposition, thereby mending the rift between the great Qin sacred land and the Jiang family. Is this indeed the case? If so, I, Jiang Zhan, shall accompany you on this venture tomorrow. Upon learning that the inheritance of the Qing Yuan maiden sage would benefit Jiang Roshue, Jiang Zhan's expression reflected genuine astonishment. The authenticity of the inheritance was evident, and it was evidently the most suitable for Jiang Roshue. The significance of the sacred artifact was thus transformed. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhan seized the sacred artifact from Jiang Roshue's hands and exerted all his strength to shatter the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the Imperial Scion's Prestige. With a resounding crack, a handkerchief woven from the silk of a millennium-old ice silkworm emerged from the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword, revealing a treasure map. It was indeed authentic. The expressions of Jiang family's brethren shifted as they gazed at Qin Hengyu, their eyes filled with incredulity. Jiang Roshue blinked, her gaze toward Qin Hengyu transformed as well. A sacred artifact previously wielded by another, in juxtaposition with the treasure of the Qing Yuan maiden sage, is categorically incomparable. Qin Hengyu let out a sigh of relief, employing the strategy of raising expectations after initially dampening them, achieving precisely the desired effect. After the Qing Yuan Xianbing sword was shattered, fragments of it astonishingly exhibited a resurgence of fortune. Remarkable! It was truly an unexpected windfall. Qin Hengyu immediately began to channel the swallowing heaven demon art, initiating the absorption of fortune. Perfect! This endeavor achieved threefold success. He regained the allegiance of the Jiang family, absorbed fortune, and secured a formidable ally for the morrow. It remains uncertain whether this acquired fortune belongs to Liu Ruyan. After all, fortune is intrinsically linked to the treasures of the female sage. And the fortune above his head transformed entirely from black to gray. The mists before the ninefold celestial palace dissipated somewhat. With a modest supply of resources, his realm could naturally ascend once more. As the son of an emperor and the master of the sacred land of Qin, he was never in want of cultivation resources. Elevating his fortune further would facilitate the enhancement of his realm and strength, which should not prove too arduous. Truly, this is the legacy of the Qing Yuan female sage. After examining the treasure map, Jiang Zhan could not suppress his exclamation. The Jiang family had invested considerable effort in Jiang Roshue's cultivation, even receiving assistance from the emperor himself. Different physiques require distinct cultivation techniques. Undoubtedly, the legacy of the Qing Yuan female sage is the most suitable choice for Jiang Roshue. After folding the treasure map, Jiang Zhan turned his gaze back to Qin Hengyu. Tomorrow, I shall personally accompany you to the Lu family. Should all proceed smoothly, the Jiang family's return to the sacred land of Qin will be entirely feasible. Thank you, Brother Qin. Jiang Roshue recalled her gratitude and hastily performed a respectful gesture towards Qin Hengyu. There is no need for such formalities between us as siblings. Qin Hengyu instinctively reached out to support Jiang Roshue, causing her to blush in embarrassment. She had no intention of kneeling down. The main reason was that the emperor's son had entwined his arm with hers, which carried a hint of ambiguity. You, Jiang Roshue's brothers, surrounding her, assumed that Qin Hengyu intended to take advantage of the situation and almost simultaneously reprimanded him. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Qin Hengyu also realized that there was no need to hinder Jiang Roshue, as it somewhat implied taking advantage of the situation. It's nothing, Brother Qin. Jiang Roshue reassured him with her words, yet instinctively took a small step back. What about you all? Qin Hengyu, who was more inclined to gentle persuasion than force, displayed an air of authority before Jiang Roshue and her brothers, proclaiming, Do you not feel grateful for my presence? This was a deliberate act, for as a prince, it is essential to establish a certain level of respect among peers. Being treated like a thief is hardly bearable. His intention was to earn their genuine respect, believing that once they were won over in spirit, further discourse would follow. With the esteemed Jiang Zhan present, engaging in such antics before his son seemed rather informal, akin to the playful scuffles among children. Indeed, it is common for parents to interpret such roughhousing as a sign of camaraderie among youngsters. It is worth noting that since Jiang Yizhan's time, each of them harbored a desire to confront Qin Hengyu, with no thought of expressing gratitude. At that moment, as Qin Hengyu raised the issue, their expressions revealed a hint of discomfort. Thus, it becomes evident that I am the only one who genuinely cares for Sister Roshue. Qin Hengyu once again adopted a sarcastic tone. Jiang Roshue blinked, sensing the impending conflict between Qin Hengyu and her brother, feeling a twinge of anxiety and unsure of how to intervene. Humph. Naturally, Jiang Zhan did not wish for his sons to display such a lack of awareness. Letting out a cold snort. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Yizhan understood the subtle hint and was the first to bow in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Following this, a chorus of thanks ensued. It is of no concern. Roshue is also my sister. Qin Hengyu raised his hand slightly, gesturing for everyone not to stand on ceremony. Uncle Jiang, I shall await you all at the great Qin sacred land tomorrow. Farewell. Qin Hengyu once again bowed respectfully to Jiang Zhan before turning to depart. Jiang Yizhan and the others watched Qin Hengyu leave, casting puzzled glances at Jiang Zhan. Father, they exclaimed in unison, their words imbued with inquiry. It was as if Qin Hengyu had transformed entirely, a different person altogether. The preceding ritual of courtesy was intricate and deliberate, while the subsequent display of authority was neither too harsh nor too lenient. Merely recalling the events evoked a sense of cunning. In truth, he did not harbor disdain for such tactics. A leader without sufficient guile would inevitably be perceived and scorned. However, the demeanor Qin Hengyu now exhibited was a stark contrast to his former self, leaving Jiang Zhan and the others struggling to fully comprehend this change. The heavens over the great Qin may be shifting. Remember, Hengyu shall always be the son of the emperor, and you shall forever be the generals of battle. Identity is not an insurmountable barrier. Amidst the looming presence of adversaries, internal strife only provides them with opportunities. Do you understand? Jiang Zhan gently admonished his sons. Understood. Jiang Yizhan and the others immediately recognized their feelings were indeed valid. This did not imply immediate submission to Qin Hengyu. As generals, they were equals in authority. As the son of the emperor, Qin Hengyu had the right to test them, and naturally, they needed to acknowledge him. With mutual respect, they would bolster each other's strengths. Roshue, now that you have obtained the legacy of the Qing Yuan Holy Maiden, let your grandfather and our esteemed ancestors accompany you on your journey, Jiang Zhan said softly to his daughter. What my Jiang family desires shall never fall into the hands of others. All right, father, Jiang Roshue agreed. Although she was intrigued by Qin Hengyu's decision to annul their engagement, she also understood that a woman should not intrude upon such matters. It was paramount for her to acquire the treasures of the Qing Yuan Holy Maiden and enhance her strength, which would benefit both the Jiang family and the Great Qin Sacred Land. In the Great Qin Sacred Land, within the Lu family as private quarters, Lu Rian suddenly grasped her forehead, her body feeling weak as she leaned against the table. "Sister, are you all right?" Yu Xingchen, noticing Lu Ruyan's unusual condition, immediately approached her with concern. He placed a hand on her shoulder, gently kneading it. Indeed, only Yu Xingchen could provide her with a sense of security and know how to care for her. Despite her humble beginnings, she strove to rise above her circumstances, contrasting sharply with Qin Hengyu, who, lacking knowledge and skill, relied solely on his power to impose his will. Just moments ago, it felt as though something precious had been lost, leaving her with a vague sense of unease, despite it being merely material possessions. Lu Ruyan expressed the melancholic sensation of loss within her heart. After all, it was a storage ring filled with various cultivation resources and a sacred-grade weapon. When I eventually acquire such resources, I shall gift them all to my sister, regardless of how she treats me. I will never ask her to return them. Yu Xingchen gently comforted her with sweet words. Lu Ruyan, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower, replied, "It is still Xingchen who understands my feelings. Sister, will you not inform uncle and the others about the annulment of the engagement?" Yu Xingchen then brought up the matter of the agreed-upon annulment date. Expressing a hint of concern, Qin Hengyu observed that matters were not as simple as they seemed. He remarked that the Lu family had previously relied solely on him, draining his resources, and that they would be compelled to act under pressure tomorrow. Qin Hengyu felt no apprehension. After all, he had offended many individuals, and it was unlikely anyone would accompany him to the Jiang family. A mere cancellation of engagement was trivial, given the connections we maintained within the great Qin sacred land. There was still a possibility of remaining there. After all, the Jiang family held little regard for staying within the great Qin sacred land. Could Qin Hengyu truly expect the Lu family to relocate once more at his behest? He was merely a prince of no merit whatsoever. When Lu Ruyan spoke of Qin Hengyu, her eyes reflected disdain and contempt. In her words, she exuded confidence regarding the impending annulment of their engagement, leaving no room for doubt. Indeed, though Qin Hengyu is a noble scion, he has, through his previous actions, distanced himself from various warrior families. A mere figure of the Qi High realm, he is nothing without his title. The impending annulment of the engagement is dictated by the Lu family, who may exert pressure on Qin Hengyu and offer him some form of compensation. The head of the Lu family, his father, wields the power of the royal realm. Chapter 7. Approaching the Lu family, do they truly believe this noble scion is easy to bully? On the morrow, within the heart of the Lu family's central hall, the Rui Hall, a gathering of direct descendants, including Lu Ruoyan, convened. At the head of the grand hall sat a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, exuding an imposing aura that compelled the assembled kin to lower their heads. This man was Lu Zhongyan, the patriarch of the Lu family and father to Lu Ruoyan. "My daughter, you claim to have severed ties with Qin Hengyu and sworn a thunderous oath. Yet, he intends to visit the Lu family today, all because of this boy?" Lu Zhongyan's brow furrowed in confusion, his expression one of incredulity, particularly as he learned this news only now. He felt as though struck by divine retribution. Is it that Qin Hengyu despises us, asserting that all our family's achievements stem solely from the great Qin sacred land? My daughter refuses to accept this, and my junior brother merely spoke a few words on my behalf. This matter does not concern him. Lu Ruoyan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, tinged with a hint of red, as though she bore immense grievances. However, what greeted her was a resounding slap. Many direct descendants, upon hearing the sound, raised their heads in disbelief. Lu Ruoyan, momentarily forgetting her pretense of victimhood, widened her eyes in shock. "Father, do not forget who provided you with the resources that enabled you to attain your current level of cultivation. How dare you exploit me, your own daughter, to the point of resorting to violence? I am your father." Lu Zhongyan retorted sharply, his conviction unwavering. "Do not presume me a fool. Do not attempt to deceive me. Do you believe I wouldn't kill that boy on the spot?" His strike against Lu Ruoyan was born from a profound understanding of the origins of his power. The easier one acquires certain things, the more one fears losing them. Seeing her father's vulnerability, Lu Ruoyan scoffed. "Father, are you truly so afraid? The deed is done. If I do not cooperate, there will be no room for redemption. Should you heed my counsel, a glimmer of hope remains." Lu Ruoyan, ever fickle, realizing the futility of her earlier act, lifted her chin defiantly, urging him on. "Rebellious daughter, what plan do you propose?" Lu Zhongyan questioned, skepticism evident in his gaze as it flicked toward Yu Xingchen, clearly contemplating using Yi to placate Qin Hengyu's wrath. "Father, do you truly think that offering me and Yu Xingchen would suffice? If you proceed down that path, I will ensure ruin for both you and the Lu family." Yi Xingqian, with his exceptional talents, surpasses even mine. Investing in him is our family strategy for breaking through this predicament. As for the annulment today, the Lu family has no reason to fear. Qin Hengyu had long since alienated all the valiant warriors, leaving him devoid of any loyal confidants. Who would stand up for him now? The Jiang family had already abandoned this place. And our annulment of the engagement with Qin Hengyu would allow us to remain here. What difference would it make? The Lu family, being part of the great Qin sacred land, ensured that others would think twice before acting recklessly. The smaller clans would continue to offer tributes without hesitation. Qin Hengyu was inherently timid. If only my father would exert a bit of intimidation and side with his daughter, Qin Hengyu would undoubtedly withdraw from the engagement, preserving the status quo. Lu Ruyan understood him well enough to know that she did not wish to escalate matters in Lu's face. Her reasoned analysis sparked a flicker of agreement in Lu Zheng'an's heart. Yi Xingqian, relieved to see Lu Ruyan persuade Lu Zheng'an, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared becoming a sacrificial pawn. With Lu Ruyan's strategy and Lu Zheng'an's intervention, the situation should stabilize. Subsequently, Lu Ruyan and Lu Zheng'an conferred on how to exert pressure effectively. Father, if you had this mindset earlier, breaking through to the respectful realm would merely be a matter of time. After their discussion, Lu Ruyan did not hesitate to shower Lu Zheng'an with praise. Lu Zheng'an, being a proud man, lifted his chin in satisfaction, brimming with pride. He felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, his entire being refined to perfection. Soon, their family would ascend to the status of a second-tier clan. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer any grievances. Ruyan, you are so exceptional, naturally. Someone better will adore you. That slap earlier was due to my failure to grasp the situation. Lu Zheng'an's hand lingered on Lu Ruyan's cheek, tenderly caressing her. As she felt his touch, Lu Ruyan only found it nauseating. Indeed, apart from her junior brother Yi Xingqian, there was no man in the world worthy of her regard. Her father relied on her, lacking his own convictions, inherently arrogant. Yet, it was precisely these flaws that made him so easily manageable and manipulable. Oh, what did you call me? Whom do you expect me to apologize to? Just as the father and daughter were engaged in their false pretense, a calm voice drifted in from the entrance of the hall. Under the watchful gaze of the Lu family, Qin Hengyu strolled leisurely into the Rui Hall. Positioning himself at the very center, Jiangzhan and others remained outside, having dealt with all of the Lu family's guards. His intention to come alone was to ensnare them in a trap. Little did he expect that before he could even make a move, the Lu family would be foolishly plotting against him. Upon Qin Hengyu's entrance, Lu Zheng'an's expression turned serious, and his voice rose slightly. Qin Shenzi, we do not intend to make things difficult for you regarding the annulment, but at the very least, you should apologize to my daughter. As Lu Zheng'an spoke, he emanated a subtle aura, causing his garments to flutter gently. Allow me to clarify, this emperor is not your esteemed nephew. An apology? How intriguing. You suggest I should express what kind of humility? Qin Hengyu waved his sleeve, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Zheng'an, a smirk playing on his lips, before finally settling his gaze upon Lu Ruoyan. It was, of course, you who humiliated my daughter Ruoyan yesterday, wielding your power to bully her and causing her to lose face before the crowd. Should you refuse to comply, I shall, in my capacity as an elder, take it upon myself to teach you a lesson before the annulment of the engagement. Lu Zheng'an's voice was laced with arrogance, his presence growing ever more imposing. As he sought to pressure Qin Hengyu into a state of vulnerability, do you truly believe you are worthy? Speak not of dogs. Qin Hengyu was taken aback for a moment, primarily astonished by the audacity of such words, momentarily at a loss for a response. Once he regained his composure, a cold smile graced his face. A figure of the imperial realm, after all, had grown too comfortable within the sacred grounds of the great Qin, untouched by the hardships of life. Nevertheless, the utterance of a mere dog-esque words cast a brief silence over the gathering. Qin Hengyu had always held Lu Zheng'an in high esteem, never resorting to such scornful mockery, let alone insulting him. How audacious! With a thunderous roar, Lu Zheng'an's formidable presence erupted entirely. He struck his palm forcefully, shattering the armrest of the throne beneath him. His aura resembled an invisible hand, bearing down upon Qin Hengyu with overwhelming force. A piece of precious jade on Qin Hengyu's body automatically activated under the weight of the oppressive force, forming a cerulean shield that enveloped him entirely. The residual waves of pressure continued to surge like a tempest, causing the dragon robe worn by Qin Hengyu to flutter and resonate. Qin Hengyu stood motionless, a smirk etched upon his face, the hint of derision only intensifying. It seemed he had foreseen this moment, with everything firmly within his grasp. Chapter 8. In light of this, allow me to return a slap. Lu Zhongyan hailed from a humble background, steadfast in his belief that power commanded respect. The first time he was insulted by someone lacking even the cultivation of the sky-splitting realm, despite being a son of the imperial lineage. A tempest of fury surged within him. At this juncture, upon observing Qin Hengyu protected by a mysterious treasure, he contemplated shattering the barrier to force Qin Hengyu to kneel. Did he not understand the necessity of showing respect to a formidable opponent? Lu Zhongyan's tone was frigid, after enduring the insult. His thoughts shifted from defending Lu Ruyan to reclaiming his own dignity. You, a mere Emperor's realm practitioner, by what right do you claim strength? Even to be called a dog would be an unwarranted elevation of your status. And what of the Lu family, a mere collection of worthless beings? Daring to display such insolence within the sacred grounds of the great Qin? Qin Hengyu surveyed the surroundings, expanding his scope of influence. A multitude of individuals stood before him, none possessing the clarity to grasp the situation at hand. Subsequently, the remarks from the Lu family members only served to confirm his suspicions. The imperial son's arrival at the Lu family to annul the engagement should warrant a modicum of respect. Is it truly appropriate to respond to a broken engagement with such ire? What dignity does the imperial son possess? After all, this is the Lu family, the sacred land of the great Qin. You have bullied Ruoyan and insulted the family, and an apology is in order. To annul the engagement may be understandable. Yet one as inept as you hardly merits the status of the imperial son. The direct descendants of the Lu family regarded Qin Hengyu with disdain. This reaction was, after all, to be expected. In the original tale, Qin Hengyu had endeavored to please Lu Ruoyan, bringing an array of gifts to the Lu residents to curry favor with these prominent members of the family, hoping they would speak well of him. However, such subservience only bred entitlement. Initially, they held some reverence for the identity of the imperial son. But as they began to perceive that their words could compel him to bow to them, their attitude towards Qin Hengyu shifted to one of condescension. In the eyes of the Lu family, Lu Ruoyan's demeanor towards Qin Hengyu was merely a given. How dare he approach to annul the engagement alone? Believing anyone regarded him as the imperial son, the favor bestowed upon him would only breed resentment. Unbeknownst to them, the Lu family had transformed into ungrateful wretches, a reflection of the inherent malice within their lineage, evident in Lu Ruoyan herself. If the head is Askew, how could the tail remain straight? At this moment, Yu Xingqian observed Qin Hengyu's inaction, who resorted only to insults, further inciting Lu Zhongyan's ire and prompting the collective outrage of those present. They found themselves in agreement with Lu Ruoyan's assessment, and Yu Xingqian rose to reprimand. Does the imperial son somehow evade the laws of the survival of the fittest? Look at yourself. Your realm is inferior to all present. What face do you have to utter such nonsense? Regardless of how one might speak of Uncle Lu, he is still Ruoyan's father. Even if you wish to annul the engagement, you ought to observe basic etiquette. How can you, in such a manner, be worthy of the title of imperial son or deserving of Ruoyan? You are destined to falter upon the path of the strong. Yu Xingqian had witnessed far too many powerful individuals exerting their will over the weak. His cultivation had been a relentless pursuit of strength, to become one capable of subjugating the feeble. The weak possess no voice, only the strong may speak. To rely on familial power while remaining so feeble is an affront to one's status. Only those with a fervent desire for strength, like himself, are worthy of being the imperial son. Deep down, Yu Xingqian felt a twinge of envy towards Qin Hengyu. Yet his pride forbade him from openly expressing a desire to become the imperial son. Thus, he could only disdain Qin Hengyu for his very essence. Lu Ruoyan, perceiving that events unfolded as she had anticipated, gazed at Qin Hengyu with contempt and declared, "Once you have offered your apology, you may proceed to dissolve our engagement and depart as the utterly ineffectual imperial son you are. I desire no association with you. Are you perhaps contemplating a reversal of your decision, which has led you to enact this self-deprecating charade? Yesterday, I spared you out of consideration today. As I am within the confines of the Lu family, I shall repay in kind." With these words, Lu Ruyan produced a marriage contract, her spiritual energy surging forth, akin to a blade, as she shredded the contract before Qin Hengyu. The destruction of the agreement liberated her from the entanglements that had ensnared her. In the past, she had lived carefree on the borders of Ming, yet was drawn into the grandeur of the great Qin Holy Land by Qin Hengyu, which ignited within her a sense of inferiority. Her father and relatives, in pursuit of their own gain, had gradually pushed her closer to Qin Hengyu. What purpose does Qin Hengyu serve? since he has brought himself to the sacred land of the great Qin and bestowed such abundant resources. Why does he not elevate the Lu family to an unparalleled status, allowing himself to completely transcend others? Ultimately, it appears he merely wishes to offer small favors to win their allegiance, thus indulging his own vanity. Upon witnessing the incineration of the marriage contract, Qin Hengyu calmly produced another nuptial agreement from his possession. With a flick of his hand, black flames materialized, reducing the marriage contract to mere ashes. The old hound of the Lu family must be in agreement, I presume? It is likely that your ilk harbors similar sentiments. Qin Hengyu surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful gaze, observing the crowd within the arena. You old dog. Lu Zhengyan, humiliated by the barrage of insults. Were a countenance as dark as decaying timber, his grip tightening as golden patterns began to emerge on his once transparent palm. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the protective shield shattered. Just as it seemed an attack was imminent against Qin Hengyu, another shield materialized around him. Allow me to finish my words. Should you choose to annul the engagement, it would please me greatly. However, your ingratitude is most displeasing to me. If I were to become enraged, the repercussions would be severe. Do you truly believe that this matter concludes here? As the smile on Qin Hengyu's face vanished, a solemn expression took its place as he clapped his hands. At the entrance of the hall, a long spear soared through the air, striking Lu Zhengyan right in his vital point, pinning him forcefully to the throne. Lu Zhengyan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the hand seal he had been forming shattered in an instant. Clad in armor, Jiang Zhan entered, accompanied by his son and soldiers, his face unmistakably ablaze with fury. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never such utter audacity. For Jiang Zhan, as long as Qin Hengyu remained the son of the emperor, such indignities could not be tolerated. The notion of the weak being preyed upon by the strong was utterly contemptible. The sacred land of the great Qin had reached its current status through so-called rules and the facade of unity. Upon seeing Jiang Zhan, Lu Zhengyan's expression turned to one of panic, his body trembling uncontrollably, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Previously, when the Lu family had usurped the Jiang family's position within the sacred land, Jiang Zhan had effortlessly felled the towering Qianren peak with a mere strike, demonstrating an overwhelming presence that left no one able to move. In the aftermath, upon learning of Jiang Zhan's formidable achievements, the Lu family had spent an entire year plagued by sleepless nights. With the marriage pact now dissolved, the accounts were beginning to be settled, and having just arrived, he was being pressured to apologize. He too wished to understand where he had erred. Just yesterday, Lu Ruoyan had slapped him across the face, and while he had tried to dismiss it, it seemed he had been too kind-hearted. Thus, it was only fitting to return the slap. Uncle Jiang, release the head of the Lu family. I am certain he will ensure justice is served, Qin Hengyu remarked casually. Expressing disdain for getting his hands dirty by striking someone himself, he was curious to see how long Lu Zhengyan could maintain his bravado. Although he now wore the mask of a villain, he failed to discern any virtue in the Lu family. At this moment, it was indeed a clash of malefactors. Chapter 9. Accepting the challenge, yet I stand for justice in numbers. Jiang Zhan, upon receiving the command, slightly opened his palm. In an instant, the golden spear that had been lodged in Lu Zhengyan's chest returned to Jiang Zhan's grasp. Free from the spear's constraint, Lu Zhengyan felt as if he had reclaimed his life, gasping for breath. He cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ruyan, blaming her for his predicament. She had claimed that Qin Hengyu would come alone, yet here was Jiang Zhan, a force formidable enough to dismantle the Lu family single-handedly. Not to mention the offspring and warriors of the Jiang clan. Survival was paramount. He must endure. Lu Zhengyan had long since shed any semblance of regal authority or the demeanor of a strong man, having devolved into a pitiful weakling. With a furious resolve, he directed his ire towards Lu Ruyan, delivering a resounding slap. The impact was devoid of restraint, sending the spirit realm Lu Ruyan sprawling. Her face bore the marks of swelling. As she lay on the ground, she slowly rose, seemingly in disbelief. Lu Zhengyan, glancing at Qin Hengyu, feared being perceived as holding back his aggression, and thus he pointed at Lu Ruyan, berating her. Wretched woman, how dare you strike the son of the emperor yesterday? The son showed you mercy, and you truly believe it grants you any favor. He then turned to Qin Hengyu, pleading for clemency. It is this wretched woman who has deceived us. Otherwise, we would not have come into conflict with the son of the emperor. Indeed, the dissolution of the betrothal is fitting. She is unworthy to be called the son's consort. A mere servant would suffice. With a single blow, Jiang Zhan shattered their audacity, as they attempted to sacrifice Lu Ruyan to secure the Lu family's safety. And what of you? Qin Hengyu surveyed his surroundings once more. The change in demeanor was astonishing, akin to that of a chameleon. The loyalists nearby remained eerily silent, acutely aware of the dire situation outside, where the Jiang family had encircled the palace gates. The earlier bravado had dissipated entirely. "Spare us, O imperial son. We are oblivious to all, ensnared in ignorance, and willing to serve you." Lu Ruoyan had once slandered the imperial son within her family, proving herself unworthy of his brilliance and valor. This matter was of no concern to them. They had always cherished the imperial son's benevolence, while Lu Ruoyan's lewdness had led her to consort with a man, betraying the imperial son. She ought to serve as a mere maid to the true heirs. These individuals, having shifted their rhetoric, now sought to ingratiate themselves with Qin Hengyu. Even if they deemed him a tyrant exploiting his power, they buried their resentment deeply within their hearts, refraining from any rash actions. To Lu Ruoyan, it appeared that Qin Hengyu remained covetous of her form, laying traps to compel her submission. He sought to crush the last straw of her resolve through the family shift in attitude, disgusting, utterly vile. Lu Ruoyan bit down on her bloodied lip, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Qin Hengyu, you scoundrel, your facade has crumbled, and you have resorted to such despicable tactics." Her thoughts, though bitter, were entirely justified. Mistakes were always the fault of others, and one could always conjure excuses. Beside her, Yu Xingchen witnessed Lu Ruoyan's betrayal by the Lu family and comprehended the gravity of the situation. Anger surged within him. He yearned to be Lu Ruoyan as sole support. And thus, he stepped forward, approaching her with words of comfort. "Are you all right?" He then turned to Qin Hengyu, his gaze sharp as if concealed blades glinted within, fixing on him with unwavering intensity. "Qin Hengyu, do you comprehend why Ruoyan despises you? It is because you rely solely on your power, using various means to bully the weak, whereas Ruoyan and I have painstakingly ascended to this level. Only we understand the plight of the powerless. You do not. Today, I, Yu Xingchen, challenge you to a duel. If I prevail, you shall depart from the Lu family and never return. If you are not a man, then dismiss my challenge as mere folly." Yi Xingchen understood that if Qin Hengyu did not withdraw from the Lu family, they would undoubtedly treat Lu Ruoyan as a pawn. To this end, he incited a duel with Qin Hengyu, believing it would swiftly resolve the matter, even to the extent of threatening his life while vowing celestial oaths. He was confident that, despite the presence of a warrior like Jiang Zhan, no one would dare to toy with Qin Hengyu's life. As for his own capabilities, he had already reached the palace-breaking realm, surpassing the pinnacle of the Qi realm that Qin Hengyu had attained. Once one attained the palace-breaking realm, they would possess spiritual awareness, and the utilization of strength would be unimaginably different. He was certain of his success. At that moment, Jiang Zhan cast a cold glance at the unfolding scene, even contemplating digging into his nose out of sheer awkwardness. It was undeniably cringeworthy. He found himself perplexed. Before his arrival, what gave the Lu family such unfounded confidence to believe that the son of the emperor could be so easily bullied? Were it not for the son's presence, the Lu family would no longer need to exist. Now, the antics of Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingchen appeared utterly juvenile. He felt a twinge of curiosity. Would the son of the emperor truly engage in a contest with them? If that were the case, he would indeed look down upon the son. Behind Jiang Zhan, his sons, a cadre of young warriors clad in golden armor, had already begun to pick their noses, seemingly eager to witness how their emperor would embarrass himself. The previous day, they had only feigned submission while their hearts remained unconvinced. They thought that if the Lu family were to be annihilated, they would not mind the son suffering a bit of shame, just to entertain his younger sister, Jiang Roshue. If Jiang Yizhan and the others were aware of the term yellow hair, they would undoubtedly refer to Qin Hengyu as such. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Qin Hengyu spoke. Upon receiving Qin Hengyu's response, Yu Xingchen immediately unleashed the formidable pressure characteristic of the palace-breaking realm, charging towards Qin Hengyu. "You must concede, Qin Hengyu." Without allowing Qin Hengyu a moment to react, he propelled himself forward, fists clenched, aiming to strike Qin Hengyu. "What are you so anxious about? I have yet to finish my words. Jiang Yizhan, Jiang Erzhan, Jiang Sanzhan, Jiang Xizhan, Jiang Wuzhan, Jiang Liuzhan, Jiang Qizhan, Jiang Bazhan, Jiang Jiuzhan, Jiang Shizhan, Jiang Shire. Come forth together and deliver him a beating. What are you waiting for? Yu Xingchen, if you can defeat them, I shall acknowledge you as a man and show compassion for your nonsensical words." Qin Hengyu stood motionless, issuing commands to Jiang Yizhan and the others. He was neither the original self nor particularly clever. Why summon such individuals only to remain stationary? Jiang Yizhan and his companions momentarily paused, taken aback. They had anticipated a one-on-one confrontation. Nonetheless, given their purpose in joining him, they did not hesitate and swiftly advanced to stand before Qin Hengyu. You will surely teach Qin Hengyu a harsh lesson, Lu Ruyan observed as Yu Xingchen took action, a slight smile gracing her lips. Her previously heavy heart felt considerably lighter. Yi Xingchen, having risen from humble beginnings, was a genius emerging from the ranks of mortals, his prowess cultivated through sheer effort. Distinctly different from Qin Hengyu's status attained through resources. When all others abandoned her, Yi Xingchen stepped forward, igniting a small flame of hope within her, a confirmation that she had not erred in her choice of whom to support. However, her joy was fleeting. In an instant, the flicker in Lu Ruyan's heart was extinguished. "You shameless wretch!" she exclaimed through gritted teeth as she witnessed a golden spear materialize before Qin Hengyu. Chapter 10. I trust one did not mention that the betrothal gift need not be returned. Jiang Yizhan, observing Qin Hengyu commanding his sons, nodded in satisfaction. This is what it means to be an imperial prince. While personal involvement is crucial, it is unnecessary to be hands-on in every matter. The Lu family had become a mere jester, and Yi Xingchen was, in truth, an insignificant figure. Engaging in combat with someone of such lowly status diminishes the stature of the imperial prince. On Yi Xingchen's side, he felt a surge of fervor upon hearing Lu Ruyan's praise. The fury ignited for the sake of a beloved. What a thrill! Yet, he soon found himself confronted by an impenetrable wall. Jiang Yizhan's 12 brothers, the youngest and weakest among them, had each attained the level of divine ability. Instinctively, they unleashed a punch simultaneously. In that moment, it felt as though Yi Xingchen were being struck by 12 mighty hammers in succession. With a thunderous crash, Yi Xingchen was slammed to the ground before Lu Ruyan, sending dust swirling into the air. He managed to utter, his body swelling from the blows, before losing consciousness. Brutal. The members of the Lu family, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled and huddled closer together. They finally grasped that the imperial prince represented not just Qin Hengyu as an individual, but the formidable group standing behind him. After subduing Yi Xingchen, Jiang Yizhan's brothers stepped back, clearing the way. Qin Hengyu gazed at the fallen Yi Xingchen, feeling quite satisfied. After being besieged by the crowd, Yi Xingchen's mindset naturally underwent a subtle transformation, causing the golden aura of fortune to dim slightly. The residual essence related to this fortune dispersed throughout the grand hall. There is no need for haste. Qin Hengyu intends to address matters only after they have been entirely resolved. There was a slight interruption just now. Let us proceed. I recall that when the marriage contract was signed, there were quite a few betrothal gifts, correct? I believe I did not mention that the betrothal gifts need not be returned, did I? I wonder where they might be. Qin Hengyu's personal visit to the Lu family to annul the marriage contract primarily revolved around the issue of the betrothal gifts. He had provided the foundation for the Lu family's rise, and thus it was only natural for him to reclaim his investment. This was not a previous era where only half of the dowry could be returned. Since he was taking matters into his own hands, he insisted on a full refund. Having never laid a hand on Lu Ruyan and having aided the Lu family significantly, what justification did they have to refuse the return? What reason could they possibly offer against it? As Lu Zhengyan recalled this scene, his complexion paled considerably. The joy he had once felt and the rapid expenditure of resources now left him in agony, pondering where he would procure such a vast amount of resources again. Lu Ruyan, observing Yi Xingchen on the ground, was ablaze with indignation. Hearing Qin Hengyu once more broach the subject of the betrothal gifts, she felt that he was utterly overstepping his bounds. She retorted fiercely, I have served as your empress consort for several years. I deserve recognition for both my efforts and my sacrifices. You have relentlessly pressured me. Do you not fear that word of this will spread and turn you into a laughingstock? Furthermore, the matchmaker had previously stated that these betrothal gifts were intended as compensation for future offspring and their upbringing. Although we have no children, and it is impossible for us to have any together, I shall undoubtedly have children in the future, shall I not? Therefore, the betrothal gifts rightfully belong to my future children. By what authority do you claim them back? Lu Ruyan argued her case with conviction. She believed that by actively dissolving the engagement and returning to him a holy tier weapon and storage ring, she had already afforded Qin Hengyu ample respect. Now, he dared to return to the Lu family to demand more? Does he consider himself an emperor? It was evident that Yi Xingchen had proposed the duel. Yet he allowed so many to assail him. This was nothing short of blatant revenge. Such disregard for agreements, such pettiness, is unbecoming of one destined for greatness. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Qin Hengyu felt utterly astounded. That single statement, from now on, do not utter words about who the child's father is, was simply unparalleled. Remarkable. Fortuitously, he had severed the engagement. Otherwise, even with a child, the offspring's intellect might have been compromised. Jiang Zhan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow as well. It was no surprise that the Lu family, lacking in moral integrity, could utter such disgraceful words. As for Jiang Yizhan and the others, their gazes toward Lu Ruyin were filled with disdain. Had Qin Hengyu not refrained from issuing orders, they would have been inclined to rectify this woman's misguided notions. Qin Hengyu chose not to respond to Lu Ruyin. At that moment, engaging in further conversation with her would be a disservice to his own intellect. After all, who in their right mind would argue with a fool? Qin Hengyu fixed his gaze upon Lu Zhengyan, who still remained seated, as he ascended the steps, surveying Lu from a position of superiority. I wonder if the head of the Lu family shares the same sentiment. Qin Hengyu wore a faint smile upon his face, a smile that concealed an underlying menace. In his past life, Lu Zhengyan was far from virtuous. He often conspired with Lu Ruyin, devising schemes to extract more from him, while being particularly generous towards Yi Xingqian, intending to use him as a counterbalance. Later, when the great Qin sacred land fell into decline, he was quick to turn the tables, alleging that the great Qin sacred land had coerced the Lu family. Yet, did he not realize the true nature of coercion? Was it the lavish marriage gifts that constituted coercion, or the annual congratulatory tributes, or even the weekly banquets? Such a man would resort to manipulation when in need. Yet when he no longer required your presence, would gladly grind you into dust. Since Lu Zhengyan reveled in coercion, perhaps it was time to impose his own, to personally test the waters. Once this matter became public, would it be heralded as a commendable act or a disgraceful one? Jiang Zhan closely followed Qin Hengyu during his maneuvers, determined to shield him from any peril. At the same time, all his formidable aura bore down upon Lu Zhengyan, who felt as though he were carrying an immense weight, rendered immobile even with Qin Hengyu so near. Witnessing Qin Hengyu's defiance of her wishes and his insistence on pressuring her father, Lu Ruyin grew increasingly anxious. If her father capitulated, would the marriage gifts truly be returned? What would become of her future and that of her children? She would not allow it. After receiving a slap, Lu Ruyin resolutely stepped forward, intending to strike Qin Hengyu once more. Qin Hengyu's actions are surely intended to capture her attention. As long as she expresses her stance, Qin Hengyu will undoubtedly cease all current endeavors and resume treating her as he once did. Lu Ruyin remains confident in herself. Uncle Jiang, since she still wishes to create a scene, let us together exercise control over the situation. As Qin Hengyu approached Lu Ruyin, he commanded Jiang Zhan, who did not even flinch. With a surge of mental energy, he subdued Lu Ruyin. Release me, Qin Hengyu. Is it not your desire to provoke me into action? As she found herself restrained, a flicker of anxiety surged within Lu Ruyin, as if Qin Hengyu diverged from the image she had conjured in her mind. Qin Hengyu, let me go. If you free me, there remains a glimmer of hope for my forgiveness and acceptance of you. Otherwise, you shall never hear my voice or witness my smile again. Lu Ruyin sought, as she once did, to dangle a bait of hope, enticing Qin Hengyu to take the plunge, thus yielding. Qin Hengyu was thoroughly vexed by the explosive words he had just heard, and the incessant chattering akin to that of a shrew only compounded his annoyance. Manifesting his cultivation, he delivered a sharp slap towards the incessant mouth, striking even half of the face that bore no swelling. With a resounding crack, silence enveloped the air entirely. Chapter 11. The Great Qin Sacred Land desires loyalty, not a treacherous wolf. In Qin Hengyu's eyes, there resided a chilling indifference as he rubbed his injured hand. Lu Ruyin, in the eyes of this emperor, you are nothing but a worthless being, thus do not further test my patience. He had no intention of continuing the assault. Lu Ruyin, possessing a higher realm of divine power than his own, was at a distinct advantage. Her lips and countenance were remarkably defiant, and even a slight exertion caused pain to his hand. While Lu Ruyin continued to struggle, it felt as if her throat was constricted, leaving her unable to breathe. This was the work of Jiang Zhan, who would not permit Lu Ruyin to further disrupt Qin Hengyu. This truly could lead to Lu Ruyin's demise. Lu Zhengyan, witnessing this scene, was compelled to believe that Qin Hengyu harbored not a shred of affection for Lu Ruyin. Otherwise, such a brutal slap would be inconceivable. As with the passive observation of Jiang Zhan seemingly intent on killing her, the next target for execution might very well be himself. Bang! Lu Zhengyan sank to his knees, pleading loudly, I shall return the betrothal gifts. I recall that at the time, the betrothal included 3 sacred grade weapons, 100 million supreme spirit stones, millions of various elixirs, and 10,000 volumes of martial arts manuals. Aside from the sacred-grade weapons, the manuals and divine sources, the spirit stones and elixirs have nearly been depleted. I humbly ask the Emperor not to take offense. The Liu family heired, and even if it means becoming the Emperor's dog, I would willingly accept. I have only just reached the imperial realm and wish not to perish here. Therefore, I shall lower my head as much as necessary. The great Qin sacred land desires loyal subjects, not ungrateful wolves. Since I cannot return the betrothal gifts, Uncle Jiang, expel them all from the great Qin sacred land, leaving them their garments to preserve a semblance of dignity, granting them one last chance. Should any member of the Liu family dare to approach the great Qin sacred land within 10 miles in the future, they shall be met with merciless execution. With a single utterance, Qin Hengyu severed the path for the Liu family, extinguishing their hopes of remaining within the confines of the great Qin sacred land. Indeed, upon receiving his orders, Jiang Zhan hesitated not for a moment. With a mere thought, the storage ring from Liu Zhengyan's hand fell to the ground, along with the nearby Liu Ruyan, who was also ensnared. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhan's sons and the warriors at his command sprang into action. A few from the direct lineage attempted to resist, yet they were swiftly restrained without any opportunity to retaliate. Those adorned with storage rings had them forcibly removed, along with their weapons. Even adhering to the bridal betrothal gifts as stipulated by Liu Zhengyan, the Liu family would find it insurmountable to gather the necessary offerings, even if they were to sell themselves. When Qin Hengyu mentioned the betrothal gifts, he merely sought to use it as an excuse to expel the Liu family. At this moment, within the grand hall that lay before his eyes, a substantial amount of auspicious energy lingered. Qin Hengyu unreservedly utilized the devouring sky demon technique to absorb the energy, which gradually transformed from a dull gray to a brilliant white. The spectrum of fortune unfolded before him: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. Although he still stood far from attaining purple fortune, this marked a significant advancement for him. Previously, possessing black fortune felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck, merely escaping demise. Could it be attributed to the protection afforded by his father? Upon completing the absorption of his fortune, Qin Hengyu was poised to slightly transcend the palace-breaking realm when a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! Host has annulled the engagement, slapped the male and female protagonists, suppressed the Liu family, and obtained one instance of enlightenment. With the emergence of the system prompt, Qin Hengyu indeed noticed his enlightenment instances had increased to 2. Is it truly effective? The method he employed to suppress the protagonist could genuinely yield instances of enlightenment. The principle behind this remains a mystery. In any case, it is a fortuitous development. At this moment, Jiang Zhan had completed his task and returned. Imperial son, why not eradicate the root of the problem? Upon his return to the Grand Hall, Jiang Zhan inquired about Qin Hengyu's arrangement, refraining from asking earlier to preserve Qin Hengyu's dignity. Now, with only he and the Imperial son present in the hall, it was only natural to address pertinent issues. From Jiang Zhan's perspective, having witnessed the Liu family's attitude, he believed they should not exist any longer. Even if the Liu family were annihilated, no one in the entire star domain would dare to object. The only remaining living emperor in the Qin Holy Land, beneath the divine source, countless ancestors and predecessors lay in slumber, providing the Qin Holy Land with its backbone. It is not worth it. We shall eliminate the Liu family. Whether they are good or bad is for others to decide. The Liu family, as you have observed, will only bring forth trouble if allowed to persist. And outsiders can clearly see the Liu family's faults. However, this is not the primary concern. The golden fortune surrounding Liu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen acts as a protective barrier, and to slay them would invite misfortune and curses upon us. To deal with the Liu family, we must adopt a method akin to using a dull knife to slice flesh. Let us covertly monitor the Liu family and gradually siphon their overwhelming fortune into our own hands. Qin Hengyu did not conceal his ability to perceive fortune. Jiang Zhan could be considered one of his closest confidants. Revealing such a capability would only serve to deepen the other's conviction. The Emperor's son can perceive fortune. A look of astonishment flickered across Jiang Zhan's eyes. The concept of fortune is one that, as legend has it, only the emperors can behold. While ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to glimpse even a fraction, my fortune is shrouded in darkness, necessitating a method to reverse this fate. To suppress Liu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen effectively, both Uncle Jiang and Brother Yizhan possess fortunes of a blue hue, ranking among the lower echelons of the third tier. After Qin Hengyu elucidated the situation, he expressed a sense of helplessness. The individuals from the Great Qin sacred land appeared to possess rather feeble fortunes. No wonder they were unable to triumph over the child of destiny. The emperor had once remarked that his greatest frustration was the inability to alter the fortune of the imperial heir. He had also mentioned that the imperial heir, in times of confusion, was indeed intertwined with the essence of fate. The emperor had previously endeavored to reverse the heavens and change the fate of the imperial heir, only to meet with failure and suffer backlash. Had the emperor been aware of the circumstances surrounding the imperial heir, he would undoubtedly have been filled with unrestrained joy. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Jiangzhan, however, brought up a hidden secret. Had there been an attempt to defy fate? And had it met with failure? Qin Hengyu found himself perplexed about his circumstances, for the novel scarcely alluded to such details. It seemed that even the emperor's father had perished shortly after making a single attempt. Qin Hengyu grappled with his thoughts for a while before ultimately setting his sights on Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian. His next course of action would involve closely monitoring them, devising strategies to suppress their progress, ensuring they did not enjoy a moment's peace. He intended to dedicate this period to honing his skills and elevating his prowess. Yet, he recognized that both Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruoyan would undoubtedly remain a persistent threat. He could not allow them to rise. Indeed, upon learning of the disparate fortunes of the two, Jiangzhan, no stranger to insight, became increasingly vigilant. The imperial prince was no longer the same. Unlike his somewhat immature sons, he had begun to perceive that the presence of Qin Hengyu might bring about subtle changes within the great Qin Holy Land. Naturally wishing to deepen his connection with the imperial prince. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Qin Hengyu's ear. "My son, come forth." Within the grand hall, Jiangzhan also heard this voice, kneeling on one knee in excitement and exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Simultaneously, Qin Hengyu felt the world spinning around him, his body slipping beyond his control, and in an instant, he found himself in another realm. Chapter 12, My Emperor Father. Qin Hengyu arrived at a place deep beneath the great Qin sacred land, the burial site of the ancestor emperor. This was the final resting place prepared by his father, the ancestor Emperor Qin Ing, which would descend into the abyss of the netherworld after the ancestor's demise. The appearance of the burial site closely resembled a replica of the great Qin sacred land, yet it was filled with a myriad of clay effigies, some animated and others lifeless, all of whom were once subordinates of the ancestor emperor. In stark contrast to the vibrant great Qin sacred land, this place was suffused with an aura of death. Here lay the remains of various slain beasts and foes, transformed into puppets, while a river of water and stars coiled through, shaking the void and enveloping the area in layers of curses. In his twilight years, the emperor would be besieged by an endless tide of darkness. In his youth, Qin Ing emerged on a frigid celestial body within the western star domain, besieged by various extraterrestrial foes. He rose to the occasion, rallying his kin to repel the invaders and dispel a portion of the encroaching darkness. He commanded the entire star domain, forging alliances with numerous emperors to establish the Outer Wall, a bastion safeguarding humanity. Henceforth, he earned the revered title of Ancestor Emperor. However, the Dark Invasion wrought another consequence, the depletion of spiritual energy within the domain, leading to a deterioration of the heavenly path, rendering it impossible to attain the status of emperor for 100 millennia. Qin Hengyu has also been released from the divine source in recent years. On one hand, the ancestral emperor is beginning to struggle, and on the other hand, the grand era has arrived. If one does not strive for the imperial throne, the future remains uncertain. At the heart of the burial site lies a subterranean hall. A black dragon, resembling a majestic dragon of the 9 dragons, lies quietly upon the tiled floor, while a bronze chariot behind it bears a dark coffin, seemingly awaiting a revival. The ancient bronze lamp casts a white flame, the sole source of illumination in this somber realm. The candlelight illuminates the black coffin, within which rests an elderly man clad in a black dragon robe. His complexion has waned, imbued with the essence of decay and the weight of time's passage. It is evident to all that he is aged. This has led to speculation among the beings within the star domain regarding the existence of a deceased ancestral emperor, a once living sovereign. Qin Hengyu appeared in the underground palace, standing before the coffin, gazing at his ancestral emperor, who is now his father. A wave of emotion washed over him, stirring something deep within his being. It seemed as though the ancestral emperor had sacrificed so much for him, a debt that felt insurmountable. Father, Qin Hengyu contemplated his assumption of the original's identity, yet still bowed respectfully, addressing the figure before him as his esteemed father. "My son, you have finally awakened," the voice resonated. 100,000 years ago, I waged a relentless war against the forces of darkness. They, in their audacity, shamelessly traversed the void to launch a surprise attack upon you in your palace, shattering your foundations and fortune. I offered my entire clan as a sacrifice, yet still could not alter your fated path. How foolish it seems. Lu Ruyan is hardly a suitable match for you. She is but a daughter of destiny, who, in her misguided ambition to alter her fortune, consented to your desires. Yet the outcome was far from what was wished. I have witnessed all your actions over the past 2 days, and can see that you are worthy of my clan's trust. In the realm of darkness, should you seek to sever the lineage of Qin Hengyu, know that it shall ultimately elude your grasp. Given time, I shall ensure your downfall is cataclysmic. Qin Ying's lips remained still, lying within the dark coffin. Yet, 2 drops of murky tears unexpectedly appeared at the corners of his eyes. This reveals the profound joy of the ancestral emperor. Had it not been for the undeniable frailty of his body, yearning to support Qin Hengyu for a while longer, he might have already employed secret arts to revive himself. Father, I have caused you concern. Hengyu Qin listened to these words, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. He never anticipated such a turn of events. No wonder, as the son of a great emperor, his fortune could be so lamentably poor. It turned out he had been schemed against. Qin Hengyu did not perceive his son as being replaced, but rather awakened. This is for the best, as there is no fear of his identity being uncovered. You are my son. There is no need for gratitude. In the twilight of my years, to witness your awakening brings me solace. I have 5 years left in this world, during which I can lend you my support. Should you require anything, feel free to express your needs. The fortunes of Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen are at your disposal. Qin Hengyu also spoke of his own circumstances. The emperor's methods defy conventional reasoning. Despite being buried in the earth, he possesses an unparalleled grasp of the entirety of the sacred land of the Great Qin. Naturally, he is aware of Qin Hengyu's recent endeavors in harnessing fortune. He did not dwell much on how his son acquired these abilities. In the past, to dispel the encroaching darkness, various scriptures were employed to cleanse his being, and countless precious medicines were used to nurture his body. Now, having awakened to this reality, it is only natural that he might occasionally gain something. Father, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Xingchen are not in haste. Presently, my fortune is exceedingly poor. The extremes of fortune often lead to a backlash, making me susceptible to the very forces I seek to wield. I wonder if there exists a remnant of a celestial prodigy that I could devour, gradually transforming my bloodline and enhancing my fortune. Upon hearing the demands of the body, Qin Hengyu no longer concealed his intentions. The celestial devouring technique requires nothing but corpses. As long as he could acquire the bodies of the extraordinary, he would undoubtedly absorb their essence. Once his fortunes and strength were elevated, he could venture forth into the world. Previously, he had been somewhat cautious. Extraordinary corpses? Within this burial ground, what is most abundant are indeed the bodies of the extraordinary. As Qin Ying's voice echoed, the flickering candle flames within the underground palace grew brighter, illuminating the vividly lifelike clay figurines. Beneath these figurines lay a series of burial pits. These relics, reminiscent of trophies from a conquest, were placed here, sealed within the divine source, emphasizing the opulence of the lineage. This is not difficult to comprehend. Those cultivators of profound mastery, even in death, retain remnants of vitality and spiritual energy within them, possessing remarkable efficacy for the half-alive. As the great emperor, Qin Ying's preparation of a burial site is hardly surprising. Indeed, the corpses collected by Qin Ying all belong to the enemies. It is nothing unusual to harbor such ambitions. Feasting on the flesh of the barbaric foes and quenching one's thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu while engaging in light-hearted banter. Qin Hengyu gazed at this scene, his eyes glistening with emotion. My esteemed father. Initially, he had contemplated seeking an opportunity to engage in slaughter, but now he had abundant resources at hand. He implored his father to endure, promising that once he had matured, he would undoubtedly extend his father's life, aspiring to compete with him for supremacy over the heavens. Qin Hengyu could not help but exclaim with grandeur, "This generous father truly wishes to save. My son has good intentions. You may choose for yourself." Even with his eyes and mouth closed, Qin Ying could sense the faint upward curve of his lips. He had but 5 years left to live. Even if Qin Hengyu grows rapidly, it is impossible for him to rise again after his demise. Having the heart is sufficient. Simultaneously, Qin Hengyu found himself with another pressing need, the scriptures for cultivation. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Ying proactively spoke. Now that my son has broken through to the palace-breaking realm, you may cultivate this scripture. In an instant, a golden page materialized before Qin Hengyu. However, he was acutely aware of his dire fortune, which severely hampered his progress in cultivation, even if the secret texts and techniques were laid out before him. They would appear as incomprehensible as celestial writings. What could be done? Only sudden enlightenment could offer a solution. Qin Hengyu seized the opportunity for a moment of enlightenment. And in an instant, the scriptures before him became vividly clear. The Sun Scripture. Qin Hengyu gazed at the four characters, feeling a sense of bewilderment. To encounter the scriptures of the great emperor right from the outset? As his father was a great emperor himself, possessing the ancestral scriptures of the great emperor. It was not surprising to present another text. The Sun Scripture was originally intended for the cultivation of the solar sacred body. However, at the palace-breaking realm, the requirements for mastering just a segment of it were considerably less demanding. The Sun Scripture could enable one's consciousness to radiate like the sun, seizing the very essence of creation. At the palace-breaking realm, it could even manifest extraordinary phenomena. It was said that 9 blazing suns could form in the heavenly palace. Merely by virtue of these manifestations, some foes would find their blood evaporating, leaving behind nothing but desiccated corpses. Such terror. Qin Hengyu utilized the Eye of Destiny to examine the corpses of various prodigies within the mass grave, intending to absorb their essence in a gradual progression from the weak to the strong. He then commenced his cultivation of the solar scriptures. First palace breakthrough. Second palace breakthrough. Third palace breakthrough. As time progressed, Qin Hengyu's realm underwent a gradual transformation. However, due to his luck being merely of the white variety, even with the presence of the solar scriptures, he found his cultivation to be fraught with challenges. Meanwhile, outside the great Qin sacred ground, in the desolate wilds 10 miles away, Yi Xingqian, having been tended to by Lu Ruyan for some time, finally regained consciousness. At that moment, the Lu family encircled Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, their eyes filled with resentment and disdain, as if they wished to rend the two with their gazes. It was their very existence that had altered the fate of the Lu family, leaving them at a loss as to their future. With a sharp clap, the family head Lu Zhengyan, unable to contain his anger, approached and struck Lu Ruyan across the face. Chapter 13. The Hound of a Fallen House. Encountering obstacles at every turn, Lu Zhengyan could not help but berate her. Wretched girl, it is your fault. Had you not hastily called off the engagement, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. The Lu family had been expelled from the great Qin sacred ground, losing their sacred tier weapons, their storage rings, and everything they once possessed. The surrounding members of the Lu family's direct line began to voice their condemnation. What is so special about that pretty boy? He is far easier to manipulate than Qin Hengyu. What can he provide? In your pursuit of Yi Xingqian, you have jeopardized the entire Lu family. We almost perished within the great Qin sacred ground. Do you regret it now? Look where we all stand, reduced to nothing. Lu Ruyan gazed at her father and the multitude of Lu family members, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. Were it not for the necessity of assistance from some, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate each and every one of these worthless individuals. What do you all understand? We have lost everything. Yet we have gained our freedom. For cultivators, freedom is the most essential attitude on the path to becoming a formidable force. Reliance on the great Qin sacred ground will never lead to true strength. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with determination. Just moments ago, she had narrowly escaped being killed by Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu, unable to possess her, contemplated destruction. Truly, he is a selfish individual. After severing the engagement with Qin Hengyu, everything began to blossom into beauty. However, Qin Hengyu's arrogance was insufferable. Without merit, yet still claiming hardship, how could he dare to expel the Lu family? The senior sister was right. We must believe in our innate abilities, for we shall surely gain the acceptance of the formidable. In due time, the humiliation from the great Qin sacred land will be repaid 100-fold. Yi Xingqian also began to curse. Despite enduring humiliation and burden, he would soon surpass the mediocrities of the great Qin sacred land, making all resources his own. Little did he expect this unforeseen turn of events. A dozen individuals attacked him alone, each possessing greater strength. How dare they? Yi Xingqian, do you believe I will kill you? Lu Zhengyan, upon hearing Yi Xingqian's words, surveyed the surroundings and raised his hand, ready to strike him down. What a fool. We are now 10 miles away from the great Qin sacred land. There may still be ears listening nearby. To take advantage of a youth in distress is tantamount to courting death. Who would utter their true thoughts aloud? Father, if you lay a hand on Yi Xingqian, our hopes will vanish. He is the most talented individual I have ever encountered. When we first arrived from the borders of Great Qin, did we not have nothing? Now you have reached the imperial realm, and we all possess some level of cultivation. Starting anew is not a matter of great significance. We will surely carve out a path that belongs to us. Lu Ruyan gazed at Yu Xingchen with eyes full of hope. Each time she faced oppression, it was Yu Xingchen who stood up for her, even enduring such beatings. No matter what, she would ensure her junior brother received ample resources. Even at the cost of her own well-being, she would facilitate his rise. Once her junior brother grew powerful, he would certainly take revenge on Qin Hengyu, the one who toyed with her and the Lu family. First, let us find a place to settle. Nearby, in Jincheng, there are still some assets. Let us proceed there. Lu Zhengyan ultimately refrained from taking action against Yu Xingchen. Having relied on Lu Ruyan to attain his current status, he feared that any aggression towards Yu Xingchen might provoke Lu Ruyan into unhinged behavior. He awaited Qin Hengyu's change of heart. In the past, there have been several conflicts between Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruyan, each time resulting in Qin Hengyu's reconciliation. It was highly probable that this instance would unfold in a similar manner. Previously, having gained everything through Lu Ruyan, he believed that even in loss, he could recover in due time. Conversely, further internal strife would extinguish any glimmer of hope. As for Lu Zhengyan's mention of Jincheng, it was indeed the most prosperous capital outside the great Qin sacred land. Once, the ancestral emperor had captured 12 golden figures from beyond the realm and forged this magnificent city. Its layout embodied a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Jincheng lay 100 miles from the great Qin sacred land, serving as an open city that welcomed outsiders. Within Jincheng, numerous races from the 5 domains congregated, including many ancient imperial clans, prestigious families from sacred lands, and influential sects, all establishing their footholds within the city. The Lu family, having once relied on the great Qin sacred land, held a modest position in Jincheng, owning property sufficient to shelter their kin. With plans to devise a new path for survival, a group of individuals began their journey towards Jincheng. However, not all members of the Lu family possessed formidable cultivation, resulting in a sluggish pace. It was estimated that covering the 100 miles would take more than a day. During this time, the news of the Lu family's expulsion from the great Qin sacred land spread throughout the nearby Jincheng. As the most sensitive location regarding news of the great Qin sacred land, Jincheng was abuzz with rumors. As the Lu family traveled, they became the subject of pointed discussions from passers-by. The Lu family had never experienced such treatment, and the expressions of Lu family members, including Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen, reflected their discomfort. Eventually, the group reached the entrance of Jincheng. The city had its own regulations. Entering required the payment of taxes, and one could not simply fly over without a spirit stone. This was the protocol for ordinary citizens, while the noble passage demanded a fee of 100 spirit stones. The Lu family instinctively approached the noble passage, yet, at this moment, even a single spirit stone eluded them. A few younger members managed to gather a handful of spirit stones, barely scraping together over 100. However, even this sum was insufficient for 2 individuals to traverse the noble passage. Thus, they had no choice but to opt for the ordinary passage. Bah! What is the point of pretending to be affluent without the means? The guard stationed at the city gate, mistaking their appearance for that of merchants, scoffed as they departed. Take note, they seemed to be from the Lu family. A nearby soldier recognized them and instinctively spoke up to intervene. Yet, what was there to fear? They had been expelled from the great Qin sacred land, unable to even produce a spirit stone. The soldier clearly recognized the members of the Lu family, but, upon understanding the situation, still held them in contempt. As a soldier of Jincheng, his allegiance naturally lay with the sacred land of the great Qin. The actions of the Lu family were, without a doubt, a betrayal of the sacred land. Lu Ruoyan, perceptive and astute, overheard this exchange and was about to express her indignation when she was restrained by Lu Zhengyan. We must not cause a commotion now. Previously, Lu Ruoyan could have relied on her status to confront the soldiers, as, to some extent, Jincheng belonged to the sacred land of the great Qin. After recognizing Lu Ruoyan, the soldiers would not demand any fees. The noble passage was indeed contingent upon one's standing. Sister, they must have been incited by Qin Hengyu, attempting to prevent us from entering Jincheng and provoking us. Yu Xingchen, with a tendency towards paranoia, immediately speculated on deeper motives. In truth, given Qin Hengyu's status, he would not stoop to influencing the soldiers. That would be beneath him. Humph. After being reminded by Yu Xingchen, Lu Ruoyan let out a cold snort and ultimately refrained from further comment. At that moment, many ordinary people entering the city curiously scrutinized the Lu family. They had no knowledge of Lu Ruoyan and were not inclined to delve into such matters. They merely observed a group of individuals clad in opulent attire, albeit slightly disheveled, who certainly did not resemble the common folk in coarse linen, yet could not even produce 100 spirit stones to expedite their entry. Such a sight was indeed peculiar. Consequently, the crowd engaged in light chatter. These remarks were undoubtedly jarring to the Lu family. However, including Lu Zhengyan, they could only display a semblance of dignity and then ignore the scrutiny. This was not the wilderness. Instigating conflict with commoners could lead to dire consequences. The soldiers, upon witnessing any altercation, might react unpredictably. At this point, the Lu family could hardly afford to provoke anyone. They could only hope to rely on some enterprises once inside Jincheng and lead a stable existence for a while. An hour later, the Lu family finally entered Jincheng. By this time, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered at the city gate, with several golden carriages among them. Upon hearing that the Lu family was queuing to enter the city, they flocked to the gate, eager to witness the Lu family's predicament. Today, Jiangzhan had come to Jincheng to announce the engagement between Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruoyan, while also reclaiming all properties and assets belonging to the Lu family within the city. Even the servants had been expelled from the buildings. This commotion was quite significant. Jincheng, being the heart of Zhongzhou, facilitated the swift circulation of information. Everyone was already aware of how the Lu family had orchestrated their downfall. Were they fools? It remains quite astonishing, so I have come to take a look. As the Lu family entered, they noticed a throng of onlookers and initially believed they were being welcomed. Including Lu Ruyan, they all wore faint smiles upon their lips. At that moment, a disheveled servant rushed before the Lu family, exclaiming in distress, "Master, it is dire news. All our Lu family's properties in Jincheng have been reclaimed by the sacred land of the Great Qin." Chapter 14. When the drum breaks, the crowd strikes. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The family's assets have been seized by the sacred land of the Great Qin? What audacity! Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this news, expressed her bewilderment. Clearly, their family had already been expelled from the sacred land of the Great Qin. Why could they not be granted even a sliver of mercy? And why must the Lu family's holdings in Jincheng be confiscated? Does Qin Hengyu truly have to be so ruthless? Lu Ruyan has never reflected upon whether she has ever harbored any notions of loyalty. In times of adversity, she has become utterly unforgiving. At this moment, Yu Xingqian also furrowed his brow. He had initially hoped that by relying on Lu Ruyan's words, he could acquire some resources from Jincheng, ensuring that his cultivation would not be significantly hindered. Now that the Lu family has lost everything, where should he turn? Yu Xingqian is acutely aware that if he wishes to take revenge on Qin Hengyu, he cannot afford to lack even a single aspect of his cultivation. Let us take a look back. Lu Jingyan felt a chill in his heart and was impatient to visit one of their properties to assess the situation. Thus, a group of people made their way towards the heart of the city, followed by numerous Jincheng residents who were eager to witness the spectacle. At this time, one could vaguely see some individuals adorned with scales and feathers, their heads resembling those of beasts. Such beings are referred to as the other races. Even the other races, upon witnessing the situation, were somewhat intrigued. They dared not provoke the Great Qin sacred land, yet here was an audacious woman challenging it, naturally drawing their attention. Upon arriving at the center of Jincheng, the Lu family quickly spotted several solemn members of the Jiang family standing before their residences. Seals were affixed to the walls. The Lu family could not even approach, let alone enter. Lu Ruyan perceived the predicament before her as a direct attack from Qin Hengyu. Consequently, she began to shout loudly. Almost like a shrew, Qin Hengyu should not presume that by tightening the noose around the Lu family, I will yield. Even at this moment, Lu Ruyan still believes that Qin Hengyu harbors lingering feelings and will inevitably return, seeking her forgiveness. Suddenly, a soft laugh emerged from the side. It turned out that Lin Yi, the veiled saintess of the Star Pavilion, had unknowingly approached the vicinity, seemingly amused by Lu Ruyan's words. The Star Pavilion, where Lin Yi resides, is renowned across the 5 domains in 13 states, its influence rivaling that of certain sacred lands. However, unlike typical sacred lands with fixed territories, the Star Pavilion operates throughout the 5 domains in 13 states, as well as in the realms beyond, engaging in various intelligence and information traits. The Great Qin sacred land's actions against the imperial consort and the expulsion of the Lu family had long been known to the Star Pavilion. Logically, as the saintess of the Star Pavilion, Lin Yi had no need to offend anyone. Perhaps Lu Ruyan could rise again in the future. Yet, Lu Ruyan had always been notorious for showing no regard for others in the Great Qin sacred land and Jincheng. Qin Hengyu is no exception. One can only imagine how others fare. Lin Yi has long endured the oppressive force of Lu Ruoyan, who has wielded her power with an iron fist. The crux of the matter lies in the necessity for Lin Yi, given her status, to engage in a faade of cordiality with Lu Ruoyan. It is safe to say that it is Lu Ruoyan's triumph that elicits admiration from the masses. Lin Yi herself possesses a certain inclination towards social climbing and an admiration for strength. Witnessing Lu Ruoyan ascend from humble beginnings to bask in the glory of the great Qin emperor, she harbors a tinge of envy. Why should Lu Ruoyan, this woman, soar higher than those who are already perched like phoenixes upon the branches? Lin Yi even finds herself harboring a modicum of resentment towards Qin Hengyu, the revered figure of the great Qin sanctuary. This fool, who clearly possesses the wealth of the great Qin sanctuary, allows himself to be bullied and toyed with by such a woman. It can be asserted that any well-bred lady from Jinsheng would surpass Lu Ruoyan in virtue. Alas, Qin Hengyu, the imperial son, has developed an inexplicable fondness for this situation. To speak candidly, it resembles the adage that a dog cannot change its inclination to consume refuse. Though such words dare not escape his lips, they linger in his thoughts. However, the tides have turned. Qin Hengyu appears to have gained clarity and has expelled Lu Ruoyan and her family. This development has rendered the otherwise mundane Jinsheng intriguing once more. The business of the Starry Pavilion has notably improved, drawing interest from various quarters regarding the events surrounding the great Qin sacred land, prompting inquiries for pertinent information. Dare I say, this marks the moment when the imperial son finally recognizes the folly of his previous inclinations and refrains from being deceived. Following Lin Yi's laughter, another woman clad in black voiced the thoughts swirling in Lin Yi's mind. This woman, marked by a dark spot upon her brow, exuded an aura of coldness, reminiscent of the chilling essence of Lu Ruoyan's profound ice, yet distinct in its ethereal chill, as if she were enveloped in endless darkness. She is none other than Meng Danin, the saintess of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, having previously clashed with Lu Ruoyan. And with Lu Ruoyan under the protection of the great Qin sacred land, their conflict was swiftly resolved. Now, witnessing the Lu family in turmoil, Meng Danin seized the opportunity to take a jab. Lu Ruoyan, observing the arrival of Lin Yi and Meng Danin, frowned slightly. You too. She regarded a few familiar faces, particularly Lin Yi, who had previously shown her unwavering support and provided assistance. Little did she expect that Lin Yi would now lead the mockery. Indeed, most individuals, akin to Qin Hengyu, are not virtuous. Lu Ruoyan reiterated. I can ascend to greatness solely on my own merits. It was I who chose to part ways with Qin Hengyu, not he who abandoned me. Yet, her defense fell flat in the eyes of those around her. There is a saying, wealth cannot last beyond 3 generations, nor can poverty endure for 3. The notion of wealth diminishing over generations implies that the affluent often weaken over time, while the impoverished struggle to maintain their lineage. Can ordinary individuals rely solely on themselves? It is not impossible, yet amidst the multitude of people, one may find a mere fraction in positions of power, with most ordinary souls yielding only a handful of exceptional talents. And to suggest that these few talents did not receive assistance from benefactors is to ignore the rarity of such occurrences. Thus, Lu Ruoyan's claim of self-reliance merely reveals her ignorance. Who would not mock her? Following Lu Ruoyan's assertion, the onlookers found their voices emboldened to speak. What does she mean by relying on oneself? Did she not heavily depend on the great Qin sacred land in the past? It is only after being cast out that she makes such claims. It was rumored that the imperial son refrained from touching Lu Ruoyan for the sake of her cultivation. Yet she has now compromised her integrity by consorting with a junior disciple. Being expelled from the great Qin sacred land is hardly a disgrace. Lu Ruoyan deliberately chose a cultivation technique that could only be practiced by a maiden, in order to prevent Qin Hengyu from ever touching her. In those days, the great Qin sacred land brought the Lu family into their fold, offering lavish gifts and even relocating their own martial families to accommodate Lu Ruoyan. Despite their efforts, the Lu family remained unyielding as they opted for an outsider, the enigmatic Emperor of Light, which was unheard of. It was only the Emperor of Qin who, due to an unforeseen incident in his youth, found himself ensnared by a woman. Otherwise, what could have compelled him to choose Lu Ruoyan? The Lu family, once formidable due to the prestige of the great Qin sacred land, used to exert pressure everywhere, now, stripped of that power. I am curious to witness the fate that awaits them. Is there any possibility that the Emperor of the Great Qin might once again fall under their spell? A good steed does not turn back to graze where it has already fed. Such a scenario seems unlikely. While the crowd engaged in their discussions, a voice broke through the murmurs. The Emperor has arrived. This proclamation immediately captured everyone's attention. Who else could the Emperor be but Qin Hengyu? Clearly, A spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 15. Just a courtesan. Does she really think it's still the same? At this moment, Qin Hengyu has completed his cultivation in the underground palace of the Great Qin Sacred Land and has been released. In a single night, his cultivation level has ascended to the 5th stage of the palace-breaking realm. This further pierces through the veils of the heavenly palace. It is anticipated that soon he will be able to discern the precise circumstances of his heavenly palace. However, he remains subtly influenced by the threads of fate, causing his advancement to once again become obstructed. Qin Hengyu found himself with no other recourse but to seek out Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian, intending to suppress their fortunes. The two were, in essence, akin to his antidote. Naturally, he intended to make good use of this opportunity. Qin Hengyu sat in his carriage, surrounded by a formidable guard and a designated escort. As he drew near, people instinctively parted to create a space in the center. When Lu Ruoyan observed Qin Hengyu's approach, her expression immediately darkened, and an ominous premonition stirred within her. Lu Ruoyan, do you find yourself lacking in spirit stones? I possess a method that could procure them for you. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept it? Qin Hengyu gazed at Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian. Speaking up, this was certainly not an act of benevolence. Rather, it was a cunning ploy to create difficulties for Lu Ruoyan, to set the stage. What reversal? Absurdity. He was the antagonist, determined to pursue the remnants of his adversaries relentlessly, not to seek hollow glory. If it were not for the current inability to eliminate Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian, his blade would be exceedingly sharp. Since he could not strike them down now, it was only reasonable to collect some interest. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, a look of disdain immediately flickered in Lu Ruoyan's eyes. Did Qin Hengyu feel regret? Lu Ruoyan longed to let out a cold snort, dismissing Qin Hengyu's attempts at flattery. However, having been expelled from the holy land of the Great Qin, enduring the embarrassment of entering the city gates, and now finding herself in a state of uncertainty, she came to realize her pressing need for spirit stones, especially as she aspired to establish a life in Golden City. Ultimately, Lu Ruoyan was not as resolute as before, yet her face still bore an expression of reluctance as she said, "Speak." Her tone seemed rather unapproachable. Onlookers gazed at the interaction between Qin Hengyu and Lu Ruoyan, momentarily taken aback. Could this be the rekindling of a past flame? Linyi, the holy maiden of the starry pavilion, felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, lamenting Qin Hengyu's foolishness, fearing he would once again fall under Lu Ruoyan's control. Having finally mustered some courage, she worried about facing humiliation anew. Meng Danin couldn't help but shake her head, adorned with a silver crown that jingled with numerous small bells, the sound echoing a sense of lamentation. I can generously offer you 10 million spirit stones for a single night with Lu Ruoyan. What say you? Qin Hengyu wore a derisive smile upon his face. 1,000,000 spirit stones may appear to be a substantial sum, seemingly hinting at price inflation. However, when associated with Lu Ruoyan, it carries an undertone of devaluation. The former Lu Ruoyan, once the empress of the empire, is now reduced to mere merchandise. Simultaneously, this tactic serves to create a rift between Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian, thereby coercing the Lu family and subjecting Lu Ruoyan to moral coercion. If it could compel Yi Xingqian to take action, it would be even more advantageous, as he conveniently seeks a pretext for confrontation. Presently, the majority still aligns with him, and his reputation holds sway over the fortunes of many. Maintaining goodwill is paramount. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's remarks, the onlookers gathered in the nearby streets collectively exhaled, relieved that they would not witness the emperor's boundless arrogance once more, as some semblance of dignity had been preserved. Yi Xingqian, having heard these words, stepped forward, pointing a finger at Qin Hengyu, ready to confront him. I detest it when someone points a finger at me. As Qin Hengyu stepped closer to Yi Xingqian, he seized the opportunity, all his cultivation gathered at his fingertips, coalescing into a dragon's claw. This formidable claw, imbued with an aura of vastness, struck towards Yi Xingqian groin. Ever since Jiang Zhan had made his move, he had regretted not severing Yi Xingqian's vital essence, and now he finally found the chance. Yi Xingqian, merely at the nascent stage of the palace-breaking realm, was caught off guard, unaware that Qin Hengyu had advanced to the same stage, a slight underestimation on his part. With a sound akin to an egg breaking, Yi Xingqian was sent flying. No matter how diligently he trained, he was still constrained by his human form. As his essence shattered, he curled up like a shrimp. Alas, he had hoped to avoid confrontation. Lu Ruoyan now appeared to be burdened not only with arranging accommodations for the Lu family, but also with an additional medical expense. I wonder how you were contemplating this matter? You likely find yourself in dire need of 1,000,000 spirit stones, do you not? After Qin Hengyu made his move, He waved his hand dismissively without casting a glance at Yu Xingchen, instead directing his gaze towards Lu Ruyan. He was acutely aware that the Lu family was currently unable to produce any wealth or spirit stones. Every action taken was ripe for contemplation and intrigue. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, after Qin Hengyu withdrew, cast a meaningful look at the fallen Yu Xingchen. Just moments ago, was Qin Hengyu exuding the aura of the palace-breaking realm? Was it said that he lacked the opportunity to ascend to a higher level? This was the information previously disseminated by Lu Ruyan. A change was imminent. A prince capable of cultivation and continuous elevation of his prowess represented a stark contrast to one who remained stagnant in the Qi realm throughout his life. The former was destined to be the heir of the sacred land of the Great Qin, while the latter was shrouded in uncertainty. Dream Danyan's gaze fell upon a splash of crimson beneath Yu Xingchen. As a woman, she keenly sensed the venomous nature of Qin Hengyu's strike. Intriguing. Rather than deeming Qin Hengyu excessive, Dream Danyan found herself increasingly favorable toward him. At the very least, he was not weak-willed. The pursuit of women is inherently a man's instinct, and now, Qin Hengyu at least displayed desire, embodying the essence of masculinity. The transformation of Qin Hengyu is truly remarkable. A captivating spectacle awaits us. Ming Danyan eagerly anticipates the forthcoming developments. As Yu Xingchen departed, Lu Ruyan turned her head to glance over, catching sight of her distressed junior brother. How infuriating! She was tempted to confront Qin Hengyu with a vigorous reprimand. However, she acknowledged that Yu Xingchen's earlier approach had indeed been rather abrupt and somewhat unreasonable. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Lu Ruyan nearly bit her lip in agreement to Qin Hengyu's proposal. In her heart, she harbored ulterior motives, convinced that in a private setting, she could entirely dominate Qin Hengyu, ensuring that he would face dire consequences. This confidence stemmed from her previous interactions with him. From the surrounding crowd, Lu Ruyan recognized the esteemed proprietor of a nearby renowned inn, Lu, the manager of the Lucky Inn. The Lucky Inn is exceptionally luxurious, boasting 9 stories, often referred to as the 9-story palace. Upon entering this grand establishment, one can find various residences that mirror the beauty of the outside world, filled with splendid sights. Manager Lu, could you accommodate the Lu family? Upon addressing Manager Lu, Lu Ruyan cast a glance at Qin Hengyu, clearly indicating her desire for him to cover the expenses. As a businessman, Manager Lu, equipped with a golden abacus, began calculating on the spot. Miss Lu could opt for the opulent private residence at a cost of 100,000 spirit stones per day, sufficient to house all members of the Lu family, with a required deposit of 1 million spirit stones. I shall cover it. With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Hengyu summoned a small piece of source stone, which could substitute for 1 million spirit stones. Compared to spirit stones, source stones are more compact and far more precious. The equivalent of hundreds, thousands, or even millions of spirit stones often consists of items of particular value or source stones. The transaction was concluded. Naturally, Qin Hengyu had no intention of concluding matters in such a manner. 2 source stones, each worth millions of spirit stones, were placed before Lu Ruyan and Manager Lu. The former naturally signified the completion of a transaction, while the latter pertained to the accommodation for the evening. Qin Hengyu was not eager to return to the Great Qin sacred land just yet. He instructed Manager Lu, please arrange for me to stay in the imperial pavilion tonight. This was the most luxurious suite at the Fortune Inn, costing a staggering 10 million spirit stones for a single night. Uncle Jiang, please remember to seal all of Lu Ruyan's cultivation and administer to her a soft bone pill. Qin Hengyu would never allow someone whose cultivation surpassed his own, like Lu Ruyan, to prance before him, especially while still retaining her strength. This night was destined for indulgence. Jiang Zhan remained closely by Qin Hengyu's side, swiftly subduing Lu Ruyan's powers and compelling her to ingest several pills designed to diminish her strength. Lu Ruyan barely managed to remain upright. Qin Hengyu observed this scene, a cold smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, as he effortlessly lifted Lu Ruyan, as though she were a mere parcel, onto his shoulder. Manager Lu led the way ahead, guiding Lu Ruyan towards the imperial pavilion. Yu Xingchen had just emerged from the haze of pain, only to turn and see the retreating figure of Qin Hengyu. His entire being felt dazed, uncertain whether the agony beneath him or the turmoil within his heart was more profound. The members of the Lu family, including Lu Zhongyan, gazed on with a glimmer of anticipation. Having settled in for the night, they looked forward to a more favorable turn of events in the days to come. Chapter 16. Are you the ice-hearted beauty? A night of passion. Within the imperial pavilion, there lay a hot spring and fragrant mist swirled about. with several lotus flowers blooming in the water. It was, in fact, a splendid courtyard garden. On the roof, formations could conjure the sun, moon, and stars. It was difficult to fathom that such a multitude of scenery could exist within a single chamber. Indeed, one still finds joy in the pleasures of life. Qin Hengyu felt that this presidential suite surpassed even the most luxurious accommodations of his previous life by several magnitudes. Among the attendants were several women whose cultivation was surprisingly on par with Lu Ruyan, possessing the strength of the divine ability realm. They held an array of exquisite garments, each contributing a touch of allure, all orchestrated by the meticulous arrangements of Manager Lu. "You may leave now," he instructed. Upon reflection, it was indeed his first experience of such a setting, and he found himself averse to being observed. Naturally, he did not harbor a penchant for being the center of attention. Following his command, the maidservants gently set down their belongings and exited, closing the grand doors of the imperial pavilion behind them. Thus, the entire imperial pavilion transformed into a sanctuary of its own. Qin Hengyu also discovered the existence of the Shadow Stone, which seems capable of preserving certain images, serving as a means of documentation. The service is indeed thoughtful. The people in this world engage in extravagant pursuits. Qin Hengyu marveled at the belongings left behind by the maidservants and servants, expressing his astonishment with a series of clicks of his tongue. Qin Hengyu carried Lu Ruyan as he traversed the halls of the imperial pavilion. Upon entering this chamber, a fleeting look of panic flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. The cultivation technique she practiced, the Ice Emperor scripture, required her to maintain her maiden status, only allowing her to seek a man after transcending to the sacred realm. "Qin Hengyu, do you truly intend to be so shameless? I have always regarded you as a good person. Have you forsaken even that?" In her anxiety, Lu Ruyan admonished him. "A good person? My apologies, but at this moment, I aspire only to be a villain, a thoroughly irredeemable one. This transaction was initiated by you, and there is no room for retraction." Qin Hengyu chuckled softly, deftly pulling Lu Ruyan into his embrace while idly toying with an object in his hand. Lu Ruyan felt an increasing sense of agitation and urgency, yearning to break free. However, the soft-bone pill she had consumed earlier had already taken effect, rendering her utterly powerless. How could she possibly stand against someone as skilled as Qin Hengyu? It was akin to willingly stepping into a cage. Indeed, foolish. Regret washed over Lu Ruyan. Words tumbled from her lips in a flurry of nonsensical protests. "Your actions will never win my true heart. I shall remain unyielding, as if I were merely a piece of wood." After uttering these words, she indeed collapsed to the ground, resembling a heap of soft clay, clearly unwilling to cooperate any further. Qin Hengyu was well aware that the rigid bone elixir did not render the body utterly powerless. It merely reduced one's strength to that of an ordinary individual. Lu Ruyan had simply changed her mind and was unwilling to cooperate. Qin Hengyu smiled. He crouched down, placing Lu Ruyan on the ground, and began to strip away her mundane exterior. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "Surely you jest? Why would I desire your heart? The body is all I require. Why would you assume that I would yearn for the heart of a courtesan? If you remain still, I shall certainly take action." Qin Hengyu's aim was precise. In no time, Lu Ruyan found herself stripped bare of pretense. Panic overtook her as she desperately attempted to rise, instinctively trying to shield certain parts of her body with her hands. However, Lu Ruyan, now akin to an ordinary person, was merely engaging in a futile endeavor. In such a confined space, how could she possibly evade scrutiny? She resembled a prey ensnared within a hunting circle, and the more frantic she became, the more her helplessness was laid bare. Qin Hengyu gazed at Lu Ruyan, and naturally, he no longer harbored the same respect he once did for his former self. One night was ample time for him to indulge his whims. Moreover, he recalled several unique techniques imparted to him by his teacher prior to his transmigration. After all, he was still a novice in this realm. In this scenario, having paid for the encounter without receiving any red envelopes, he felt somewhat at a disadvantage. Qin Hengyu began to casually remove his garments, revealing his robust physique. Surrounding him were bronze mirrors, reflecting his handsome visage. There lingered an incessant feeling of being at a disadvantage. Qin Hengyu observed as Lu Ruyan picked up a stone, still intent on resisting. With nothing but his waistband remaining, he hurriedly approached her in a flurry of steps. Slap! Qin Hengyu struck with a swift blow. Having already paid the spiritual stones, what pretense was there? Observing Lu Ruyan still struggling, he callously cast her into the pool. As she submerged in the warm waters, she was compelled to swallow a few mouthfuls, her demeanor evoking a sense of tragic pity. Yet, as the saying goes, those who elicit compassion often harbor their own faults. At least, Lu Ruyan exemplified this notion. Indeed. She audaciously sank her teeth once more into Qin Hengyu's arm, as if she had not just consented to the transaction moments before. Qin Hengyu was not one to indulge. As Lu Ruyan bit at him, he responded with equal ferocity. Lu Ruyan's breathing grew increasingly labored, and her body began to flush with a hint of crimson. Qin Hengyu found himself perplexed, unaware of when he had breached Lu Ruyan's defenses. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation unexpectedly experienced a subtle enhancement. Had his original self been deceived? This was certainly not a practice that required maintaining an immaculate purity. Simultaneously, after overcoming Lu Ruyan, he immediately sensed the expansion of her golden fortune, and he too was once again able to absorb a portion of that fortune. Marvelous. In a fleeting moment, experienced an exhilarating sense of rejuvenation. However, the duration was all too brief, and he valiantly resisted the overwhelming urge to cease his previous endeavors. Meanwhile, upon entering the Laifu Inn, Yi Xingchen sought to locate Lu Ruyan, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift blow from Lu Zhangyan. As he witnessed the rekindling of feelings between Lu Ruyan and Qin Hengyu, he was determined not to allow Lu Ruyan to jeopardize his own ambitions. Thus, Yi Xingchen, still not fully conscious, succumbed once more to darkness. The proprietor of Laifu Inn, Lu Zhongguei, prided himself on his discernment and summoned a physician to assess Yi Xingchen's condition. The force of the blow had caused considerable damage, leaving the area in disarray. Fortunately, the physician possessed remarkable skills, allowing for a thorough cleaning of the affected region, enabling basic functions to resume. However, any further endeavors would prove impossible. The physician applied healing powder to the wounded area, concluding the treatment. Lu Zhangyan harbored little affection for Yi Xingchen, believing that Lu Ruyan's desire to part ways with Qin Hengyu was incited by him. Now that Yi Xingchen had been rendered impotent, it seemed to suit him well. It was intolerable that an insignificant outsider meddled in family affairs without proper guidance. His life would surely be at risk. Amidst his parched condition, Yi Xingchen instinctively called out for Lu Ruyan. Simultaneously, Lu Ruyan, with closed eyes and tears streaming down her face, whispered and even cried out Yi Xingchen's name. Her lamentations were but a source of humiliation, merely adding to the drama of the moment. After some time, her tone softened as she mumbled the names of two individuals, seemingly pleading for mercy. Xingchen, Qin Hengyu, brother, be gentle. As the night passed, Lu Ruyan bore numerous bluish marks upon her skin, her hair appearing disheveled and unkempt. You make me feel repulsed. Lu Ruyan sensed a decline in her cultivation, having regressed to the initial stage of divine power, and her gaze toward Qin Hengyu was now tinged with animosity. Qin Hengyu delivered a sharp slap and retorted, "What are you saying?" After enduring a night of reprimand, Lu Ruyan had become considerably more sensible. She immediately fell into silence, tightly sealing her lips. After all, her mouth had faced its fair share of admonishment. If only she had shown such understanding earlier. She might as well have taken this contraceptive pill. After Lu Ruyan fell silent, Qin Hengyu produced a pill and forcefully placed it into her mouth, ensuring that she swallowed it with the help of water. Naturally, he could not be burdened with the complications of fathering a child with someone like Lu Ruyan, whose profession was far from respectable. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ruyan immediately began to cough, as Qin Hengyu's actions remained as brutal as ever. After a night of probing, he had come to understand that Lu Ruyan was indeed a person who would shamelessly disregard propriety. After all, just yesterday, she had recited a book to him, demanding even more words. Yet, the more she insulted him, the more invigorated he became. After Qin Hengyu completed his tasks, he indulged in a refreshing bath and donned his attire anew. Simultaneously, the long-dormant system finally emitted a sound prompt. Ding! The host has lost his virginity, granting him one instance of enlightenment. The host has breached Lu Ruyan's body, severed her cultivation technique, and suppressed her fortune, earning another instance of enlightenment. The host has castrated Yi Xingchen, hindering his fortune as well, thus acquiring a third instance of enlightenment. A total of 3 instances of enlightenment? Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Hengyu felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that even the system for breaking through would offer a reward. Could it be that it pitted him, a former great sorcerer, with 3 opportunities for enlightenment now bestowed upon him? He found himself with a total of 4 chances to ponder how best to utilize them. After Qin Hengyu departed from the imperial pavilion, Lu Ruyan found herself in a predicament, being in a situation akin to that of a courtesan and lacking the means to afford a night in the opulent establishment. She sorrowfully returned to the residence rented by the Lu family. The abode was situated on the 3rd floor of a building, surrounded by numerous other residences and bustling streets, creating an atmosphere of lively chaos. Despite being within the confines of a single building, it exuded an intoxicating ambience, unlike the vendors and tourists elsewhere, who lacked the vibrancy found within this inn. Naturally, additional services came at a price. With a heart heavy as ash, Lu Ruyan traversed the street, arriving at the temporary dwelling, where she was promptly greeted by her father and numerous Lu family members, all eagerly inquiring about the outcome. What transpired? Did the young master reconsider? Can we return to the great Qin sacred land? Will we possess an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones? The physician has arrived. Yu Xingqian has been castrated. Should we abandon him? He likely stands no chance against Qin Hengyu. Are we on the verge of better days again? Each face, including Lu Zhang's, was alight with anticipation. Nearly a day and a night had passed, yet they all felt weary of their current circumstances, yearning for the past. Lu Ruyan regarded her family, akin to vampires, their pallid faces betraying a cruel mockery. After the events of the previous night, she sensed a change in Qin Hengyu, a transformation that left her feeling somewhat alienated and, to an extent, fearful. The Lu family's scheme to exploit her as a bargaining chip for a return to the great Qin sacred land might very well be foiled. And what of Yu Xingqian? Lu Ruyan recognized that revealing the truth to her father and the Lu family would only render the situation more uncontrollable. It was perhaps wiser to allow them to remain in their delusion, under her control. He had already fallen into slumber. Lu Xingqian wore a facade of obsequiousness, clinging to the hope of returning to the great Qin sacred land, believing that any flattery towards Lu Ruyan was justified. Lu Ruyan soon entered the inner chamber, where she beheld the pallid Yu Xingqian, his pulse weak yet stable. Fortunately, his foundation remained largely intact, though his cultivation had come to a standstill. Senior sister? After Lu Ruyan's arrival, Yu Xingqian also awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he instinctively reached for Lu Ruyan's wrist. However, she recoiled, as if startled. Yu Xingqian mistakenly assumed he had been rejected, which plunged him into deeper despair. A man's worth is often understood without touch. Yu Xingqian was acutely aware that his innate essence was no longer present, leaving him in a state of emptiness, compounded by Lu Ruyan's apparent disdain. When Lu Ruyan noticed the tears forming in the corners of Yu Xingqian's eyes, she compassionately remarked, "Junior brother, please refrain from touching me. I am no longer pure." The moment these words escaped her lips, Yu Xingqian's eyes reddened. No longer pure? A fleeting thought revealed the implications of Qin Hengyu's actions, and the stark contrast rendered him momentarily speechless. Alas, Yu Xingqian yearned to articulate his feelings. Yet only a feeble cry emerged from his throat. "Junior brother." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, her tears cascading down as she placed her hand atop Yu Xingqian's. The two exchanged their sorrows, gradually finding solace in one another. After some time, Lu Ruyan regained her composure and engaged in further discussions with Yu Xingqian. They ultimately concluded that remaining in Jinqing was not a sustainable option. Life here demanded spirit stones for even the most mundane of needs. Even with 10 million spirit stones, they could scarcely endure the ongoing expenses. It would be wiser to vacate their room at the Fuku Inn and retreat to the wilderness beyond Jinqing, where they could focus on enhancing their cultivation. Including the funds they would retrieve, they would have approximately over 10 million spirit stones, sufficient for a while. Lu Ruyan concurred with this strategy and personally approached Lu Zheng and to deliberate on the matter. "Father, after my tumultuous encounter with Qin Hengyu, it is possible I may become with child. He would never allow his offspring to languish in the wilderness. Instead, we would find ourselves in a more dire situation." Inciting his compassion, Lu Ruyan articulated with reason and conviction. Beneath it all, her aim was to secure more resources for herself and Yu Xingqian. Lu Zheng stroked his non-existent beard, contemplating the viability of this notion, and promptly acquiesced. Qin Hengyu paid a deposit of 1 million spirit stones. And as the Lu family departed, they returned 9 million spirit stones. After exiting the Laifu Inn, they procured additional supplies and proceeded towards the outskirts of the Golden City with great momentum. However, just as they were about to leave the city, a figure obstructed their path. "The Holy Son of Huanyu has arrived." With this proclamation, a bronze carriage appeared near the city gate. The curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing the Holy Son of Huanyu within, originating from the Huanyu sacred land. Situated not far to the west of the Golden City, the current Holy Son was named Ming Fanyan, a delicate figure. As the curtain was lifted by a maid, one could observe Ming Fanyan's milky complexion and slender frame, adorned with meticulously arranged ornaments. From any angle, he resembled a pretty boy. Ming Fanyan had purposefully intercepted Lu Ruyan. Having received intelligence that Qin Hengyu had momentarily vented his frustrations upon her, subsequently disregarding her, Meng Fanyan sought to exploit this perceived vulnerability. At this juncture, he spoke in a rather effeminate tone. Fairy Lu, since Qin Hengyu has also called off the engagement, why not share a night with me? 1,000,000 spirit stones for a single evening? His gaze was lecherous as it roamed over Lu Ruyan. She furrowed her brow, feeling a discomfort akin to being pricked by needles. Refusal? The Lu Ruyan of yore would have certainly rejected such a proposition, even without needing to voice it. For Qin Hengyu would invariably appear at her side. Has Qin Hengyu truly departed? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruyan found herself suddenly reminiscing about the times when Qin Hengyu would charge forth with determination. Might he be observing me from the shadows? In moments of distress, would he still care for me as he once did, considering I have entrusted my very being to him? Lu Ruyan's thoughts swirled. She awaited the reappearance of that once familiar figure, yet the anticipated silhouette remained elusive. Instead, those around her began to speculate due to her hesitation. Chapter 18. Regret, alas. It is too late. The crowd at the city gate was already substantial, and a throng began to murmur. It was unexpected that Lu Ruyan hesitated, suggesting she was indeed swayed by Meng Fanyan's proposition, a notion that caught many off guard. Times have changed. If not for the subtle elevation of her worth by the Qin emperor, the price of the courtesan would not be so exorbitant. Once adored as the empress of the emperor, she now faced public scorn. It appears the Lu family is genuinely in dire straits, were they not? They would not have exited the Rufuan so hastily. The Lu family has long been a leech upon the sacred lands of the Great Qin, without sustenance. Their true nature is laid bare. The exchanges among the crowd were unfiltered, not sparing Lu Ruyan or her kin. Many of her family members hung their heads in shame, unable to muster any retorts. A few even cast resentful glances at Lu Ruyan, lamenting that had she not acted so foolishly, they might have retained some semblance of dignity. Lady Lu, have you acquiesced? Meng Fanyan inquired again, having yet to receive a response from Lu Ruyan. However, her thoughts were far removed from the prospect of 10,000,000 spirit stones. As she recalled how Qin Hengyu would emerge in her times of need, her heart grew feeble. Qin Hengyu, where are you? You always came forth before. Tears streamed down Lu Ruyan's cheeks, and she collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly pitiable. You must be testing my resolve, right? She murmured to herself, on the brink of despair. Regret washed over her. She truly regretted her choices. Nearby, Yixingchen, still being supported by a Lu family member, sensed an inexplicable ache in his heart as he heard Lu Ruyan call for Qin Hengyu. Sister, he called out softly, attempting to rouse her spirit. Yet how could Lu Ruyan, in her current state, heed any other voices? No one dared approach her, their gazes filled with disdain. The moment Lu Ruyan uttered Qin Hengyu's name, they understood she was mired in regret, still cherishing fond memories of him. Though others refrained from speaking, Lu Ruyan was destined to bear the weight of her misfortune, for the pitiful often harbor their own flaws. Such is her fate. Lu Ruyan waited for quite some time, yet she did not see Qin Hengyu emerge again. He must be testing me. Lu Ruyan engaged in self-hypnosis within her mind, her gaze wandering in confusion. Senior sister, let us first go outside Jinqing, seeking refuge in the mountains. And take our time, Yixingchen continued to persuade her after Lu Ruyan regained her composure, unwilling for her to become entangled with Meng Fanyan. The previous encounter with Qin Hengyu had already been unexpected, and he did not wish for such an incident to recur. Let us depart. Upon hearing Yixingchen's words, Lu Ruyan finally concluded that Qin Hengyu would not reappear and resolved to proceed with the plan they had previously established. A fleeting look of despondency crossed Yixingchen's eyes. He felt that after Lu Ruyan had seemingly chosen Qin Hengyu, she no longer needed him, which led her to select him once more. He was the honest one, after all. For Lu Ruyan's sake, he had even sacrificed his little bell. Anger flashed through Yixingchen momentarily. How could she dismiss 1,000,000 spirit stones? Did she truly believe Qin Hengyu would turn back? She was merely a worn-out shoe, yet still pretended to be a pure lotus. Spare me. If you've come to terms with it, you can seek me out discreetly. I won't let anyone know, not even Qin DZ. Meng Fanyan, watching Lu Ruyan depart, could not help but scoff. He did not attempt to force or obstruct her. After all, this was Jinqing. If it was a test, it had already been conducted. And before the grandeur of the Qin sacred land, one must know the limits of what could be done. The Lu family had no trouble leaving the city gates, facing little obstruction. To the west of Jincheng, there lay numerous desolate mountains. These barren hills bore no vegetation, and after being surveyed, it was discovered that they contained no minerals, resulting in no one settling there. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruyan remained somewhat silent. Senior sister, are you all right? Yu Xingqian, feeling uneasy, managed to display a smile, looking at Lu Ruyin reassuringly. I am fine. Lu Ruyin shook her head, attempting to make her steps appear less awkward while concealing her inner fragility. She had not chosen Meng Fanyan. Ultimately, there lingered a glimmer of hope. Believing that Qin Hengyu was testing her. Senior sister, my talent surpasses Qin Hengyu. I am certain I will reach the pinnacle, alongside you. In that moment, Yu Xingqian suddenly feared abandonment, treating Lu Ruyin with a touch of flattery, hoping to gain more of her attention, much like a rustic village dog. I will assist you, and will wait for you. Lu Ruyin cast a deep glance at Yu Xingqian, nodded, and continued walking forward, leaving her true thoughts shrouded in mystery. Exploitation? Disdain? Or perhaps simply a lack of choice? After a considerable journey, the Lu family finally arrived at the desolate mountains, characterized by a series of barren hills. Occasionally, a few field mice could be spotted. These small creatures alone managed to thrive in such an inhospitable locale. Here, even rainwater scarcely accumulated, leading to the visible presence of shallow ravines between the hills. Upon arriving, Yu Xingqian found himself able to move about freely. This is one of the advantages of being a cultivator. Even in the absence of his bell, recovery comes swiftly. He felt a sense of contentment in this environment. Before entering the great Qin sacred land, his village was nestled among the caves of various mountains, and now he experienced a nostalgic sense of home. After the Lu family paused, they began to use spiritual energy to carve out suitable caverns in the rock faces. Additionally, due to certain cultivation techniques possessing water and fire attributes, they were able to kindle a fire and gather water for their sustenance. However, it was not as though the Lu family could simply settle down after leaving Jincheng to arrive at these desolate mountains. To many, the Lu family represented the latest spectacle. They had followed the family all the way to this barren land. The mountains did not belong to any specific power, and anyone had the right to come nearby to observe. The Lu family was akin to monkeys in the hands of a street performer, subject to the gaze and scrutiny of onlookers. Despite their helplessness, the Lu family had no recourse. They could only strive to dig the cave a bit deeper, so that the spectators could not discern what they were truly doing. Qin Hengyu was naturally aware of the scrutiny directed towards the Lu family and Lu Ruyin, and he recognized Lu Ruyin's regrets. A good horse does not turn back to graze on old pastures. Last night could be considered the final interest he received from Lu Ruyin. It was a refreshing conclusion to the matter. Qin Hengyu intends to once again descend into the underground palace for cultivation. With his father being an emperor, why not rely on that advantage? However, before doing so, he seeks to secure an additional layer of protection. Qin Hengyu summoned Jiang Zhan and instructed Uncle Jiang discreetly acquire that expanse of desolate mountain without drawing undue attention. Qin Hengyu harbored no desire to gamble. In the presence of the fated child, any unexpected event could transpire. The desolate mountains had been examined by spirit seekers. Yet no minerals were discovered, and thus no habitation ensued. Jiang Zhan expressed his curiosity regarding the situation of the desolate mountains and pondered why the imperial heir placed such significance upon it. Observing Lu Ruyin and Yu Xingqian, it was evident that they would not stir considerable upheaval. Both possessed extraordinary destinies, rendering them unwise to eliminate hastily. Yet allowing their growth unchecked would lead to endless troubles for the sacred land of the Great Qin. I have a premonition that even within the desolate mountains, these two harbor extraordinary opportunities. Therefore, they cannot be allowed to slip from control and must be suppressed at every turn, lest sleepless nights ensue. Qin Hengyu articulated his concerns. The actions of these two individuals have deviated significantly from the original narrative. His separation from Lu Ruoyan has introduced the most substantial variable into the storyline, leaving him to ponder whether familiar figures will reappear. For instance, there is Meng Fanyan from the Huan Universe Sacred Land. The Huan Universe Sacred Land, once a prestigious domain, has seen its legacy decline over generations. It is said that the imperial scriptures have been lost. Meng Fanyan, characterized by his effeminate demeanor and delicate mannerisms, is also known for his lascivious tendencies. Regrettably, in the original plot, he fell hopelessly in love with Lu Ruoyan, transforming into a mere sycophant, ultimately meeting a tragic end as he was used as a stepping stone by Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruoyan due to his feeble fortune. Very well, Jiang Zhan nodded, suddenly enlightened. During Qin Hengyu's previous summons by the emperor, similar sentiments had been expressed to him. He had underestimated the situation once again. After you acquire the desolate mountain, continue to monitor it closely and inform me of any developments. Qin Hengyu reiterated his instructions once more. Subsequently, he communicated with his esteemed father, the great emperor, and entered the underground palace, embarking on a journey of self-improvement to enhance his strength. He possessed 4 opportunities for enlightenment and pondered what wisdom he might acquire. As for Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian, regardless of their status as children of destiny, they would require time to develop. There should not be any significant disturbances in the short term. Chapter 19. Unearthing Source Stones in the Desolate Mountains? Such as the destiny of the chosen. In the Desolate Mountains, after the Lu family settled in, Lu Ruyan began to assist Yi Xingqian in his cultivation. Much of the resources purchased with the millions of spirit stones were bestowed upon Yi Xingqian for his training. Naturally, Lu Ruyan was deeply concerned about his progress. Just 10 days had barely passed when she inquired about Yi Xingqian's cultivation advancement. "Junior brother, how fares your cultivation?" Her brows furrowed with worry. She could hardly bear to remain in this dismal place for another moment. Having grown accustomed to the cleanliness and splendor of the palace, adorned in luxurious garments and savoring exquisite delicacies, the current environment demanded her to undertake many tasks herself. Yi Xingqian was one of her few glimmers of hope. However, her patience was wearing thin. She yearned for Yi Xingqian's talents to be recognized by a powerful mentor, which would elevate her standing as well, thus offering the Lu family a glimmer of hope. Qin Hengyu indeed embodies a rather indifferent nature. Time has elapsed, yet he has not even cast a glance my way. Despite our shared history, as the saying goes, a woman, when distanced, becomes ungracious. When close, she grows weary. Senior sister, I have successfully attained the 3rd realm of the palace-breaking stage. As Yi Xingqian spoke of this achievement, a flicker of excitement danced at the corners of his mouth. The terms breaking the palace and self-castration bear striking similarities. One signifies the opening of celestial realms, while the other denotes the loss of one's very essence. Such is the unpredictable nature of the world. Yi Xingqian felt a twinge of apprehension as he discussed his cultivation level, acutely aware of Lu Ruyan's dissatisfaction. The resources for his training stemmed entirely from the sacrifices Lu Ruyan made, and even so, her family harbored considerable grievances. Though Yi Xingqian felt discomfort regarding the spirit stones Lu Ruyan acquired through her sacrifices, he found himself powerless to change the situation. The path of cultivation is one he must tread alone. If Lu Ruyan were to prioritize her limited resources over him, he would find himself in an even more helpless predicament. Upon reflection, it is evident that Lu Ruyan's world was rather foolish. Were it not for her impulsiveness, he would never have been ensnared in such dire circumstances. Senior sister, observe. Yi Xingqian, fearing disdain, summoned forth his spiritual energy, eager to showcase his prowess. The first manifestation was his qi, which began to materialize. Above the ethereal pool of energy floated a stone, upon which a towering tree thrived. This magnificent tree, with its robust branches, seemed to embody the cosmos, each leaf a star, each branch a world. Though merely an illusion, it exuded a profound sense of timelessness, transcending the bounds of space and time. This was the Jianmu, a sacred tree capable of bridging heaven, earth, and humanity. Each of its branches corresponded to a grand world. It was Lu Ruyan's vision of the Jianmu that had filled her with hope for Yi Xingqian. Such a powerful manifestation bore the mark of an emperor. Naturally, as he had reached the palace-breaking stage, it was essential to behold the celestial realm. Instantly, a palace shrouded in mist emerged above Yi Xingqian, its contours partially obscured by clouds. Through the hazy veil, glimpses of shimmering scales and feathers could be seen, reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes soaring within. Occasionally, an ancient plaque came into view, inscribed with time-worn characters. Celestial melodies resonated from within, their ethereal quality evoking a sense of being transported to a realm of immortals. At the 3rd level of the palace-breaking stage, the celestial realm was indeed extraordinary. Upon witnessing Yi Xingqian's display of cultivation, Lu Ruyan's brow finally relaxed somewhat. Even though her junior brother had been rendered a eunuch, the presence of such extraordinary phenomena in a divine palace was sufficient to attract a worthy master. The eunuch condition only affected the realms of venerable and saint. Countless treasures and elixirs in the world could restore his physical form. After demonstrating his cultivation level, Yi Xingqian was eager to test his strength. With determination, he unleashed a powerful punch against the ground of the cave. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ground trembled. Surrounding stone walls released a cascade of dust, which began to fall. A pit had formed on the ground, its stones reduced to powder, vividly demonstrating the formidable prowess of the heavenly palace realm. The distinctions between the various stages were clear. The body refinement stage shattered stones, the qi stage fragmented them. The palace establishment stage pulverized them, the divine ability stage cleaved mountains, and the dragon ascension stage obliterated them. This was a common understanding of the realms. Typically, only an ordinary person at the 9th level of the palace establishment could achieve such an effect, yet Yu Xingchen accomplished it at the 3rd level. After witnessing this, Lu Ruyan could hardly refrain from reprimanding him. He had nearly obliterated the cave they had painstakingly excavated. However, her attention was soon captivated by the pit that had been created, as the dust within cascaded downward, as if something below were absorbing it. Once the dust settled, a crevice was revealed beneath the stone wall. This crevice appeared deep and enigmatic. What kind of crevice was this? Yu Xingchen, realizing the unexpected consequence of his actions, exchanged a glance with Lu Ruyan before kneeling down to examine the fissure closely. "Senior sister, it seems there are source stones below," he remarked, peering into the crevice, his eyes widening in disbelief. To be honest, he found it hard to accept what he was witnessing. At the deepest part of the fissure, source stones shimmered with light, suggesting a significant deposit, resembling a vein of ore. A source stone vein? This was the kind of thing only a first-rate family could dare to envision, as second-rate families would struggle to maintain such a treasure. Even a holy land would find it difficult to possess more than 10 source stone veins. Source stones, also known as divine sources, are even rarer than spirit stones. Encased in a stony shell that prevents the leakage of spiritual energy, they appear nearly indistinguishable from ordinary stones. It is said that only the most adept spirit seekers can uncover even a trace of divine source deposits. The value of a single divine source can amount to hundreds or thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The real significance lies in the potential resources contained within the spirit stones. As source stones possess the ability to solidify time, they can harbor medicinal herbs, weapons, armor, and even living entities for countless ages. Source stones? Lu Ruyan echoed in disbelief upon hearing Yu Xingchen's words. She, too, abandoned her composure and leaned over to inspect the situation within the crevice. Through this narrow opening, she could ascertain that divine sources lay at the bottom. Even a single fragment was worth far more than what Qin Hengyu had paid for her. Ugh! Lu Ruyan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation. This was truly infuriating. In the desolate mountains, there lies a source stone mine, which, even in the absence of Qin Hengyu, can rise again, perhaps even thriving as much as the great Qin sacred land. However, this source stone mine must remain concealed, requiring careful excavation. Lu Ruoyan's heart brimmed with hope. Beside her, Yu Xingchen squinted his eyes, filled with immense excitement. Just as the darkness gives way to light, he had discovered the source stone himself, rendering him unconcerned about Lu Ruoyan attempting to dismiss him. Their statuses had shifted somewhat. For him, possessing the source stone mine meant that his cultivation speed would not wane. In time, surpassing Qin Hengyu would be effortless, and he could even gradually outstrip the great Qin sacred land. Yet, after discovering the source stone, Yu Xingchen was reluctant to share it with the Lu family, who had been unkind to him in recent days. "Sister, let this source stone mine remain a secret between us. The more who know, the greater the risk of it being revealed." Naturally, Yu Xingchen spoke for Lu Ruoyan's sake. "Very well, let it be just the two of us excavating, without the knowledge of others." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruoyan acquiesced, not wanting the Lu family to become involved. As her fortunes waned, the family increasingly heeded Lu Zhengyan rather than her, leaving her to secretly amass strength through the source stone mine and seek other opportunities. Thus, Lu Ruoyan and Yu Xingchen formed an unlikely alliance, seamlessly agreeing to work together. They commenced their excavation along the narrow crevice, aiming to reach the source stones at the bottom. In Chapter 20, as they discovered the source stones in the desolate mountains, Qin Hengyu coincidentally approached a pivotal moment in his breakthrough at the ancestral emperor's burial site. In the underground palace, the clay statues and black ice guardians stood vigil over Qin Hengyu. The bodies of the prodigies extracted from the source stones were reduced to ashes after being absorbed by him. These prodigious corpses and divine sources were originally intended for the dormant clay statues, who had once been subjects of Emperor Qin Ying and could be revived. However, in Qin Ying's eyes, since his son could benefit from them, he deemed it acceptable to expend them all. After all, if the descendants could thrive, why would there be a need for a host of ancient beings to rise again? After absorbing the lifeless form of a fallen prodigy, Qin Hengyu opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the palace-breaking realm, and the celestial palace was fully revealed before him. Delving within his consciousness, he could perceive the depths of his brow, shrouded in ethereal mist. A complete celestial palace floated amidst the clouds, supported by 9 tiers of heavenly steps. It is said that no two celestial palaces are ever identical, Each reflects the unique essence of its owner. His celestial palace could be aptly named the Tower of Divine and Demonic Forces. One side gleamed with a resplendent gold, adorned with the visages of deities emanating authority and compassion, while the opposite side was as dark as ink, featuring fierce deities whose faces bore expressions of malevolence and insatiable desire. The divine and demonic were united as one, suggesting that both joy and wrath could unleash tremendous power. Qin Hengyu regarded this celestial palace as a reflection of himself, feeling both a sense of unfamiliarity and a subtle admiration. Surely, reaching the pinnacle of the palace-breaking realm does not signify the ultimate limit of the devouring heaven demon art. Rather, it is constrained by the boundaries of fortune. The devouring heaven demon art allows one to consume the residual fortunes, the essence of one's physique, and a portion of the cultivation from the corpses of prodigies. With luck elevated to a crimson hue, it carries a trace of sanguine malevolence. However, although his realm remains stagnant, the absorption of substantial essence has transformed his constitution from the undying Qian bird body into a primal sacred body, aptly termed the primal undying Qian bird sacred body. The undying Qian bird body, possessed by Qin Hengyu, undergoes a metamorphosis with each grievous injury, bestowing upon him an additional life compared to ordinary individuals. Should anyone be unaware of the existence of the undying Qian bird body, even a mere fragment of flesh left behind could facilitate a rebirth. The primal sacred body is merely a nascent stage. Continued consumption of prodigious corpses may yield even more diverse physiques. Furthermore, due to his cultivation of the true sun scripture, the celestial palace exhibits extraordinary phenomena, boasting a resplendent sun that sets it apart from the palaces of ordinary beings. As his realm ascends, this sun can coalesce into 9 luminous orbs. The devouring heaven demon art indeed possesses formidable strength, even compensating for certain foundational deficiencies. As for the body-refining realm, the existence of the primal sacred body elevates his physical form to near perfection, rendering him nearly unmatched in physical prowess within the same realm. He can withstand the magical weapons of equal standing. The transformation of his Qi is remarkable. Where ordinary individuals might possess only a lake-sized Qi upon surpassing this stage, his extends infinitely, replete with various extraordinary phenomena, such as the moon rising over the sea, a golden lotus emerging from the depths, and the remains of bones adrift in the vast ocean, with the Qin devouring the sea's waters. The phenomena interact with one another, with the grand manifestations suppressing the smaller ones. In order to further solidify his energy Qin Hengyu, after consulting with Qin Hengyu, diligently studied a particular Tao scripture. This endeavor naturally required the activation of the seed of enlightenment. The results proved to be worthwhile, as the conflicts within the energy were significantly diminished, thereby averting several adverse outcomes. However, the swallowing heaven demon technique was not without its own issues. The energy nearly encountered conflict, and while absorbing the primordial essence, it also assimilated some impurities. If these impurities remain within the body, they will subsequently hinder future breakthroughs, necessitating a cessation of the swallowing heaven demon technique in the interim. My son, what troubles you? As Qin Hengyu concluded his reflections, the voice of Qin Hengyu resonated once more from within the black coffin. Father, I find myself at an impasse and require a brief excursion. After establishing a threshold, Qin Hengyu yearned to venture outside. He possessed an innate talent, a prodigious seed of understanding, which he had only utilized once within the subterranean palace. Perhaps he might discover an opportunity to employ it in the outside world. Go forth, my son, for you are endowed with the potential of an emperor, and as your father, I am filled with immense pride. Qin Hengyu also offered a compliment. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hengyu's lips twitched slightly. Is this an expression of confidence? Ultimately, it is a well-intentioned sentiment. Qin Hengyu clasped his hands and respectfully replied, Father, your son does not dare to underestimate himself. I shall strive with all my might to ascend the path of immortality. He certainly would not dare to bring misfortune upon himself. Those antagonists endowed with the potential of a great emperor often meet with dire fates. My son harbors such aspirations, which is indeed splendid. Qin Hengyu nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, the surrounding space shifted, and Qin Hengyu felt himself being transported once more. A soft splash echoed, reminiscent of falling into a pool of water. No, could it be that his father had misplaced the teleportation coordinates yet again? Surely, it would have been preferable to land in a palace than to find himself submerged in a watery abyss. Qin Hengyu felt a tinge of confusion. The sound of rustling filled the air. Qin Hengyu, immersed in warm water, heard the sound of a ladle scooping water. resonating as if water were striking upon a fine jade, producing a crisp and clear tone. Something felt amiss. Qin Hengyu emerged from the water. Gazing at the half-revealed jade figure upon the surface, momentarily rendered speechless. Had he truly been sent to Jiang Roshue's bathing pool? A glance revealed the mist rising from the hot spring, ethereal and dreamlike, as a delicate form leaned slightly forward, revealing a fleeting glimpse of curvature. How outrageous! His seemingly unassuming father must have orchestrated this deliberately. It was astonishing that a great emperor would engage in such indiscreet antics. What a grand spectacle! Qin Hengyu fell into the pool, producing a sound that inevitably caught Jiang Roshue's attention. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned around, holding a white jade ladle. In an instant, her eyes widened considerably, and a flush of color spread across her neck and cheeks. It seemed she had not anticipated Qin Hengyu's sudden appearance in this place. Qin Hengyu was greatly apprehensive at the thought of a piercing scream echoing through the air. In that moment, the entirety of his illustrious life would be irrevocably tarnished. No. His renown had long since vanished. The person he once was had hardly fared any better, for within the narrative, he was relegated to the role of a villain. Hush. Qin Hengyu raised his hand, signaling for Jiang Roshue to be silent. I have just emerged from the burial ground, having been sent out by my father. It was purely a coincidence, he explained, standing there with an air of indifference, as if unperturbed by the unfolding events. The situation had already transpired. And he too was an imperial son. I have laid my cards on the table. Upon hearing this, Jiang Roshue met Qin Hengyu's gaze, her cheeks flushing deeper. The message conveyed by the emperor of the burial ground, which was essentially Qin Eng's intention, was unmistakable. It was evidently meant to bring her and her brother Qin closer together. With a slight bite of her lip, she hesitated before softly exclaiming, "Does brother Qin wish to bathe as well?" After speaking, she stood up, revealing even more of her fair skin. The thoughts of a woman are the most enigmatic. While Jiang Roshue certainly felt a sense of shyness, being looked at by Qin Hengyu also sparked a hint of pride within her. Chapter 21. The night is fleeting, and the day dawns. Henceforth, the imperial son will no longer attend the morning court. What does it mean to inquire if I wish to bathe? Qin Hengyu acknowledged that his emotional intelligence was rather lacking, a trait he inherited from his past life, and at this moment, he found himself somewhat at a loss. However, his passivity did not deter Jiang Roshue from taking the initiative. Upon grasping the emperor's intentions, Jiang Roshue waded through the water, beginning to unfasten Qin Hengyu's garments. My foolish brother Qin. As she assisted him in shedding his clothing, the flush on her cheeks gradually faded away. Her delicate, pale hands gently removed his attire, leaving their youthful forms submerged in the warm embrace of the water. Furthermore, Jiang Roshue preferred solitude, ensuring that the area surrounding the hot spring was devoid of any onlookers. Qin Hengyu fell into silence. In contrast to the initiative displayed by Lu Ruoyan, this moment was unprecedented in both of his lifetimes. Jiang Roshue's beauty and grace surpassed even that of Lu Ruoyan, rendering her an ethereal vision. He felt as though his voice might falter, and his movements had grown sluggish. It was the first time he had encountered such an alluring scene. In his past life, he toiled endlessly, never even indulging in a proper foot soak, let alone aspiring for something more. Despite having viewed countless films in his previous existence, he found himself unable to maintain composure. As the wind stirred, his heart began to stir as well. Unbeknownst to Jiang Roshue, who was unaware of Qin Hengyu's thoughts, she interpreted his stillness as acquiescence and delicately began to tend to him with her dainty hands, her movements surprisingly adept. Thank you. After a considerable time, Qin Hengyu finally uttered 2 words. He had gradually acclimatized to his surroundings, though his body felt slightly uncontrollable, with a surge of vitality coursing through him. Jiang Roshue began by tending to his hair, meticulously wiping every part of his body with great care. In a moment of inadvertence, her hand accidentally brushed against the weapon. Jiang Roshue did not immediately comprehend the situation and absent-mindedly caressed it again. Her cheeks quickly flushed a delicate shade of red. Although Jiang Roshue was innocent and inexperienced, she was well-read and possessed a certain understanding of matters concerning men and women. At this moment, Qin Hengyu found himself increasingly unable to maintain composure. Instinctively, he embraced Jiang Roshue, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably, causing the mist above the hot spring to thicken considerably more than before. Jiang Roshue made no attempt to resist Qin Hengyu's actions. Instead, she simply closed her eyes. Brother Qin, be gentle, her voice, melodious as wind chimes, carried an added allure in this moment. If previously Qin Hengyu's feelings towards Lu Ruoyan had been merely driven by desire, Now it could only be described as an expression of deep emotion. Instinctively, Qin Hengyu pressed his lips against Jiang Roshue's, her tongue dancing like a lively serpent, intertwining with his in a fervent embrace. Their connection resembled a captivating duel, both passionate and agile. With a splash, they plunged into the water, their bodies entwined as if locked together. As cultivators, their need for breath was significantly less than that of ordinary mortals. In this exploration, the water in the pool began to bubble and overflow. Jiang Roshue unexpectedly encountered a surge, and tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Yet the smile gracing her lips revealed sheer joy. Jiang Roshue had always harbored insecurities, particularly in comparison to Lu Ruyan. She perceived herself as lacking allure, a sentiment tracing back to her childhood. Unlike her brothers, who merely used her as a mount, only Qin Gij brought her an array of delightful novelties. When did Qin Gij transform? When did he become the foolish prince in the eyes of others? Later, upon hearing her father suggest she serve as Qin Gij's maid, she readily acquiesced, believing this might restore the Qin Gij of her youth. She dedicated countless hours to mastering various tasks. Yet, in Lu Ruyan's presence, she felt like nothing more than a maid. Qin Gij had once been mischievous. When she learned he was no longer in control of his fate, she devoted herself to her cultivation and efforts, yearning to revive the Qin Gij of her childhood. Humph! Now Qin Gij has truly awakened. Casting aside Lu Ruyan and seeking her out in her private hot spring, taking the initiative. Yet, within the pool, their fervor remained restrained. As Qin Hengyu emerged from the pool, having caused the water to splash dramatically, he effortlessly turned and cradled Jiang Roshue in a princess embrace. The moment they stepped out of the hot spring, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped them, causing droplets of water to scatter aside, leaving both refreshed. Meanwhile, the sheer garment Jiang Roshue had prepared for herself, under the influence of his mental energy, gracefully ascended and gently wrapped around her form. Dear Roshue, do not catch a chill, Qin Hengyu whispered softly into Jiang Roshue's ear. At that moment, Jiang Roshue had already opened her bright eyes, blinking them as she gazed adoringly at Qin Hengyu. Thank you, Brother Qin. Jiang Roshue's gaze fell shyly, her expression betraying a hint of bashfulness, causing her to avert her eyes after a brief moment. Brother Qin has become even more alluring. Though I possess my own cultivation and am not afraid of the cold, who doesn't appreciate being cared for? In an instant, it feels as though I have returned to my childhood. I would chase after Brother Qin throughout the palace, and when I became too warm and shed my outer garments, he would nervously hold on to them, waiting for the sweat on my back to subside before eagerly draping the garment back upon me. At that time, my father and elder brother would never have considered such things. Their demeanor was rather coarse. Thus, Brother Qin always has the ability to bring me immense joy, crystal clear and resplendent. Qin Hengyu observed Jiang Roshue's evasive demeanor, unable to suppress a swallow. It was akin to tofu, an indulgence one could never tire of. In truth, this palace was not a novel sight for him. He retained some recollections of its grandeur from past visits. Qin Hengyu hastened his steps and reached the couch. It was an entirely different scene of tumult and chaos. Fortunately, the phoenix bed was extraordinary, capable of withstanding the tumultuous activities, and even managed to encapsulate some radiance upon it. During this process, Qin Hengyu astonishingly achieved yet another breakthrough in his cultivation. He transcended the palace-breaking realm and ascended to the divine ability realm, where his internal organs were subtly activated. Naturally, at this moment, Qin Hengyu was not particularly concerned about his cultivation. The arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. Who still cares about cultivation? Compared to Lu Ruyan, who resembled a mere doll, Jiang Roshue's cooperation provided him with a uniquely pleasurable experience. Brother Qin. Under Qin Hengyu's fervent enthusiasm, Jiang Roshue found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of emotions. It was unclear from where such feelings had surged forth. At this moment, two individuals who had long been devoid of close contact were attempting to bridge the gap between them in the most intimate manner possible. This endeavor saw both parties letting go of their inhibitions, whether their palms were pressed together or their waists intertwined. Jiang Roshue's voice, akin to the chime of wind bells, offered the most exquisite accompaniment to their shared moment. In any case, Qin Hengyu was thoroughly exhilarated. As for what might transpire the following day, he chose to disregard it. If the phrase "a sword above the character for lust" were to hold true, then let it be met with the full force of that sword. Chapter 22. Purchasing the Desolate Mountain. Preparing to expel the chosen one of destiny, a night of entanglement, unrelenting and profound. The next day, just before noon, Qin Hengyu finally opened his eyes. He had exhausted an abundance of energy the previous night. On the phoenix bed, Jiang Roshue's figure was partially concealed, her entire being nestled against him. Qin Hengyu gazed at Jiang Rushue, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. As for Lu Ruyan, he truly did not dare to have her by his side. One could never tell what might happen after a night's slumber, perhaps awakening to find some part of his body missing. However, Jiang Rushue was entirely different. She was someone who could shield him from harm. Qin Hengyu, taking advantage of Jiang Roshue's slumber, found himself involuntarily toying with her nose and ears. It can be said that he had unlocked the door to a new world, discovering the myriad facets of femininity, each possessing its own allure. For instance, the legs, and likewise, the waist. However, Qin Hengyu's touch was perhaps rather intimate, causing Jiang Roshue's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. It was evident that she had awakened. Qin Hengyu felt a touch of embarrassment as he withdrew his hand. After a brief moment of feigned slumber, Jiang Roshue slowly opened her eyes, her voice soft and bashful as she murmured, "Brother Qin." Naturally, her tone was gentle, and her body was nestled closely against his, their forms entwined. What has become of the sacred treasure of the Qingyuan saintess? Qin Hengyu felt a sense of inadequacy and shifted the topic. In truth, he held an immense trust in Jiang Roshue, who had now attained the Wang realm, surpassing him by nearly 2 significant levels of cultivation. Should she desire to take his life, it would be a task of utmost ease. Had it been Lu Ruyan, her disdain for the fragility of life would have permitted her to allow him to rest beside her. Qin Hengyu was aware that Jiang Roshue's elevation in realm was likely related to the treasure of the Qingyuan Holy Maiden. It appeared that the Jiang family had mobilized considerable forces to obtain the inheritance. The Holy Maiden's treasure had already been acquired, and I have attained the strength of the Wang realm. I must express my profound gratitude to Brother Qin. Henceforth, I shall be able to safeguard him. Jiang Roshue smiled charmingly. Ha ha ha, then you shall protect me in the future. With a smile, Qin Hengyu replied, gently caressing Jiang Roshue's cheek. He harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of her words. This naive girl had indeed sacrificed herself in the original narrative. Roshue would undoubtedly protect her brother Qin. Yet he was formidable as well, having achieved a breakthrough. Jiang Roshue lavished praise upon Qin Hengyu, noting that their instinctive exchanges from the previous day had subtly revealed their breaths, allowing her to discern that her brother Qin had reached the realm of divine power. How wonderful it was! Her brother Qin seemed to be evolving in remarkable ways. In the past, watching him being bullied had left her feeling quite aggrieved. As Jiang Roshue thought of Lu Ruyan, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes, and she boldly wrapped her arms around Qin Hengyu's, gently swaying. Brother Qin, would you promise me something? You may seek other women, but please, do not pursue Lu Ruyan. Is that all right? Long ago, her brother Qin would have readily acquiesced to her wishes. How nostalgic it felt. In truth, Jiang Roshue did not insist that her brother Qin must comply. She was merely entertaining the notion of deceiving herself. That would suffice. Qin Hengyu's hand gently caressed Jiang Roshue's hair, his lips pressed against hers. In his heart, Lu Ruyan resembled a disposable chopstick, easily discarded after use. There is a saying that the more one utilizes an object, the more attachment one develops. Thus, after that encounter, no further thoughts lingered. The crux of the matter lies in the allure of finer things. Who would still desire pickled vegetables? Would Jiang Roshue even permit him to seek companionship with other women? This notion seems quite comprehensible. In a fantastical realm, procreation is a rare blessing, making polygamy a common occurrence. Many saintesses from the celestial star pavilion willingly became wives and concubines of the emperor, bearing offspring and thus achieving their current esteemed status. Sensing the sincerity in Qin's actions, Jiang Roshue, after their passionate kiss, sweetly proclaimed, "I always knew you were the best, Brother Qin." Though she appeared as a pure and innocent maiden with a naive gaze, her subtle antics were numerous, wearing down the patience of anyone around her. Qin Hengyu could no longer contain himself, and once again mounted his steed. Pure yet filled with desire, she truly captivated the hearts of men. By the time Qin Hengyu and Jiang Roshue finally rose from their bed, yet another day had slipped away, during which they had subsisted solely on spiritual herbs as sustenance. Perhaps being young and passionate, they indulged in their pleasures with abandon. Ding! The host and Jiang Roshue experienced joy together, earning one moment of enlightenment. The host broke through to the realm of divine abilities, gaining an additional moment of enlightenment. Jiang Roshue also possesses moments of enlightenment? What could this signify? After several moments of lingering, Qin Hengyu glanced at the system, noticing an increase of 2 more instances of enlightenment. Alongside his exhilaration, a hint of perplexity lingered. Of course, To truly comprehend the operational principles of the system, further exploration was necessary. This effectively meant he now possessed 5 instances of enlightenment, opening up a plethora of possibilities. Qin Hengyu, fearing the risk of being drained, chose not to succumb further to Jiang Roshue. After a moment of tidying up, he exited the palace. The distance between them had diminished. In Jiang Roshue's expression, there now lingered a hint of allure. Qin Hengyu's journey is to seek out Jiang Zhan. This, of course, does not pertain to the matter of his engagement with Jiang Roshue, as they are merely in a romantic relationship. What discussions of marriage could there be? His intention is to address some pressing affairs. It has been a while since he last inquired about Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen. It is time to acquire some experience. Cultivation is a solitary pursuit, while enjoyment belongs to leisure. One must never let down their guard. Allowing the chosen one to flourish would be inviting trouble upon oneself. Maintaining a sufficient distance between the two is essential for his peace of mind. Likewise, the ability to continuously garner experience is what makes the identity of the emperor's son so alluring. Upon witnessing the close companionship of Jiang Roshue and Qin Hengyu, Jiang Zhan's expression grew rather complicated. Was the cabbage being ravaged by the pig? The only consolation was that Qin Hengyu seemed to have changed in some way. After Qin Hengyu and Jiang Roshue took their seats, Jiang Zhan inquired, "What brings the emperor's son to visit? How fares the Lu family?" Qin Hengyu inquired about the circumstances of the Lu family. The Lu family was remarkably stable, devoid of any significant disturbances, even resorting to capturing field mice for sustenance. Jiang Zhan recounted the situation of the Lu family with a hint of disdain. In his view, the Lu family found it exceedingly difficult to regain their former glory. After severing ties with the great Qin sacred land, this was the inevitable outcome. Their struggles bore no fruit. What of Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen? Qin Hengyu sensed that something was amiss. Being trapped in the desolate mountains was akin to awaiting inevitable demise. Even the most ordinary of beasts understand the instinct to flee when confronted with danger. It is inconceivable that the Lu family would remain stationary in such a perilous situation. They predominantly resided within their cave, engaging in cultivation and seldom venturing outside. The sole peculiarity lay in the fact that the Lu family appeared intent on establishing a permanent abode there, as they commenced further excavation of the cavern. Jiang Zhan continued to speak. Oh, how intriguing! Upon hearing this assertion, Qin Hengyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that the two individuals have indeed encountered a fortuitous opportunity, something buried beneath the earth? Uncle Jiang, has that piece of land been acquired? Qin Hengyu distinctly recalled that he had instructed Jiang Zhan to acquire that territory. It was time to pay a visit. It had already been purchased. Let us proceed to evict the occupants. Qin Hengyu had devised a plan to drive the people away and observe the situation. When circumstances appear unusual, one must suspect the presence of some hidden truth. Thus, a mere glance should suffice to unveil any underlying deceptions. Chapter 23. Just unearthed the source stone. Destiny takes flight? In the desolate mountains, as Qin Hengyu emerged from seclusion and engaged with Jiang Roshue, Yi Xingchen, and Lu Ruyan, after a thorough excavation, finally procured several source stones. The fissure appeared shallow, yet its depth was anything but ordinary. The two, akin to diligent miners, toiled for an extended period, and fortune favored them with a bountiful yield. Upon peeling away the outer layer of the first source stone, Yi Xingchen was astonished to discover within it a resplendent purple fruit. This ethereal purple fruit, resembling a dream wrapped in mist, was none other than the purple moon fruit, known to enhance one's spiritual awareness and confer additional benefits in the palace-breaking realm. It bore a striking resemblance to the millennia-old purple moon fruit that Qin Hengyu once sought for him. Xingchen, you must consume it at once, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with palpable excitement as she gazed at the purple fruit nestled within the source stone. Not every source stone concealed treasures. This particular vein was of superior quality, potentially housing relics from ancient times. Their fortunes had turned. With this source stone mine, she and Yi Xingchen could amass resources rivaling those of the great Qin sacred land, paving the way for their ascent. Very well, senior sister, Yi Xingchen replied, a rare smile gracing his face. After the loss of something dear, he had felt despondent, yet the companionship of Lu Ruyan during their mining endeavors had lightened his spirits, allowing them to share both hardships and joys. With a slight exertion, Yi Xingchen shattered the source stone, revealing the coveted purple moon fruit. The moment its aura emanated, it invigorated his senses. Without hesitation, he consumed it and seated himself upon the ground to meditate. The shattered source stones around him were also absorbed into his being. Source stones provided a greater abundance of spiritual energy than spirit stones. Thus, Substituting spirit stones with source stones during cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate his progress, a privilege not granted to the average individual. After consuming the purple moon fruit, Yu Xingqian felt a significant enhancement in his aura. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he clenched his fist in exhilaration. Senior sister, my strength has now reached the 6th level of the palace-breaking realm. With the power bestowed by the purple moon fruit, I can summon the celestial palace ahead of schedule. If Qin Hengyu stands before me now, I could shatter him with a single blow. Unbeknownst to Yu Xingqian, Qin Hengyu was already on his way. And in a moment of careless confidence, he had unwittingly spoken a prophecy. After absorbing the purple moon fruit and a piece of source stone, his confidence surged. With such a modest yield, a single source stone and a spiritual fruit, his strength had received such a remarkable enhancement. After all, they were in a source stone mine. Excellent. Simply splendid. Lu Rian gazed at Yu Xingqian, her heart swelling with emotion as she witnessed his growing strength, tears brimming in her eyes. The arduous days of mining had been an overwhelming struggle. Yet, amidst the toil, they had unearthed 3 pieces of source stone, undoubtedly indicating a source stone mine. They would take their time with it. Lu Rian then cast her eyes upon the remaining 2 pieces of source stone resting on the stone table before her. These source stones exuded no aura. The path of truth is simple and unadorned. Spirit stones naturally emanate a certain essence and energy, spreading their presence, whereas source stones reveal no hint of their existence, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Even emperors find it challenging to entirely uncover a source stone mine. It is said that source masters possess unparalleled familiarity with source stones, able to locate mines that even many emperors cannot find. Let us see what treasures lie within the source stones, Yu Xingqian suggested, nodding in agreement. Lu Rian also nodded, carefully peeling away the outer layer of one stone. Within lay a millennium-old Bodhi seed. Adorning oneself with a Bodhi seed enhances comprehension and is exceptionally resilient. If one were to acquire a substantial quantity, they could fashion a Buddhist rosary to serve as a weapon. Just one millennium-old Bodhi seed could fetch at least 100 million spirit stones in the market. The two exchanged glances, realizing their fortune was undeniable. Luck was on their side. Eagerly, Lu Rian proceeded to uncover the outer layer of the second piece of source stone, revealing a slender, black finger adorned with dark scales. It was unmistakably the finger of a woman, ominous yet alluring, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. What is this? Yu Xingqian asked, captivated by the finger. That is a finger of the dark race. Do not touch it, for doing so may lead to a malignant influence. Lu Rian warned, her demeanor shifting to one of acute concern. In the great Qin sacred land, she had long been aware of the dark race's existence. The scarcity of emperors in the current era was linked to the invasion of the dark race 100,000 years prior. The dark race was universally reviled. Any trace of them discovered across the 5 domains and 13 states would incite a collective manhunt. Does this imply that the dark race still lurks within the source stones? Yu Xingqian pondered, retracting his hand in apprehension. However, as he considered the Bodhi seed beside him and recalled his recent surge in cultivation, his expression hardened. Senior sister, we should not succumb to fear. We require these source stones and the resources they provide. A modicum of danger is inconsequential, as long as we remain cautious. The dark race sealed within the stones cannot escape. In fact, should adversaries arise against us in the future, we could use the dark race to frame them. Whether or not it is dark holds little importance. What truly matters is the potential benefit it offers him. Yu Xingqian was the first to accept the existence of the dark race's finger and resolved to utilize it. Indeed, let the finger be placed in my possession. I will not allow my senior sister to face danger. Yu Xingqian carefully tucked away the severed finger of the dark race. Lu Rian observed his actions with a hint of intrigue, yet she refrained from offering her own fingers, cautioning him, "You may keep it, but do be careful not to shatter the source stone." Understood. Yu Xingqian, appreciating the concern in Lu Rian's words, tore off a piece of cloth to wrap the fragment of the dark race's finger source stone, securing it close to his person. Devoid of a storage bag or spatial ring, this was his only option. Sister, do you think we should purchase the entire desolate mountain? If we do, everything here would belong to us, Yu Xingqian mused, contemplating the acquisition of territory to gain greater leverage. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian shook her head. That cannot be done. Such an action would undoubtedly raise suspicions that treasures lie hidden here. We must excavate discreetly, ensuring that no one discovers our secret. For now, it remains undiscovered. Once we harness the power of the source stone to enhance our strength, we can assert our claim over the desolate mountain more effectively. Yu Xingqian acknowledged the wisdom of his sister's thoughts. He offered a compliment. flattering Lu Ruyan, leaving her somewhat dazed. Subsequently, Lu Ruyan retrieved the Bodhi seed once more, handing the source stone to Yi Xingchen to continue his cultivation. She then resumed her descent via the rope into the deep pit they had excavated, intent on further mining the source stone. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengyan stood guard at another cave, roasting field mice over a flame to quell his hunger, entirely unaware that amidst the desolation of the mountain lay a source stone mine. He also could not foresee that Qin Hengyu had no intention of sparing his family. Elsewhere, at the great Qin sacred land, Qin Hengyu meticulously arranged a grand procession, resplendent and imposing. Chapter 24, The Enlightenment of Celestial Arts and the Treasure of the Origin Stone. 6 carriages, each drawn by exquisite dragon steeds, adorned in 6 distinct colors without a single blemish. The warriors of the Jiang clan donned immaculate golden armor, wielding long spears. However, to assume that the Jiang family's forces are homogeneous would be a grave misconception. Within their ranks, several enormous battle beasts, similarly clad in armor, charged forth with reckless abandon. On the backs of these formidable creatures, warriors could be seen beating massive drums and sounding horns. It is evident that the fully armored warriors, equipped with an array of precious artifacts and supported by battle formations, render ordinary cultivators utterly powerless. The fantastical notion of fierce confrontations among masters belies the grim reality where the lower echelons are mercilessly crushed to their demise. In truth, the conflict unfolds with the masters comfortably ensconced, while the lower ranks engage in desperate struggles to claim resources. The higher the realm of expertise, the more elusive and profound the strength, leading to a preference for avoiding mindless confrontations. Engaging in unnecessary battles would squander the hard-earned time they have navigated as they age. Growing ever stronger, they become increasingly averse to death, seeking profit and evading danger. This is the prevailing state of most cultivators. Unless compelled to fight, the strong will invariably opt for avoidance. The march of the sacred land of the Great Qin proceeded at a deliberately slow pace, intended to draw more spectators to witness the unfolding spectacle. Qin Hengyu sought to master public opinion. Indeed, as the army of the Great Qin sacred land leisurely made its appearance beyond the confines of their territory, news swiftly reached Jincheng. The Star Pavilion in Jincheng deduced that Qin Hengyu was likely to become entangled with Lu Ruyan once more. A captivating spectacle was anticipated. Immediately, numerous individuals from Jincheng ventured forth from the city, intent on heading towards the vicinity of the desolate mountains to witness the unfolding drama. Among them were Lin Yi, the star saintess who had previously mocked Lu Ruyan, as well as Ming Dan-in, the saintess of the Nine Nether, and the effeminate Ming Fanyan from the universal sacred land. Lin Yi, inherently curious and fond of gossip, was particularly intrigued by sensational events. After all, the Star Pavilion also dabbled in the sale of storytelling. Their previous narrative regarding the infatuation of the Great Qin sacred land's young master had garnered significant sales. This time, they hoped to assess the situation for a potential sequel. Regardless of their leisurely pace, the formidable strength of the Great Qin sacred land's entire cohort was evident, and after a time, they arrived at the desolate mountains. A considerable crowd had already gathered in the area, some congregating nearby in anticipation of the spectacle. As the soldiers of the Great Qin sacred land approached, many retreated to a safer distance, wary of becoming collateral damage. Upon arriving at the desolate mountains, Qin Hengyu surveyed the unremarkable terrain surrounding him, and a thought began to form in his mind. The system interface displayed some pertinent information. System, Epiphany System Host, Qin Hengyu Epiphany Attempts, for Realm, First Level of Divine Passage Comprehension Abilities, Eye of Fortune, Heavenly Devouring Art, True Scripture of the Sun, Tao Scripture, True Dragon Fist. The opportunity for Epiphany, if left unused, would simply linger. In order to confront Yi Xingchen, Qin Hengyu mastered a formidable technique known as the True Dragon Fist upon his arrival here. This technique allows him to concentrate all his strength into an unparalleled strike. A single punch suffices. Should this not defeat his opponent, he can simply resort to alternative methods. After all, the Emperor possesses a sacred ground to bolster his capabilities, providing him with a plethora of strategies. Moreover, he currently has the opportunity to utilize a moment of enlightenment. Qin Hengyu gazed upon the desolate mountains before him and began to chant the Source Heaven technique, intending to acquire the ability to explore source stones. He had previously learned from his father, the esteemed Emperor Qin Ing, that the Source Heaven technique was the finest skill for uncovering source stones. By employing sudden enlightenment at relevant locations, the chances of grasping this skill would undoubtedly increase. In the midst of his sudden enlightenment, the host comprehended the Source Heaven technique. Source Heaven technique, a unique ability attributed to the Source Heaven masters, capable of understanding celestial phenomena and earthly geography, utilizing formations to move mountains and seas. Discerning the spiritual minds of the world, unraveling source stone veins, and assessing the value of source stones. However, it is also entwined with mysterious curses, and its later implications remain uncertain. The Source Heaven technique? It has indeed come to fruition. In Qin Hengyu's mind, the concept of the Source Heaven technique immediately crystallized. The reason one is deemed a Source Heaven master lies in their mastery of this technique, which can be learned by even an ordinary person, provided they possess sufficient insight. It stands as the sole cultivation method that does not necessitate any prior cultivation level. One merely needs to comprehend and master the divine patterns, along with possessing extensive knowledge of astronomy and geography. Upon mastering the Source Heaven technique, one can traverse any corner of the world. However, the pursuit of this technique is fraught with the so-called curse and ominous portents spanning millennia, catastrophes that may befall the practitioner. It appears that enlightenment does not come without its drawbacks. The Source Heaven technique is a prime example of this, bestowing great power at a certain cost. Truly remarkable. Fortunately, it is merely a portent of misfortune in one's twilight years, allowing for a temporary reprieve from worry, with the prospect of further exploration in the future. Upon acquiring the Source Heavenly technique, Qin Hengyu surveyed the surrounding geography and immediately perceived a distinct difference. On the surface, it appeared to be a desolate wasteland. Yet beneath lay the essence of peril and the potential for greatness, akin to a hidden dragon lurking in the depths. The source stones themselves exuded no discernible aura. However, their mere existence exerted a profound influence on the geographical environment. The longer they remained, the more pronounced their impact became, allowing for greater awareness of their presence. The Source Heavenly Masters relied on this phenomenon to locate source stone mines. Qin Hengyu had already uncovered a remarkably ancient vein of source stones buried deep beneath the desolate mountains, extending thousands of meters below the surface. This vein exhibited signs of awakening, akin to a dragon raising its head. If fortune favored him, it would reveal even more clues within the next millennia, thus attracting attention. Truly, as the destined child, wherever he chose to settle became a grand mine, now rightfully his. Upon learning of Qin Hengyu's arrival at the desolate mountains, the Liu family members felt an immediate surge of anticipation. They found themselves in a precarious situation, akin to fish at the mercy of a butcher's knife. After severing ties with the great Qin Holy Land, their sense of crisis had only intensified. This place, the desolate mountains, offered no protection from powerful forces. They feared being swept away by any number of threats. At that moment, some harbored hopes that Qin Hengyu would reconsider and allow Liu Ruyan to return, reinstating their former privileges to act recklessly within the great Qin Holy Land. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom why a prince would venture into such a desolate region. Liu Zhengyan shared similar sentiments. Upon hearing of Qin Hengyu's arrival, he hastily made his way to the front of the military formation, immediately bowing low in reverence. He then called out to Qin Hengyu's entourage, his voice resonating with urgency. "We humbly welcome the esteemed prince." Having been previously chastised and now finding himself in this remote wilderness, he understood the gravity of the situation better than ever and felt an overwhelming desire to serve. As Liu Zhengyan knelt, the formation shifted. The war beasts and soldiers parted to create a pathway. 6 majestic black steeds, drawing a celestial golden chariot, appeared before him. The structure of the celestial gold had undergone slight alterations, and as the outer concealment dissipated, Qin Hengyu's figure became visible within the chariot. Following closely behind was a chariot of celestial gold drawn by 6 pure, white dragon horses, carrying Jiang Roshua, who trailed closely in Qin Hengyu's wake. Qin Hengyu spoke directly without any circumlocution. "Liu Zhengyan, I must inform you that this territory now belongs to the sacred land of the great Qin. You are to be expelled once more." The voice of Qin Hengyu, though not loud, resonated in the surroundings, reaching the ears of everyone present. Liu Zhengyan was bewildered. Is this madness? The Liu family had merely sought refuge in a desolate mountain, yet here he was, driving them away. The disappointment was palpable on the faces of the Liu clan members, mingled with a flicker of indignation, yet they found themselves powerless against the military formation surrounding Qin Hengyu. Liu Zhengyan, still clinging to his pride, gritted his teeth and declared, "I have heard that this is a land without a master." However, before he could finish his statement, a soldier approached, clutching a document that illustrated the barren mountain and its vicinity, indicating that the sacred land of the great Qin had already acquired the area. Liu Zhengyan felt a discomfort akin to constipation, rendered speechless. Hold on. At that moment, a familiar and haughty voice interrupted, preventing Qin Hengyu from further pressuring the Lu family. It was none other than Meng Fanyan, the scion of the Huanyu sacred land, who stepped forward to impede Qin Hengyu. His motivation stemmed from an order given by an inner elder of the Huanyu sacred land, who happened to be his mentor. The directive was to bring Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan back to the Huanyu sacred land. Was it not fortuitous? After recently acquiring some information about Lu Ruyan, he found himself intrigued and wished to tame such a wild spirit. Thus, Meng Fanyan promptly devised a plan. He cast a disdainful glance at Qin Hengyu. His voice laced with mockery. Qin Hengyu, your sacred land of the great Qin is rather petty. Would you consider renting this barren mountain for 100 years in exchange for 100 million spirit stones? Upon hearing the words of the scion of the Huanyu sacred land, Lu Zhengyan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Having a place to reside, even if temporary, was better than being homeless. He understood that the outcome depended on Qin Hengyu. With renewed determination, Lu Zhengyan bowed once more to Qin Hengyu and implored, Your Excellency, might you grant our Lu family a chance at survival? By agreeing to Qin Hengyu's proposal, the Lu family essentially secured a territory of their own. Furthermore, they have established a slight connection with the Huanyu sacred land, which presents more advantages than disadvantages. You may not even be able to afford the rent. Qin Hengyu did not deign to glance at Meng Fanyan. His gaze was fixed upon the freshly unearthed soil before the desolate mountain, indicative of the presence of a mineral vein. After all, remnants of stone skin were visible. In the original narrative, Meng Fanyan served as a provocateur to Yu Xingchen, only to meet his demise at the latter's hands. As a villain, after expelling Lu Ruyan, he inadvertently altered the plot. The original antagonist now stood alongside Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen, turning their attention towards him, which indeed added an intriguing twist. Could it be that this barren mountain harbors treasures? Qin Hengyu pondered the wisdom of mercy. After all, how would the great Qin sacred land be perceived if he acted otherwise? Meng Fanyan was acutely aware of his own derision and intensified his mocking tone. He had no intention of genuinely negotiating a rental arrangement. Whether or not he rented was inconsequential. His true aim was to take the person away later. If he could manage to irk Qin Hengyu a little beforehand, that would be even better. Naturally, securing the rental would be ideal, allowing him to extend a favor to the Lu family. You are indeed correct. There exists treasure, and the great Qin sacred land has merely come to claim it. Qin Hengyu did not intend to conceal the fact that there were source stone veins hidden within the desolate mountains. The great Qin sacred land, with its inherent might, would find it even easier to attract individuals willing to serve them with an abundance of resources. While smaller factions must operate with stealth, larger powers naturally impose their will through strength. Haha. Meng Fanyan burst into laughter upon hearing this, clearly perceiving it as merely an excuse from Qin Hengyu. Meanwhile, the Star Maiden Lin Yi and the Nine Nether Maiden Meng Danyan observed the situation in silence. Lin Yi cast a brief glance at the barren mountains, her eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism, as if pondering whether such treasures could truly exist within that desolation. Treasures? At that moment, Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingchen, having received the news, arrived a step too late. They had only caught wind of the treasure's existence. How could the news have spread? They had discovered the source stones but had not informed anyone else. Yu Xingchen felt a twinge of panic, while Lu Ruyan shot a glance at Qin Hengyu, convinced he was merely speaking nonsense. Qin Hengyu merely seeks to expel her. The fleeting anger in Lu Ruyan's eyes, now emboldened by the acquisition of the source stone, has transformed into indignation at the thought of being ousted from her position. Is this not excessive? After all, she has shared an intimate connection with Qin Hengyu. This is clearly an attempt to complicate her circumstances, compelling her to submit. It is evident that he is unable to let go of her. If she maintains her resolve, Qin Hengyu will yield, thus relinquishing the desolate mountain to her. She has made her decision. Even if it requires spending another night with Qin Hengyu, she will secure control over the desolate mountain. Lu Ruyan stepped forward, her fury and disdain fading, replaced by sorrow and melancholy, and she knelt directly before Qin Hengyu. Your Highness, I beseech you, do not drive the Lu family away. The desolate mountain is the hard-won sanctuary of my family. I implore you. Even if you require my companionship, I am willing. Might you allow me to serve you for a few days, in exchange for leaving the desolate mountain to the Lu family? After all, you have forcibly stripped me of my autonomy, and my cultivation has stagnated. Please, spare me. It is clear that Lu Ruyan possesses a remarkable talent for evoking pity. Though she initially consented to the transaction, seeking to benefit without cost, she now attempts to tarnish Qin Hengyu's reputation, framing his actions as coercive. Furthermore, she feigns fragility, hoping to elicit sympathy from the onlookers. Yi Xingqian, upon hearing Lu Ruyan's plea, exhibited signs of panic and frustration, but primarily felt a sense of helplessness. He could not bear to witness Lu Ruyan's humiliation. The thought of her suffering caused him a twinge of pain. Why was it not he who endured this? Perhaps there were alternative solutions. Yi Xingqian's mind raced. Unwilling to see Lu Ruyan sacrifice herself, nor to relinquish such a valuable source stone mine, a thought struck him. He could challenge Qin Hengyu. In the absence of outsiders at the Lu family, Qin Hengyu had been shameless, however, surrounded by witnesses. He would be compelled to accept Yi Xingqian's challenge to preserve his dignity. Yi Xingqian stepped forward boldly, taunting, Qin Hengyu, you who have willingly forsaken our engagement, yet now persistently cling to it, does this not question your masculinity? You take advantage of the Lu family's lack of male heirs. Today, I shall stand for their honor. Will you dare to face me in battle? Should you lose, the desolate mountain will henceforth belong to us. Should you win, we shall depart without regret. Positioned before the 6 dragon steeds, Yi Xingqian exuded an aura brimming with spiritual energy, as if ready to confront an entire army single-handedly. This only served to further highlight Qin Hengyu, portraying him as a villain who preys upon the weak. The 6th level of the palace-breaking realm. The crowd was astonished to witness Yi Xingqian's ascension and cultivation. The last time he was rendered powerless, he was merely at the 1st level, now devoid of his lifeline. His progress had accelerated. Could this approach indeed elevate one's realm? Should he consider attempting it himself? A considerable number of onlookers redirected their gaze towards Qin Hengyu. Previously, Qin Hengyu had incapacitated Yi Xingqian, whose cultivation also seemed to be at the 3rd level of the palace-breaking realm. It remains uncertain whether he has now surpassed Yi Xingqian. To be candid, the spectators had begun to feel that Yi Xingqian was somewhat imposing upon Qin Hengyu. Ming Fanyan, upon witnessing Yi Xingqian's cultivation, wore a beaming smile. He felt a surge of delight at Qin Hengyu's misfortune. Listening to Yi Xingqian's conditions, Qin Hengyu couldn't help but laugh mockingly. To seek a profit without investment? However, it was almost certain that Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian had discovered source stones on the desolate mountain. Otherwise, their cultivation wouldn't have improved so dramatically. Having perused numerous novels in his past life that featured characters gaining power swiftly, it was evident that such advancement necessitated resources. It wasn't out of the question to agree. You propose residing in the desolate mountain. Should you lose, granting you a place to stay is of no consequence. After all, as long as the source stone mine beneath the Great Qin sacred land remains intact, allowing you to dwell nearby and witness the extraction of source stones from the Great Qin sacred land might evoke even greater sorrow. Moreover, his strength was not feeble. In the realm of divine powers, he might not necessarily be outmatched by Yi Xingqian. The red luck was not particularly strong, and the gap was not insurmountable. Killing Yi Xingqian was still out of the question, but suppressing and defeating him held a certain possibility. As long as he refrained from excessive banter like those antagonists and avoided giving Yi Xingqian opportunities to flourish. If he were to win, it would result in Yi Xingqian's luck rebounding, offering some profit. You speak of life-threatening dangers, yet that is unlikely. He possessed methods bestowed by his father, Qin Hengyu, akin to a strike from an emperor, ensuring his safety. He had long been prepared for this. I agree. Should you emerge victorious, I shall provide you and the Lu family with a dwelling on this desolate mountain. Of course, it would merely be a place of residence. Everything on the desolate mountain does not belong to you. Qin Hengyu articulated his conditions, intentionally separating the rights to reside on the desolate mountain from the source stones below. Yet, Yi Xingqian made a hasty assumption, believing that Qin Hengyu was entirely oblivious to the existence of the source stones and merely sought to complicate matters further. He was convinced that as long as he remained in this location, he would have the opportunity to continue his ascension. He doubted that Qin Hengyu would linger indefinitely on the desolate mountain. I agree, Yi Xingqian replied without a second thought. Chapter 26. Do you still think this imperial son is feeble? Is a confrontation imminent? The onlookers were somewhat taken aback by the scene. While many favored Qin Hengyu, the majority actually had greater confidence in Yi Xingqian. Had it not been for Qin Hengyu's ambush previously, Yi Xingqian's vital essence would likely still be intact. In his fury, he might even gain an additional boost. Conversely, rumors had circulated about Qin Hengyu's lackluster talent, as he had remained stagnant at the Qi realm for an extended time. At this juncture, whether he had broken through to the 6th layer of the palace realm was uncertain. How could he possibly compete with Yi Xingqian, who was already at that level? Wouldn't that be a disgraceful spectacle? The spectators struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Boom, boom, boom. Upon Qin Hengyu's agreement, The warriors atop the battle beasts commenced a rhythmic drumming. Numerous soldiers began to chant in unison, for steeds of the great Qi, reins in hand. The noble huntsman. Out for the hunt. At the appointed hour, the celestial steeds are grand. The noble commands, and the prizes are at hand. Roaming the northern gardens. The 4 horses are at leisure. The imperial carriage adorned with phoenixes, bearing the proud and fierce. This was the anthem sung during the great Qin sacred hunts, symbolizing triumph. The surrounding soldiers willingly formed a circle, establishing a battleground for the contest. Anyone who fell within would be unable to rise or would be forcefully ejected from the circle, thus conceding defeat. Qin Hengyu and Yi Xingqian found themselves encircled in the midst of it all. The drumbeats resonated in a rhythmic crescendo, building the atmosphere to a fever pitch even before the battle commenced. Qin Hengyu stood at the center, seemingly reveling in the resonant sound of the battle drums. Qin Hengyu, meet your doom, Yi Xingqian bellowed, immediately launching his assault. Once he entered the arena, the conflict commenced. Qin Hengyu is but a pitiful and ineffective emperor. Engaging in battle in such a setting as if it were a leisurely spring outing, it is nothing short of courting disaster. This is certainly not a matter of underestimating the situation. Qin Hengyu was perpetually attuned to Yi Xingqian's movements, feigning disdain while secretly valuing his every action. His strikes bore an air of deception, appearing to be mere featherweight punches. Upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's assault, Yi Xingqian's heart swelled with delight. How could one so inferior in strength dare to underestimate him? Such a prince, if not blessed by fate, would have long since met his demise. In the natural order, even a rabbit, when confronted by an eagle, can inadvertently strike back. Yi Xingqian initially aimed to deliver a crushing blow to Qin Hengyu's chest. However, upon realizing Qin Hengyu's vulnerability, he contemplated seizing his neck, coercing him to uphold the promises made earlier. No, he could propose even more demands, such as a vow to refrain from targeting himself and Lu Ruiyan. Defeating his opponent might not guarantee compliance, but if he could hold Qin Hengyu captive and extract a heavenly oath, the situation would transform entirely. He harbored no fear of the sudden emergence of Jiangzhan, who might seek to confront him. Yi Xingqian intended to resolve this matter once and for all. Yet, Qin Hengyu, being a master of divine abilities, initially wielded his fist with a seemingly languid pace, yet his speed escalated with each passing moment. Yi Xingqian, who had managed to barely withstand the onslaught, found himself at a disadvantage as Qin's tactics shifted, causing his own speed to falter further. In a moment of desperation, Yi Xingqian summoned what he referred to as the manifestation of his Qi, invoking the Genesis tree behind him, which bestowed upon him vitality and swiftness. All he needed was to exceed Qin Hengyu's speed by a fraction, just a fraction, to achieve his aspirations. As Qin Hengyu observed the extraordinary phenomenon displayed by Yi Xingqian, a cold smile crept across his face. You possess a remarkable vision, do I not? He mused. He did not possess merely one. Rather, he had an abundance of them. To confront Yi Xingqian, it sufficed to unveil just one. Infinite star domain. Qin Hengyu manifested a phenomenon of time and space suppression, which entirely neutralized Yi Xingqian's Jinmu. Furthermore, Qin Hengyu also unveiled his celestial manifestation. Naturally, the celestial manifestation differs somewhat from the manifestation of the Qi. It can remain concealed. Its appearance hinges on a mere thought. The boundless starry expanse alone has already overshadowed Yi Xingqian, let alone the hidden opening of the celestial realm, wherein his divine consciousness once again overwhelms his opponent. In that moment, Qin Hengyu appeared to traverse the vast expanse of the starry sky, administering punishment to a treacherous minister beneath the boundless heavens. How could it be possible? The moment Yi Xingqian made contact with Qin Hengyu's fist, he was sent flying, hurtling towards the circle formed by the surrounding soldiers. It was over. In that fleeting instant, he sensed the true extent of Qin Hengyu's power. It was astonishing. He was not merely at the palace-breaking realm, but perhaps had ascended to the realm of divine powers. At that moment, he had no time for further contemplation before crashing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, a large crater formed nearby. With a single punch, Qin Hengyu sent Yi Xingqian sprawling, thus fulfilling the terms of their wager and securing his victory. In the presence of the so-called child of destiny, he had no intention of holding back. Under the laws of fate, his meticulous caution had afforded him even the slightest chance of triumph. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to draw upon other powers. How could this be? Lu Ruiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could understand Qin Hengyu's strength better than she? For years, they had both stood at the pinnacle of their realm, and while his recent breakthrough to the palace-breaking stage was indeed rare, How was it that his cultivation speed now surpassed that of Yi Xingqian? Had she known that Qin Hengyu could continue to ascend in his cultivation and potentially surpass her, she would never have looked down upon him. Yes, she was that kind of woman, merely wishing for Qin Hengyu to show a little ambition. For he had seemed so weak. Everyone perceived her as a woman overly enamored with wealth. Yet Qin Hengyu's advancement to the divine ability stage had now brought him on par with her. Lu Rian clenched her fingers tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. She had severed their engagement in hopes of inspiring Qin Hengyu to understand her motivations and rekindle his affection for her. Her gaze lingered on him, unable to look away. Yi Xingqian, having exited the fray, was not entirely incapacitated. One could not deny that a semblance of divine protection lingered over him. Qin Hengyu had shown no restraint. Yet it appeared to have no lasting consequence. It was inconceivable. How could he have broken through to the divine ability realm? Yi Xingqian, having often listened to Lu Rian's grievances about Qin Hengyu, felt he understood the latter well. At this moment, confusion flooded his mind. With just one strike, he had felt utterly overwhelmed. The last time he had been injured, Qin Hengyu had now remarkably ascended a significant level. His cultivation speed was evidently no slower than Yi Xingqian's own. Despite what his senior sister had said, that no one possessed greater talent than he, even if Qin Hengyu was a son of the empire, reality was delivering a harsh blow. If Qin Hengyu were indeed the son of the sacred land of the great Qin, how was he to surpass him? No. To defeat Qin Hengyu was merely a matter of overcoming a single major realm. With newfound determination, Yi Xingqian rose once more. As the victor, Qin Hengyu critically remarked, "Your physique is feeble, your energy reservoir depleted, and your spirit is unsteady. You are far too eager to elevate your realm, yet your foundation is shaky. To have ascended 6 levels in such a brief span is bound to yield certain repercussions." Yi Xingqian, observing Qin Hengyu's condescending stance, felt a surge of indignation. "By what right do you presume to judge me?" Memories of a not-so-pleasant past flickered in his mind. In his youth, after the untimely demise of his parents, he exerted every effort to stave off starvation. He recalled the landlord who tossed him a bun, sullied by contempt, which he reluctantly consumed, the slightly tainted warmth lingering in his mouth. After acquiring strength, he avenged himself by slaying that landlord, ensuring the survival of every member of his household, young and old alike. It was after this act of retribution that he vowed to trample upon all those who looked down upon him, regardless of their moral standing. With renewed determination, Yi Xingqian seized the moment as Qin Hengyu's gaze faltered. He bent his legs and sprang forth like a majestic eagle, soaring towards Qin Hengyu. The peculiar phenomenon of the Jianmu rose, bridging heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the celestial palace emerged, revealing a glimpse of the 6-tiered heavenly ladder. Perhaps it was the pinnacle of Yi Xingqian's resolve that allowed even a fragment of the celestial palace, typically concealed until one reaches the apex of the palace realm, to manifest. Mist swirled ethereally, suggesting the presence of 9 celestial palaces, adorned with vibrant dragons and phoenixes. The aura he exuded was extraordinary. Could it be that he was about to engage in a battle that transcended realms? Truly, he was the child of destiny. Qin Hengyu would not relax, rather, he intended to employ a strategy of feigned retreat once more. Observing the transformations in Yi Xingqian, he discerned the unique qualities inherent in him. However, he was no longer the same individual who blindly played the role of an admirer. With an innate sacred body, a vast reservoir of energy far surpassing that of ordinary beings, numerous manifestations of his energy see, coupled with a formidable presence from the celestial palace and the hidden cards bestowed by the emperor, which of these could be disregarded? Oh, and let us not forget the true dragon fist that he wielded upon his arrival. Qin Hengyu gathered all his strength, transforming it into a magnificent punch. As he unleashed his strike, a phantom of a blue dragon emerged. He paid no heed to where Yi Xingqian would hit him. His sole focus was to deliver a devastating blow. All of his power was encapsulated within that one punch. Yi Xingqian, approaching Qin Hengyu with the intent to launch a surprise attack, accelerated his fist, hoping to secure victory before following up with additional techniques. However, who could have anticipated that Qin Hengyu's initial move was a desperate and formidable strike? The reason Qin Hengyu dares to fight so fiercely is that his father, the great emperor, has bestowed upon him the utmost protection, ensuring his survival. Thus, with this foundation, all that remains is to vanquish his adversaries. Overall, there exists a sense of reckless desperation. Yi Xingqian, driven by selfish motives, seeks only to gain an advantage and engage in ambushes. With such treacherous intentions, he lacks the courage to confront Qin Hengyu directly, for he is inherently fearful of death. When faced with the true dragon fist, he instinctively attempts to evade. Yet his efforts are in vain, as he finds himself nearly offering his nose to Qin Hengyu's fist. In an instant, Yi Xingqian's nose collided painfully with his face. At that moment, the heavens trembled, retreating in response. This was not the worst of it. There had seemed to be a glimmer of hope for reconciliation, yet he was struck squarely at the center of the arena. The ground bore a gaping pit over 10 feet wide and 3 feet deep. In a state of utter disarray, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Xingqian had never anticipated his defeat and had not sufficiently prepared himself mentally. Overwhelmed by the dual blows to his body and spirit, he found himself utterly unable to cope. What now? After Qin Hengyu completed his attack, he let out a sharp reprimand. Upon realizing that Yi Xingqian had fainted, he refrained from taking any further action. With 2 swift moves, he had vanquished his opponent, and the battle drums sounded once more, heralding the resurgence of war songs. The steeds galloped forth, reins firmly in hand, as one would pursue a noble hunt. Lu Rian blinked, yearning to assist Yi Xingqian to his feet. Yet fearing that Qin Hengyu might misinterpret her intentions, she could not help but call out in concern. It was not that she harbored feelings for Yi Xingqian, but rather that she feared he might be rendered incapacitated, wanting to hedge her bets on both sides. After being forcefully drawn into Qin Hengyu's orbit that night, she discerned that he responded better to gentleness than to force. Contemplating her next move, she considered rushing to Qin Hengyu's side and embracing his leg. However, Jiang Roshue had already dismounted and was closely observing the interaction between Qin Hengyu and Lu Rian, on guard against Lu Rian's advances following Qin Hengyu's victory. She harbored an intense dislike for this woman, without exception. As Lu Rian made her move, Jiang Roshue acted even quicker, gracefully positioning herself in front of Lu Rian. With a sweeping motion of her sleeve, she sent Lu Rian flying away. After dispatching Lu Rian, Jiang Roshue turned her gaze to Qin Hengyu. Her expression playful as she said, "Qin Gij, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Come, let us hold hands." Qin Hengyu was acutely aware of which woman held significance in his heart. With a swift motion, he dismissed Yi Xingqian to the side and cast a glance at Lu Rian. He noticed a prayer bead adorning Lu Rian's wrist, an item she had not brought to the great Qin sacred land. This observation provided yet another piece of evidence to support his conjecture regarding the source stone. With a smile dancing in the corners of his eyes, he extended his hand toward Jiang Roshue. Upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's gesture, Jiang Roshue felt as though she had savored honey, her entire being melting with sweetness. This was Qin Hengyu's way of affirming his identity in the presence of others. Like a gentle spring stream, Jiang Roshue gazed at him with affectionate eyes and reached out her hand, allowing Qin Hengyu to take hold of it as she stood beside him. Afterward, Qin Hengyu once again turned his gaze toward Lu Zhengyan, saying, "Thus, I propose that you acknowledge this desolate land deed." Lu Zhengyan, observing Yi Xingqian sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, and Lu Rian, who lay face down, found not a trace of fighting spirit within. Even as a sovereign, he felt akin to an ant in the grand scheme of things. After all, among the guards surrounding Qin Hengyu, there was more than one at the royal realm. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, fell into a profound silence. The brief skirmish had left an indelible impression, resonating with palpable intensity. Was Yi Xingqian weak? Not in the slightest. In fact, he exuded an aura that bordered on terrifying. The manifestation of his energy was akin to the sacred tree, while the celestial palace vaguely resembled the heavenly court, both singular in their magnificence. In contrast, Qin Hengyu required merely 2 punches to contend with him, just 2 punches. The spectacle revealed an endless cosmic domain, yet the celestial palace remained concealed. Was this truly the same Qin Hengyu as before? The transformations displayed by the sacred land of Qin were astonishing. Meanwhile, Lu Rian, when Jiang Roshue stepped forth, remained unfazed, even refraining from employing any force to resist. She intended to allow herself to be oppressed, to appear more pitiable, and to observe Qin Hengyu's response, thus preparing for her next move. However, Qin Hengyu merely cast a fleeting glance at himself before taking hold of Jiang Roshue's hand. Was it true that he did not harbor any affection for Jiang Roshue, but rather was enamored solely with himself? Men are but deceivers, mere charlatans. Lu Rian felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her heart laden with boundless regret. However, she soon realized that her wrist had inadvertently revealed itself, along with a Bodhi seed. Discreetly, she tucked the Bodhi seed into her sleeve and continued to lie on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. At that moment, standing up would undoubtedly be more awkward. Meanwhile, the perceptive saintess of the stars, Lin Yi, immediately noticed Lu Ruyan's actions. A Bodhi seed? In this desolate wilderness, where could one possibly find such a thing? It could only be hidden underground. In this world, the only treasures that could be concealed without detection are most likely source stones. Just moments ago, Qin Hengyu had mentioned he was in search of treasure. Lin Yi's mind began to formulate a hypothesis, which she sought to confirm. With a half-joking tone, she addressed Qin Hengyu. "My lord, is it possible that a source stone has truly emerged in these barren mountains?" After her words, she cast a thoughtful glance at Lu Ruyan. With a single phrase, she aimed to strike two birds with one stone. Qin Hengyu could choose to respond or remain silent, while Lu Ruyan's actions could reveal further information. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Qin Hengyu interjected, "In this desolate mountain, there truly exists the presence of source stones. Lu Zhengyan, would you not agree?" Qin Hengyu took the initiative to inquire about Lu Zhengyan. As long as Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian were spared, the source would inevitably be exposed. It would be more prudent to reveal himself voluntarily. Through careful observation, he discerned that Lu Zhengyan was likely unaware of the existence of the source stones. This was fortuitous. By committing an act of murder to strike at the heart, he could ensure that the Lu family comprehended the gravity of the situation, that Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan had discovered the source stones, yet chose to conceal this revelation from them. Such knowledge would undoubtedly sow discord among them. As the news spread, the selfish and self-serving image of Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian would be further entrenched in the minds of the people. The rationale for sparing their lives remained unchanged. To slay the destined child would only invite more unforeseen contenders to rise up, complicating matters further. It was far better to retain these familiar adversaries. As for exposing the source stone vein, the Great Qin Holy Land had nothing to fear, given its proximity to Jinqing and the Great Qin Holy Land. The discovery of the divine source stone vein would actually be advantageous for development. Indeed, the source stone vein could serve as bait, luring the enemies of the Great Qin Holy Land into a trap. In summary, the benefits of revealing the source stone vein far outweighed the drawbacks. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Zhengyan's response, Qin Hengyu's face broke into a smile, akin to that of someone patting a dog affectionately. He then turned to the soldier beside him and commanded, "Send someone in to search." Meanwhile, on the ground, Lu Ruyan, feigning unconsciousness, was paralyzed with fear upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry and Qin Hengyu's reply. She was apprehensive that this might be a test of her composure. Would they truly send someone in to search? The shock rendered her momentarily speechless, yet she could only persist in her charade of unconsciousness, quietly reassuring herself within. Qin Hengyu must surely be here to exact revenge, oblivious to the existence of the source stone mine. This is merely a display of bravado. When the mine is eventually discovered, it will merely be an act, rendering the entire process seemingly plausible. I have only just uncovered the source stone mine, a secret shared solely between myself and Yi Xingqian. There is no conceivable way Qin Hengyu could be aware of it. Absolutely impossible, Lu Ruyan repeatedly reassured herself, lying motionless on the ground to prevent any risk of losing the source stone mine. At that moment, the thought of such a loss could very well tear her heart asunder. Chapter 28. Indeed, the desolate mountains truly harbor a vein of source stones. After Qin Hengyu issued his order, the battle squad began to scour the caves within the desolate mountains, while the Lu family members dared not make a sound. Nearby, Lin Yi withdrew her gaze from Lu Ruyan. She had found no clues from Lu Ruyan's actions earlier. However, upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, doubt began to creep in. His unwavering certainty cast shadows on her deductions, leading her to suspect that he might merely be fabricating a discovery of a source stone mine to justify his actions that day. In the realm of mortals, such deceit is not uncommon. Could it be that she was overthinking? Who bestowed the Bodhi seed? Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's declaration, Meng Fanyan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the son of the emperor is not only shameless, but also deluded? Whether this barren mountain can yield a source stone mine, I would gladly swallow horse manure. As he spoke, he gestured towards the dragon horse pulling the cart nearby. Regardless of species, sustenance leads to the production of excrement, which is universally regarded as filth. To suggest swallowing horse manure is indeed a most degrading act. Meng Fanyan believed that Qin Hengyu was unable to let go of Lu Ruyan, seeking trouble where none existed, exhibiting an extreme lack of shame. Only a man like him, who poses no threat to women, considers their feelings in every matter, and comprehends their thoughts, can truly captivate a woman's heart. Aside from his identity as the emperor's son, Qin Hengyu possesses nothing of worth. You swear it. When Qin Hengyu turned his head, intrigued by Ming Fanyan's declaration to consume horse manure, he encouraged his counterpart to take an oath. Once the vow was uttered, it became irrevocable. One must partake, whether willing or not. I, Ming Fanyan, solemnly swear that if Qin Hengyu can discover a source stone mine in this desolate mountain, mark my words, a source stone mine, I shall consume horse manure, struck by 5 bolts of heavenly thunder. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming Fanyan made his vow. As Qin Hengyu witnessed Ming Fan's oath, he sensed a subtle infusion of fortune. Through the eye of destiny, he discerned a strand of his own crimson fortune mingling with the violet aura of his counterpart. It appeared that the completion of the vow, regardless of its outcome, would transfer fortune to the victor. Did this heavenly oath possess such a function? It seemed prudent for him to engage in more wagers with others henceforth. Meanwhile, as Qin Hengyu and Ming Fan placed their bets, Lin Yi furrowed her brow and pursed her lips. The heavenly oath? Did the barren mountains truly harbor a source stone mine? Qin Hengyu's responses, along with his own actions, have increasingly left his mind in a state of confusion. He finds himself utterly unable to fathom the situation, completely at a loss. Meanwhile, the saintess of Jiuyu, Ming Danin, stretches languidly, revealing her pristine midriff and arms. The silver bells atop her head emit a delicate chime. Ming Danin hails from the Jiuyu sacred land, located in the southern region, and her attire reflects the warmth of the south, characterized by its lightness and her gentle demeanor. With her head tilted, she observes Qin Hengyu with keen interest. Qin Hengyu triumphed over Yi Xingqian, and the sacred land of the great Qin has revealed new changes. Consequently, it is imperative to pay closer attention to Qin Hengyu. A sense of intuition suggests that he is not jesting. Perhaps he has indeed made a significant discovery. As I have previously stated, the great Qin sacred land will only perish by its own hand, never by that of outsiders, a judgment that now appears prescient. There are likely more remarkable developments awaiting within the great Qin sacred land. The nine-nether saintess, Ming Danin, radiates an exceptionally bright smile, one that is cunning and mischievous. As if fearing that the spectacle might not be sufficiently thrilling, Lin Yi notices the audacious Ming Danin and, regarding this woman, finds herself somewhat perplexed. She recalls the elders of the Xingqian pavilion cautioning that the people of the nine-nether sacred land are vengeful and should not be trifled with. Typically, Ming Danyan presents herself as rather eccentric. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Lin Yi muses, what is this madwoman laughing about? After the warriors entered the cave, numerous members of the Lu family were driven out, creating quite a commotion. The cultivator soldiers, after conducting their search, emerged before Qin Hengyu empty-handed. Your Highness, we have found nothing, they reported, their expressions tinged with unease due to the lack of findings. Ha. Ming Fanyan could not help but burst into laughter upon realizing the outcome as he moved closer to himself. He struck toward a position 100 feet to the southeast, penetrating to a depth of 9 feet. Qin Hengyu gestured for the soldiers to return to formation, commencing commands for the troops behind him to launch an assault upon a section of the desolate mountain. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a mound was leveled, revealing a rugged landscape adorned with peculiar stones, among which glimmered fragments of source stones, astonishing all who beheld the scene. Source stone veins. The onlookers could not suppress their exclamations of awe at the spectacle before them, had it not been for the presence of the great Qin sacred land as forces. Some might have attempted to seize the opportunity and flee with their newfound riches. Lu Ruyan, overwhelmed by the gasps of amazement, finally turned her head. She too beheld the source stones, and in that moment, she felt a pang of bitterness. The effort she had expended in her own excavations paled in comparison to the bounty revealed by this singular strike. Damn it! Her heart ached profoundly. The emergence of the source stones signified yet another shattering of her dreams. Source stones? Lin Yi, witnessing the unveiling of the stones post-explosion, gaped in disbelief. Had her just unexpectedly morphed into reality? Surely, these could not have been buried by the great Qin sacred land. The notion that the Lu family had clandestinely interred them amidst such a multitude of observers and powerful factions was implausible. It was impossible to execute such a deed without detection. At the very least, an emperor might possess the capability, yet there was no necessity for such subterfuge. It was inconceivable. Meng Fanyan, upon witnessing the source stones emerge, found it hard to trust his own eyes, exclaiming loudly. It was evident that Qin Hengyu's expedition was intended for revenge against Lu Ruyan. How could it possibly lead to the discovery of a source stone mine? Such a turn of events defied all logic and suggested a premeditated scheme, though the intricacies remained obscured. Lu Ruyan, if my suspicions are correct, Yu and Yi Xingqian have indeed unearthed source stones as well. Yi Xingqian's rapid ascension in cultivation is attributable to this. And the Bodhi seed adorning your wrist is also derived from source stones, is it not? I apologize for my skepticism, but upon further investigation, I have confirmed the existence of a genuine source stone vein here. Qin Hengyu did not offer any defense. Instead, he inquired about Lu Ruyan. He had sensed moments ago that she was feigning ignorance, and now he was utterly convinced. If she was truly dazed, then it was time to provoke her further. Otherwise, what did it mean to kill both body and spirit? Upon hearing this, many gazes in the vicinity turned to Qin Hengyu, scrutinizing his words. Lin Yi suddenly realized the implication. It appeared that Qin Hengyu had discerned the potential existence of a source stone mine, dispatched individuals for reconnaissance, and subsequently returned to reclaim the wasteland. His previous actions now made a semblance of sense. Meng Danyan cast a knowing glance at Qin Hengyu, while his words seemed straightforward. The recent actions of Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian clearly indicated that their secrets had not been divulged. For the Daqin Holy Land to uncover a source stone here, they must at least be acquainted with a formidable source master. Source masters are beings of greater prowess than spirit seekers. They possess the capability to locate deeply concealed source stone veins and discern whether the stones wrapped in their rocky exteriors hold any valuable treasures. Their abilities are formidable, rivaling those of the sacred tier. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Lu Ruyan felt a profound despair wash over her, biting her lip fiercely, her face ashen, rendered speechless. She had lost once more. What more could she say? Meanwhile, Lu Xingzhai, listening to Qin Hengyu, observed Lu Ruyan's expression after seeing those source stones and realized he had been kept in the dark. A surge of unnamed fury welled up within him. It was Lu Ruyan's reckless decisions that had led the Lu family into such dire straits, and now, upon discovering treasure, she had overlooked the rest of the family. As if that were not enough, she even shielded herself from him. What a daughter, what a cold-hearted individual. Lu Xingzhai hurriedly approached Lu Ruyan, seizing her roughly. With a sharp slap, he felt a chill in his heart as he struck Lu Ruyan. You and Yi Xingqian were so intimate, keeping secrets from me. Chapter 29, therefore, you may as well swallow horse manure. Lu Ruyan, already sent flying by the slap, was struck again, her hair disheveled. Everything was lost. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, teetering on the brink of madness, cried out to Lu Xingzhai with a heart-wrenching lament. There is nothing left. The wasteland now belongs to the Daqin Holy Land. It's all gone. What good is your beating me now? Lu Xingzhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Ruyan would dare to retort once more. He struck her again, this time without holding back, rendering her unconscious. Lu Xingzhai felt truly humiliated and vexed. Everyone present was perceptive enough to deduce that Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan were the ones most determined to guard the secret of the source stones, while he and the other members of the Lu family remained oblivious. As the head of the Lu family, how could he fail to manage even his own daughter? Misfortune stems from the absence of any benefits, having once again offended the sacred land of the Great Qin. Should one choose to proactively disseminate the information, re-entering the Great Qin sacred land, or even other sacred domains, there might still be a chance to find a formidable ally. Currently, the Great Qin sacred land speculates that there are indeed source stones within the desolate mountains, having even secured the land deed. Yet, Yi Xingqian remains oblivious, provoking them further. Is this not akin to pushing the Great Qin sacred land away? Both face and substance have been lost. Conversely, in the absence of any leaked information, the Great Qin sacred land has uncovered the source stone mine within the desolate mountains, rendering the situation even more inscrutable. Qin Hengyu paid no heed to the sorrowful drama being performed by the Lu family. Could it be? Could it truly be? Does he genuinely believe he could still hold any regard for Lu Ruyan? Qin Hengyu directed his gaze towards Meng Fanyan, intending to compel him to fulfill his promise of consuming horse dung. He turned to the soldiers beside him and commanded, "Fetch a handful of horse dung and present it before young Master Meng, so that he may honor his vow." The soldier, obedient to the order, approached a dragon steed. After a brief exchange with the steed's driver, a pile of dung fell to the ground. The soldier, cradling the dung in his hands, delivered it to Meng Fanyan. At that moment, upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Meng Fanyan's complexion flickered between shades of green and white, his countenance betraying his unease. The notion of consuming dung was utterly intolerable for one of his stature, a holy son of the Great Qin sacred land. Begone! I would sooner face the wrath of heaven than partake in such filth. As a holy son of the Huanyu sacred land, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited those who defy heavenly oaths. He was gambling, betting on the protective talismans he bore to safeguard his life. This vow, in itself, held little significance. Were it a matter of wagering his life against the heavens, he would willingly consume any excrement, horse dung included. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the sky seemed to split open with a flash of lightning. In an instant, blood erupted from Meng Fanyan's body, and his aura diminished significantly, leaving him uncertain of the extent of his injuries. Yet, as a holy son of the Huanyu sacred land, he could not afford to show weakness, even while gravely wounded. He maintained an appearance of indifference, fixating his gaze intently upon Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu was also observing Meng Fanyan. However, his gaze was directed towards Meng Fanyan's fortune. After the vow to the heavenly Tao, the once purple aura surrounding Meng Fanyan had transformed, now fading into a blue hue. In contrast, his own fortune had shifted to an orange tint. Excellent. This was akin to acquiring a portion of fortune without cost, an extraordinary gain indeed. Should it be discarded? Qin Hengyu instructed his soldiers to dispose of the horse manure. Since fortune had favored them, there was no need to trouble Meng Fanyan further. Let us return our focus to Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen. Humph. Meng Fanyan watched as the dung was discarded onto the ground, his lips involuntarily twitching. The cost was indeed steep. Following the thunderous strike from the heavens, he found that half of his cultivation had dissipated, and his internal organs were beset with issues. Qin Hengyu turned around and approached the unconscious Yixingchen once more. The spatial ring flickered, and a dagger shot forth from within, landing in Qin Hengyu's grasp. The onlookers collectively held their breath, sensing the imminent threat to Yixingchen. Qin Hengyu merely wished to test the veracity of the so-called child of destiny. Every stance he adopted seemed to convey an intent to annihilate Yixingchen. The speed of the blade accelerated, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Yixingchen, yet in that fleeting moment, the surrounding space suddenly fragmented. Beside him, Jiangzhan, who was still on guard, immediately sensed the shift and exclaimed, "The spirit realm." The spirit realm is the reverse side of the Tao domain. Two aspects of the same reality. The world is enveloped in layers. The entirety of the Tao domain's starry expanse is merely the surface of the spirit realm, through which one can traverse the vastness of the Tao domain with greater swiftness. Within the spirit realm, layers upon layers exist, yet they form a singular entity. Within a single step, one could encounter both the vastness of Mount Sumeru and the minutiae of a mustard seed. Only by breaking through to the status of a sovereign can one casually shatter the fabric of space to enter the spirit realm. Once there, individuals become nearly impossible to track and are easily ensnared in its labyrinthine depths. For a sovereign, entering the spirit realm is akin to being an ordinary person within the Tao domain's starry expanse, fraught with peril. To navigate safely, one must possess a thorough understanding of their position within the Tao domain and a corresponding coordinate within the spirit realm. This allows for relatively secure passage between the two realms. Even an emperor, lacking coordinates and precise location, risks becoming adrift in the void, trapped in an inaccessible corner. The assailant, emerging instantaneously from the spirit realm, launched an attack on Qin Heng. This indicated that they had already established coordinates to the Emperor's star at the moment of their strike, their strength rivaling that of the saint level. Clad in black, their face obscured by a ghastly mask, they emanated an odor of foulness. By the time Jiangzhan sought to intervene, it was already too late. Protect. As the shadow materialized, Qin Hengyu softly uttered a protective incantation. In an instant, golden runes emerged, coalescing into numerous pillars that formed cages. Not only did these protective wards shield Qin Hengyu, but they also ensnared the dark-clad assailant lurking in the shadows, rendering him utterly immobile at a distance. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangzhan hurled his celestial golden spear, which tore through the heavens, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The aura of the golden armor surged to life, and a silver-armored general manifested behind him, trampling mountains and rivers, an extraordinary sight under the suspended silver moon, exuding unparalleled ferocity. However, the dark-clad figure was not struck by the golden spear. Instead, within the confines of the original cage, countless golden rune weapons pierced into the body of the shadowy figure. A flash of golden light ensued, and the malevolent spirit was reduced to ashes. What should have been a formidable foe was now mere fodder. Only after the demise of the dark-clad specter did Jiangzhan's spear penetrate through, crashing down upon a desolate mountain and obliterating its peak. The spear possessed a spirit, striking once before gracefully returning to Jiangzhan's grasp. Standing resolutely with the spear in hand, Jiangzhan dared not lower his guard. The might of an emperor had been unleashed. Surely, this was no mere child of destiny. Qin Hengyu observed the scene, slowly retracting his hand and refraining from further action against Yixingchen. He had gleaned all the insights he needed from the earlier exchanges. Should he persist in his attacks, he anticipated further resistance aimed at thwarting his efforts. The Emperor's strike was a costly endeavor, and trading it for a mere saint level would indeed be unwise. It would be more prudent to continue using Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan as bait, waiting to ensnare larger prey before unleashing his true power, thus mitigating any losses. In the heart of Qin Hengyu, a meticulous plan had been devised. Yet, after he refrained from taking action, the entire space seemed to revert to a serene state, indistinguishable from before, save for the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. No one anticipated that what began as a mere spectacle would evolve into a confrontation of formidable forces, with the mere presence of their auras rendering the onlookers utterly silent. Those of a more timid disposition found themselves drenched with trepidation. Once the upheaval subsided, the only sound that remained was the hushed sound of suppressed gasps. The Emperor's son? What manner of prodigy is this? Merely making an appearance has provoked a foe of the sacred tier to emerge from the spirit realm, countering with a strike worthy of an emperor, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned bewilderment. Chapter 30. A fortunate opportunity for 6 enlightenments. Qin Hengyu sent Yi Xingqian flying with a swift kick and surveyed his surroundings once more. After a series of explorations, he gained a deeper insight into the so-called destiny. For instance, the desolate mountains harboring the source stone veins were not merely a stroke of fortune for Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Rather, they were fortuitously chosen by the very geography itself. In the grand tapestry of fate, the terrain here naturally draws individuals of great fortune to linger. Even if he had not forced Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian out of the great Qin sacred land, those who might arrive in the future, perhaps due to injuries or other circumstances, would inevitably find themselves discovering the source stone veins in this very location. This exemplifies the role of geographical advantage within the triad of destiny, timing, location, and human connection. Just moments ago, when he sought to eliminate Yi Xingqian, assistance arrived without delay. That was the manifestation of the human connection within destiny. Thus, by sparing Yi Xingqian's life, he averted what could have been an even greater cost. Qin Hengyu's comprehension of time and fate reveals that the world encompasses both light and shadow, embodying justice alongside malevolence. It is only through the harmonious interplay of yin and yang that equilibrium can be achieved. Should this delicate balance be disrupted, those who reside in the realm of righteousness may find themselves overshadowed by a greater malevolence, while those entrenched in wickedness may be countered by formidable forces of virtue. In light of this understanding, the decision to spare Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, utilizing them as bait, emerges as the most judicious course of action. Just as Qin Hengyu contemplated his next move, a notification from the system resonated. Ding! The host has triumphed in the wager against the destined protagonist, earning 1 moment of enlightenment. The host has decisively overwhelmed the destined protagonist, rendering him unconscious, thereby acquiring another moment of enlightenment. The host has emerged victorious in the celestial oath duel against Meng Fanyan, receiving 1 moment of enlightenment. The host has orchestrated a grand scheme, leveraging the might of the Emperor to successfully manipulate the saintly tier and disrupt the cosmic order, gaining yet another moment of enlightenment. The host has seized the resources of the barren mountain stone mine, earning a moment of enlightenment. The host has shattered Lu Ruyan's resolve, resulting in 1 more moment of enlightenment. Total moments of enlightenment, 9. Qin Hengyu gazed at the frequency of revelations that had suddenly manifested, feeling rather dumbfounded. Is this a wholesale operation? System, if you intend to assist me, you may speak plainly. There is no need for such oblique hints. Qin Hengyu silently lamented. He was acutely aware that the system remained unresponsive, having previously attempted to elicit a reaction. Unless the system chose to engage, it typically exhibited a state of inertia. Next, he needed to address the matters concerning Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Just moments ago, he had received a piece of information as part of the system's rewards. The revelation that he had slain a saint-level being and inadvertently disrupted a certain scheme was perplexing. What scheme was this? Why was he completely oblivious to it? At that moment, an overwhelming aura of a saint-level presence erupted nearby, and an elderly woman, adorned in opulent garments and marked by the wrinkles of age, appeared before him. It was Granny Jiao. Upon seeing her, Meng Fanyan instinctively took a couple of steps back. If there was anyone in the entire universe sacred land that instilled fear in him, it was undoubtedly this Granny Jiao. Though she held the position of the 9th elder within the inner sect, scarcely anyone dared to defy her authority in the universe sacred land. Even among the inhabitants of the sacred land, none could accurately ascertain the length of her existence. Whenever the living spoke of Granny Jiao, there was but one phrase that echoed, Granny Jiao's words. Those who failed to comply seemed to have met their demise. Qin Hengyu also noticed the old woman, and the message from the system suddenly connected in his mind. Old Granny Jiao? Qin Hengyu recalled certain circumstances he had come to understand prior to his transmigration. This individual was a traitor who had allied with the dark races. Following the demise of Meng Fanyan, the ninth matriarch sought vengeance against Yi Xingqian, the former Qin Hengyu. Prior to his transmigration, mobilized the sacred forces of the Great Qin Holy Land to besiege the ninth matriarch. Consequently, both he and the ninth matriarch were left severely wounded, allowing Yi Xingqian to reap the rewards and even turn the tables, insinuating that the original body and the ninth matriarch were in collusion, orchestrating a charade together. At that time, the emperor, namely Qin Ing, had already perished, leading to internal strife within the Great Qin Holy Land. From that moment onward, the entire institution began its rapid decline. Now, it appeared that the ninth matriarch had allied herself with Yi Xingqian. Thus, it could be inferred that her pursuit of vengeance was merely a fade, while her true intent was to drag the Great Qin Holy Land into turmoil. A sow adorned in a corset? A series of deceptions intertwined? Qin Hengyu has already sensed that the Great Qin Sacred Land is being schemed against. There is a hidden hand orchestrating everything, with Yi Xingqian as the destined child, being elevated to serve as a lever to manipulate the entirety of the Great Qin Sacred Land. Granny Jiao is aiding Yi Xingqian? In any case, he believes he has made no missteps thus far and must continue to suppress Yi Xingqian in order to uncover the dark hands lurking behind the scenes. Upon Granny Jiao's arrival, Zhang Zhan immediately appeared before Qin Hengyu, his heart filled with vigilance. Granny Jiao's reputation precedes her, both within and beyond the realm. As Qin Hengyu's protector, Zhang Zhan felt an inherent duty to safeguard him, especially since the emperor's strike had already been expended. From the perspective of an upper echelon, Granny Jiao addressed Qin Hengyu, saying, Qin Emperor's son, both Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian have been expelled from the Great Qin Sacred Land. I intend to proceed to the Universal Sacred Land shortly. Is that acceptable? It is evident that Granny Jiao is approaching with intentions directed towards Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu eagerly anticipated that the ninth matriarch would take the individuals away, for then he would possess all the more justification to confront the celestial sacred land. Indeed, this desolate mountain truly belonged to the Great Qin Sacred Land. The Lu family did not belong here, nor did Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu smiled and waved his hand, gesturing for Old Lady Jiao to feel at ease. Old Lady Jiao nodded and turned to Lu Zhongyan, saying, Master Lu, there remains a corner in the Huanyu Sacred Land. Would the Lu family be willing to join us? It seemed that not only did she intend to take Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan away, but she also aimed to bring the entire Lu family along. Willing, indeed willing. Lu Zhongyan thought, overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving Old Lady Jiao's invitation from the Huanyu Sacred Land. The hardships endured during this time had been unbearable, and at last, there was a sanctuary that would welcome him. He would embrace it 1,000 times over. The urvanes of the barren mountains were now beyond reach. The acceptance of the Lu family into the Huanyu Sacred Land provided at least a semblance of stability. Meng Fanyan, take them back to the Huanyu Sacred Land. Old Lady Jiao instructed, nodding once more before casually directing Meng Fanyan. As she departed, she cast a final glance toward the direction where the Emperor's strike had just occurred, then turned and left as lightly as she had arrived. After Old Lady Jiao's departure, Meng Fanyan let out a sigh of relief, his gaze resting on the Lu family members favored by her, a smile creeping onto his lips. As the son of the Sacred Land, the Lu family within Huanyu Sacred Land would have to heed his wishes. This sparked a glimmer of hope for him and Lu Ruyan, especially since he had heard that Yi Xingqian had lost even his very essence. Before leaving, Meng Fanyan clearly had no intention of letting things rest. He remarked to Qin Hengyu with a hint of sarcasm. Those with eyes that fail to recognize the brilliance of the gem waste precious talent due to their own narrow-mindedness. His words referred to Yi Xingqian, the extraordinary manifestations of Jinmu's aura, and possibly the celestial palace of the heavenly court, all of which were indeed remarkable. Qin Hengyu naturally heard Meng Fanyan's words and almost blurted out, indeed, without even the slightest strength, one could never mistake horse manure for gold. Humph. A single remark from Qin Hengyu nearly caused Meng Fanyan to bleed from frustration. Already injured, he found himself at a loss for words to counter the statement, and could only let out a cold snort before turning to leave. As Qin Hengyu observed with the eye of fortune upon Meng Fanyan's departure, he noticed a purple aura gradually shifting to blue. In contrast, Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan's fortunes, having undergone tumultuous changes, were slowly regaining strength. seemingly absorbing the fortunes of their surroundings. It was evident that they could not be easily subdued and might become significant adversaries. Thus, the cosmic sacred land was willing to accept the Liu family. He would merely spectate from the sidelines and, when the moment was right, strike with overwhelming force. With a soft chuckle, Lin Yi could not contain her amusement after Ming Fanyan's exit. Qin Hengyu's comment about mistaking horse manure for gold had genuinely tickled her fancy. After stifling her laughter, she turned her attention to Qin Hengyu, inquiring, "My lord, I never expected that there would truly be a source stone vein in the desolate mountains. How was this discovery made? Could you enlighten me?" Her voice carried a flirtatious lilt, clearly aimed at capturing Qin Hengyu's attention. It is often observed that as a man grows in strength, women are instinctively drawn to him and tend to be more forthcoming. Chapter 31. Escaping from the wolf's den. Entering the tiger's lair before Qin Hengyu could respond, Jiang Roshue took the initiative to speak. "Sister Liu, this is a secret of our great Qin sacred land. If Sister Liu is truly interested, you are most welcome to visit the great Qin sacred land and witness it for yourself." Jiang Roshue even playfully blinked her eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Qin Hengyu did not fully grasp the subtle intrigues at play, yet he broached the matter at hand. "St. Liu, if the Starry Pavilion wishes to engage in the business of source stones in the future, we could certainly discuss it." Jiang Roshue remained relatively silent during this serious discourse. "Yi will inform the elders of the Starry Pavilion." Lin Yi responded earnestly regarding the matter at hand. Since the emperor's son had resolved the issue, he would likely need to attend to the mines, prompting Dan Yin to take her leave first. At this moment, Ming Dan Yin also made her appearance, politely bidding farewell. With the matter concluded, it seemed appropriate to dismiss the gathering, and she thought it better to depart on her own accord. Of course, Ming Dan Yin also wished to showcase her presence, as evidenced by the jingling silver bells that adorned her attire, ringing melodiously as she walked away. "Safe travels." Qin Hengyu gave a slight wave to Ming Dan Yin. This woman possessed an air of mystery, as she was woven into the narrative of the original tale. Once Ming Dan Yin and Lu Yi departed, the remaining spectators gradually dispersed. After all, this was the territory of the great Qin sacred land. It was inevitable that fortifications would soon be established here, serving as a garrison and a site for mining stones. Regarding the source stones, depending on their quality, they would undergo various treatments. Some would naturally yield treasures from within, while others could be taken to Jinsheng for the purpose of stone gambling. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Hengyu sat down in place, commencing his cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique. The number of insights gained was a reward from the system. Having subdued Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, he found that a significant amount of fortune lingered in the air around him, while others might struggle to absorb it. For him, it was a mere trifle. After Qin Hengyu absorbed the fortune with the devouring heaven technique, his own fortune underwent yet another transformation. The edges of his orange fortune now displayed a hint of yellow, signifying a steady and positive progression in his fortunes. After Qin Hengyu absorbed the fortune, he realized he must return to the underground palace to engage in a period of cultivation. Before doing so, he naturally intended to utilize the source heaven technique to elucidate the conditions of the source stones within the relevant mineral veins, which would facilitate the Holy Land's extraction efforts. The source heaven technique, despite its side effects, would be employed liberally. Any subsequent issues could be addressed later. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, in a place of ethereal darkness, a decaying aura lingered, accompanied by a sluggish black river. By the riverbank, several ancient figures cloaked in tattered black robes were engaged in hushed, raspy conversation. Initially concerned that Qin might pursue them from the spirit realm, they speculated that he might not have perished from the Emperor's strike, and thus, the Daqin Holy Land still possessed hidden cards. There was no rush. They could afford to slumber a while longer. With the emergence of the destined child, calculations indicated intervention was necessary. With the augment of destiny, the annihilation of Daqin would be more assured. However, it seemed that the destined child had encountered unforeseen complications. Originally intended to be integrated into the Daqin Holy Land, he had been expelled and faced a life-threatening crisis, suspected to have been discovered by Qin, which prompted their actions of obstruction and testing. Now, the destined child had safely entered the Huanyu Holy Land, where a protector had already been chosen for him. Following their discussions, a nearby black tombstone emanated a luminous glow, accompanied by the cawing of crows, seemingly a warning. A shadow emerged upon the tombstone, revealing the figure of the grandmother of Huanyu Holy Land. She bowed respectfully to the elder in black robes before her. "Greetings, esteemed lords," she said. Her appearance aged, but her voice reminiscent of a youthful maiden. imbued with an air of peculiarity. "What is the situation?" inquired one of the aged figures. "Esteemed lords, all is progressing smoothly. Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan have been successfully brought back to the Huanyu Holy Land. However, Yi Xingqian has become a eunuch," the grandmother recounted, revealing an unexpected development. She noted the black-clad individual's particular regard for Yi Xingqian, hence her mention of the matter. "Fear not, once his cultivation advances slightly, we shall provide him with the necessary regenerative potions. Rest assured, the skin you desire will be delivered at that time," one elder replied after a brief moment of contemplation. "Skin?" The grandmother chuckled gleefully upon hearing that the skin she sought could also be included in the delivery, her wrinkles quivering with delight. "In the time to come, you must diligently fulfill your role as Yi Xingqian's protector. Do you understand?" The cloaked elders evidently had no intention of offering benefits without expectation, presenting future tasks instead. Indeed, under the promise of substantial rewards, Granny Geo joyfully acquiesced. After a brief exchange, the gravestone dimmed, and the raven upon it once again succumbed to an eerie silence, appearing almost petrified, standing motionless atop the stone. In the sacred land of the universe, Granny Geo gazed at the now silent gravestone, her laughter echoing once more. After a considerable time, the creaking ceased. She exited the cave dwelling, intent on checking on Meng Fanyan, who was accompanied by Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian. Both had consumed some healing elixirs and appeared considerably revitalized. However, Yi Xingqian's nose bore a bloody wound, resembling a gaping hole. If they understood the meaning of a Dark Lord, one might say, "You are indeed Yi Xingqian, a prodigious talent." Granny Geo approached the unconscious Yi Xingqian, seemingly oblivious to Lu Ruyan and the others, tenderly caressing various parts of Yi Xingqian's body. The entire scene, paired with her soft cooing, elicited an involuntary shiver. Particularly, the emptiness at Yi Xingqian's lower body seemed to captivate her attention. Lu Ruyan frowned, wishing to remain unnoticed by Granny Geo. Yet, how could she possibly escape detection? Granny Geo clearly had no intention of sparing Lu Ruyan easily. Approaching Lu Ruyan, she inspected her as one would a prospective slave, examining her teeth and pinching her flesh. "The girl is not without merit," Granny Geo stated, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "Granny?" Meng Fanyan observed Granny Geo's actions with disbelief, feeling a pang of reluctance as he noted that even Lu Ruyan was not spared. What a waste. Granny Geo was fully aware of Meng Fanyan's injuries, a result of his celestial oath, which rendered his recovery exceedingly difficult. With a flick of her sleeve, Meng Fanyan was hurled away. "Granny!" Meng Fanyan felt as if struck by lightning, utterly incredulous. Previously, he had been favored by Granny Geo, but titles held no weight now. It was clear that Granny Geo harbored disdain for Meng Fanyan, who had merely been her plaything. Lu Ruyan, witnessing Meng Fanyan's plight, felt an increasing dread toward Granny Geo. "Sweet words please me. You must diligently cultivate and surpass Qin Hengyu to exact your revenge. Otherwise, you shall remain a mere toy." Granny Geo's voice was laced with a benevolent tone, yet her smile was distinctly sinister. "Very well, Granny," Lu Ruyan replied, though a cold sweat broke out along her back, sensing she had barely escaped the den of wolves only to find herself in a tiger's lair. "You all should focus on your recovery," the venerable ninth Granny continued. Lu Ruyan, relieved by the lack of further inquiry from her, let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 32. During moments of affection, did the brother-in-law come charging in? In the sacred land of the Great Qin, after Qin Hengyu had concluded matters regarding the desolate mountains, he returned to the sacred land under careful escort. The mining operations necessitated a sufficient number of laborers, requiring meticulous organization. Qin Hengyu then realized that the Great Qin still operated under a system of slavery. This institution was indeed exceedingly antiquated. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Great Qin Empire, under the dominion of the sacred land, experienced a slave rebellion during its decline, which significantly hastened its fragmentation. Reforms were undoubtedly imperative. While the outright abolition of slavery may lead to difficulties in governance, it would be prudent to allow slaves the opportunity to gradually redeem themselves. Qin Hengyu instructed Jiang Zhan to procure the information regarding the slaves. It did not take long for him to stumble upon a familiar name among the enslaved, Zhang Shanyang. This was an elderly man devoid of any martial prowess. Yet he commanded a significant degree of respect among the slaves, serving almost as a sage-like figure. He had been involved in the slave rebellion and had even persuaded a formidable warrior to establish a faction. Subsequently, the protagonist sought Zhang Shanyang's counsel and acquired vital information pertaining to crucial matters. Qin Hengyu summoned Zhang Shanyang to approach. Among the throng of slaves, a palpable unrest stirred as Zhang Shanyang emerged. Might I inquire what business the esteemed lord has with an old man such as myself? Despite his advanced years, Zhang Shangyang carried himself with a dignified poise, his eyes sparkling with vitality. It was evident that, though he lacked martial prowess and was well into the twilight of his life, his spirit far surpassed that of ordinary men. What could have led him to a life of servitude? Qin Hengyu inquired about the reasons behind the elder's enslavement. The elder bowed his head and replied, "The people of the Wild Star tribe, lacking proper understanding of tradition, have committed numerous offenses, thus they became slaves. The dominion of the great Qin sacred land, of course, does not extend to even a sliver of territory on the imperial star. The celestial expanse is known as the Path Domain, with the imperial star located at its center, divided into 5 regions and 13 states. Each clan and tribe lays claim to portions of the imperial star and often engages in conflict over planetary resources within the Path Domain for the purpose of cultivation. Consequently, certain planets inhabited by both humans and alien races fall victim to invasion. In essence, it is through the imperial aggression of the great Qin Empire that these individuals have been reduced to slavery. However, the elder's words are profoundly thought-provoking. It seems that devoid of hatred, he has gained broader perspectives since his subjugation. One might say that such a viewpoint, when articulated, is quite comforting. If one can truly adopt such a mindset, it would be all the more commendable. Thus, I shall grant you a chance at redemption. Currently, through mining, you may earn merit. Upon achieving sufficient merit, your status as slaves will be lifted, and you shall be regarded as Qin people. Until your status is revoked, all matters shall be treated as if you were Qin people. Furthermore, your friends and family may also share in this merit, allowing you to collectively regain your freedom. Once your slave status is removed, accommodations will be arranged for your settlement. Do you consent to this? Qin Hengyu has proposed a solution. The term slave is merely nominal. By first arranging conditions and then granting emancipation, one can facilitate a smoother integration for the other party. Otherwise, directly freeing them from their status as slaves may provoke conflict and resentment, leaving them unappreciative of the gesture. Upon hearing this arrangement, Zhang Shanyang's already bright eyes sparkled with even greater brilliance. He understood all too well what this signified. It was an opportunity for his tribe and kin to become a formidable force among the Qin. Their identities and statuses would undergo a profound transformation. As the emperor's son, Qin Hengyu is the sole arbiter of his own destiny. Initially a slave, he is doomed to remain one for all eternity, for it is unheard of in this world for a slave to alter their station. Regardless of the extraordinary talents one may possess, such a transformation remains unattainable. The opportunity granted by the emperor to himself and others is akin to a rebirth. Furthermore, the treatment afforded to the Qin people allows them the chance to cultivate their skills and pursue knowledge. For the sake of my kin, I pledge my life to serve the emperor. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Shanyang was so moved that he knelt down. Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law, your clan is now part of mine, and we must unite our hearts to navigate the world together. Qin Hengyu gently raised his hand, allowing the elder to rise. Soon after, Zhang Shanong returned to the throng of slaves and, in a local dialect, recounted the event to his kin, which immediately sparked a chorus of cheers among them. Some, still in disbelief, inquired in Qin's language, "Is it true?" The soldiers surrounding them, however, responded with assurance, "Fear not. The words of the emperor carry weight. He would not deceive you." Although the soldiers were unaware of the reasons behind Qin Hengyu's actions, his recent deeds had gradually garnered their trust. After all, possessing formidable strength and the ability to lead the sacred land of Qin to discover the source of the ore veins is not a trait of an ordinary emperor. The cheers grew even louder as the sacred land of Qin seemed to gain a newfound vitality. After Qin Hengyu dealt with this batch of slaves, he intended to expand the system further. However, this inevitably required the establishment of a dynasty. In a world that intricately intertwines fantasy and feudalism, a power can be managed in the form of sects and schools akin to the sacred land of the Great Qin, or it can evolve into a dynastic state. Generally speaking, during times of contraction, it resembles the sacred land of the Great Qin, while in times of proactivity and aggression, it transforms into a dynastic empire. At that juncture, the establishment of a dynasty would be essential, necessitating the formation of a foundational structure for the empire. Qin Hengyu intends to revive the sacred land of the Qin dynasty, transforming it into the Grand Qin Empire to confront impending crises. Meanwhile, Jiang Roshue's brothers have caught wind of her close association with Qin Hengyu. Even Qin Hengyu emerged from his sister's palace, the two of them entwined in an affectionate embrace. Damn it, The expressions of several individuals instantly shifted. It was already known that Qin Hengyu had no benevolent intentions since his last appearance. Qin Hengyu undoubtedly spied on his sister while she bathed, leading to an illicit relationship. His sister, possessing a gentle disposition, felt too shy to voice her grievances, and thus, they became entangled. It is utterly disgraceful that he would sneak into her chamber to engage in such indecorous acts. Is this not a form of bullying against his several elder brothers? How preposterous! Or perhaps, following their prior collaboration, he believes he can act with impunity? Upon receiving the news, Jiang Yizhan and others gathered, intent on confronting Qin Hengyu to administer a thorough beating. How dare he mistreat our sister? Regardless of his status as an imperial figure, he should brace himself for the impending retribution. 12 formidable auras coalesced, advancing towards Qin Hengyu. Simultaneously, after concluding matters regarding the slaves, Qin Hengyu arrived at Jiang Roshua's palace, intending to rest briefly before delving into the underground palace for cultivation. Jiang Roshue was gently massaging his temples, softly advising, "Brother Qin, do not overexert yourself." She had observed that Qin Hengyu had been somewhat troubled of late. The enhancement of his cultivation and abilities demanded considerable energy, not to mention the necessity of diverting some attention towards the Daqin sacred land and herself. In the past, when the imperial figure was naive and carefree, such worries were absent. It's merely to ensure your protection. Should the Daqin sacred land fall, we would become mere pawns. Easily cast aside, Qin Hengyu remarked with a smile, relishing the current days of his life. Compared to the arduous existence he endured in his previous life, his present circumstances were exceedingly comfortable. However, with the impending demise of his father, the esteemed Emperor Qin Hengyu, a modicum of pressure weighed upon him. He needed to swiftly acquire the means for self-preservation. Brother Qin is the best. Just as Jiang Roshue indulged in affectionate exchanges with him, 12 figures emerged. The atmosphere thick with an undercurrent of menace. Chapter 33. Defeating the brother-in-law to win the heart of the beauty. Jiang Roshue was enjoying a delightful conversation with her brother Qin when she sensed the menacing approach of her own brothers. "Brother, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, feeling that her intimate moment with Qin Hengyu was being disrupted by the unwelcome intrusion of her brothers, who bore expressions of hostility. Such behavior struck her as excessive. "Sister, this is a matter for us men. You should step aside," Jiang Yizhan declared, stepping forward. He believed that his sister was being coerced by Qin Hengyu into performing menial tasks, showing a blatant disregard for her dignity. Upon the arrival of the 12 brothers of the Jiang family, Qin Hengyu immediately discerned their intent. They had come for Jiang Roshue. In a previous life, he had heard tales of those who were overly protective of their sisters. These 12 brothers held Jiang Roshue in high regard. After her tragic demise while shielding him from a blade, they had departed with her lifeless body, consumed by rage, yet they never sought retribution against him. However, since that fateful day, the relationship between both parties had grown increasingly distant. In the original narrative, only one brother, Jiang Yizhan, remained, still consumed by a desire for vengeance in honor of his sister. To speak candidly, Qin Hengyu is not inclined to wield power to intimidate others. Rather, he wishes to resolve the matter through the means befitting men. His aim is to demonstrate his capability to protect Jiang Roshue. "Swear, allow me to handle this. Be good. I will manage it well, and everything will be all right." As Jiang Roshue stepped forward, Qin Hengyu grasped her hand and gently pulled her behind him, positioning himself in front. This was commendable. Jiang Yizhan observed Qin Hengyu's initiative and nodded in approval. Had Qin Hengyu chosen to remain behind his sister, it would have invoked his disdain. Instead, his proactive stance facilitated a resolution to the issue at hand. What realm of power does the imperial figure possess? Previously, Jiang Yizhan had expressed his anger and contemplated a collective assault, yet given Qin Hengyu's esteemed status, even in the pursuit of confrontation, a reasonable pretext would be required. He was at the first level of the divine transformation realm. Qin Hengyu did not conceal much. He presumed that the method for resolving issues among men typically involved a physical confrontation. Jiang 12. Being at the first level of the divine ability realm and having yet to master any divine techniques, could indeed engage in a duel. If you can defeat him, we shall discuss further, Jiang Yizhan continued. The approach was nearly in alignment with Qin Hengyu's expectations. Excellent. Qin Hengyu readily agreed without hesitation. This confrontation posed little risk, and he was eager to assess the true extent of his abilities. Yu Xingqian had unleashed his full strength, aiming for a swift resolution. However, Qin had yet to experience a more prolonged and evenly matched battle. Simultaneously, the guardian Zhang Zhan was conspicuously absent. tacitly accepting the arrangement that placed Jiang Roshue alongside Qin Hengyu, as decreed by the emperor. When his sons chose to engage in combat with Qin Hengyu, it was a demonstration of camaraderie among their generation. Ultimately, this would only serve to benefit the Jiang family. Thus, what purpose would it serve for him to intervene? Qin Hengyu and Jiang Yizhan, along with others, appeared in the square before the palace. Jiang Roshue hesitated to speak, her face etched with concern. One was her elder brother, while the other was her biological brother. Upon arriving at the square, Qin Hengyu and Jiang Shire were immediately met with an onslaught as Jiang Shire launched a fierce attack directed towards Qin Hengyu's face, his fist aimed perilously close to his eyes. This strike could not be ignored. To evade it would mean sacrificing one's very visage. Thus, he executed the true dragon fist. Qin Hengyu also erupted with formidable energy, responding with his own martial prowess. His expansive energy reservoir, coupled with his innate holy physique, allowed him to strike first despite being on the defensive. Jiang 12 was caught off guard and was sent flying by a single blow. Jiang 12? Among the 12 brothers of the Jiang family, no one anticipated that Jiang 12 would be so easily dispatched, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Do not underestimate your opponent, Jiang Yizhan admonished sternly. Jiang 12, somewhat dazed, managed to rise from the ground and charge forward once more, summoning the terrifying manifestation of his energy, Mount of Corpses and Sea of Blood. The ominous aura emanating from this manifestation instilled fear in his enemies and could also disrupt certain mental assaults. He unleashed a technique known as the Blood Fiend Palm, which synergized with his manifestation, amplifying its potency by more than tenfold compared to ordinary martial arts. Jiang 12 was now utterly serious. Alas, Qin Hengyu is never short of extraordinary visions. Immediately, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving the Jiang brothers utterly astounded by Qin Hengyu. As the spiritual energy erupted from Qin Hengyu's dantian, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded upon the vast azure sea. A luminous golden moon began its gradual ascent. Silvery moonlight cascaded gently downwards. However, the mere presence of this moonlight caused Jiang 12 to momentarily falter. It was only after the surge of blood light enveloped him that he managed to evade further control. A golden koi leaped through the dragon gate, transforming its upper body into that of a dragon. At this moment, Qin Hengyu was enveloped in a radiant golden light, which not only adorned him with dragon scales but also enveloped him in a golden glow, enhancing his overall strength by approximately tenfold. The carp that had transformed into a true dragon remarkably leapt forth from the extraordinary phenomenon, seemingly capable of engaging in battle with vivid realism. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. A towering snow-capped mountain, emanating an astonishing chill, witnessed the emergence of an ice phoenix, soaring forth from the icy peak, wielding frost and ice blades. Upon witnessing these three extraordinary manifestations, Jiang 12 was left utterly astonished. At this moment, his own actions did not see an enhancement. Rather, they diminished significantly. Upon summoning three extraordinary visions, Qin Hengyu took the initiative to launch an attack, effortlessly sending Jiang Shire flying with a single strike of his soaring leg technique. Displeased by the frigid atmosphere, he conjured a frost-laden aura around him and summoned yet another vision. From within a volcanic mountain emerged a colossal fire ape, brandishing an iron staff, rising majestically while surveying its surroundings. The ice that had just formed dissipated in an instant. The Jiang brothers, observing Qin Hengyu, suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. When did Qin Hengyu's Qi exhibit anomalies? There were a total of 4 anomalies. Was there not a time when there were none? Meanwhile, Jiang Ro contemplated that if her elder brother Qin were to be harmed, she would rush to his aid. However, upon witnessing her 12th brother being sent flying by a single punch and kick, followed by the sight of Qin's formidable Qi, she couldn't help but blink in astonishment. Brother Qin has truly become increasingly impressive. Surely he has endured much hardship, which tugs at one's heartstrings. Hiki. Taking the initiative that day at the hot spring pool certainly had its advantages. It seems I have now secured Brother Qin by my side. In the future, I shall encourage my dear brothers to heed Brother Qin's words more, as they seem solely focused on their own cultivation, yet they are falling behind him. If the Jiang brothers were aware of Jiang Rushue's feelings, they would surely be left in tears. Is that sufficient? Qin Hengyu gazed at Jiang Sh on the ground, gradually discerning his own standing in terms of strength. He estimated that he could combat across 3 minor realms. After all, his divine palace had yet to be fully revealed. And under the oppressive weight of spiritual pressure, Jiang Sh would fare even worse. I have not yet been completely defeated. After rising once more, Jiang Sh showcased his own divine palace, a grand mausoleum, a high mound composed of the amassed corpses of enemies, emanating a chilling aura of death. Brother 12, step back. You have lost, declared Jiang Yizhan, who interposed himself to dismiss Jiang Sh. Jiang Sh held profound respect for his elder brother, and despite the displeasure etched on his face, he complied and retreated. Subsequently, in the name of my brother, Roshue, I inquired about the Emperor's intentions, hoping he would speak candidly. Is it possible, Emperor, that you harbored the audacity to stealthily infiltrate my sister's chamber, to spy upon her during her bath, and to commit an act of violation? Jiang Yizhan broached the delicate issue of his sister's purity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Roshue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her face inflating with indignation. Are my brothers devoid of sensitivity? How can one speak so indiscreetly? What was initially a trivial matter is now a threat to my virtue in their portrayal. They are truly insensible. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zhan furrowed his brow, a few dark lines forming on his forehead. Are you all made of wood? How can such matters be addressed so bluntly? Utter nonsense. Jiang Zhan had no choice but to intervene, chastising his sons. Even if such an incident had occurred, it should not be spoken of so openly. Family affairs and personal matters must not be paraded so publicly. One must preserve the dignity of his daughter while also considering Qin Hengyu's esteemed position. Father, it is not as my brothers have suggested. Jiang Roshue interjected hurriedly upon her father's arrival. After I finished bathing, the emperor appeared in the palace, seemingly sent back by the great emperor. She naturally glossed over the moment in the hot spring. After her revelation, Jiang Yizhan and the others exchanged glances, pondering if perhaps they had indeed misunderstood. Chapter 34. In the realm of divine powers, one is spoiled for choice and techniques. Qin Hengyu, in all honesty, resolved to speak candidly. It was a matter of mutual affection, arising from genuine emotion yet entangled in propriety. Upon hearing Jiang Raosh's words, he recognized her delicate sensibilities and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, when Jiang Zhan appeared, he addressed him respectfully as Uncle Jiang. Jiang Zhan inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. In truth, Qin Hengyu was acutely aware that Jiang Zhan was nearby, serving as a protector. At times, the thought of being in the company of someone whose father loomed close while he pursued their daughter was somewhat thrilling. When Jiang Zhan made his appearance, he adhered to the decorum of addressing Qin with respect. Look at you all, slackening in your training. The talents of the sons of the emperor are no less than yours, yet you find yourselves surpassed by those who come after you. Furthermore, you act without thought, seeking to tarnish the honor of your sister? Jiang Zhan smiled faintly at Qin Hengyu, then turned to his sons, launching into a stern reprimand. Moments ago, he had witnessed the extraordinary manifestation exhibited by Qin Hengyu. Merely in terms of presence, he radiated the gravitas of an emperor, though he still lacked somewhat in cultivation. In the span of just a month, the transformation in Qin Hengyu was remarkable. Had he remained the same as before, the future of the great Qin sacred land would have been a daunting prospect. Upon hearing Jiang Zhan's remarks, Qin Hengyu felt a touch of awkwardness as he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. In truth, he possessed the swallowing heaven demon art, allowing him to continuously absorb the fortunes of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan, which hardly required exceptional effort on his part. Conversely, Jiang Zhan had indeed experienced a multitude of events, engaging in both commendable and questionable actions, embodying the full spectrum of behavior expected in such circumstances. However, with Jiang Zhan having expressed his thoughts, it would have been unwise for him to interject, as that might lead to misunderstandings, making him appear disingenuous. The Jiang brothers, chastised by their own family, were naturally reluctant to voice any objections. On one hand, it was undeniable that Jiang 12 had indeed been bested in combat. On the other, their assumptions regarding the relationship between his sister and Qin Hengyu had been misguided. We apologize for the misunderstanding. After receiving their reprimand, the Jiang brothers turned to Qin Hengyu with sincere apologies. It is of no consequence. The unexpected circumstances surrounding the teleportation location understandably led to confusion. Qin Hengyu spoke nonsense with his eyes wide open, showcasing a remarkable degree of tolerance and magnanimity in an effort to let the matter pass. At this moment, the relationship between Qin Hengyu and the Jiang brothers has been gradually easing. Subsequently, the Jiang brothers took their leave. Once they ventured a certain distance away, Jiang Yizhan and a few of his older brothers swiftly surrounded Jiang 12. Jiang 12, seeing your martial skills so unrefined, it appears we must dedicate some time to training alongside you. Indeed, they echoed in unison. The elder brothers, feeling a pang of disappointment, naturally set their sights on Jiang 12. Their dissatisfaction with his performance was palpable. Isn't it simply because I am a bit younger? Jiang 12 attempted to defend himself. However, his words bore no weight. His brothers immediately clasped his shoulders, saying, "Yes, it is precisely because you are younger that we, as your elder brothers, must shower you with even more affection." Jiang Zhan also seized the opportunity to vanish once more. Qin Hengyu remained in Jiang Roshue's room, indulging in intimacy once again. It can only be said that the brother-in-law has fully immersed himself in the realm of passion, as the two found themselves once more enveloped in tender caresses. It was yet another evening of relaxation. Qin Hengyu reluctantly departed from Jiang Roshue's palace and made his way to the underground palace, intending to master the realm of divine powers. Prior to this, Qin Hengyu had no intention of soliciting the other warrior families, as he had once done with Jiang Zhan. The situation had shifted. As an emperor's son, even if he had erred in the past, there was no need to demean himself by admitting fault. Once may be acceptable, but repeated admissions would only portray weakness. Even during his dealings with the Jiang family, he did not behave like a sycophant. Instead, he opted for an equitable exchange. A sycophant never attains true love, just as a monarch, through begging, cannot acquire power. True power must be seized through dominion or negotiated through transactions. Your pleas and weaknesses merely serve to distort the hierarchy between subordinates. Now, with the Jiang family being the first to accompany him in his revival, they will reap substantial rewards from the source stone veins, setting a commendable precedent. It is likely that upon his emergence from the underground palace, the entire sacred land of the Great Qin will witness notable transformations, akin to a dormant dragon gradually awakening. Within the underground palace, a perpetual lamp burns eternally. "Father, I have returned." Upon returning to the underground palace, Qin Hengyu felt as if he had returned home, calling out with familiarity. This was indeed his greatest source of confidence. Qin Hengyu did not question the ulterior motives of his imperial father. After all, he was the emperor. If he had wished to harm him, it would have been too late. In the original narrative, the fate of the original self only began to shift after the emperor's demise. This implies that his seemingly benevolent imperial father had always been his steadfast support. It was only when this support faltered that misfortune befell him. "My son, your emperor's strike has been exhausted. Yet here, more remains." As Qin spoke, he immediately presented something. In the air, several jade tablets materialized, each inscribed with a singular character in Qin script, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, this was the formidable strike capable of vanquishing a saintly rank. How exhilarating! Qin Hengyu, displaying a lack of courtesy, collected these great emperors with a single strike. He then expressed his concern, saying, "Father, please take good care of your health." Indeed, with the resurgence of traitors who have betrayed the Dao domain to align themselves with the dark races, it is imperative that I ensure your safety. In Qin Ying's voice, there lingered a hint of concern. A traitor? His experience of traversing through literature and his identity as the emperor's son rendered him quite familiar with this name. The dark races existed in another realm, rumored to dwell on the periphery of the spiritual world, born with the capacity to curse and erode. They possess the ability to devour the life forces of other star domains, thereby augmenting their own strength and frequently instigating wars. Given that the dark races had their own cultivation systems and legacies, it was not uncommon for some individuals within the current Dao realm to choose treachery. These beings were shrouded in mystery. In the original narrative, they were not described in great detail, as the storyline primarily focused on the romantic escapades of the destined child. Encounters with the traitorous dark races were few and far between, resembling mere instances of dungeon raids. One touch and they shattered, often yielding a plethora of valuable spoils. The original plot concluded during preparations for battle, leaving the outcome of the conflict shrouded in uncertainty. Critics have lamented the unsatisfactory ending. Qin Hengyu furrowed his brows. Could it be that Yu Xingqian, this fated child, has ties to the dark races? Thus, one must remain vigilant. If it is true that the fated child Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan are connected to the dark races, one cannot afford to let down their guard. The son is already aware and will certainly take necessary precautions. Qin Hengyu spoke earnestly. At this moment, he increasingly understood the adage that having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. The sheer ability to unleash such formidable strikes from numerous emperors was indeed a testament to the significance of a father. First, he must cultivate the realm of divine powers. As the name suggests, this realm entails the mastery of various divine abilities: the heavenly foot, the heavenly eye, the heart's intuition, the heavenly ear, the fate perception, or perhaps the far-seeing eye, the wind-following ear, the fire-eyed golden vision, the heavenly eye, and the six-eared perception. The 5 vital divine powers include the indomitable diamond, the wooden spirit, the earth's flow, the fire control, and the water evasion. Furthermore, one must possess an indomitable courage and a voracious appetite. Divine abilities are as diverse as the individuals who wield them, with countless legacies to explore. When it comes to scriptures, he had indeed grasped a considerable amount. The Taoist scripture on divine powers encompasses the 6 perceptions: sight, hearing, taste, smell, body, and mind. His father's esteemed ancestral scripture contains a singular divine power, encapsulated in one commanding character. This ability unifies the body's strength, enabling it to unleash severalfold power, allowing one to transcend the mundane and approach the divine. With every part of the body nearing the brink of divinity, this divine ability is by no means weak. In fact, it is quite comprehensive. However, at this moment, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the myriad choices before him. He yearned for every divine power. Yet the thought of selecting just one while relinquishing the others left him with a sense of having gained a sesame seed but lost a watermelon. Was he truly contemplating the scriptures of divine powers? As Qin Hengyu grappled with his dilemma, a voice emerged from Qin Ying's side. He was barely hanging on. Yet his spirit was remarkably invigorated. Witnessing Qin Hengyu's growth brought him unparalleled joy. "Father, I have been greedy. Now that I have comprehended the Taoist scripture and the true Sun scripture, along with my father's ancestral scripture, I find myself dazzled by the choices in the realm of divine powers." Qin Hengyu did not conceal his thoughts. In his cultivation, he encountered some difficulties. Indeed, Qin Ying possessed greater strength and had lived longer, undoubtedly offering more insightful advice. To refrain from inquiring and blindly pursuing cultivation would ultimately lead to his own detriment. "You might consider this approach." Upon grasping the situation, Qin Ying spoke. As his words resonated, the mechanisms within the entire subterranean palace sprang to life, revealing a square abyss in the previously intact floor. At its core, a lotus pedestal began to rise slowly. In the center of this lotus formation lay a tattered piece of parchment, seemingly unremarkable. However, how could something cherished by the emperor himself be anything but extraordinary? Chapter 35, Fragment of the Celestial Artifact. A gift from the emperor's father. Qin Ying has truly revealed his most treasured possessions. His ability to ascend as a great emperor and to endure for such a long time owes much to these artifacts. How could a mere boy from the border ever bridge the chasm that separates him from those favored by heaven? Beyond the ethereal notions of talent and willpower, there must inevitably exist a foundation of tangible resources. Qin Ying elucidated. The yin-yang diagram is a relic of an illustrious emperor known as Taishan, who is said to be the first sovereign to transcend the mortal realm and ascend to the celestial paradise. Though this treasure is merely a fragment, it has accompanied me throughout my journey, allowing me to comprehend the supreme divine powers. Now, I entrust it to you. Perhaps you may glean some enlightenment from it. Before Qin Ying had the chance to present the fragments of the yin-yang diagram to Qin Hengyu, the latter remained ensnared in a state of oblivion. The more valuable possessions Qin Hengyu acquired, the greater the potential for calamity to befall him. One should not underestimate seemingly worn and ordinary items, for they may attract undue attention. A person of noble status, adorned with shabby and commonplace objects, is more likely to raise suspicion about hidden treasures. As an imperial heir, even a mere stone, treated as a source stone, would find eager buyers, unperturbed by its ordinary appearance. A rope tied around a cabbage retains the cabbage's price. Yet when affixed to poultry, it assumes the value of the fowl. This does not imply that the rope has gained worth, but rather that it has borrowed the identity and value of the poultry. Status and position bestow a semblance of value upon certain objects. Qin Hengyu remained oblivious to Qin Ying's thoughts and musings. As the blueprint fluttered before him, a moment of enlightenment was ignited. The epiphany was triumphant. Instantly, various insights emerged from the depths of his mind. The Taishan Jing Shintongpian? One must first cultivate the primordial energy of heaven and earth, then divide this energy into the dualities of yin and yang, subsequently employing these dual forces to practice the divine arts, capable of splitting one into two, two into three, and three giving rise to myriad creations. The scope of this framework is indeed vast. The Taishan Jing encompasses a formidable divine ability known as one qi transforms into 3 purities. The primordial energy can manifest 3 formidable avatars, each perceived as an independent self, yet interconnected in a profound manner. However, once this divine ability is utilized, the subsequent divine skills become increasingly difficult to employ. Mastery of divine abilities demands a certain level of prowess. Thus, Those devoid of innate talent find it arduous to cultivate potent divine arts, even if achieved. They may remain unable to wield them effectively, scarcely aware of their success, and unable to transcend their limits. Upon achieving enlightenment, Qin Hengyu immediately immersed himself in cultivation. One cannot help but acknowledge that fortune indeed seemed to favor him. The primordial energy, regarded as the essence closest to the source, is also referred to as the source qi. Remarkably, within the celestial bodies he absorbed, there resided attributes related to both the yin and yang. With this foundation established, a strand of primordial energy swiftly coalesced. In other words, while others laboriously toiled to cultivate primordial energy, he merely needs to inhale and absorb it effortlessly. Increasingly resembling a villain. A villain he may be, yet possessing strength is what truly matters. Upon discovering that he had mastered the Tai Xian Jing, Qin Hengyu realized that he could not only wield a myriad of divine abilities but also unify them harmoniously, free from any conflicts. Success. Qin Hengyu could hardly have imagined that the troubles causing him such a headache would be resolved so swiftly. Meanwhile, Qining also sensed the transformation in Qin Hengyu and was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, "My son, have you truly attained enlightenment?" His voice resonated with heartfelt delight. "Father, I have comprehended the divine passages of the Tai Xian Jing and have condensed a modicum of primordial energy." Upon hearing Qin Ying's words, Qin Hengyu slightly raised his hand. It seemed as though a gentle breeze danced within his grasp. This was the enigmatic essence of primordial energy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Indeed, this path, which had long eluded my understanding, I had only grasped a singular concept I referred to as unity. Your comprehension has already surpassed that of your father. As Qin gazed upon that thread of primordial energy, a sudden clarity enveloped him. It seemed as though many of his questions had been answered. Previously, he had pondered what set Tai Xian apart from the ordinary. Upon gaining this insight, the power within Qin Ying began to evolve uncontrollably. As a spectrum of vibrant colors gradually unfurled, was his father on the verge of a breakthrough? Qin Hengyu secretly clicked his tongue. Does this mean that there is a chance for a longer life? What a fortunate turn of events. Father, it seems you are on the brink of a breakthrough. Perhaps it would be best to return this fragment of the yin-yang diagram to you, father? Qin Hengyu was uncertain about the utility of the yin-yang diagram fragments for Qin Ying, thus he promptly presented them. Having already comprehended the Tai Xian Sutra, he felt sufficiently accomplished. My son, why not cultivate the yin-yang diagram fragments within your qi? With your innate power, you shall be able to unleash their potential more effectively than I, and you will find it easier to locate other fragments. Should you succeed in acquiring the complete yin-yang diagram of Tai Xian, you might just catch a glimpse of the celestial realm beyond the great emperor, surpassing Hengyu. Qin Ying had not continued at all. Just moments ago, his son Qin Hengyu had displayed his vitality, which had provided him with some insight. However, he was already exhausted, and it would be exceedingly difficult for him to break through once more. He could only extend his life for a few more years. Thus, he had already shifted his thoughts away from the prospect of Qin Hengyu ascending to the throne of the emperor. In his eyes, Qin Hengyu possessed the bearing of an emperor, and it would be effortless for him to achieve that status in the future. The true question was how far he could go after becoming an emperor. Qin Ying still slumbered within the obsidian dragon coffin, while the fragmented diagram of yin and yang appeared to swim like a fish, seamlessly entering the body of Qin Hengyu. Upon the fragment of the yin-yang diagram entering Qin Hengyu's body, he beheld an unexpected sight, an additional fish within his qi. A fish? Living beings should not manifest within the qi. Those extraordinary phenomena, though seemingly vibrant and animated, were ultimately under control. Yet, this particular fish eluded his grasp, imparting a sense of profound understanding merely by observing its fluid movements. It was truly remarkable. Qin Hengyu was acutely aware that the fragments of the yin-yang diagram were not mere imperial artifacts. They were, in fact, celestial instruments. Even a single shard possessed the formidable power of an imperial weapon. Upon the fragment entering his body, he felt an undeniable sensation, as if, should he manage to gather the fragments of the yin-yang diagram into completeness, it would not be impossible to extend Qin Ying's life. Naturally, the difficulty of such an endeavor was undeniably substantial. Qin Ying attempted to exert control over the fragments of the yin-yang diagram, yet his efforts proved futile, as they appeared to possess a consciousness of their own. Nevertheless, the entry of the fragments into his qi yielded certain benefits. The myriad anomalies within the qi, which previously exhibited a degree of conflict, have now significantly improved, as if they have been subdued. Father, I am about to proceed to the scripture repository. I shall return after some time. After Qin Hengyu completed his introspection, he expressed his intention to take his leave. The path ahead had already been determined. Next, he would delve into the cultivation of various divine abilities, which necessitated the support of certain scriptures. The scripture repository presented itself as a superior choice compared to the underground palace. He still had a few opportunities for enlightenment left, and he could select several volumes of the emperor's scriptures for his practice. Coincidentally, his father also needed to immerse himself in study for a while. Qin also agreed. Having just gained some insights that required time to organize, he was concerned that Qin Hengyu might remain in the underground palace and inadvertently cause harm to others. The spatial displacement was at play. Qin Hengyu effortlessly arrived at the highest pavilion within the sacred land of the Great Qin, a realm adorned with an abundance of imperial scriptures, treasures that would be revered elsewhere, now scattered liberally throughout. This is the profound legacy that Qin has amassed over 100 millennia for the sacred land of the Great Qin. In the original narrative, Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan had both reaped significant benefits here, discovering scriptures that resonated with their own essence. Now, however, this sacred space belongs solely to him. Qin Hengyu traversed the golden pages crafted from celestial gold, inscribed with the scriptures of the great emperor, in search of the fragments he required. Methodically inheriting the sacred grounds of the Great Qin, he felt a thrill of satisfaction. Yet, he pondered the fates of Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Determined, Qin Hengyu resolved to expedite his own breakthrough, eager to demonstrate his prowess against lesser opponents. Chapter 36. Withered Chrysanthemums, Wounds Abound, Hearts Torn Asunder in Jincheng. The discovery of new source stones in the desolate mountains surrounding the city had stirred considerable excitement. Following the development of this new, or mine, a plethora of resources emerged, drawing many to seek suitable cultivation materials. Naturally, the exploits of Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan became widely known. It seemed they had encountered extraordinary fortune. Yet their selfishness led to discord. Having discovered the source stone mine, they chose to hoard its riches without sharing with the Lu family, inciting internal strife. This narrative gained traction, as it offered an explanation for how the sacred land of Great Qin became privy to such information. Reluctance to acknowledge Qin Hengyu's transformation from a once-inept imperial scion to a master strategist rendered the tale all the more astonishing. This perspective painted Lu Ruyan and Yu Xingqian as foolish, suggesting their lack of ability had sown discord among family members, while their luck yielded nothing, inadvertently benefiting the Lu family. The expulsion of Lu Ruyan from the sacred land of Great Qin was not without justification. However, their subsequent return added another layer of intrigue, hinting at a stroke of immense fortune. In the Huanyu sacred land, Yu Xingqian had recuperated from his injuries, save for a slight flattening of his nose. His cultivation had ascended to the realm of divine powers. After breaking through to the palace-breaking stage, the heavenly palace was unveiled in its entirety. It resembled the ruins of a celestial court, appearing dilapidated yet magnificent, with crumbling walls that still exuded grandeur, adorned with mythical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, Granny Jiao led Yu Xingqian, Lu Ruyan, and Ming Fanyan to a murky swamp within the Huanyu sacred land. This swamp was the most polluted area, inhabited by two fierce types of exotic beasts, crocodilian creatures of varying sizes and venomous snakes. These creatures blended seamlessly with the swamp, their numbers dense and foreboding. Merely glancing at the swamp could instill a sense of dread. These formidable beings, with sharp fangs and daunting tenacity, showed little fear of pain. The snakes possessed venom potent enough to incapacitate even those at the kingly level upon being bitten. Now, the three of you, leap in. After the 9 grandmothers brought the 3 individuals to this place, she commanded them. Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, while Ming Fanyan trembled at the sight of the swamp, recalling his previous visit here, which had been a living nightmare. Since this is your first time here, I must advise you to strip down a bit. Otherwise, you will not last long, the 9 grandmothers continued. Lu Ruyan frowned, somewhat incredulous. 2 men and a woman undressing? This is the soft scripture, the great emperor's text. If you wish to survive in the swamp, you must learn to adapt, she added. The 9 grandmothers did not force the trio. After discarding a golden page, she waved her hand, and the 3 plunged into the swamp. As the Holy Sun, Ming Fanyan had cultivated the universe's true scripture. His entire technique was related to fire, and he possessed a diamond-like ability that rivaled artifacts of the same tier. After the Heavenly Path Oath, his cultivation was diminished, and his power shattered. He could only start anew in the realm of divine powers. Among the 3, he was the first to shed his garments, standing completely bare. Ming Fanyan was gaunt, with hardly any flesh on his bones, appearing somewhat frail. Upon entering the swamp, he became motionless, floating in the muddy water, unaffected by the bites of poisonous snakes or crocodiles. The advantage of this was evident. Those creatures did not attack him immediately. In stark contrast, Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan found themselves in a dire predicament. As they cautiously stepped onto the swamp, countless poisonous snakes and crocodiles leapt towards them. The two instinctively unleashed their spiritual powers. In response, the surrounding snakes and crocodiles reacted more aggressively, nearly the entire swamp's inhabitants converging on them. This scene was quite terrifying. "Sister, we cannot use spiritual powers." Yixingchen, the destined child, quickly discerned Meng Fanyan's unique situation and alerted Lu Ruyan. Indeed. The 9 grandmothers nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Yixingchen's words. As for Meng Fanyan, the so-called waste, he would likely be killed by Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen's, thus nurturing stronger insect spirits. At that moment, without utilizing their spiritual powers, Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan swiftly began to sink into the swamp, their bodies becoming stained with mud. "Our clothes are too heavy." Lu Ruyan suddenly comprehended the reason behind Aunt Jio's earlier counsel to shed her garments. In a fleeting moment, she grasped the golden page inscribed with the soft scripture, transforming it into a dagger, effortlessly severing the hem and sleeves of her attire. Yixingchen, too, discarded his clothing, leaving only a piece of fabric around his hips, a perpetual ache in his heart. He beheld Lu Ruyan's partially obscured form, yet felt powerless to act. Meanwhile, Meng Fanyan's gaze was fixated on Lu Ruyan, his throat involuntarily swallowing in response to the sight. Yixingchen noticed the lascivious glint in Meng Fanyan's eyes. A flicker of anger igniting within him. Meng Fanyan had no business being present, and his thoughts toward Lu Ruyan were a path to destruction. On the shore, Aunt Jio observed Yixingchen's physique with satisfaction, noting his slight pudginess. Such a youth was most delightful to play with. Alas, Yixingchen was a prized possession of the superiors above, and thus could not be trifled with. Otherwise, she would have already contemplated exploring every inch of him. As Aunt Jio watched Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen remain ensnared in the swamp, she began her research and departed from the mire. There was no need to linger. Doing so would only hinder their endeavors. Simultaneously, Yixingchen felt an unusual warmth surging within him, akin to an impending bout of diarrhea. A swift glance revealed a monstrous creature burrowing within him, its tail the only part visible. He was being violated. Concurrently, a source stone, dark and finger-like, concealed within him, shattered under the creature's assault. Following the destruction of the divine source, the creature, now frenzied, twisted and writhed in Yixingchen's agony, rendering him utterly helpless. In pain, his vision blurred with rage. Just as matters threatened to spiral beyond control, the dark finger morphed into a sinister visage, resembling a gaping mouth that devoured the creature, chewing amidst a gruesome and horrifying scene. What was this? Meng Fanyan, still fixated on Lu Ruyan, abruptly noticed Yixingchen's transformation and gasped. However, as he uttered his alarm, the mouth's nose elongated toward his brow, swiftly draining him of vitality. In mere moments, his spatial ring slipped from his fingers, plunging into the muddy waters. Yet the dark entity seemed unsatisfied. It pivoted, charging toward Lu Ruyan, evidently intent on consuming her. "Stop!" Yixingchen instinctively shouted. Upon uttering this phrase, the dark entity ceased its movement, returning to Yixingchen, gradually transforming into a palm-sized visage. This peculiar presence made its way along the skin, shifting from the lower back to the palm. Although it was shrouded in darkness, a closer inspection revealed a nose and a face, exuding an eerie vitality. Could it be that the dark fingers? Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, inquiring of Yixingchen. In that fleeting moment, she had felt the specter of death, hardly daring to utter a word. "Senior sister, perhaps we should retrieve Meng Fanyan's spatial ring and diligently study the Emperor's scriptures for our cultivation?" Yixingchen gazed at the black face on his palm, his heart equally unsettled, yearning to swiftly enhance his strength and acquire the means to confront challenges. Very well. Lu Ruyan cautiously crouched in the murky swamp, intent on retrieving the spatial ring that belonged to Meng Fanyan, which had fallen into the mire. Chapter 37. Breaking through again, the 3 warlord families bow down. A month later, Qin Hengyu opened his eyes in the training room of the Sutra Pavilion. In accordance with the teachings of the Taishan Classic, he cultivated 9 strands of primordial energy, successfully breaking through to the divine ability realm and achieving the ascended dragon state. The Taishan Classic offers further cultivation possibilities. With the acquisition of greater primordial energy, one can attain even more formidable divine abilities. Qin Hengyu has meticulously selected numerous supernatural abilities for cultivation, effectively encompassing all parts of the body, from the mouth, nose, eyes, ears, tongue, and face to the hands, feet, head, torso, and neck, from skin, flesh, blood, bones, and tendons to the heart, lungs, spleen, liver, kidneys, intestines, stomach, and gallbladder. Many of these abilities were heard of in his previous life and have been successfully cultivated, such as the 1,000 Hands, a supernatural ability from the Sutra of Guanyin. An additional eye has manifested at his brow center. Even though the 2 eyes atop his head are blind, he still possesses the singular eye. Upon reaching the ascended dragon realm, it becomes imperative to refine the spine, which resembles a dragon and acts as a pillar connecting the celestial realm and the Sea of Qi. However, the cultivation of the spine carries significant risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to damage to both the Sea of Qi and the celestial realm, rendering all prior efforts futile. Why is it necessary to cultivate supernatural abilities? As the saying goes, the hands and eyes connect to the heavens, and these abilities inherently assist in the cultivation of the ascended dragon realm. Once the Sea of Qi and the celestial realm are interconnected, the consciousness and spiritual energy merge, forming mental force, which can be meticulously controlled by the mind, leading to what is known as the royal realm. Should the Sea of Qi retract and the celestial realm lie dormant, one can blend in with ordinary individuals. However, when the urge to kill arises, one can swiftly take a life. The more adept one becomes at wielding mental force, the greater their combat strength in the royal realm, potentially giving rise to a unique realm of mental force. After breaking through to the divine passage realm, Qin Hengyu discovered that his ascending dragon pillar had remarkably connected, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the ascending dragon realm in a single leap. Qin Hengyu interpreted that it might be due to the mastery of certain mystical arts associated with the cultivation of the spine, which yielded some feedback. However, each previous realm had been relatively flawless. He was reluctant to transition into the ascended dragon realm so easily. He considered seeking another imperial scripture to refine his spine once more, believing that this would likely enhance his strength, albeit slightly. Qin Hengyu had previously experienced a profound enlightenment regarding the ancestral emperor scripture. Within the ascended dragon realm, he additionally unblocked the Ren and Du meridians, as well as the 8 extraordinary vessels, with the ascended dragon pillar as the foundation and the meridians as a supplement. This enhancement rendered the ascended dragon realm even more formidable, simultaneously altering the divine power realm, thus achieving invincibility within the same tier. In other words, the ancestral emperor scripture can be cultivated once within the ascended dragon realm, followed by an attempt to integrate another scripture from the same realm. There is no rush in this endeavor. Having engaged in cultivation for a period of time, it is now appropriate to assess the state of the great Qin sacred land. Moreover, it is essential to spend some intimate moments with Jiang Roshua. After a month apart, he finds himself missing her dearly. As Qin Hengyu made his way to the palace of Jiang Roshua, he happened to pass by the Yang Palace, situated at the heart of the sacred land of the great Qin. This palace had been sealed for an extended period, serving as a venue for deliberations and court sessions during the existence of the great Qin Empire. Prior to his last seclusion, he had issued a notification for its reopening. Now, outside the palace, there was a notable increase in guards, along with palace maids and eunuchs bustling about. It would be prudent for him to take a look. After all, it belonged to his own estate. Qin Hengyu stepped inside. A vast plaza, a long corridor, and a series of ascending steps lay before him. Once, the grand gates of the Sun Palace stood wide open, with the loyal subjects of the great Qin lining the path from the entrance to the main hall. However, since the slumber of the ancestral emperor, few had graced this place. Upon entering the Sun Palace, he discovered that the lights within the council hall were already aglow, illuminating the space significantly, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food and wine. As Qin Hengyu made his entrance into the hall, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards him. Uncle Jiang? In the grand hall, Qin Hengyu called out to the most familiar figures within. In truth, the 3 individuals, whose physiques bore resemblance to Jiang Zhan, were also well known. The great Qin sacred land is home to 6 prominent martial clans: Jiang, Bai, Ming, Wang, Bailey, and Gong Sun, each excelling in their distinct martial arts. The Jiang family is renowned for their spear formations, the Bai family boasts a multitude of armored warriors, the Ming family is unparalleled in beast taming. The Wang family is unmatched in archery, the Bailey family specializes in formations, while the Gongsun family is adept in both formations and mechanisms. Present in the hall were Ming Tian, the head of the Ming family, Wang Jianpa, the head of the Wang family, and Bailey Shouqing, the head of the Bailey family, ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th among the 4 major clans, respectively. The Gongsun family, though ranked lower, is by no means lacking in capability. Their dual mastery of formations and mechanisms should not have placed them at the bottom. Rather, it is their scant numbers that hinder their standing. Previously, the original owner foolishly offended each clan in turn. The Bai family staged a display akin to a feudal lord's drama, as Lu Ruyan once desired to dance, prompting him to invite members of the Bai family to perform the armored warrior dance. This dance holds great significance in the Bai family, reserved solely for ancestral worship, victorious celebrations, and soul invocations. As for the Ming family, their prowess in commanding war beasts speaks for itself. He had the audacity to have them train cats, dogs, and even sparrows, solely to bring a fleeting smile to Lu Ruyan's face. It was as if he were mocking each clan, treading upon their dignity. One could only say that a sycophant meets their demise in due course. Subsequently, the Jiang family relocated from the Great Qin sacred land, while the remaining clans, although nominally still present, have effectively closed their doors to the original owner, making it nearly impossible for him to return. The appearance of the Ming, Wang, and Bailey families now provided an opportunity for Jiangzhan to impart his teachings and rekindle their allegiance. The increase in available manpower is indeed a promising development. Qin Hengyu called out to several other clan leaders, addressing them with a slight variation. Master Ming, Master Wang, Master Bailey, I extend my greetings to you all. Upon seeing the prince, Jiangzhan was the first to rise, offering a slight bow. The remaining three then promptly raised their hands and performed the customary gesture of respect, saying, "We pay our respects to your highness." No need for formalities. Qin Hengyu gently waved his hand, signaling to the several generals that such formality was unnecessary. Upon hearing his response, 4 pairs of hands were lowered, and they took their seats once more. Qin Hengyu surveyed his surroundings. The area was desolate with numerous vacant seats. However, the most striking of all was the highest seat, the one that belonged to his father, Qin Ing. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hengyu sauntered towards the designated seat, settling himself upon the dragon throne. This location offered an exceptional vantage point, allowing his gaze to sweep across every corner of the grand hall, even extending beyond to the plaza outside. From the throne, Qin Hengyu observed Jiangzhan and the other 3 generals engaged in reminiscence. Thus, he deemed it fitting to join them for a meal and foster a closer rapport. Upon discovering that he had taken his place upon the dragon throne, Qin Hengyu noticed the presence of eunuchs nearby, whose prowess appeared formidable. How shall I address the esteemed eunuch? Qin Hengyu did not directly address the eunuch but opted for a more endearing term. Your Highness, you may call me Master Zhang. The eunuch replied with a demeanor of utmost respect, slightly bowing his head. Although they were not part of the 4 formidable families of generals, these eunuchs represented a rather distinctive force. Master Zhang, prepare a lavish banquet and summon the dancers and singers. With a graceful wave of his hand, Qin Hengyu commanded eunuch Zhang, his words resonating with grandeur and ease. Understood, eunuch Zhang replied before retreating, only to return accompanied by eunuchs bearing trays and maidens adorned in resplendent garments, their every movement reminiscent of wild pheasants. Within the grand hall, more bright lanterns were lit, and the incense burner wafted fragrant smoke, harmonizing with the sounds of bells and stringed instruments. Meanwhile, outside the capital, amidst desolate mountains, the miners, having been liberated from servitude by Qin Hengyu after he seized the source stone veins from Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan, were diligently extracting ore. In the brief span of a month, many had redeemed their bonds of slavery. Simultaneously, the source stones were being unearthed in a steady stream, meticulously categorized, with some dispatched back to the sacred land of the Great Qin, while others found their way into the capital for auction and gambling. Suddenly, a stir erupted as reports surfaced of a miner being attacked by a strange black beast, emerging ominously from the source stone. Nearby stones, once stripped of their outer layers, revealed limbs encased in black scales, evoking a sense of dread. Had it not been for Qin Hengyu's assurance of a new lease on life for the slaves, some might have recklessly shattered the stones to uncover the bizarre appendages, potentially inciting chaos and jeopardizing the Great Qin sacred land. With newfound hope, the slaves chose caution over recklessness, summoning the officials and soldiers of the sacred land to address the situation. Upon learning of the events, the authorities promptly secured the mining area, escalating the report through the ranks to summon true warriors to resolve the issue. Chapter 38. Unearthing the Ancient Princess, Preemptive Strike. Qin Hengyu and 4 valiant warriors were raising their goblets when a messenger entered the Grand Hall, bearing a jade slip. Report. Dark races have been discovered in the Source Stone mine. Defensive formations have been established, and we are employing crossbows and war beasts to suppress them, currently managing the aftermath. Dark races? Qin Hengyu could hardly believe that his previous appearance had been discovered so swiftly. Meanwhile, at the signal from Master Zhang, the chief eunuch hastily approached the messenger, retrieving the jade tablet from the messenger's grasp. The tablet contained both text and imagery. Qin Hengyu quickly realized that within this source stone mine, there existed not only the so-called source stones and treasures, but also seals that contained the dark races. Fortunately, these dark races had yet to awaken. The primary concern was that dark races were exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Unless utterly annihilated, they always held the potential for revival, much like wild grass that, given a root, would sprout anew upon receiving water. It was also fortunate that he had intercepted Yu Xingchen and Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, it remained uncertain what kind of mischief they might have conjured using the dark races. Upon gaining an understanding of the situation, Qin Hengyu felt a sense of relief. Uncle Jiang, you should take a look as well. After Qin Hengyu finished reading, he handed the jade slip to the chief eunuch, requesting it be delivered to Jiang Zhan and the others. Subsequently, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the heads of the 4 warrior families, including Jiang Zhan. The dark races had long been absent and required careful handling. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate? This menace must be eradicated swiftly, otherwise, it could give rise to unfounded rumors. Should the 4 great families unite to suppress the dark races? After deliberating among themselves, they turned their gazes toward Qin Hengyu. Among them, Jiang Zhan earnestly proposed, "Your Majesty, shall we proceed to suppress them? I wish to join in the endeavor." Qin Hengyu promptly expressed his desire to investigate the situation. He yearned to discern the truth of the matter. With his formidable strike remaining, he was prepared to unleash it if necessary, for the dark races had ultimately been vanquished by his esteemed father, Qin Ing, and he felt no trepidation. Jiang Zhan did not decline and readily acquiesced. Allowing the young emperor to assess the situation was indeed a prudent choice, sparing them from the need for constant consultations. At the Royal Horse Monitoring Office, the carriages were prepared daily, requiring little in the way of further arrangements. In an effort to maintain a semblance of modesty, the group opted for a more unassuming carriage as they journeyed discreetly to the desolate mountains. At that moment, a small fortress had arisen amidst the wilderness, interspersed with numerous mechanisms. Upon arriving at the heart of the city, Qin Hengyu and Jiang Zhan discovered within one of the storerooms a plethora of source stones, among which lay the fragmented corpses of the dark races. After unearthing the remains, the group exercised great caution, meticulously peeling away the stone skin to reveal the divine sources contained within. Among their findings was a female corpse, remarkably beautiful. In terms of appearance, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the human race, save for her hands, each adorned with 6 perfectly formed fingers. Her skin was exquisitely pale, and her hair, while appearing black at first glance, revealed an enchanting deep purple hue upon closer inspection. She was clad in a form-fitting purple gown that tastefully concealed her skin. Adorning her head was a simple yet elegant purple crown. To their astonishment, in her right hand rested a curved dagger of deep violet, exuding an aura of darkness. Unmistakably a supreme holy artifact. No, it would be a misnomer to refer to her as a mere corpse. She was still very much alive. As Qin Hengyu approached, he discovered that the female corpse within the source stone had awakened, her eyes fluttering open. "Be cautious." Jiang Zhan sensed the anomaly emanating from the source stone, swiftly closing the distance to stand beside Qin Hengyu. Simultaneously, Meng Tian, Wang Jinpa, and Bai Li Shouqing also gathered, their expressions grave as they formed a protective circle around Qin Hengyu, determined to prevent any misfortune from befalling him. Qin Hengyu raised his hand, halting the advance of those around him, and declared, "Wait." At that moment, he had recognized the identity of the enchanting figure before him. In the original narrative, the character referred to as the naive girl was depicted as someone oblivious to her origins and destination, embodying a profound ignorance. Yu Xingchen had merely offered her a modicum of assistance, yet thereafter, the naive girl repeatedly aided him, leading to his acquisition of a precious artifact. Although she was not formally acknowledged as part of his harem, her role was akin to that of a consort. Eventually, due to unforeseen circumstances, Yu Xingchen found himself within the territory of the dark races, where the naive girl continued to provide significant assistance. Her true identity was eventually revealed. She was a long-lost princess of the dark races, a lineage divided into factions and dynasties. During her escape, she had lost a considerable amount of her memories, becoming akin to a blank slate. Little did he expect that this naive girl had emerged from the source stone itself. Qin Hengyu gazed intently at the woman within the source stone, increasingly convinced that she was the innocent maiden. After all, once the young woman opened her eyes, She exhibited no further actions, merely blinking, her gaze reflecting an infantile purity and ignorance. Jiangzhan and the other three clan leaders, upon realizing that the woman in the source stone made no subsequent moves, remained vigilant, their guard unwavering. How should this be approached? Qin Hengyu once again employed the Eye of Fate to scrutinize his opponent, noting the purple and gold aura, indicative of formidable adversaries. If they could not be vanquished, they would inevitably become a threat, leading to countless future troubles. What means might he employ to bind the ignorant young woman to his side? After a period of contemplation, Qin Hengyu conceived the notion of binding a servant through a particular technique. Perhaps he could utilize this method to exert control over the Na'vi young girl, the ancient princess of the dark race. An epiphany, perhaps? Yet, the efficacy of this technique remains uncertain, and it is unclear whether he can truly comprehend it. Nonetheless, during his breakthrough into the divine realm, he had already expended a considerable number of insights. Insight system host, Qin Hengyu insight count, 2 realm. First level of ascending dragon comprehension abilities, Eye of Fortune, devouring demon technique, True Sun scripture, Tao scripture, True Dragon Fist, Supreme Xian scripture, Guanyin scripture, Ancestral Emperor scripture. As Qin Hengyu contemplated, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and information swiftly emerged in his mind. He detected the host, unearthed the ancient princess of the dark races, and comprehended the art of female mastery. The interplay of yin and yang constitutes the Tao. All things varying while embracing yang, harmonizing through the flow of qi. When one shares a profound connection with a woman, the 5 senses intertwine, and one's position shifts with the movement of another. The art of female mastery? Is this the technique he had interpreted, one that veers towards the licentious, suggesting that mastery over women leads to enhanced strength? As Qin Hengyu immersed himself in the teachings of the Yun Heart Sutra, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. However, upon delving into the relevant content, it seemed to diverge from his initial expectations. Alas, he felt a sense of unwarranted excitement. Ahem, he reminded himself, as a gentleman of virtue, he ought not to entertain such lewd thoughts. Qin Hengyu felt an intense inner reproach. However, based on the information he had gathered, the Heart Sutra of controlling women appeared to be particularly well suited to his current circumstances. This technique could only be employed with one individual, allowing for a profound connection with a woman of pure heart, forming what was known as a spiritual resonance. Their perceptions and senses could be synchronized, enabling them to interchange their positions at will. He could occupy her place, and she could assume his. This capability was truly formidable, akin to possessing a conscious doppelganger while wielding a potent spatial ability. Furthermore, the two could enter each other's shadows, granting them a remarkable ability to conceal themselves from the prying eyes of the ordinary world. This constituted yet another powerful means of hiding. Astonishing. As for the prerequisite, could there exist a being more Na'vi than an ignorant ancient princess of the dark race? She was akin to a blank slate, easily moldable to his desires. Does this imply that he could utilize this technique on this so-called princess of the dark race? Only a trial would reveal the truth. Qin Hengyu intends to give it a try first and see if it proves to be effective. Chapter 39. The Heart Sutra of Controlling Women. Can one dominate a saint-level powerhouse? Qin Hengyu raised his hand and placed it upon the source stone. With a surge of force, a fissure instantly appeared within the stone. Meanwhile, Jiangzhan could not suppress a gasp, his concern palpable. He genuinely feared that Qin Hengyu might encounter peril at such close proximity. Meng Tian, Wang Jianpa, and Bai Li Shouqing exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowing in unison. They summoned their spiritual energy, clearly prepared to act at a moment's notice to eradicate the dark entity emerging from the source stone, for even they found this dark race perplexing. In that fleeting moment, a trace of dissatisfaction towards Qin Hengyu flickered within their hearts. Previously, they had believed, based on Jiangzhan's narrative, that Qin Hengyu's temperament had changed. Yet now, despite distancing himself from Lu Ruyan, his actions betrayed a lack of caution. Such recklessness was indeed a hindrance to achieving greatness. Nevertheless, Qin Hengyu raised a hand to halt their advance, protected by the imperial-grade defensive artifact bestowed by Qin Eng. He felt assured that no one could eliminate him in a single strike, allowing him the liberty to take risks. Should he succeed, he would gain an invisible scout and enforcer. Crack. As the source stone shattered, the ancient princess of the dark race remained in her slumber, blinking her eyes in curiosity at the man before her, yet remaining otherwise motionless. Upon the stone's opening, a distinctive fragrance of sandalwood enveloped the air. Qin Hengyu raised his right hand, intending to place it upon that of the dark princess. After successfully resting his hand entirely upon her left hand, she merely blinked, remaining utterly still, as if curiously attuned to some unseen sensation. Qin Hengyu, noticing the lack of response from the other party, simultaneously activated the Yun Heart Sutra. To his astonishment, the scant vital energy within him began to circulate. Could it be that this Yun Heart Sutra requires vital energy to function? After Qin Hengyu activated the technique, he felt a moment of surprise, indicating that the Yun Heart Sutra possessed a remarkable level of cultivation. It was indeed a commendable skill. The Tai Xian Jing was a creation of his venerable father, the great emperor, and was held in high regard. Setting aside the vital energy, the atmosphere between the two was exceedingly tranquil. As time passed, an innate connection began to develop between them, leading him to discover that he could delve into the memories of the Dark Princess, revealing her naivety and ignorance. Since he was the one in control, he could only grasp fragments of information when he allowed himself to be open. Suddenly, the Dark Princess gazed at Qin Hengyu, and in that instant, she realized that their relationship was indeed extraordinary. Her hand seemed to tighten its grip. Thus, they exchanged glances for an entire hour. While Zhang Zhan and the others nearby were on edge, their anxiety palpable. Nevertheless, they were aware that Qin Hengyu was protected by the great emperor, and the fact that nothing had transpired suggested that all was well. Qin Hengyu remained composed, suggesting that he seemed to possess some understanding and confidence in the situation. Consequently, everyone continued to observe from the sidelines. Upon perceiving his transformation into the ancient princess of the dark race, Qin Hengyu realized that he had successfully cultivated the art of enchanting women. It seemed as though an enigmatic thread connected him with her. The ancient princess of the dark race appeared to possess a newfound brightness in her gaze. Qin Hengyu gradually infused certain common knowledge, such as written text and other elements, into the mind of the other party through an enigmatic and intricate thread. Qin Hengyu bestowed upon the princess of this dark race a name, Ziqing. After a brief silence, Ziqing, with the only movement being her eyes, finally parted her delicate lips, akin to the blooming and closing of peach blossoms, yet uttered not a single word. June, she called, a solitary syllable that Qin Hengyu recognized as his own name. There existed a subtle resonance between them, an unspoken connection. Ziqing. Qin Hengyu nodded in acknowledgement, prompting a brighter glimmer in Ziqing's gaze, her voice tinged with a hint of delight. My lord. At that moment, Qin Hengyu also sensed Ziqing's cultivation system. Unlike the complex structures of Qi or Heavenly Palace, Ziqing possessed only a singular life core, the very essence of her strength. Her power primarily emanated from the forces of the Taiying, intertwined with a subtle hint of darkness. The potency of this dark essence felt akin to spiritual energy. In terms of realms, it bore a striking resemblance to Jiangzhan's, perhaps even slightly surpassing it. A holy tear? Moreover, primarily focused on physical prowess? Is she truly that formidable? Qin Hengyu never anticipated that Ziqing was, in fact, a being of the sacred tier. Had it not been for Ziqing's exceptionally unique circumstances, he would have found it utterly unmanageable. Even now, he could not fully exert control over her. The crux of the matter lay in Ziqing's navet, which rendered her remarkably docile. The term hungry that emerged after she acquired language was more indicative of an exhaustion of energy than a mere craving for sustenance. As Qin Hengyu listened to Ziqing express her hunger, he also noted her focus on the source stone nearby. Was she contemplating the consumption of divine energy? Qin Hengyu promptly produced a small amount of divine essence. However, Ziqing shook her head, expressing her discontent within. Oh, and there were also the physical forms of their kin. Qin Hengyu recalled that the dark races scarcely possessed a concept of cannibalism among their own. The weaker beings existed solely to nourish the stronger. He sought to validate his hypothesis and extended his hand to draw in a nearby source stone inhabited by the dark race. Upon shattering the divine source, a writhing severed hand emerged. It was a robust arm, its 5 fingers resembling formidable claws, exuding an aura of ferocity. The moment the hand appeared, it twisted and probed, navigating through a series of bumps and collisions, seemingly yearning for an escape from its confines. Upon witnessing the arm, Ziqing was immediately captivated. Should she dare to experiment? Qin Hengyu grasped the dark hand firmly in his grip. This hand, rife with a corrosive essence, seemed to absorb spiritual energy, gradually regaining its strength. In that fleeting moment of capture, its reaction intensified, hinting at the possibility of unleashing further techniques. However, upon being handed to Ziqing, the dark hand transformed as if a mouse confronted by a cat, instantly calming itself. A look of joy illuminated Ziqing's face and heart. As her hand eagerly made contact with her arm, it swiftly succumbed to decay, crumbling into fine ash. Soon after, her gaze shifted back to Qin Hengyu, filled with a pitiful longing, as if to say, I give this to you, all of it. Qin Hengyu, once again, extracted the fragments of corpses from several source stones. Just as he had done before, Ziqing glanced at Qin Hengyu once more, grasped his arm, and shook it gently, pointing to his mouth with a serious expression, as if urging him to partake as well. Qin Hengyu smiled and remarked, I am not particularly fond of it. You may indulge yourself. It was only then that Ziqing took the initiative to act, releasing a subtle aura of pressure. To her astonishment, the fragments of corpses began to gravitate toward her. Once they entered a certain proximity, they were swiftly absorbed by Ziqing. Following this absorption, the core of her life emanated a deep purple glow, intensifying in brilliance. Her skin also underwent subtle transformations. The previously visible purple patterns and scales were now slightly altered, and even the hue of her hair exhibited some distinctions. Remarkably, her skin and appearance became more akin to that of an ordinary person. However, the 6 fingers remained unchanged. Did her appearance truly undergo further transformation? Qin Hengyu observed the transformation of Ziqing with a hint of surprise. Imperial child, are you all right? However, the 4 generals, witnessing the unfolding events, mistakenly believed that Qin Hengyu had fallen under control, and they immediately exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 40, Taming the Dark Princess. The generals were astounded. Qin Hengyu was aware of the misunderstanding among the 4 warriors and offered a brief clarification. It's nothing. I am not under control. Jiangzhan and the others exchanged surprised glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. They observed Qin Hengyu's actions, which were shrouded in ambiguity. Yet it was evident that the woman they had unearthed belonged to the dark race. DZ, she is of the dark race, Jiangzhan remarked, unable to contain himself. His daughter, Jiang Rushiwe, still had some connection with Qin Hengyu, and he naturally wished to prevent him from being momentarily blinded by beauty. Uncle Jiang. There is no need for concern. She belongs to the dark race, but she is unlike the typical members of her kind. In fact, she exhibits restraint towards them. Currently, she is under my control, serving as my guardian and shadow. Qin Hengyu elucidated a statement. At that moment, the astonishment on the faces of Montaigne, Wang Jianpa, and Bailey Shouqing intensified. For a long time, the prevailing belief among them was that the dark races were nearly uncontrollable. They were frenzied and brutal, devouring anything in their path, and some entities even consumed divine essence. Now, this enigmatic dark race woman had been subdued by the Emperor's son? Such a feat had never been witnessed before. The Emperor's son had taken command. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's assertion, and seeing that no one had been ensnared, Jiangzhan felt a twinge of concern yet found himself at a loss for words. After Qin Hengyu finished his explanation, he instructed Jiangzhan, release those fragments of corpses. He intended to present the bodies of the dark race for Ziqing to absorb. Jiangzhan complied, releasing the golden spear in his hand, which effortlessly pierced through the source stones, causing the corpses within to stir to life. The terrifying aspect of the dark race lay in their peculiar vitality. Even in cases where the bodies were severely mutilated, as long as the head and torso were reassembled, a new entity could easily emerge. Remarkably, even a solitary hand, after a period of time, could sprout features and a brain. This bizarre phenomenon is precisely why the dark race eludes the comprehension of ordinary individuals. To confront the dark race, one must devise methods to obliterate and incinerate them. However, before Ziqing, the fragmented remnants of flesh were compelled to gather and present themselves, ready for absorption. Once absorbed, the flesh dissipated entirely. In the end, the room was devoid of any trace of darkness, and the fragments of source stones lay impeccably clean. Qin Hengyu recalled his recent observation of Ziqing's fortune, which was imbued with a hue of purple tinged with gold, marking her as the most fortuitous presence in his vicinity, albeit slightly inferior to Yixingchen and Lu Ruyan. He pondered whether her fortune could influence his own. It is worth noting that while the hue of fortune may be identical, its effects can vary. Some golden fortunes may bring calamity to those nearby, while others may solely affect the individual. It remains uncertain to which category Ziqing belongs. From the original narrative, it appears that Ziqing is of the type that offers salvation in times of dire need rather than immediate aid. Her strength resides at the saint level, which is indeed appealing. Although her powers have not been fully restored, after absorbing the remains of these dark races, she should be capable of launching a saint-level attack. And there is also the capability of the woman's heart sutra, such as that ability to conceal. Hidden. Qin Hengyu addressed Ziqing, who quickly grasped his intentions and employed her ability to transform into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Standing still, Ziqing's presence became imperceptible within the entire expanse. Emperor, be cautious. Where has she gone? Damn it. After Ziqing's disappearance, the four warriors heightened their vigilance, clearly realizing that the emperor had been deceived. Jiangzhan extended his hand, retrieving his long spear. From Ming Tian's sleeve emerged a tabby cat, sniffing around in an attempt to uncover any clues. Wang Jianpa unsheathed a longbow, wielding it with grave seriousness. Li Shouqing lightly stepped forward, causing numerous golden divine patterns to materialize around him, gradually forming an intricate formation, a killing array. The surroundings instantaneously transformed into a golden spiritual fortress, expanding to seemingly engulf the entire chamber. This barrier would prevent the adversary from escaping, trapping them within the confines of the formation, akin to being besieged by four towering walls. After a considerable duration, the four warriors, having found no trace of Ziqing, exchanged glances, each eager to discern if anyone had made a discovery. Could even a saint-level being fail to detect her? They pondered whether their esteemed emperor father, Qin Hengyu, would be capable of uncovering Ziqing's whereabouts. There is no need for concern. It is I who concealed her. Ziqing, emerge. Qin Hengyu smiled and spoke once more. Meanwhile, behind Qin Hengyu, a striking figure clad in purple emerged, wielding a curved dagger, poised like a mother cheetah ready to hunt. A sense of disbelief washed over Jiangzhan as he beheld the reappearance of Ziqing, who remained in the room, still by the side of the emperor. How had he failed to notice her presence? If she had materialized beside him, would he truly have perceived it? If his observations were accurate, she was a being of the sacred tier. The mere concealment of such an entity instilled a palpable sense of threat even among them. The other three family heads beside him exhibited a spectrum of colors, their faces shifting from pale to flushed. Moments ago, they had believed the emperor was merely captivated by beauty. The reality now revealed their own superficiality. Particularly, Li Shouqing bore an expression of discomfort akin to constipation. Although he was of the sacred tier, his expertise lay in formations, rendering him feeble in close combat. The formation had failed to detect the presence of the opponent, allowing her to approach without hindrance. In a true battle scenario, the outcome was already evident. The emperor had commanded a sacred tier entity, equating to the emperor wielding sacred strength. The dichotomy of light and darkness paled in significance. They all recognized that the great emperor had yet to pass. Should any trouble arise with Qin Hengyu, the great emperor would undoubtedly resolve it. The nature of power transcends the definitions of good and evil. After Qin Hengyu emerged from Ziqing, he once again turned and struck his hand against Ziqing's. In the blink of an eye, Ziqing vanished once more into the shadows. Qin Hengyu gazed at the shattered source stone beside him, already aware that the fragmented remains would be plentiful, and he had to continue his excavation. Fortunately, he possessed the source heaven technique. In Ziqing's mind, some memories lingered, recalling a great battle that had transpired here, during which a colossal foot had descended. At that time, many dark races, including her, had been sealed away, their fates uncertain. Shall we pay a visit to those slaves and resolve the issues concerning the source or vein? Qin Hengyu addressed the four formidable generals regarding the forthcoming arrangements. Ziqing was to continue absorbing the remains of the dark race, having made the journey. He was determined to resolve the pertinent issues surrounding this dark lineage. Possessing the innate ability of a source celestial master, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to tackle this challenge. It was only fitting. Upon hearing about the prospect of venturing to the source stone mine, Li Shouqing was the first to express his approval, as this was indeed his area of expertise. Not only did he possess knowledge of various formations, but he was also adept at spirit-seeking, eager to showcase his skills before Qin Hengyu. Each of the three general clan heads aspired to demonstrate their capabilities, aiming to secure a more significant position in Qin Hengyu's esteem. Much like the Jiang family, where Jiangzhan currently resided, they had inexplicably acquired numerous source stone mines. Through Qin Hengyu's acquisition of the enigmatic woman from the dark race, they recognized his extraordinary nature and felt compelled to exhibit their own merits. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. Previously, Qin Hengyu needed to gauge the expressions of the generals. However, after subduing a saint-level opponent, it was now the saint-level clan heads of the four generals who found themselves needing to assess Qin Hengyu's demeanor. After receiving a response, Qin Hengyu slightly nodded and turned to venture deeper into the mine. Chapter 41. In the midst of losing treasures, yearning to find the destined child to unleash fortune. Deep within the cavern, a myriad of exotic beings could be observed, including towering giants reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters, accompanied by formidable war beasts hauling carts laden with stones. Not all the colossal boulders were source stones. Naturally, a meticulous selection process was necessary. The slaves were nearly entirely unclothed to prevent any pilfering of the source stones. Key positions were manned by vigilant soldiers, while archers and gunmen were strategically placed throughout, creating an orderly environment. Furthermore, individuals from the Bailey family were employing divine inscriptions to stabilize the mine, ensuring that even after delving several thousands of meters downward, the structure would not collapse. Upon the arrival of Qin Hengyu and his companions, the overseer of the mining site approached and respectfully saluted, saying, "I pay my respects to the imperial prince and to all esteemed guests." The moment Qin Hengyu arrived at this place, he inquired about the situation of the slaves. Where was the slave who had discovered the anomaly? There would be rewards and punishments. To speak frankly, in this incident, the slaves played an indispensable role. Otherwise, Ziqing might have been released, thereby facilitating Yi Xingqian's emergence. The dynamics of gain and loss proved to be quite challenging for the sacred land of the Great Qin. Previously, they had specifically alerted the commanders and elevated the status of the slaves, resulting in a somewhat unexpected delight. Throughout the ordeal, it was indeed a slave who noticed the irregularity and promptly notified the commanders. In the past, conflicts between slaves and commanders were often acute, leading to chaos. After Qin Hengyu addressed the matter of the slaves, several stepped forward, 3 young men and an elderly gentleman, known as the Goat Elder. Upon encountering the elderly gentleman, Qin Hengyu felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the previous Zhang Shanong would uncover such a matter. Indeed, the intricacies of human relations and circumstances often harbor remarkable coincidences. One should not be overly formal with the emperor. A simple term of endearment suffices. Zhang Shanong, upon seeing Qin Hengyu, was equally delighted. Over this period, the distinctions between slaves and free individuals had become somewhat blurred. Many had managed to redeem their identities. However, Qin Hengyu's manner of address left him somewhat taken aback. Is it not the case that your status as a slave has yet to be redeemed? Qin Hengyu was somewhat perplexed. According to his own arrangements, the young and able-bodied individuals could be redeemed in approximately 1 month's time, and the elderly and children would likely be the first to be sent out of the mine, while their identities would be redeemed. He was also contemplating the redemption of others within the tribe. It was essential for them to accumulate a modicum of resources for their own cultivation. Remaining in the mine to toil for a while would ultimately ensure a prosperous future for their descendants. Zhang Shanong stroked his goatee and remarked with a sense of satisfaction. He observed that once they left the mine, another batch of slaves would swiftly fill their places, and it might be more advantageous to utilize this opportunity to gather more resources. That sounds good. Should I arrange for the abolition of the slave status of your tribe? Qin Hengyu increasingly felt that this old man possessed remarkable insight. Mining was undoubtedly a laborious endeavor. A group of individuals who were once slaves, even if freed from their shackles, might find themselves ensnared in servitude again if they could not secure a means of livelihood. Conversely, having a stable occupation could gradually transform their circumstances, provided that the environment was suitably conducive. As for the imperial title, it was unnecessary. We are now Qin people. Having fulfilled our responsibilities, we wish to break free from the bonds of servitude ourselves. If rewards are to be given, a modest offering of techniques and spirit stones would suffice. Zhang Shanong shook his head repeatedly. Some things, when acquired too easily, can also be relinquished with equal ease. If Qin Hengyu were to simply utter the word slavery, it could vanish, only to reappear at a moment's notice. As for spirit stones and techniques, they are the foundation of existence. Very well, Uncle Jiang, you may proceed with the arrangements. Qin Hengyu held a more favorable view of Zhang Shanong and turned to Jiang Zhang with a request. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, Wang Jianpa, and Bailey Shouqing, who had long been aware of the emperor's intentions to abolish slavery, regarded Qin Hengyu's approach as somewhat ostentatious. The distinction between slave and free is merely a matter of nomenclature. Both families frequently employed slaves, yet the status of certain household servants could surpass that of official soldiers. After witnessing the results in Zhang Shanyang's performance, the trio's eyes glimmered with newfound admiration. This was clearly an endeavor to win the people's hearts. With their support, success would be within reach. After Qin Hengyu completed the rewards for the slaves, he ventured deeper into the mine. Several areas where the corpses of the dark races had been unearthed were duly marked, warning the slaves of potential dangers. The imperial star is subject to the vicissitudes of change. Many of the veins are slender and fragmented, extending in elongated lines, interspersed with variously shaped lumps. By observing certain patterns, it is possible to violently destroy some of the veins, thereby completely eradicating the source of the dark race's corpses. Shall I take care of this? Naturally, Bali Shouqing understood that Qin Hengyu intended to shatter those veins before the remnants of the dark race could become a significant threat. If such an undertaking required the intervention of the imperial prince, then his presence would be rendered meaningless. I shall resolve all issues in one fell swoop. However, Qin Hengyu discerned that the marked mineral vein merely represented a portion infested with the remains of the dark races. Empowered by the source heavens technique, he had observed and comprehended the situation without having previously employed it, naturally igniting his desire to experiment. The source heavens technique, inherently a mastery of formations, endowed him with profound understanding of both spiritual and source veins. After Qin Hengyu concluded his statement, the other three family heads, aside from Jiang Zhan, were momentarily taken aback. Is that not so? When will Qin Hengyu attain this? It is not surprising regarding Jiang Zhan. The last time Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen arrived here, Qin Hengyu was also certain of the existence of the Source Stone. Qin Hengyu did not wait for the crowd's response and began to execute the Source Heaven technique. This technique differs significantly from other formations, as it employs source stones as brushes, the terrain as canvas, and divine patterns as symbols. Remarkably, it does not require cultivation to sketch out the divine patterns. Immediately, the mineral veins began to tremble like mighty azure dragons, as the surrounding earth was gradually stripped away. Several mineral veins were shattered, revealing chunks of source stone within. The formation generated by the divine patterns sliced and crushed the mineral veins, releasing a surge of dark energy. However, this dark aura was simultaneously suppressed by the divine patterns, resembling enormous black insects that were driven out under the influence of celestial might. Emerging from the shadows that had been trailing Qin Hengyu was Ziqing, who reached into the mass of dark creatures, her hand seemingly conjuring a black whirlwind that shredded and absorbed the dark race. Ziqing's strength experienced further restoration and revival. Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu felt a twinge of sorrow in his heart. By taking such actions, the precious resources within the Source Stone were no longer guaranteed. The Source Stone itself suffered significant depletion, rendering the value of the minerals nearly discounted. Once again, he found himself yearning for Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan. Realizing it was time to seek them out, to accumulate a modest sum of gold coins to offset his losses. Furthermore, this endeavor could also yield moments of profound enlightenment. Qin Hengyu had already devised a plan. Upon exiting the cavern, he intended to seek information about two individuals and devise a strategy accordingly. The fortune of the Chosen One seemed akin to chives, merely awaiting harvest. Chapter 42. Is it true that the Chosen One has ascended to become the Holy Sun? The sacred land of the universe. The marsh pool. Nearly 3 months had elapsed. Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan had both swiftly transcended to the Dragon Ascendant realm. They had not only cultivated the soft scripture, but also discovered the universe true scripture within the spatial ring of the deceased Meng Fan Yin. Effectively merging the teachings of two emperors in their cultivation, they had achieved a harmonious balance of yin and yang. At least for Yi Xingchen, the previous limitations had dissipated. However, following his cultivation of the universe true scripture, he began to notice the emergence of fine hairs. Of course, for Yi Xingchen, there remained alternatives. At that moment, a purple scorpion tail was actively assaulting the nearby crocodile beasts and venomous serpents. They were swiftly drained, reduced to ashes that mingled with the marsh, becoming one with it. After attacking, the scorpion tail retracted, weaving beneath Yi Xingchen's skin, moving toward his shoulder, where it manifested a beautiful visage that greedily uttered, "How delightful." Through this period, Yi Xingchen had gained deeper insight into the enchanting face that adorned him. He understood that in ancient times, in preparation for the dark races, there had been cruel sacrifices. Yusha was one such victim. Her parents were slain, her brother perished before her eyes, and she herself was transformed into a being of darkness, shunned by the world. Fortuitously, upon encountering Yi Xingchen, she felt a striking resemblance to her lost brother. Consequently, she yearned to offer him her assistance selflessly. Yusha even transmitted fragments of her memories into Yi Xingchen's mind. Upon absorbing these visions, Yi Xingchen was moved to the brink of tears. Should Qin Hengyu become aware of this situation, a classic line would echo in his mind: a gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and a shattered her. Qin Hengyu would also recognize Yusha. This Yusha, a dark entity that had once collaborated with the original body in the source material, ultimately led to the original's downfall, solidifying the accusation of collusion with the dark races. Now, however, Yi Xingchen believes wholeheartedly in Yusha's words, contemplating a union of hearts that could yield immeasurable benefits. Given Yusha's ability to morph into any form, It is entirely plausible for Yi Xingqian to feign the appearance of a robust man, evoking a sense of profound emotion within him. The nuances of gain and loss. That feeling of filling and compensating is known only to those who have experienced it. Sister Yusha, how has your power evolved? Yi Xingqian regards Yusha as his trump card, significantly amplifying his own strength. Those entities are far too weak. At present, I can wield power nearing the realm of kings, sufficient to elevate your capabilities by a substantial tier. Enough talk. Granny Jiao is approaching, and I must take cover. After emitting a delicate voice, Yusha vanished beneath the surface of the skin, as if she had never existed. Upon arriving near the marsh, Granny Jiao beheld Yi Xingqian and Lu Rian seated on the ground in the swamp, an occurrence she had anticipated. She had known of Meng Fanyan's demise the moment it happened. Death had merely occurred. Over the years, the Holy Son of the Universe sacred land numbered not in the thousands, but certainly in the hundreds. The younger generation could only serve as pawns. Who would genuinely place their hopes upon a mere youth? Certainly not the universe sacred land. The interests of this assembly of ageless beings remained paramount. She also discerned that both Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian had experienced a notable enhancement in strength. Though they appeared motionless in the swamp, their bodies trembled incessantly, akin to serpents in motion. This was a mystical ability from the soft scripture, referred to as softness, allowing the body to perfectly dissipate force. It is the most formidable of powers. Furthermore, the soft scripture encompasses several other abilities, such as soft bone, enabling the body to contort into a sphere or a cube. Their tongues could perceive the sense of the air, their olfactory senses far beyond that of ordinary individuals. With explosive force and digestive capabilities, each possessing a unique ability, their power had undergone considerable enhancement. That accounted for 5 abilities in total. The final ability, shedding skin, allows for the rapid transformation of injured areas, preserving the unscathed parts to ensure self-preservation. Thus, there are 6 abilities in total. The 2 also practice the universe true scripture, which grants a singular ability, diamond-like, rendering the body extraordinarily resilient, capable of catching blades with bare hands, even against artifacts of the same realm. You two shall henceforth be the holy son and holy daughter of the universe sacred land. After announcing the subsequent arrangements, Granny Jiao presented them with a spatial ring. Thank you, Granny Jiao. Upon hearing that you would become the holy son of the cosmic sacred land, the delight in Yi Xingqian's eyes was unmistakable. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, if you truly wish to thank grandmother, do visit her this evening. Grandmother Jiao's smile was as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, her delicate voice adding an enchanting charm to her words. Oh dear, I couldn't possibly. In that instant, Yi Xingqian found himself rendered motionless. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. You have no sense of humor at all. Grandmother Jiao continued. For now, focus on your own cultivation. I have some matters to attend to. She cast a lingering glance at Yi Xingqian, refraining from making further demands. Goodbye, grandmother, Lu Ruyan said, watching how Yi Xingqian was treated, her heart fluttering with unease. You are not so bad yourself. Grandmother Jiao's demeanor towards Lu Ruyan was noticeably cooler than towards Yi Xingqian. After the announcement, she departed, and at that moment, the presence of Yusha re-emerged. That wretched old woman dared to tease you. I shall see to it that she pays dearly. Yusha's voice was devoid of any warmth, starkly cold. Lu Ruyan observed Yusha's arrival, feeling a pang of bitterness. Since Yi Xingqian had acquired Yusha, he had become somewhat distant, often withholding his thoughts and feelings. What is there to feign when one has nothing left? Lu Ruyan wrestled with her emotions but chose to endure. Yusha possessed profound insights, imparting to them the secrets of the soft scriptures and aiding their fusion with the true scriptures of the cosmos, which enabled their survival in the marshy pools. Star, what treasures lie within your ring? Lu Ruyan inquired as she stepped closer to Yi Xingqian, her curiosity piqued by the spatial ring. Yi Xingqian opened his storage ring, revealing various identification tokens for the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, along with corresponding attire. Lu Ruyan's gaze fell upon the tokens, her eyes inexplicably moistening. It has been so arduous, from having nothing to losing everything, and now regaining all that I desire. As she accepted the identity token from Yi Xingqian's hand, it trembled slightly, yet her eyes remained dry. Senior sister, we shall undoubtedly triumph over Qin Hengyu, Yi Xingqian promised, touched by Lu Ruyan's tears. Indeed, she replied, though her emotions were complex. Between Yi Xingqian and Qin Hengyu, her hesitation deepened. The current circumstances were not solely due to Yi Xingqian's efforts, but rather linked to that enigmatic figure with the purple visage. Soon after, the two arrived at the main hall of the cosmic sacred land. Upon presenting their identification tokens, the inhabitants of the hall swiftly made arrangements, and the news circulated rapidly. Servants eagerly stepped forward to assist the pair in understanding the intricacies of the sacred land. What privileges does the Holy Sun enjoy? What specifications govern travel? What is the true essence of a guardian? The situation on Lu Ruiyan's side is quite similar. She has been ushered into the Hall of the Holy Maiden, where she enjoyed a refreshing bath in the hot spring pool, donning exquisite garments reminiscent of a butterfly. With a golden hairpin reinserted into her hair, a return to lost glory? She has undergone a transformation. It is time for her to reemerge. Although the holy land of the universe cannot compare to the sacred land of the great Qin, it offers her opportunities to engage in more endeavors, even to devise a means of retribution against those who have previously wronged her. For instance, Lin Yi from the Star Pavilion. Moreover, she could also confront Qin Hengyu, necessitating the formulation of a strategy. The thought of dealing with Qin Hengyu ignited a fervor within Lu Ruiyan. Meanwhile, in the desolate mountains, the actions of Qin Hengyu are gradually drawing to a close. After absorbing the remnants of her dark kin, Ziqing, the ancient princess of the dark race, has steadily attained her full power. She has now reached the 5th level of the sacred stage. Chapter 43. Is it not reasonable to engage in close communication with the ancient princess? As Qin Hengyu observed Ziqing complete her absorption, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The remnants of the dark race's corpses occupied nearly half of the mine, yet there remained a portion of source stone veins, preventing a total loss. He could also sense Ziqing's level of mastery. To be candid, he experienced a flicker of surprise. Within a typical holy land, her presence would have already established her as a sovereign, capable of near invincibility without drawing upon the foundational strength of the sacred ground. Currently, the most formidable force of the great Qin Holy Land is nominally Jiangzhan, at the 5th tier of the Saint Realm. Ziqing's combat prowess would not be inferior to Jiangzhan's. In fact, under the peculiar influence of the Female Mastery Sutra, she might even surpass him. Of course, this consideration excludes the ancient beings sealed within the catacombs and coffins of the great Qin Holy Land, many of whom possess levels beyond the 5th tier. As Ziqing opened her eyes, she noticed a hint of apprehension flickering across Qin Hengyu's face. In Qin Hengyu's heart, a sense of bewilderment arose as he extended his hand. Upon making contact with Ziqing, a surge of fragmented memories flooded his mind. It became evident that with Ziqing's complete restoration of power, remnants of memories began to resurface, causing her distress as she projected these recollections forth. After a brief moment, he grasped the essence of these fragmented memories. Remarkably, Ziqing was a being from 100,000 years ago, long ago. The imperial star had been invaded by a dark race, albeit they were subsequently driven away. Following the annihilation of the dark race's influence, Ziqing sought refuge on the imperial star, only to be pursued by a warrior named Yusha. At that time, she had brought forth a considerable amount of divine essence and resources. It was an unknown emperor who, sensing the dark aura in this location, launched an assault. With that strike, much of the divine essence was melted, temporarily sealing the dark race, while a greater number of them perished. Yusha? Qin Hengyu found himself somewhat familiar with the original storyline, naturally recalling it as part of his former self's destiny. It involved a black finger, capable of effortlessly slaying both humans and other foreign races. After losing the sacred land of the great Qin, his previous incarnation occasionally extracted this treasure from a piece of primordial stone. However, this very artifact also served as evidence of his collusion with the dark races. Following the departure of Yusha, he, now fully engulfed in darkness, was ultimately slain by the combined efforts of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruiyan. It seemed that Yusha had never made an appearance. Even after absorbing the remains of the other dark races, there was still no sign of him. Where could he have possibly gone? Qin Hengyu began to reminisce, having acquired all the intricate details concerning the Source Stone mine. Yet he found himself with little to show for it. No matter. After Qin Hengyu comprehended Ziqing's memories, he gently caressed the top of her head, allowing her to gradually find solace and merge into the shadows cast by him. Meanwhile, Bailey Shouqing observed in astonishment as Qin Hengyu adeptly wielded the divine patterns without employing spiritual power. The realization struck him. Only a Source Celestial Master possesses the ability to utilize divine patterns without relying on spiritual energy. For others, the divine patterns serve merely as tools. Whereas for a Source Celestial Master, the divine patterns actively gravitate towards them. One is a technique, the other a way. These two cannot be spoken of on the same level. In this moment, the son of the emperor, not only by virtue of his exalted status, but also in his profound understanding of divine patterns, could easily be considered a mentor. Such terrifying prowess. Jiangzhan and the others noticed the shift in Bailey Shochen's expression and immediately recognized that their emperor was indeed a prodigy. In his heart, devoid of any thoughts of women, the emperor naturally emanated divinity. The emperor? Jiangzhan, witnessing his emperor resolve the situation, inquired with genuine concern. Clearly, there were matters at hand. With the dark races dealt with, all was well. They could resume their mineral excavations and return to the sacred land of the Great Qin. After Qin Hengyu delved into Ziqing's memories, he became increasingly confident in his assessment of the source heaven technique. Essentially, he felt reassured about the situation here. The dark race had been largely dealt with, save for a few dubious entities like Yusha, which warranted a careful investigation. As for the four prominent families, Jiangzhan's daughter had already aligned herself with Qin Hengyu, having long since pledged her loyalty. The other three families, Meng, Wang, and Bailey, after witnessing Qin Hengyu's prowess on 2 occasions, naturally began to regard him with newfound respect. In particular, Qin Hengyu commanded a sacred tier of a dark race before them, treating them as kin. With capability comes power, and with trust comes faith. They naturally understood how to navigate this dynamic. Upon returning to the sacred land of the Great Qin, Qin Hengyu promptly dispatched individuals to further investigate the movements of Yi Xingqian and Lu Rian. He had already discerned that the treacherous plot that had ensnared him in the original narrative might very well be linked to Yi Xingqian. Previously, he had not taken the Bodhi seed from Lu Rian, yet he had kept a vigilant eye on it. The likelihood that the treacherous entity had opportunistically followed Yi Xingqian upon departing is exceedingly high. At this very moment, with all 4 esteemed clan leaders making their presence known, the entire sacred land has begun to gradually shift towards the direction of the Great Qin Empire. Qin Hengyu resided in the Eastern Palace within the royal residence. Under the auspices of eunuch Zhang, Qin Hengyu indulged in a rejuvenating bath in the hot spring. This was a moment to wash away the dust of travel. The spring water, infused with a variety of spiritual herbs, was beneficial to the body and gentle on the skin. Beside the pool, palace maids assisted him in cleansing his face and mouth, as well as tidying his long hair. Such lavish treatment was something he had scarcely experienced in his previous life. After the maids had rendered their assistance, they gracefully departed, and a gauzy curtain descended over the hot spring, allowing him to savor the experience even further. Suddenly, a splash echoed through the pool as the palace maids withdrew. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Hengyu was astonished to discover that Ziqing had unexpectedly appeared in the hot spring pool, her garments and adornments having mysteriously vanished. Ziqing appeared to be emulating him, leisurely soaking in the water with an air of tranquility, occasionally fluttering her eyes open to cautiously observe whether he made any movements. It was quite an alluring sight. Ultimately, Qin Hengyu could not pretend otherwise. He reached out his hand. The two shared a profound connection through the art of seduction, and Ziqing, aware of his intentions, extended her hand in response. Qin Hengyu ultimately discovered that the young lady was unaware of the proper way to bathe, and thus took it upon himself to instruct her. This could certainly be considered a form of courtship, wouldn't you agree? The water splashed freely against their bodies, occasionally brushing against her naive gaze and her delicate, fragile form, stirring an involuntary response within him. Their hearts seemed to resonate in unison. Jun Ziqing, too, drew nearer, uttering but a single word, yet her eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation. Ziqing, Qin Hengyu, being a man, could not possibly remain as tranquil as still water. In the confined space, 2 bodies, attuned to one another, gradually breached the barriers that separated them, engaging in passionate kisses and entwining their forms. They had accomplished everything except for that final step. In Qin Hengyu's mind, the classic imagery from his previous life in the bathroom resurfaced, ultimately breaching the final barrier. One cannot deny that the 5th tier of the Saint Realm possesses considerable strength. Time lingered on, an interminable passage. Qin Hengyu ultimately could not endure any longer. He succumbed to a deep slumber upon the dragon bed after leaving the hot spring pool. Beside him, Ziqing clung tightly to his arm, her eyes wide and sparkling, akin to an innocent bystander. After ascertaining that Qin Hengyu remained still, she pouted with a hint of grievance. Nevertheless, she did not part from his side, maintaining a vigilant watch over him, resolved to remain steadfastly close. Chapter 44. A Web of Conspiracy and Framing? The following day, Qin Hengyu awoke comfortably from his slumber, and after engaging in morning exercises with Ziqing, they each adorned themselves before departing from the Eastern Palace. Upon his arrival at the royal hall, Jiangzhan and others had long been awaiting him. During this period, most matters were addressed in this location, signifying a heightened level of importance. Once Qin Hengyu settled upon the dragon throne, Jiangzhan immediately remarked, "Your Majesty, this morning I received alarming news. It appears that a dark race has surfaced in Jincheng, resulting in the tragic demise of several young scions and their servants from various families. The evidence of this dark race is discernible only upon the flesh." Jiangzhan's demeanor was notably grave. Having just eradicated the dark race from their domain, the news of their resurgence and murderous activities instilled a sense of unease. Surely, it could not be that our esteemed emperor failed to contain a member of this dark race, an elite one, no less, allowing it to escape? Naturally, such conjectures could not be openly articulated. Shall I venture to Jincheng to investigate? Upon hearing the news, Qin Hengyu promptly decided to visit Jincheng to gather more information. Shortly thereafter, he acquired additional intelligence, evidently concerning the dark races, which was of utmost importance. He then proceeded to issue further instructions regarding the management of slaves. Given the previous pilot policy had yielded favorable results, he resolved to intensify the efforts to expedite the transformation of the slave system. Meanwhile, at the Laifu Inn, Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan resided within its walls. Currently, Lu Ruyan awaited anxiously in their room, her companion having momentarily departed. After a period of time, a shadowy figure appeared at the window. Lu Ruyan hastily opened it, allowing the cloaked individual entry. Upon removing the mask, the figure revealed itself to be none other than Yi Xingqian. As he entered the room, a delightful visage manifested upon the back of his hand, radiating satisfaction. Tonight promised a lavish feast, a source of great delight for him. A subtle smile graced Yi Xingqian's lips, an embodiment of his contentment. The exhilarating sensation of wielding power over life and death was truly intoxicating. In becoming the sun, his confidence surged anew. "Xingqian, did you manage to impersonate the dark races successfully?" Lu Ruyan inquired about his endeavors. It became clear that the duo had gleaned from Yusha that the Source Stone mines harbored numerous dark races, prompting their scheme. Should rumors spread that the Qin sacred land harbored captive dark races, it would face a collective uprising against it. Without direct intervention, the Qin sacred land could be obliterated. Even if it survived, its reputation would undoubtedly suffer irreparably. "Are you speaking of me?" Lu Ruyan's words had scarcely faded when the delicate visage in Yi Xingqian's hand began to speak. "Sister Yusha, cease your teasing." Aware of Yusha's penchant for tormenting Lu Ruyan, Yi Xingqian swiftly interjected. He continued, "Everything proceeded smoothly, save for refraining from any direct action against the people of the Qin sacred land. Indeed, while the Qin sacred land could claim others are slandering them, it could also be perceived as deliberately fostering misunderstandings of slander. Regardless, the stain cannot be cleansed unless someone investigates the Source Stone mines firsthand." Lu Ruyan exuded unshakable confidence in her plan. With Yusha's ability to sense the dark races, the Qin sacred land would soon find it impossible to conceal the truth. "Sister, your method is bound to succeed." Yi Xingqian concurred. Ever since Lu Ruyan had articulated her plan, he had been captivated. Following his castration at the hands of Qin Hengyu and the subsequent humiliation he endured, he had harbored a deep-seated vendetta. No matter the cost, he was determined to obliterate Qin Hengyu. "Do you rely on the Qin sacred land? Then I shall bring about its ruin and witness how you navigate your fate. I now proceed to the Star Pavilion to acquire information," thereby escalating the situation and drawing the attention of the entire populace of Jincheng. Following a resolution with Yi Xingqian, Lu Ruyan diligently arranged the next steps. Shortly thereafter, after tidying herself up, Lu Ruyan made her way to the Star Pavilion in Jincheng. At the Star Pavilion, Lin Yi gazed upon Lu Ruyan's arrival, her frustration palpable. In the realm of commerce, one ought to maintain a calm demeanor. However, upon Lu Ruyan's arrival and payment of a deposit, she sought trouble without cause. Lin Yi felt powerless to dismiss her, for Lu Ruyan was currently the revered maiden of the universal Holy Land. On the contrary, Lu Ruyan felt quite at ease. Her visit to the Star Pavilion was motivated by a desire to tarnish the reputation of the great Qin Holy Land and, naturally, to toy with Lin Yi, who had previously relished in her misfortunes. Observing Lin Yi's growing impatience brought her a sense of satisfaction. Since the Holy Maiden of Lin showed no inclination toward conducting business, Lu Ruyan decided not to intrude further. It appeared that the Star Pavilion, in its hubris, underestimated its patrons. "I shall not only file a complaint, but also voice my grievances to the outside world." Rising languidly, Lu Ruyan uttered a cold remark, "Take your time." Upon hearing the word complaint, Lin Yi's teeth clenched in anger. The Star Pavilion, a business entity, thrived on friendships while fearing enemies. Even a holy maiden would be wary of complaints. As Lu Ruyan turned to leave, Lin Yi could not contain her ire and exclaimed, "To hell with you. You dare to insult me?" Lu Ruyan swiftly pivoted, her icy gaze fixed upon Lin Yi. "I did not," Lin Yi denied, unwilling to concede. However, Lu Ruyan wore a mocking smile as she brandished the recording stone in her hand. This device could capture both the surrounding imagery and sound, meaning Lin Yi's recent outburst had been recorded in its entirety. Should this be revealed, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Star Pavilion's reputation. Lin Yi's face blanched in shock. Yet, as curious onlookers began to take notice, she was left with little choice but to murmur, "What must I do to obtain that recording stone?" "It is too late," Lu Ruyan responded, her expression one of triumph. Moments later, an elderly matron approached Lu Ruyan, saying, "Holy Maiden of the Universal Holy Land, this is a gift from the Star Pavilion, intended to compensate for your losses. May I retain the recording stone? The matter of punishment shall be handled by the Star Pavilion's Holy Maiden." The matriarch, an elder of the Starry Pavilion, inherently bears the responsibility of overseeing the saintess. Her current presence undoubtedly aims to salvage the reputation of the Starry Pavilion. In truth, the audio-visual stone holds little significance. It is merely an extraneous matter. As for Lin Yi, her situation merely constitutes a standard admonition, as a saintess must adhere to numerous expectations. This time, Lin Yi is at fault and will certainly face some form of punishment. What if I refuse? Lu Ruyan, who had come seeking trouble, wore an expression of amusement. She relished witnessing Lin Yi, who once sought her favor, now in a predicament, yet utterly helpless. At that moment, a maid entered, bowing to the matriarch and reporting, "Grandmother, the imperial son has arrived and specifically requested to meet the saintess, stating he has matters to discuss." The maid's words instantly altered the atmosphere. Positioned in the corridor, they could clearly see Qin Hengyu within the main hall. There exists little comparison between the new saintess of the cosmic sanctuary and an imperial son of the great Qin. "You may go," the matriarch instructed, casting a glance at Lin Yi, urging her to proceed and receive the visitor. "Humph," Lu Ruyan scoffed, glancing at the audio-visual stone in her hand, suddenly feeling it had lost its significance. Once again, it was Qin Hengyu. She was eager to discover his intentions, questioning how he could remain so carefree while courting danger. Chapter 45, A Slap to Resolve the Schemes. Upon seeing Qin Hengyu, Lin Yi felt a glimmer of hope. As she had no desire to entangle herself further with Lu Ruyan, especially not in a duplicitous manner, she hurriedly exited the room. "Imperial son, you have arrived. What service may I provide you?" Lin Yi said, leaning toward the elegantly dressed Qin Hengyu, exuding charm and allure. Recently, the information gleaned from the Starry Pavilion indicated that Qin Hengyu was a rather suitable investment. Women emerging from the Starry Pavilion often find it difficult to resist the allure of commerce. In the Starry Pavilion, with an appropriate price, even a saintess could be bought or sold, though the sums involved are beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Such events have occurred in the annals of the Starry Pavilion's history. They once offered a saintess to a great emperor, whose strength was comparable to that of the emperor himself. In gratitude, she bestowed considerable benefits upon the Starry Pavilion, thereby solidifying its foundation. In Lin Yi's mind, everything possesses a price, including herself. Lu Ruyan, in her estimation, no longer holds the value she once did, which only deepens her disdain. "I have come to inquire about Meng Fanyan's whereabouts." Qin Hengyu elucidated his intentions. Upon noticing Lu Ruyan's presence, he promptly posed an intriguing inquiry. Having previously observed Meng Fanyan's dwindling fortunes, he had already surmised that the individual would not endure much longer. His feigned ignorance was, of course, intended to place Lu Ruyan in a rather awkward predicament. It was, indeed, a striking tableau. As soon as his question was uttered, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall of the Star Palace, with nearly all eyes turning toward Lu Ruyan, Lin Yi, and Qin Hengyu. How fortuitous! Curiosity peaked among the gathered assembly regarding the fate of Meng Fanyan, especially after both Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan ascended to the status of holy children. If memory serves, Meng Fanyan had previously extended his benevolence to Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian. Upon hearing this query, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed instantly, as it seemed Qin Hengyu was intent on stirring trouble. Having just witnessed Lu Ruyan's recent setback, she was undoubtedly inclined to see her rival falter further. With a smile, Lin Yi remarked, "Your Highness, is this the only piece of information you seek? We are willing to share, According to the news received from the Star Palace, Ming Fanyan has met his demise, replaced by the new Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Oh, if I recall correctly, Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian were once sheltered by Ming Fanyan, were they not? Initially, I had expelled certain individuals from the Great Qin sacred land due to their ingratitude. Is someone destined to repeat the past? Qin Hengyu observed Lin Yi tending to the fire, completely indifferent to her actions. He secretly wished for Lu Rian to cause a commotion at the Starry Pavilion, as that would provide him with a justification to confront her. Having already regarded Lu Rian as an adversary, there was no need for pretense. To show kindness to one's enemies and rivals is an act of cruelty towards oneself. How can one repay kindness with enmity? Moreover, he remarked that Lu Rian was an ungrateful wretch, having turned her back on Ming Fanyan. And now that this situation was common knowledge, no one would extend their assistance to her any longer. His objective was thus fulfilled. As for the emperor's son, that was beyond his knowledge. He chuckled. Lin Yi covered her mouth, laughing merrily, her meaning unmistakable. Qin Hengyu was indeed correct. The onlookers cast their gazes upon Lu Rian, their expressions shifting noticeably. Was Lu Rian and Yi Xingqian truly the ungrateful ones? It suddenly seemed quite reasonable that they had been expelled from the Great Qin sacred land. Had they not been ousted, it was likely that Qin Hengyu's fate would mirror that of Meng Danyan. Lu Rian felt a tinge of humiliation and reprimanded Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu, you cannot possibly be unaware that dark races have emerged in Jinsheng, resulting in casualties among families other than your Great Qin sacred land? Could it be that the source stone veins you excavated harbored dark races, which you have now deliberately unleashed? In such a setting, Lu Rian struggled to maintain her composure. It is often difficult for individuals to regulate their emotions, particularly for someone like Lu Rian, who inherently found it challenging to do so. Upon hearing Lu Rian's words, Qin Hengyu was already convinced that everything was orchestrated by Lu Rian and Yi Xingqian. Snap! With a chilling demeanor, Qin Hengyu swiftly closed the distance. Appearing before Lu Ruoyan in just 3 strides, he struck her fiercely with an open hand. Wretched woman, you deliberately sowed discord against the Great Qin sacred land. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? It is well known that the rift between us is of your own making. Were it not for your relentless schemes aimed at undermining the Great Qin sacred land, how could you possess such knowledge of this matter? With a swift motion, Qin Hengyu sent Lu Ruoyan sprawling, a surge of satisfaction coursing through him. He found himself at an impasse regarding the situation at hand. Since Lu Ruoyan had boldly stepped forward to address the matter, he merely needed to shift the focus of the conflict to himself, Lu Ruoyan, and Yi Xingqian. Naturally, this would draw the attention of others, ensuring that the two would think twice before acting recklessly. Why not seize the opportunity? Lu Ruoyan, taken aback, had not anticipated Qin Hengyu's decisive action. Did he truly believe that, having ascended to the position of a saintess in the celestial sanctum, she could act with impunity? Without seeking the counsel of the Great Qin sanctum, did she intend to incite a war between the 2 sanctuaries? Qin Hengyu spoke with a commanding tone, his presence momentarily unparalleled. The sacred land of the Great Qin was not a place that just anyone could provoke. Meanwhile, Lin Yi noticed a recording stone on the ground and discreetly stepped on it. In an instant, the recording stone was shattered, erasing the sole piece of evidence that could incriminate her. What a relief! As she gazed at Qin Hengyu, a glimmer sparkled in her eyes. My lord, do not be angered. Some individuals are simply not worth your ire. One cannot retaliate against a mere dog that bites, can they? Since you have come to the Starry Pavilion, I presume there are inquiries beyond this? In truth, we could engage in a more leisurely discussion in my chamber. Lin Yi's words carried a hint of flirtation, her form almost leaning against Qin Hengyu's chest. In reality, this was all a ploy aimed at Lu Rian, who had once been the emperor's consort and was now attempting to seduce Qin Hengyu. What could she do about it? Qin Hengyu had indeed noticed Lin Yi's subtle gestures. Coupled with Lu Ruyan's subsequent actions and the earlier exchanges of words, it was evident to him that a conflict may have transpired between the two. Such matters need not weigh heavily on one's mind. By tempering Lu Ruyan's arrogance, he found it rather satisfying. A single strike not only quelled her spirit, but also garnered him a modicum of fortune, a remarkable gain indeed. Qin Hengyu did not exhibit any aversion to Lin Yi's proactive approach. Rather, he instinctively drew her closer into his embrace. The intimacy between them was palpable, bordering on overwhelming. In a bold display, he even leaned in to kiss her right before the eyes of the onlookers. Was he truly this forward? Lin Yi, taken aback, had merely intended to flirt, yet found herself caught off guard by Qin Hengyu's audacity, her eyes widening in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Humph. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan covered her face. gazing incredulously at the scene of Qin Hengyu assertively kissing Lin Yi. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of the two nestled together stirred an inexplicable pang of bitterness within her heart. Chapter 46. A lonely man and a solitary woman, sharing a room. After entering the narrative, Qin Hengyu has become increasingly adept at navigating his circumstances. He has noticed the shift in Lu Ruyan's mentality. Regret? That is far too late. What is done cannot be undone. He is not the original character, who would hang himself from a single tree. He possesses an entire forest. Why should he concern himself with a crooked tree? In the depths of his heart, Qin Hengyu let out a cold smirk. After kissing Lin Yi, he spoke. I must inquire about certain matters, particularly regarding how two individuals plan to conspire against my esteemed Qin sacred land. Shall we retreat to a more private setting for our discussion? Before Lin Yi could fully comprehend his words, he reached out and gently grasped her at the waist, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. A soft gasp escaped Lin Yi, blushing in surprise. She had not anticipated Qin Hengyu's boldness, as past accounts portrayed him as quite the serious individual. Nevertheless, she did not resist being swept off her feet. The confirmation of their relationship held significant value for the Starry Pavilion, indeed a noteworthy asset. How vexing, Lin Yi protested playfully. Yet her arms instinctively wrapped around Qin Hengyu's neck, their bodies nearly melding together, as her light laughter began to resonate throughout the Starry Pavilion. Qin Hengyu held Lin Yi almost in an embrace, twirling around the grand hall, unabashedly showcasing their connection to one another. How delightful! Qin Hengyu paused before proceeding to Lin Yi's chamber, offering one last warning to Lu Ruyan. Her face fluctuated between shades of blue and gray, revealing the turmoil within her, as she struggled with a rising tide of pin-up frustration. Ultimately, Qin Hengyu brushed past Lu Ruyan and traversed the crimson corridor, arriving at Lin Yi's chamber. He cast Lin Yi onto the bed with an ease befitting an emperor. As a figure of nobility, he could effortlessly claim Lin Yi's form. Although subsequent consequences would require a certain price, it was one he could undoubtedly afford. It would unfold as naturally as water flows. Lin Yi's movements betrayed no sign of resistance, almost as if she acquiesced to the situation. Qin Hengyu gradually embraced his identity as the emperor's son, naturally understanding the implications of his status. As a figure of such nobility, any woman who engaged with him would only find profit. Those who failed to capture his heart would become infatuated and entangled in their affections. This sentiment, in a certain light, could also be regarded as a form of resource. Lin Yi observed Qin Hengyu as he loosened his garments, and her demeanor transformed, her eyes shimmering with allure. Having been cradled in his arms throughout their journey, a subtle flush adorned her cheeks. The attention she garnered was not without merit. Otherwise, the Starry Pavilion would have taken action long ago to intervene, and the atmosphere within the room would not be so tranquil. It was as if they were tacitly consenting. Ah, the charming beauty. After Qin Hengyu revealed his bare upper body, he proactively embraced Lin Yi. Lin Yi, with a mixture of resistance and allure, playfully inquired, DZ. Who is more beautiful between me and Lu Ruyan? It was a question that many women enjoy asking. How could one truly know without a comparison? Qin Hengyu wore a mischievous smile as he began to probe. Have you found your answer, Emperor? How could it be so swift? Are you implying that this Emperor is too hasty to meet your expectations? Not at all. After a round of subtle testing, the veil shrouding them became just a little less opaque. To add an ounce would be excessive, while to remove a grain would be insufficient. After a considerable pause, Qin Hengyu raised his head from a mound of white flesh, earnestly declaring, Your Highness, you are incorrigible. In what manner am I so? He retorted. Shall I reveal to you the depths of my wickedness? What might that entail? Lin Yi, ever the professional, found herself drawing closer in their playful tug-of-war. Can you hazard a guess? I shan't guess. I merely wish to discern if your motives are to vex Lu Ruyan or to take advantage of me. Have you not already deduced the truth? Ah. With a cry of pain from Lin Yi, Qin Hengyu chose to make his intentions explicit. Your Highness, be gentle. In that moment, a sound akin to a lark's sweet trill filled the air. In Jincheng at the Leifukexuan Inn, Lu Ruyan found herself bewildered as she exited the Xingshan Pavilion, navigating through the multitude of gazes that followed her until she returned to the inn. Is the Holy Maiden back? Upon her arrival, Manager Lu, who once had his own entanglements with Lu Ruyan, hurried out, stooping low to personally brush the dust from her embroidered shoes. Manager Lu dared not harbor any grievances against her. After all, respect in business holds little value when faced with such authority. After attending to her, he remained prostrate at the threshold, allowing Lu Ruyan to tread upon his back as she entered the Leifukexuan Inn. The maid beside her kept her head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Once inside, despite having suffered a slap at the hands of Qin Hengyu, Lu Ruyan still bore the title of the Holy Maiden of the Huanyu Sacred Land. Given the right opportunity, she could certainly put Qin Hengyu in his place. Was it resentment? Or perhaps bitterness? Lu Ruyan found herself uncertain of her own feelings. After traversing a lengthy corridor, she quickly arrived at the Inn's supreme guest room, which cost a staggering 100,000 spirit stones per day. Inside, Yu Xingchen was in meditation. But upon Lu Ruyan's return, he opened his eyes. The moment he did, he noticed the imprint of a slap upon her face and rose with a flicker of anger. Demanding, "Sister, who struck you?" "Qin Hengyu." Lu Ruyan bit her lip, revealing his identity. "Have you encountered him? What of our plan?" A flash of concern crossed Yu Xingchen's eyes as he inquired about the progress of their scheme. "It may have already failed. He seems to believe that we are conspiring against him, implying that should anything similar arise again, he would target us." Lu Ruyan recounted Qin Hengyu's reaction. How could he be so domineering? Yu Xingchen's mouth fell agape, his expression one of disbelief. He is the royal scion of the Qin Sacred Land. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, a certain silence enveloped the room. The saint's son had perished, only to be swiftly replaced by another. The imperial son was the rightful heir, rendering any comparison between the two utterly meaningless. After posing that singular question, Yu Xingchen felt somewhat foolish, if one were not domineering. Could they truly be called an imperial son? What should the next course of action be? As Yu Xingchen realized that his plans had been thwarted, his mind became a chaotic muddle. If he refrained from further bloodshed, it would undoubtedly confirm suspicions of his wrongdoing. Yet if he persisted, Qin Hengyu might indeed seek to retaliate against the two of them, igniting a conflict between the Huanyu Sacred Land and the Qin Sacred Land. Yu Xingchen sensed that even with 100-fold courage, he would likely hesitate to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Nevertheless, an unwillingness to concede stirred within him. After becoming the saint's son, he had returned to Jincheng, where those who once mocked and derided him now bowed and fawned over him. Instantly, he felt invigorated. The thought of returning to the Huanyu Sacred Land in disgrace was intolerable, both unwelcome and undesirable. "I have an idea," he mused. At that moment, Yu Sha manifested in Yu Xingchen's hand, stating, "What I propose is to continue the killings, while drawing Qin Hengyu into a confrontation with you. Only by facing each other again can I seize the opportunity to control him and compel him to venture into the mines, where the dark races may be discovered." Yu Sha had grown slightly larger, as if a visage had sprouted a neck from the back of her hand. "Then let us participate in the arena within Jincheng. It is said that if one secures 100 consecutive victories, they may negotiate terms within certain parameters." The arena appeared to be a domain of the Qin Sacred Land. Given Lu Ruyan's prior experience there, new ideas quickly surfaced. "Very well, Lu Ruyan, I shall avenge you," Yu Xingchen declared. Gazing at the imprint of a hand on her face, unable to resist the urge to caress it, while making a solemn promise. "I believe in you." Lu Ruyan nodded, her eyes dimmed with uncertainty. Yet, she took the initiative to press Yu Xingchen's hand firmly against her face, her heart inexplicably driven to do so. Perhaps it was an act of vengeance against Qin Hengyu? "Senior sister, trust me." As Lu Ruyan released her grip, Yu Xingchen stumbled awkwardly away. Lu Ruyan stood in the room, momentarily dazed, her mind devoid of any image of Yu Xingchen, consumed instead by the memory of Qin Hengyu embracing Lin Yi. Her heart ached profoundly. Chapter 47. The Call of the Deer. Feeding on wild wormwood in the starry pavilion, within a private chamber, Lin Yi, resembling a lamb, opened her eyes, a hint of bewilderment shimmering in her gaze. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Upon awakening, Lin Yi found herself engulfed in a haze of confusion, prompting her to ponder three bewildering questions. As fragmented memories surfaced within her mind, a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. Initially, she had intended to engage in a playful dalliance, adopting a dominant position over her partner. However, she was utterly unprepared for the realization that Qin Hengyu had reached the pinnacle of mastery, the dragon ascendant realm. To her astonishment, he had effortlessly turned the tables, leaving her in a state of exhilarating turmoil. The intensity of their encounter was such that it felt as though she were caught in the midst of a relentless battalion, amidst a chaotic maelstrom of blood and strife, rendering her limbs paralyzed despite their intact condition. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, she found herself weeping and laughing simultaneously. A picture of madness as her composure slipped away. Sweat poured from her as if she were parched and desperate, turning in search of a well, yet finding no trace of refreshing relief after a long drought. Unbeknownst to her, she had succumbed to slumber, only to awaken now, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Hengyu, how do I compare to Lu Ruyan? Lin Yi, appearing more delicate than before, timidly inquired about the question she had posed prior to their fierce encounter. Why do you need to compare yourself to her? In my heart, you are irreplaceable, came the heartfelt response. Qin Hengyu gently embraced Lin Yi's delicate form, speaking with utmost sincerity. One can only say that the charming phrases learned from the internet before entering this narrative have finally found their purpose in this new realm. Indeed, after Qin Hengyu uttered these words, Lin Yi nestled deeply into his chest, allowing a few tears to cascade down. She was so easily consoled. Yet, it remains true that women are indeed made of water. Despite an entire night of heartfelt attempts, she was still not entirely quenched. Qin Hengyu caressed Lin Yi, whose skin flushed slightly. Although Lin Yi was the defeated little deer, she unexpectedly began to tease him, seemingly oblivious to her situation. Lin Yi first let out a gentle call, reminiscent of deer in the wild, as she feasted upon the wild apples. Qin Hengyu was that very hunter, unexpectedly brandishing the head of the deer, while the young creature flailed in confusion, utterly at a loss. However, Qin Hengyu played the zither and blew the sheng, his melodious tune soothing the frightened fawn, calming its bright eyes. The gentle calls of the deer echoed, feasting upon the wild mugwort. Perhaps this little deer had never tasted such a captivating delicacy, leaving it slightly entranced and unable to resist. Qin Hengyu could not possibly neglect the esteemed guest of the little deer, preparing a delightful feast with exquisite wine and joyful melodies, crafting a culinary masterpiece. Time has passed. It has been a long while. Outside the door, the old matron, who had been waiting for the door to open, now bore a countenance of mixed emotions once more. An afternoon of indulgent revelry. When Qin Hengyu reappeared alongside Lin Yi, they found themselves in the tea room of the Starry Pavilion, where an array of exquisite delicacies awaited them. Lin Yi leaned entirely on Qin Hengyu's status, remaining so even when the elderly matron entered. Your Highness, we have received word that Yu Xingchen is currently challenging opponents in the arena of Jincheng, having secured 18 victories thus far, leaving his adversaries either dead or incapacitated. It appears he intends to compel you to confront him by employing the rules of the arena. Upon entering, the matron made no mention of Lin Yi. Instead, her discourse centered on Yu Xingchen. Among the strong, the value of emotional ties far outweighs mere profit. In other words, the bonds of camaraderie between Qin Hengyu and the Qin sacred land hold paramount significance, with Lin Yi serving as a vital bargaining chip in this intricate web of relationships. What is the current price of such a precious asset? Should Qin Hengyu mature and the Starry Pavilion continue to nurture Lin Yi, with the prospect of their progeny, the value of this alliance would ascend to immeasurable heights. Naturally, the Starry Pavilion would await a more opportune moment to negotiate. Presently, the old matriarch has taken the initiative to inform Qin Hengyu about Yu Xingchen, further indicating a willingness to collaborate. Acknowledging this, I express my gratitude to the old matriarch. In the future, should the Starry Pavilion find the need to engage with the Qin sacred land, a simple notification would suffice. Qin Hengyu nodded slightly, as a gesture of gratitude towards the goodwill of the Starry Pavilion. This piece of information held some value for him. It appeared that Yu Xingchen had not yet given up, attempting to entice him into a trap. Had he not traversed realms, remaining as his original self, perhaps he would have succumbed to the surge of emotions and ventured forth. Alas, Qin Hengyu exhibited no signs of impulsiveness. He intended to act only after ensuring that everything was meticulously prepared. He maintained a composed demeanor, continuing to partake in his meal. In the eyes of the elderly matron, this undoubtedly earned him points, as a steady character is more likely to unlock greater possibilities in the future. I am leaving. Before departing, Qin Hengyu gently kissed Lin Yi's forehead, and then left without any lingering attachment. He was a noble figure, immersed in a realm of tenderness, akin to a fleeting thought. Lin Yi represented the wildflowers and herbs of the earth. Indulging too deeply in such simplicity rendered it devoid of allure. It was far more refreshing to partake occasionally, for daily indulgence could not compare to the pristine elegance of Jiang Roshue, the snow lotus. As the saying goes, the relationship between men and women is one of tugging and pulling. Lin Yi gazed at Qin Hengyu's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Shortly thereafter, the old matron interjected, reminding her, today, matters concerning Lu Ruyan have been resolved. However, everything that transpired between you and Qin Hengyu will soon be made public. You must seize the opportunity and also refine your skills in charming men. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's gaze dimmed slightly. As a saintess of the Starry Pavilion, there were times when her heart was not her own. For instance, if the Starry Pavilion sought to leverage her relationship with Qin Hengyu to gain an advantage, there was little she could do to resist. She inherently bore certain attributes of a commodity. Of course, the Starry Pavilion's decision to publicize the relationship was astute. To suggest that Lin Yi be fashioned into a socialite, enticing numerous holy sons from various sanctuaries to maintain a facade of equilibrium, would be an overestimation of the Starry Pavilion's capabilities. To dare to manipulate multiple relationships is to tread a precarious path, where one misstep could lead to calamity. Those forces capable of maintaining balance must possess significant power to control others and suppress dissent. The Starry Pavilion existed within the cracks of various forces. To align with a top-tier power was, in itself, the optimal solution. Indeed, Lin Yi acquiesced to this notion, yet her heart remained shrouded in uncertainty. Qin Hengyu finds himself torn between genuine interest in his own well-being and his affection for Lu Ruoyan. Is this love sincere? Men. Lin Yi reflects upon their recent passionate entanglement, as well as Qin Hengyu's words, and his unhesitating departure only deepens her intrigue. Were Qin Hengyu present at this moment, he would undoubtedly recall the saying, "It is difficult to nurture both petty individuals and women. Proximity breeds disrespect, while distance incites resentment." Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu is on his way back to the great Qin sacred land, contemplating strategies to deal with Yuxingchen and Lu Ruoyan. He eagerly anticipates further complications without them. He would lack justification to confront them. He plans to return, organize his thoughts, and devise a means to undermine them strategically. Qin Hengyu returned to the great Qin sacred land with a sense of urgency. Chapter 48. Triumph through rectitude. If one is to create a stir, let it be a grand one. Upon returning to the grand hall, Qin Hengyu promptly summoned the assembly. Discussing the circumstances surrounding the gladiatorial arena in Jinqing and inquiring about their plans. The arena represents a lucrative venture for the sacred land of the great Qin. Individuals of the same realm and those beneath it engage in combat, while spectators place bets. The victor receives the stakes, and the cultivators within the arena also share in the rewards. Such competitions effectively invigorate the ambitions of young cultivators and unite formidable practitioners across various realms. Following Qin Hengyu's address, the four prominent generals eagerly volunteered. The slightest display of prowess from their respective families could easily sway their opponents, and the Jiang clan aspired to claim the foremost position. Jiangzhan, upon hearing the appeal, promptly made arrangements. This incited a fervent scramble among the other clan leaders, each voicing their intentions. The Ming family, not to be outdone, boasted their own quintet of tigers. The Wang family, masters of both sword and arrow, would not yield even within the confines of the arena. The Bailey clan, while adept in formations, also found the arena conducive to battle and were prepared for a contest. Hearing several generals eager to claim credit, Qin Hengyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. According to their notions, it was quite possible that they would inadvertently bestow experience upon Yuxingchen. This was no ordinary individual. He was the fabled child of fortune and the destined one. Have you all forgotten my admonition? In strategy, one must regard the enemy with disdain, yet in tactics, one must hold them in high regard. Is this truly how you value an adversary? Have you perhaps lost sight of your own fortune in comparison to that of your opponent? Qin Hengyu spoke solemnly to the crowd. Their gazes turned towards him, filled with lingering confusion. Could it be that this is merely a conflict between Yuxingchen and myself? Is there not a possibility that it is a struggle among the sacred lands? Qin Hengyu cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and articulated his thoughts. In an instant, the expressions of Jiangzhan and the others shifted significantly, a chilling realization dawning upon them. Jiangzhan looked up at Qin Hengyu, eager to ascertain the next course of action. Emperor, are we prepared for the confrontation with the universal sacred land? No. What we must do is lure the serpent from its lair. If I am not mistaken, the entire universal sacred land has been usurped. Qin Hengyu articulated his speculation, which, in truth, was not merely a conjecture. Upon learning about the old matriarch, he recalled that the sacred land of the universe had seemingly been assailed by the dark races. At that time, the narrative did not clarify the origins of the dark races. Given the current circumstances, it is highly probable that there exists a stronghold. The young emperor remarked that within the sacred land of the universe, there are indeed dark races. Thus, if we can unveil the presence of these dark races, it may allow us to address the situation effectively. Li Shouqing, renowned for his expertise in formations, demonstrated an astute mindset. Indeed, we must escalate our endeavors. Merely allowing Yuxingchen to cause a stir in the arena is insufficient. We can certainly recommence the heroic rankings, summoning the champions to converge in the Golden City. Qin Hengyu articulated his approach. Is it not merely a matter of stirring the pot? He employs an even greater intensity to wrest control of the situation from Yi Xingchen. By virtue of righteousness, he aims to triumph over the extraordinary. I do not engage with your question. Rather, I shall craft a new problem, seizing a stronger initiative. Should one merely follow behind others in problem-solving, one inevitably falls into their rhythm. The Tianjiao ranking can be considered a creation of the Xingchen Pavilion. Historically, during times of great competition, the Xingchen Pavilion would unveil a list, profiting from the sale of its information and garnering considerable goodwill. The existence of such a ranking also incites the talented to vie against one another. As for the Tianjiao ranking, it is regarded as an imperial artifact, requiring substantial resources. Previously, it was established through a coalition of several factions alongside the Xingchen Pavilion. Now, however, the Qin Sacred Land monopolizes it without concern. The Qin Sacred Land is not lacking in source stones. Rather, by expending a few source stones, it can attract various factions to Jin City, ensuring a profitable venture. The young master is astute. After exchanging glances, the four unanimously agreed. They too are shrewd individuals, fully aware that Qin Hengyu's actions aim to draw more factions into the fray, thus allowing him to profit from the ensuing chaos. Subsequently, Qin Hengyu meticulously arranged the matters at hand. Meanwhile, in Jincheng, following Qin Hengyu's departure from the Starry Pavilion, the news circulating within its walls spread even further. Primarily, it pertained to the Dark Race's murderous actions. Indeed, certain unexpected developments arose. However, after Qin Hengyu had ensnared the Dark Race in Lu Ruyan's affairs, few took the situation seriously. Many perceived it merely as a conflict between the two, harboring a sense that Lu Ruyan, unable to attain what she desired, resorted to fabrications, a clear indication of jealousy. This sentiment was particularly exacerbated by the revelation of Lin Yi and Qin Hengyu's romantic entanglement. Qin Hengyu directly carried Lin Yi into the inner chamber of the Star Pavilion, and it was not until the following day that they emerged, leading many to speculate that something significant had transpired between them. The public increasingly believed that their entanglement had deepened, likely unrelated to the Dark Races. Consequently, interest in the information regarding these Dark Races waned considerably. Simultaneously, news of Yi Xingchen's persistent challenges within the fighting arena circulated. Yi Xingchen was accompanied by Lu Ruyan. The two men and one woman dynamic saw Lu Ruyan seek out Qin Hengyu, suggesting that as long as certain elements were mentioned, the narrative would practically write itself. Thus, Lu Ruyan's attempts to associate the Dark Races with Qin Hengyu became increasingly difficult to fabricate. Additionally, she feared that Lu Ruyan might confront her. Consequently, the notion of the Dark Races was inadvertently overlooked by the populace. On another front, Jiang Roshue had heard of the developments at the Star Pavilion and resolved to seek out Qin Hengyu. However, she remained unaware of Ziqing's circumstances. Jiang Zhan and his companions, having witnessed Qin Hengyu's control over a Dark Race, chose to keep this information confidential, treating it as Qin Hengyu's secret. Jiang Roshua's decision to approach Qin Hengyu rather than Lin Yi stemmed from her concern that he might perceive her as capricious. In truth, she intended to express her satisfaction with Lin Yi's choice, particularly appreciating that when Lu Ruyan was present, he chose Lin Yi instead. That decision brought her immense comfort. Jiang Roshue even contemplated offering heartfelt praise to her dear brother Qin. At this moment, within the Eastern Palace, Qin Hengyu was indulging in a bath, having sent everyone away due to the impending arrival of Ziqing. Consequently, when Jiang Roshue arrived, she encountered no one and proceeded directly into the East Palace, heading straight for the hot spring pool where Qin Hengyu was soaking. While immersed in the warm waters, Qin Hengyu suddenly sensed Ziqing's departure and quickly attuned himself to his surroundings. Jiang Roshue? Qin Hengyu felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Jiang Roshue's arrival, as she remained still, feigning tranquility while indulging in her bath. Jiang Roshue had traversed the path without encountering anyone. Upon reaching the hot spring, she noticed the sheer curtain and sensed that something was amiss. Is someone bathing? With heightened caution, Jiang Roshue shed her garments and stealthily approached, intending to surprise Qin Hengyu. Chapter 49. The Celestial Rankings Unveiled, commencing the great contest of the ages. Upon noticing Jiang Roshue approaching him, Qin Hengyu feigned ignorance and inquired, "Roshue, what brings you here?" This was not Jiang Roshue's first time being so forward. She had taken the initiative many times before. This time, she embraced Qin Hengyu from behind, affectionately nuzzling against him. Although on a previous occasion it had been Qin Hengyu who had made the first move, this time it could certainly be considered her initiative. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Jiang Roshue remarked, "I did not anticipate encountering you bathing in broad daylight. How presumptuous of me. I came to inquire about the rumors circulating in Xingchen Pavilion regarding you and Lin Yi." Jiang Roshue refrained from directly mentioning the affair between Qin Hengyu and Lin Yi, knowing it to be an established truth. Instead, she referred to it as mere rumors, thus preserving Qin Hengyu's dignity. Nevertheless, as a woman, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart after uttering those words. Logically, given her status, she had no right to pry into Qin Hengyu's private matters. Yet, overwhelmed by her emotions, she could not help but seek clarification. Upon hearing Jiang Roshue's inquiry, Qin Hengyu felt a surge of joy, for it signified that Jiang Roshue harbored feelings for him. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, "The primary reason is the necessity for collaboration with the Starry Pavilion, which compelled me to acquiesce to certain conditions for the activation of the talented individuals list. Naturally, during my previous visit to the Starry Pavilion, I encountered some conflicts with Lin Yi and Lu Ruyan, which were also strategically advantageous for dealing with Lu Ruyan. I am grateful for your concern, dear Roshue. Were it not for the pressing nature of the situation, I would undoubtedly seek your invaluable advice." Qin Hengyu offered an explanation and found an excuse. "Do you speak the truth to women? Apologies. Regardless of gender, the majority of individuals prefer to hear sweet lies. The harshness of reality can wound the heart." By attributing the cause to Lu Ruyan, it is likely that Jiang Roshue would feel somewhat comforted as well. He even expressed gratitude to Jiang Roshue, elevating her significance. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Roshue felt a surge of joy within her heart. Would he still seek her opinion? Qin Hengyu, indeed, has been exceedingly kind to me. It is all due to Lu Ruyan. The Tianjiao list is a significant matter, surely unrelated to Qin Hengyu. Under the influence of her infatuation, Jiang Roshue found herself conjuring numerous thoughts. The knot in her heart was instantly unraveled. Yet, as a girl, she felt a hint of shyness upon arriving at the hot spring, unsure of the next step to take. Once her heart settled, she responded with a touch of modesty. "Qin Hengyu, you flatter me. It is I who has been hasty. If that is the case, may I take my leave now?" Her clothes were completely soaked, and she attempted to turn away. "Swear, now that you are here, why not assist me with a bath?" Qin Hengyu naturally grasped Jiang Roshue's hand, preventing her from departing so swiftly, and found a pretext to linger. "It has been quite some time since I helped my brother Qin with his bath," Jiang Roshue remarked knowingly. Her mind involuntarily recalled the moments from her childhood when she was playfully tormented by her brother, having to scrub his back in the hot spring pool. She remembered how, in her clumsiness, she had stumbled and choked on water, only to be met with loud laughter. Yet now, her brother Qin had transformed entirely. In the warm waters of the hot spring, splashes danced upon her delicate skin, creating an increasingly intimate atmosphere. Meanwhile, within the Starry Pavilion, Jiang Zhan engaged in discussions with the matriarch, contemplating the establishment of the Celestial Talents ranking. To be frank, after this arrangement came to light, the matriarch of the Starry Pavilion was somewhat taken aback. This decision could significantly influence the future of the pavilion. The Celestial Talents ranking could only be initiated once the great conflict of the ages was firmly established. However, they had also received news that the great emperor was still alive. This was a scheme orchestrated by the emperor. Upon receiving such astonishing tidings, the members of the Starry Pavilion could hardly contain their shock. They had no authority to refuse. Who would dare to provoke the great emperor? It was evident that the emperor intended to pave the way for Qin Hengyu, and based on current circumstances, he indeed merited such a path. Simultaneously, the Starry Pavilion felt a sense of relief, as their saintess had already become irrevocably intertwined with Qin Hengyu. Yet, delving deeper into the matter, one might ponder whether the emperor had diminished in strength. Otherwise, there would be no need for such interventions. Was this a final dance in his twilight years? The Starry Pavilion dared not speculate too much about the emperor, for such thoughts could lead to their own demise. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the emperor and the great Qin sacred land, the Celestial Talents ranking was ultimately unveiled, manifesting as a golden ancient tome. Upon its opening, beams of golden light radiated outward. Simultaneously, across the myriad realms, a golden glow appeared in the sky, reminiscent of a beacon. The words Celestial Talents ranking were vividly inscribed upon the golden pages. The grand era had commenced. Within the realms of the 5 domains and the 13 states, numerous dynasties, forbidden zones, and sacred sites have been momentarily stirred by potent revelations, as if they had been profoundly awakened. Across the imperial star, nearly a dozen sacred legacies remain unbroken. In addition to these holy sites, there exist many esteemed families and sects of the sacred tier. Following the emergence of the talented rankings, they have commenced utilizing divine runes for teleportation, sending individuals to the central continent to investigate the circumstances. Beyond the imperial star, there are several other celestial bodies, some of which harbor formidable powers. The champions within these factions have turned their gaze towards the imperial star, fully aware of the implications. It is either that the emperor has perished, thereby triggering the initiation of the talented rankings, or that the emperor still lives but is nearing death. Thus, preparations must be made in advance. The sacred sons or daughters of their respective factions ought to undergo trials. Should they fail to strengthen, they shall be replaced without hesitation. Additionally, alliances formed long ago have been rekindled, culminating in the establishment of what is termed a coalition, aimed at ensuring survival in the tumultuous times that may lie ahead. Naturally, these factions are also quite intrigued by the aspirants entering the talented rankings, eager to discern which prodigies have emerged. Thus, it becomes an excellent opportunity for betting. The celestial rankings are a unique imperial artifact, comprising not only its primary body but also numerous sub-rankings. In various branches of the astral pavilion, and even among certain factions, there exist these sub-rankings. By infusing spiritual energy and demonstrating one's prowess before the sub-rankings, the celestial rankings will naturally assign a ranking based on one's strength. It is said that once one has entered the rankings, their fortune begins to shift gradually. Notably, there exists another method of being recorded. When an individual is noted in the celestial rankings, another person who battles against them will also be entered into the rankings, remaining there until death removes their name. This implies that once a portion of individuals has entered the celestial rankings, ultimately, nearly all will find their names upon the list. Naturally, most prodigies would not decline the opportunity to be ranked. Even if one does not care for fame, the rankings themselves can be leveraged to secure resources, garner support from their own faction, and attract further investment from other powers. The information surrounding the celestial rankings also possesses an element of deception, with a little ingenuity. It can even be utilized to lure and deceive adversaries. It can be said that the celestial rankings are immensely beneficial, perhaps even invaluable. As for the astral pavilion, which holds dominion over the celestial rankings, it can profitably sell certain information, ensuring substantial gains while occasionally manipulating circumstances to appease various factions. On the surface, it appears that the astral pavilion has complete control over the celestial rankings. However, the celestial rankings do not solely belong to the astral pavilion. At the very least, various factions exert influence. Therefore, viewing the astral pavilion as the steward of the celestial rankings would be more pertinent. This is also the reason why various factions tacitly permit the existence of the astral pavilion. Once the celestial rankings were activated, numerous divine pattern teleportation arrays within the Golden City rapidly illuminated. These arrays encompass certain star regions, as well as other locations across the 5 lands and 13 prefectures. As the arrays activated, individuals of diverse temperaments, both holy sons and daughters, began to emerge from within. All of this unfolded in a meticulously organized manner. The situation, however, grew increasingly enigmatic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Xingqian was still within the arena, fighting desperately to defeat an opponent, anticipating the cheers of the spectators. Yet, from the heavens above the arena, he glimpsed the radiant glow of the celestial rankings from the astral pavilion. A change was upon them once again. The spectators in the stands all rose to gaze at the golden light, entirely uninterested in the victorious Yi Xingqian and the defeated foe sprawled at his feet. Chapter 50. The Celestial Rankings? Merely a plaything of this prince. Yi Xingqian himself was unaware of how he departed from the arena. Upon learning that the astral pavilion had unveiled the celestial rankings, he realized that his plans seemed to have fallen apart once more. The arena? Originally, one could utilize this to captivate public opinion, thereby compelling Qin Hengyu to confront one directly, ultimately forcing the release of the Source Stone mines and tarnishing the reputation of the dark races. However, with the emergence of the talent ranking, it seems that few are concerned about the matters of the arena, and even fewer pay attention to the Source Stone mines and the dark races. For the time being, the focus of the populace is solely on the talent ranking. A hint of bitterness crept upon Yi Xingqian's lips. The grand situation has shifted, let alone the minor circumstances under his control. Upon returning to the Laifu Inn, Lu Rian swiftly approached him, having received pertinent news that left her quite astonished. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. With a hint of helplessness, Lu Rian remarked, "Junior brother, What should we do? She had been quite vexed lately. Following her encounter with Qin Hengyu, her plans had fallen through, and her reputation had taken a hit. Everyone knew that she and Yi Xingchen were brought back to the cosmic sacred land by Meng Fanyan, and after his demise, they had become the saintess and saint, which clearly raised suspicions. Lu Ruyan was frustrated but felt powerless. Now that the talent ranking has resurfaced, she pondered whether Xingchen Pavilion and the great Qin sacred land had indeed conspired together. How could one not be anxious? If this were Qin Hengyu's scheme, how could it be unraveled? Sister, this news is not entirely unfavorable, Yi Xingchen reassured her. Since the talent ranking has been unveiled, if we secure the top position, we can rally the other talents to target Qin Hengyu. After some contemplation during their journey, he began to formulate a plan. With more forces now involved, he might still navigate the waters skillfully. The objective merely shifted from the arena to the talent ranking. This course of action would inevitably reveal some of his capabilities. However, with Yusha by his side, even if some strength were exposed, what significance would it hold? Very well, I shall join in as well. Lu Ruyan found the reasoning quite compelling. Strength reigns supreme. As long as one can enter the so-called celestial rankings, there is a possibility to reverse one's reputation. With this in mind, Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan set out once more, making their way to the Star Pavilion within the Golden City. At that moment, within the Star Pavilion, a considerable crowd had gathered before the celestial rankings. By merely placing a hand upon the board and channeling their spiritual energy, one could reveal their realm and strength, thus showcasing a certain ranking. Human nature is inherently competitive. Seeing one's position on the celestial rankings brings a certain thrill. In the early stages of the Star Pavilion, the rankings were not concealed. However, with the display of the celestial rankings, more information would emerge, revealing the inherent discrepancies in the rankings, leading to the creation of a clandestine private list. This meant that by the time ordinary individuals received news about the celestial rankings, the information was already widely known. As Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan entered the celestial rankings, they immediately attracted attention, for they were the sacred son and daughter of the cosmic sacred land. Curiosity arose concerning their standings. Consequently, a space was quickly cleared for them. Yi Xingchen, at the pinnacle of the divine realm, placed his left hand on the board, and in an instant, his rank was revealed. After all, he wielded the scriptures of two great emperors, which he had fused together, endowing him with extraordinary power. Almost instantaneously, he ascended to the first position on the divine rankings. First, upon witnessing this, most people gasped in astonishment, realizing they had underestimated Yi Xingchen. In such a brief span, he had achieved such prowess. It seemed evident that Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan had justifiable reasons for their status as the sacred son and daughter of the cosmic sacred land. Even the death of Meng Fanyan might be viewed as a fitting consequence. Under the aura of strength, many people's perceptions of Yi Xingchen began to shift. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid weakness is deeply ingrained in human nature. Soon after, Lu Ruyan also conducted her assessment. Naturally, her talent paled in comparison to Yi Xingchen's. She secured the first position in the divine realm, but previously had been bested by Qin Hengyu, only managing to attain the 9th position on the celestial rankings. This was sufficient. Consequently, the public's perception of Lu Ruyan also underwent a subtle transformation. After claiming the top position on the celestial rankings, Yi Xingchen scoffed and left the Star Pavilion with his hands behind his back. Lu Ruyan exhibited a similar demeanor. As for the news regarding Yi Xingchen's first place on the celestial rankings, it spread rapidly. Why was he the first in the divine realm? Indeed, the celestial talents list is categorized into several segments based on distinct cultivation realms: body refinement, Qi, palace opening, divine abilities, and descending dragon. Although the number of individuals entering the celestial talents list is currently limited, Yi Xingchen's achievement of securing the top position in a particular realm is remarkably impressive, and the news swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Jincheng. On another front, after Qin Hengyu and Jiang Roshue shared a tender moment, they received pertinent news. It can only be said that this was hardly surprising. When Qin Hengyu initiated the celestial talents ranking, speculations arose regarding his intentions. Achieving the pinnacle of the divine passage realm was merely a diversion for him. He refrains from showcasing his prowess, choosing instead to strike a decisive blow against Yi Xingchen at a crucial moment. His reluctance to intervene during Yi Xingchen's reckless displays in the arena stemmed from a desire not to be drawn into Yi Xingchen's rhythm. Yi Xingchen's ascent to the top of the celestial talents ranking aligns perfectly with Qin Hengyu's plans. He harbors no concern about Yi Xingchen's obscurity. Rather, He fears that if Yuxingchen's reputation remains too modest, his own victory over him would yield insufficient acclaim. Presently, he is also capable of orchestrating a grand narrative around Yuxingchen, allowing others to lavish praise upon him, elevating him to lofty heights, only to later bring him crashing back to reality, rendering him utterly defeated, a scenario that amuses Qin Hengyu immensely. To this end, Qin Hengyu picked up the jade slip and dispatched his orders. Beside him, Jiang Roshua, having grasped the situation, seemed somewhat perplexed and curiously inquired, "Brother Qin, is this truly advisable?" She believed that her brother Qin was undoubtedly the foremost among all. "You will understand in due time." Qin Hengyu pinched Jiang Roshua's cheek, his movements becoming increasingly uncontrollable. "How fallen, how depraved. Yet, it seems I shall continue down this path of degradation. How detestable," Jiang Roshua exclaimed, her demeanor growing bolder. "One can discern a woman's affection through subtle gestures. At the very least, a woman who harbors feelings for you will approach you with eagerness. I don't dislike you. It seems I've recently grasped a method for dual cultivation. It wouldn't involve any peculiar antics again, would it? Last time, you claimed the technique was utterly ineffective. That was merely an accident. You also admitted to feeling something." Jiang Roshua's voice was barely above a whisper, akin to that of a mosquito. Thus, the two naturally entered the second round of their cultivation. Chapter 51, The Pursuit of Realms? Who is pursuing whom? The news of Yuxingchen's ascendance to the pinnacle of the divine realm on the talented rankings swiftly spread. During this period, the tumultuous relationship between the imperial scion Qin Hengyu, Yuxingchen, and Lu Rian garnered significant attention. Numerous saints and prodigies flocked to Jincheng, eager to inquire about the unfolding drama. Who could resist gossip? In the tea houses and inns of Jincheng, discussions of these matters were ubiquitous. It was said that Yuxingchen had once been a beggar, taken in by Lu Rian out of kindness, only to reveal an extraordinary talent that propelled him to become the scion of the universal sacred land. In the great Qin sacred land, he was unremarkable. Yet he soared after leaving. Are you implying that the feng shui of the great Qin sacred land is unfavorable? Such words must be weighed carefully. In my opinion, Lu Rian is indeed decisive. She has gone to great lengths for Yuxingchen. If they were to unite, it would surely be a tale for the ages. Ahem. That seems unlikely. I have heard that he offended the imperial scion Qin, rendering him impotent. Merely a spectator now, Lu Rian likely looks down upon him. Lu Rian had previously dismissed Qin Hengyu, but later, she spent a night with him, almost indistinguishable from a courtesan. During their last encounter at the Star Pavilion, Qin Hengyu had gained enlightenment, yet he struck out in anger. That cannot be entirely accurate. Lu Rian ranks 9th in the divine realm, displaying a commendable resolve. Hasn't Qin Hengyu yet entered the talented rankings? He certainly will. Yuxingchen will undoubtedly seek to challenge Qin Hengyu again. Tell me, if Qin Hengyu possesses the capability, why does he not deal with Yuxingchen? You misunderstand. When a woman betrays you, what brings the greatest satisfaction? To kill her? That pales in comparison to the pleasure of tormenting the heart. In my view, Qin Hengyu desires to inflict such emotional devastation, yet Yuxingchen has somewhat transcended. Is that so? Pray, elaborate. In a convivial atmosphere, filled with light-hearted banter over tea and wine, the conversation flowed freely among the gathered company. The overall sentiment appeared to elevate Yuxingchen and Lu Rian to an undeserved prominence, and it was uncertain how much of this was influenced by Qin Hengyu's machinations. During this period at the Laifu Inn, Yuxingchen and Lu Rian had come across various opinions and rumors. It could be said that a mixture of indignation and lofty aspirations coexisted within them. Both were eager to best Qin Hengyu once more to assert their worth and dispel the surrounding gossip. On this particular day, Granny Jiao made her unexpected appearance. Upon seeing her, Yuxingchen felt a flicker of trepidation, immediately half-kneeling in greeting, for everything they possessed was bestowed upon them by her. "Greetings, Granny Jiao." Lu Rian followed suit from behind Yuxingchen, also paying her respects. "You have ascended the Tianjiao rankings?" Granny Jiao inquired, her tone calm yet unsettling, as she referred to their recent endeavors. "Yes," Yuxingchen replied, a hint of anxiousness creeping into his voice. "I initially intended to engage in 100 battles at the arena before compelling Qin Hengyu to face me. However, the unveiling of the Tianjiao rankings has diverted everyone's attention, leaving me no choice but to participate and simultaneously bring renown to the Huanyu sacred land. This could prove advantageous. As I progress through the ranks, I shall eventually alter public perception and confront Qin Hengyu, ensuring his defeat." Yuxingchen's spirit soared with determination. In truth, the recent discourse had imbued him with newfound confidence and assurance. After a moment's contemplation, Granny Jiao nodded, recognizing the merit in his words. Then you must strive to break through to the long dragon realm. Without pressure, there is no impetus. This presents a perfect opportunity for you to advance and hone your skills further, gaining more attention on the Tianjiao rankings than if you merely maintained your position within the divine ability realm. Understood, Yi Xingqian acknowledged Granny Jiu's intent. Simply demonstrating strength was but the beginning. Showcasing significant potential would be a different matter entirely. Granny, I possess the Ancestral Emperor Sutra, Lu Rian interjected. Unable to contain her excitement, the Ancestral Emperor Sutra was reputed to be the most formidable scripture in the Long Dragon realm. And during her time in the Great Qin Sacred Land, she had not overlooked such an opportunity. However, the text was intricate and challenging to transcribe. With some ingenuity and the prior assistance of Qin Hengyu, she had managed to record a portion of the sutra pertaining to the Long Dragon realm. Granny Jiu expressed mild surprise upon hearing this revelation. Here, Lu Rian seized the opportunity to reveal a tooth she had hidden in her mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an array of intricate runes embedded within it, suggesting something extraordinary. Thus, it is not solely men who conceal their treasures. When a woman harbors cunning thoughts, her capacity for scheming and plotting often surpasses that of her male counterparts. Even Qin Hengyu had not anticipated that Lu Ruyan would both consume and procure. Excellent, Xingqian. Your fortune has arrived. Upon seeing the tooth, Granny Jiu broke into a wide grin. With that, Yi Xingqian could ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ascension realm, even placing pressure on Qin Hengyu, a princely scion from the Great Qin Sacred Land, who had failed to master the Ancestral Emperor Scripture, would find an outsider surpassing him. One must ponder the embarrassment of such a situation. As for the fear that Qin Hengyu might reach the Divine Passage realm and evade confrontation with him, that is hardly a concern. Should public opinion swell sufficiently, a clash between the two is inevitable. It is not the stronger who grows anxious, rather. It is the weaker Qin Hengyu who should feel the urgency. Understood. Yu Xingqian grasped the arrangement and nodded vigorously. Turning to Lu Ruyan, her gaze reflected a peculiar admiration. Indeed, Lu Ruyan was her fortuitous star. At this moment, Yu Xingqian felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of the situation. Subsequently, under Granny Jiu's guidance, Yu Xingqian commenced his cultivation of the Dragon Ascension chapter within the Ancestral Emperor Scripture, swiftly enhancing his prowess and surmounting the barriers of his realm. He reveled in his good fortune, believing that Qin Hengyu was still in pursuit. Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu, having reflected upon himself in the Eastern Palace, realized that he had been excessively captivated by beauty. Consequently, he resolved to regain his composure and dedicate himself anew to his cultivation. After an extensive search, Qin Hengyu discovered a scripture that resonated profoundly with him, titled the Bone Scripture. The scripture's originator was a great emperor, known as the Bone Emperor, who had once been a mere skeleton but had now regained his consciousness. He derived life from bone, transforming the lifeless into the living, and wielded his skeletal form to battle across the realms. This scripture harmonized splendidly with the Ancestral Emperor's scripture. According to his esteemed father, the Ancestral Dragon scripture was formidable due to its innovative synthesis of meridians. The Bone scripture, on the other hand, was an embodiment of pinnacle mastery in the art of bone refinement, possessing an inherent capacity for excellence. The amalgamation of these two texts would undoubtedly yield greater strength. With these two scriptures, the practices of his Dragon Ascension realm would be more than sufficient. Qin Hengyu placed the Bone Sutra before him and commenced its utilization, experiencing an epiphany through the system. Truth be told, without the system, he harbored little confidence in mastering it. As the host underwent this enlightening moment, he grasped the essence of the Bone Sutra, ascending to the first level of the Dragon Ascension, then to the second, and finally to the third. His realm rapidly soared once more, not through the folly of hastening growth, but rather through the profound accumulation of knowledge and experience. Chapter 52. Has the dark hand behind the scenes also stirred? Indeed, during Qin Hengyu's cultivation journey, he encountered his fair share of challenges. Even after attaining comprehension, he was required to endure further hardships. He often found himself lamenting in pain while persevering in his practice. After all, the method of bone cultivation was undeniably brutal, involving the shattering of bones. One must fragment the bones to a state of slight disintegration, ensuring that the essence remains intact, followed by a process of meticulous restoration. This cycle is repeated a staggering 108 times, meticulously reconstructing every bone in the body. At the culmination of this arduous process, the bones could almost rival artifacts of a higher realm. Subsequently, each level could be refined anew, with the bones purportedly comparable to imperial treasures. At that juncture, the entirety of one's bones could be viewed as a singular entity or dispersed into myriad fragments, exhibiting remarkable flexibility and unparalleled hardness. There lies an inherent balance of rigidity and softness within this principle. The meridians of the ancestral emperor scripture operate similarly. Each strike resonates with the tension of a drawn bowstring, channeling power through the meridians that can amplify strength 100-fold with ease. Bone cultivation transforms the body into a bow, while the ancestral emperor scripture refines it into the bowstring. Both enhancements yield a 100-fold increase. Thus, the completion of these two disciplines could effortlessly amplify one's strength 1,000-fold. Such is the terror of this practice. During his cultivation in the ascendant dragon realm, Qin Hengyu endured immense suffering. After elevating his strength to the ascendant dragon realm, he frequently experienced setbacks due to the destruction of his bones, a phenomenon also mirrored in his practice of the ancestral emperor scripture. At the very least, the abundance of resources from the great Qin sacred land sustained his progress. While others focused solely on cultivating the ascendant dragon realm, Qin Hengyu's journey necessitated at least 108 iterations. Fortunately, the rewards appeared substantial. Meanwhile, in the universal sacred land, Yixingchen returned to the sacred land after acquiring the ancestral emperor scripture for the ascendant dragon realm from Lu Ruiyan. He chose a fervent magma cavern to commence his next phase of cultivation. As long as he kept Qin Hengyu in his thoughts, he was imbued with boundless motivation. What does it matter that you are the son of the great Qin sacred land? Are you not merely preparing a bridal gown for me? As long as my fists remain resolute, and I can ascend gradually, I am destined to garner the admiration of many. Having nothing, I can afford to lose everything. What does it matter if I falter once? I could endure defeat 100 times. You, the son of the great Qin sacred land, should you falter even once, your heart will shatter, leaving cracks in your resolve. Qin Hengyu, your demise is imminent. Yixingchen gritted his teeth and plunged into the molten lava to cultivate. The lava possesses the ability to soften one's bones and muscles, thus facilitating the practice of the ancestral emperor's scripture. It is said that the former ancestral emperor also engaged in such cultivation. Although the lava harbors fiery toxins, the urgency to enhance his strength eclipses any concerns. Upon emerging from his retreat, he aims to unleash an unparalleled commotion, rendering Qin Hengyu's numerous hidden cards utterly ineffective against him. Meanwhile, as Yixingchen prepared for his breakthrough, the rankings of the celestial talents experienced a shift. The name of the first contender vanished, naturally causing a stir. Conversely, Lu Ruiyan's realm and prowess ascended by a rank. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers, with some speculating that Yixingchen had met his end due to his excessive ostentation, a result of Qin Hengyu's machinations. However, in the forthcoming period, as Yixingchen's cultivation progresses, he is destined to re-emerge in the public eye. Old Granny Jiao was not idle either. Upon learning of Yixingchen's plans, she devised bolder strategies to contend with Qin Hengyu. She entered her cave, traversed a concealed door, and navigated various traps until she reached the depths. There lay a stone mirror, and in her grasp was a servant from the sacred land. As she crushed the servant's skull, blood gushed forth, splattering upon the obsidian mirror, whereupon an image materialized. It depicted a series of elderly figures cloaked in black robes, each adorned with a bronze mask. Their mere presence in the mirror evoked a palpable sense of dread. "What brings you here?" A voice resonated, seemingly imbued with an otherworldly echo, reverberating from a distant realm. Yixingchen's burgeoning strength would soon take effect, and the celestial talent rankings would open, compelling the imperial son of the great Qin sacred land to devise every possible means to succeed. Old Granny Jiao sought to claim credit for these developments, driven by the desire to acquire superior treasures for her survival. "What arrangements do you propose?" A pair of dark eyes appeared, seemingly piercing through old Granny Jiao's intentions. "I wish to orchestrate a plot to eliminate Qin Hengyu and ascertain whether the ancestral emperor has indeed perished. Even if Qin Hengyu survives, the prestige of the great Qin sacred land would be irrevocably tarnished. The opportune moment would be during the confrontation between imperial son Qin Hengyu and Yixingchen." Old Granny Jiao articulated her scheme with clarity, fully aware of her counterpart's needs. Strategies aimed at undermining the great Qin sacred land would secure adequate resources. "What are your conditions?" After a moment of silence, the figure opposite swiftly posed a new condition. In truth, those robed elders had already made a previous attempt, resulting in the loss of a true companion, leaving them too fearful to emerge again. If Granny Jiao truly wished to make an attempt, it was not out of the question. It presented a chance to try once more, to see if the emperor would appear. "I yearn for a more resilient vessel," I have grown weary of my current form and have not relished genuine joy for far too long. I also seek the soul recalling bell. The bell would facilitate the departure of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan. Upon my resurrection, I would gladly continue to serve as Yi Xingqian's protector, enduring a lifetime of servitude. Granny Zhou's voice carried a tinge of melancholy, intertwined with a hint of madness. Each transformation into a new vessel aged her by a century and robbed her of beauty. Furthermore, to prevent any regression in power, she found herself unable to frequently change her guise. The duality of her choices pierced her heart like a needle. Upon the articulation of the prior conditions, the robed figures nodded in affirmation. However, they hesitated at the mention of the soul-recalling bell. It was evident that the bell was not a trivial object. They remained silent for an extended period before ultimately conceding. We agree. After their affirmation, the image on the stone mirror shifted once more. A glimpse of the spirit realm began to materialize. It revealed a narrow black river, from which a pair of decaying hands tremulously retrieved an immaculate paper boat. Despite being merely a paper vessel, it appeared vibrantly lifelike, complete with officers and soldiers. Clearly a ship of war. Simultaneously, a bronze bell was placed atop the paper boat, shrouded in mystery. Upon the bell's attachment, the paper vessel seemed to come alive, catching the wind and gliding gracefully downstream on the black river. Thank you, esteemed sages. Granny Zhou immediately bowed in gratitude. With the opposing figures having cast their spell, there was no turning back. This paper boat from the underworld was certainly not an inexpensive item. The plan appeared to be progressing smoothly. Chapter 53. Poised and ready to emerge as a mighty dragon? In the sacred land of the universe, within the magma cave, a breakthrough had been achieved. A smile graced Yi Xingqian's face as red streaks appeared upon his skin, a manifestation of fire poison penetrating his very bones. After a surge of energy, his aura stabilized completely. At this moment, he had ascended to the 7th level of the Dragon Ascension realm. Without pressure, there is no drive, fueled by intense emotions. The pace at which his power surged reached its zenith. It was time to emerge. Yi Xingqian rose and exited the cave, where he encountered Lu Ruyan, who was waiting at the entrance. During this period, Lu Ruyan had maintained her presence in the realm of divine abilities, her foundation becoming considerably more solid. At the very least, her comprehension of the soft scripture and the universe true scripture had deepened significantly. Upon seeing Yi Xingqian's return from his ventures, her face lit up with anticipation as she inquired, "Junior brother, have you broken through?" "Indeed, I have." Yi Xingqian naturally extended his hand. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with joy, and she grasped his hand eagerly. Truly, her junior brother had accomplished it. In such a brief span of time, he had advanced to the 7th level of the Ascended Dragon realm, bringing her immense delight. This time, her junior brother's cultivation was even stronger, and he would undoubtedly defeat Qin Hengyu, thus validating her choice. What if Qin Hengyu was the son of the emperor? Returning to her senses, Lu Ruyan noticed Yi Xingqian still holding her hand, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, considering his breakthrough, she chose to remain silent. "Sister, shall we head to the arena? We must find a way to challenge the opponents on the Talented Ones list and compel Qin Hengyu to reveal himself." Yi Xingqian had already prepared the next steps. Of course, in undertaking this endeavor, he needed to inform old Granny Zhou, for her support would facilitate their efforts. Although old Granny Zhou did not make an appearance, she had long since prepared a jade slip. The message conveyed within assured Yi Xingqian that he could confidently pursue his ambitions, as she would provide assistance from the shadows. In light of this, Yi Xingqian felt at ease and, alongside Lu Ruyan, made their way to the Starry Pavilion to examine the sublist of the Talented Ones. At this juncture, although Yi Xingqian had achieved the 7th level of the Ascended Dragon realm, his ranking on the Talented Ones list was not particularly impressive. Upon reaching the sublist, he promptly took note of the top 10 in the Ascended Dragon realm, intending to find an opportunity to challenge one of them. In fact, the Starry Pavilion offered such services, prompting some individuals to approach him, eager to understand what prominent figures typically engaged in and how to encounter them for potential alliances. Yi Xingqian also received word that within the arena, there was a contender ranked 7th on the Talented Ones list in the Ascended Dragon realm, making for a suitable opponent. After Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan departed from the Starry Pavilion, news began to spread that he had indeed broken through to the Ascendant Dragon realm. Many believed that Yi Xingqian would remain in the realm of divine communication for a considerable time. However, he has unexpectedly ascended to the Dragon Ascendancy realm. This feat requires a modicum of courage, as the Talented Ones list has only just been unveiled, and these prodigies must showcase their renown. During the process of transcending realms, One's hidden cards can even allow for a decisive victory against stronger opponents. Yi Xingqian's actions appear somewhat hasty. Nevertheless, when it was discovered that he was once again heading to the arena, many eagerly followed suit. In the city of Qin, at the arena, Yi Xingqian insisted on facing the 7th-ranked contestant of the Talented Ones list in the Dragon Ascendancy realm, a representative from the northern domain belonging to a sect known as the Giant Sun sect. Each successor of this sect has historically exhibited saint-level combat prowess, often possessing a physique referred to as the Giant Sun body, also known as the heir. His opponent, Chu Li, is indeed the current heir of the Giant Sun sect, born with immense strength. As the match commenced, the two engaged in a fierce contest of martial arts. The arena permits the use of various weapons, yet it has become customary to first engage in 3 rounds of physical combat before resorting to armaments. In the initial exchanges, Yi Xingqian did not seek to appease. Chu Li's overwhelming strength effortlessly dismantled numerous techniques. However, Yi Xingqian adeptly employed softness to overcome rigidity, sustaining minimal damage. As the struggle persisted, Chu Li's momentum gradually waned, while Yi Xingqian, after a series of confrontations, found his aura intensifying. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Yi Xingqian transcended to the 8th level of Dragon Ascendancy. The crowd erupted in excitement. Just a few months prior, he had held the title of number 1 in the realm of divine communication. And now he was evenly matched with Chu Li in the Dragon Ascendancy realm. What a prodigy! To elevate oneself by an entire realm before the conclusion of a single battle is remarkable. Could victory be within reach? Yet, it remains uncertain. Chu Li had yet to unveil his weapon, rumored to be the formidable 3-axis technique, which is said to render any opponent helpless upon its release. What extraordinary talent could allow for such an enhancement in the midst of battle? If victorious, he might even challenge Qin Dizai. In the stands, as Yi Xingqian achieved his breakthrough, a flurry of discussions erupted. Among the spectators, some, emboldened by the unfolding drama, began to cheer. Observing Yi Xingqian's ascent from the realm of divine communication to the pinnacle of the Talented Ones list, and witnessing his relentless pursuit to vanquish adversaries, the audience gradually developed a fondness for him. This situation even evoked memories of a certain legendary figure, the Ancestral Emperor. According to legend, the Ancestor Emperor traversed the desolate star realms, seeking adversaries one by one, vanquishing them to elevate his own prowess. No one ever envisioned that the Ancestor Emperor would ascend to the status of a great sovereign. He was a youth devoid of connections or heritage, a boy scorned by all, characterized by his wildness and ignorance and his unyielding nature. Such a disposition hardly seemed conducive to survival, let alone becoming a so-called powerhouse. Yet, within Yi Xingqian, one could discern shadows of the legendary Ancestor Emperor. This inevitably led to comparisons with Qin Hengyu. In contrast, Yi Xingqian appeared more akin to the heir of the great Qin sacred land, particularly if one had not erred in observation. It seemed that the essence of the Ancestor Emperor's scripture had already manifested within Yi Xingqian. This gave rise to another supposition. The great Qin sacred land was vast, and any detrimental information or individuals would undoubtedly face suppression. Yi Xingqian must have suffered from unjust accusations. Of course, such sentiments were seldom voiced aloud by the general populace. Meanwhile, Chu Li remained undeterred, feeling that Yi Xingqian's breakthrough was a slight against him, and he charged forward with intent, seeking his own demise. Yi Xingqian, however, was equally unyielding. A surge of fist intent materialized upon his fist, as spiritual energy swirled, colliding completely with Chu Li's own strike. A powerful gust erupted within the duel arena. Chu Li staggered back 10 paces, crashing to the ground and carving a long trench in his wake. No matter how one perceived it, the battle seemed lost. Yet, in that moment, Chu Li, still unwilling to concede, drew forth a massive axe, not merely 3 separate axes, but a singular long-handled weapon reminiscent of 3 axes combined. This royal axe was of the kingly tier, sufficient for engaging in combat with Yi Xingqian. Receive my strike. With the royal axe in hand, Chu Li radiated with renewed vigor, managing to reclaim some of his momentum. Thus, the contest officially entered its second round. Chapter 54. Disrupting the arena, open provocation? Has he become arrogant? With the weapon now in his grasp, Chu Li amplified his presence and initiated the offensive against Yi Xingqian. Even from a distance, the surrounding spiritual energies were thrown into disarray. When Chu Li attacked with his newly acquired weapon, Yi Xingqian remained unfazed, his body twisting at an uncanny angle to evade the blow. Since I have already broken through, you are of no consequence. Yi Xingqian continued to speak, and soon he retrieved a broken blade from his storage ring. Though the blade was shattered, its aura remained formidable. It was, in fact, a weapon of the sacred tier. While it appeared somewhat unfair, it was not an instrument that just anyone could wield. With a subtle exertion of his will, an unparalleled presence surged forth from him, surpassing even the speed of his opponent. Chu Li attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only hastily change his stance. In doing so, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, yet he stubbornly refused to concede, preparing to withstand the next attack. However, as his words lingered in the air, Yu Xingqian's voice resonated, broke in heaven. With that whispered incantation, an aura of blade intent began to envelop the surroundings, infusing the atmosphere with a mournful essence. The strike transitioned from rapid to slow, its velocity diminished, yet its power gradually dissipated, rendering it insurmountable. Chu Li found himself unable to maintain his footing. His knee pressed against the ground. Fear filled his eyes as he transformed his massive axe into a shield in a desperate attempt to block the impending strike. In an instant, the clash occurred. A resounding boom echoed as Chu Li was forcefully slammed into the ground, fragments of his axe scattering around him. He collapsed, unconscious, while a deep pit formed in the arena. The battle was concluded. The sudden turn of events left the audience momentarily stunned, enveloped in silence. Some gazes, filled with fervor and reverence, turned towards Yu Xingqian, realizing he had concealed his true strength. If my assumptions are correct, that is indeed blade intent. How remarkable that he has comprehended such a concept at such a young age. In his realm, he is likely unmatched. Blade intent? It is utterly terrifying. Chu Li has unwittingly played the role of a training partner. When he awakens, he may be overwhelmed with rage. Is it not said that only those of the king tier can manifest blade intent? Perhaps it is the inherent blade intent of the sacred tier weapon. Yet Yu Xingqian's ability to wield it is extraordinary. The eyes of the spectators widened in astonishment. Yu Xingqian had indeed manifested the blade intent of the broken blade. Though it was merely the rudimentary form, it was a battle intent that could typically only be harnessed at the king tier. Upon the convergence of the Sea of Qi and the Heavenly Palace, the so-called battle intent emerges. It is only through wielding a weapon and merging it with battle intent that one can manifest blade intent. The realms of blade intent are categorized as rudimentary, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Rudimentary blade intent possesses blade energy, allowing one to perceive the realm of intent. Minor achievement blade intent reveals the shadow of the blade, commanding it with overwhelming force as if assisted by the heavens. What is seen is difficult to comprehend, appearing as an unstoppable force. The essence of the great blade returns to its primordial state, a formless strike, seemingly ethereal. Reveals its profound meaning only when one succumbs to its embrace. This state is often referred to as the death intent. Presently, Yu Xingqian has reached a level in the Dragon Ascendance realm where he can wield combat intent, indicating that he has touched the threshold of the King realm. This transcends mere Dragon Ascendance. It is a manifestation of extraordinary talent. At this moment, on the battleground marked by a vast pit, Yu Xingqian's attire is slightly disheveled. Yet his aura is more formidable, exuding an intimidating presence that is hard to behold directly. He resumes his meditation on the ground, consolidating his energy. He stands at the 9th level of the Dragon Ascendance. After defeating Chu Li, his momentum has surged once more, and his realm has ascended again. Naturally, he has catapulted into the top 10 of the talented rankings, basking in an unparalleled glory. In the stands, a woman resembling a fierce warrior delicately conceals her face with a handkerchief, seemingly entranced by Yu Xingqian. She proclaims loudly, "Yu Xingqian, I love you. You cannot bear children, yet I still love you." At that moment, Yu Xingqian had just opened his eyes amidst the murmur and cheers of the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, he was suddenly struck hard by the unexpected declaration. In an instant, his resolve felt as though it had shattered. A flicker of disdain briefly flashed in his eyes before he swiftly concealed it. After this match, he intends to publicly declare war on Qin Hengyu, compelling him to engage in battle. The 9th level of the Dragon Ascendance is already sufficient. Perhaps Qin Hengyu has yet to break through to this realm. Should he have done so, he would likely be eager to confront him in combat. Qin Hengyu is undoubtedly a figure of appearance rather than substance. In light of this, Yu Xingqian raised his hand, amplifying his voice with spiritual energy, addressing the audience. I am aware that some believe my relationship with my senior sister has crossed certain boundaries. I must clarify that a clear conscience needs no accusations. These are mere rumors, and I am no mere pretty face. Any slander you propagate, I shall dispel with my strength. As for the esteemed Qin Hengyu, I am here to demand justice for my senior sister, to voice my grievances. And I have formally issued a challenge, hoping to engage him in combat. Can it be? An esteemed prince dares not face me in battle? If I were to lose, I would simply rise again, yet he refrains from accepting the challenge? That would surely render him the subject of ridicule. Ha! I aim to demonstrate to all that he is unworthy of my senior sister. Only I am capable of safeguarding her. Upon hearing Yi Xingqian's proclamation, the audience was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such directness from him. After a brief pause, voices began to emerge from the crowd. Yi Xingqian, you are impressive. You are formidable. Indeed, let the prince step forth to accept the challenge and clarify the truth instead of hiding in the shadows. How valiant. When will I ever witness such protection? It became evident that Yi Xingqian was no ordinary individual. The intent of his blade is not something that can be wielded casually. Many late bloomers have experienced a turning point in their combat spirit at the kingly level. In that moment, many voices echoed in agreement. However, it remains uncertain how many of those voices were orchestrated by Qin Hengyu and how many were genuine expressions of enthusiasm. Nevertheless, many were expressions of delight. A prince challenged by a holy son is bound to provide an entertaining spectacle. Among the audience were numerous holy sons and members of noble families, all intrigued by this unfolding drama. Yi Xingqian's actions, without a doubt, placed the great Qin Holy Land under intense scrutiny. A mere encounter between Yi Xingqian and Qin Hengyu might reveal significant insights into the formidable nature of the great Qin Holy Land. Unless Qin Hengyu emerges victorious over Yi Xingqian, this event will cast a shadow over the great Qin Holy Land, shifting the glory of the entire arena battle and the rankings of prodigies onto Yi Xingqian's shoulders. Qin Hengyu cannot retreat. To do so may leave indelible marks upon his heart, hindering his future ascension in realms of cultivation. Conversely, Yi Xingqian seems to flourish under this overwhelming momentum, gaining greater fortune and fortitude. Consequently, Yi Xingqian has garnered elevated regard from those around him. This news swiftly disseminated throughout the realm. The great Qin sacred land soon became aware of Yi Xingqian's audacious provocation and promptly relayed the information to higher authorities, seeking directives for subsequent actions. Chapter 55. Everything is under control. As the news spread, the Starry Pavilion took action. Upon learning of Qin Hengyu's provocation, Lin Yi made her way to the great Qin sacred land, intending to convey some crucial information. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the Starry Pavilion remained in collaboration with the great Qin sacred land. They dared not gamble on the notion that the emperor had perished. Such a matter was best approached with caution, watching the situation unfold rather than taking the lead. The Starry Pavilion possessed considerable experience and discretion. Lin Yi sought out Qin Hengyu, eager to offer some insights. Upon her arrival at the great Qin sacred land, she faced little obstruction in reaching the Eastern Palace, entering without hindrance. This, of course, was permitted by Qin Hengyu. In truth, Qin Hengyu had already completed his cultivation and emerged from seclusion. He was now gazing at the system panel. System, Enlightenment System Host, Qin Hengyu Enlightenment Attempts, 2 Realm, Peak of Dragon Ascendance Comprehension Abilities, Eye of Fortune, Devouring Heaven Demon Art, True Solar Scripture, Tao Scripture, True Dragon Fist, Supreme Profound Scripture, Guanyin Scripture, Ancestral Emperor Scripture, Heart Sutra of the Female Sovereign, Bone Scripture. These 2 enlightenment attempts were precious. One was obtained after defeating Lu Ruyan, while the other was an additional gain from his intimate encounter with Lin Yi. To be honest, the number of enlightenment attempts felt rather insufficient. He found himself reminiscing about the stability he felt when he had 9 attempts at his disposal. Qin Hengyu refrained from taking action simply because there was no movement from Yi Xingqian, deeming it somewhat inappropriate to strike at this moment. He could wait until Yi Xingqian made an appearance to ensnare his target. Upon catching sight of Lin Yi, he noticed her slightly sulky demeanor. Consequently, Qin Hengyu took a couple of steps forward and gently patted the other person's head, inquiring, "What troubles you? Has someone offended you? I shall stand up for you." Lin Yi shook her head, her gaze fixed upon Qin Hengyu. "It is not my predicament, but rather yours, brother Qin. Yi Xingqian has recently emerged from seclusion, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Dragon Ascension realm. He is currently challenging you in the arena of Jincheng, and rumors abound that Yi Xingqian will defeat you," she expressed with concern. "I believe that the current Qin Gu is truly remarkable and should not be maligned by outsiders. This is my doing." Qin Hengyu smiled faintly, showing no sign of concern. Having traversed into this narrative, he was acutely aware of the importance of manipulating public perception. The murmurs surrounding him were orchestrated by his own design. Merely defeating Yi Xingqian was not his ultimate goal. Rather, he yearned to tarnish Yi Xingqian's reputation, driving him to flee like a stray dog. The dark races within the Source Stone veins? What if I were to unearth the darkness that resides within you, as well as that of the cosmic Holy Land? Why, you may ask. Lin Yi furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, struggling to comprehend. At that moment, the Star Pavilion had indeed received certain intelligence. Yet, she felt an innate skepticism. Who would create momentum for their adversary? That would be akin to striking oneself in the face. Sister Yi, have you ever heard the phrase, watching him build tall towers, hosting grand banquets, only to see his tower collapse? Since Yu Xingqian desires to revel in such lofty heights, it will not be easy for him to descend. We shall first exalt him. And when the opportune moment arises, we will deal with him. Ultimately, all will revert to me, and all the clamor shall be silenced. Qin Hengyu smiled and spoke of his arrangements. However, this was merely a superficial layer. The deeper, more sinister plans of the dark races remained unspoken. Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan were deemed the most suitable bait for this game. To this end, the Great Qin Sacred Land devised the talent ranking list, proactively promoting Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruyan to lure the Nine Granny into action. Once she was drawn in, they could ensnare her entirely. What a delightful prospect. Brother Qin, what if we lose? Lin Yi, having listened to this discourse, found herself understanding yet could not shake a lingering sense of concern. Qin Hengyu's thoughts were commendable, however. Every situation harbors uncertainties. Losing face could lead to an even greater loss, and it might inadvertently bolster Yi Xingqian's arrogance, potentially leaving a lingering psychological scar. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to present the gathered intelligence. Brother Qin, here is the relevant information and hidden cards we discovered regarding Yi Xingqian in the arena. When she mentioned the ancestral imperial scripture, a hint of apprehension flickered across her expression, as if fearing Qin Hengyu's wrath. The ancestral imperial scripture? Qin Hengyu, somewhat perplexed, took hold of the jade slip. The information contained within swiftly permeated his mind, revealing a multitude of intricate details. Among them, it was noted that Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan had mastered the celestial scriptures of the cosmic sacred land. Furthermore, they had even cultivated a unique scripture known as the gentle canon, characterized by its ability to overcome rigidity with flexibility. Typically, the gentle canon is studied by females, and in the past, Ming Fanyan would have been an apt candidate. Yu Xingqian, being a male, pursuing the gentle canon was rather unexpected, especially considering the circumstances that rendered him somewhat fitting for such an endeavor. As for the ancestral emperor canon, Qin Hengyu believed that the leak originated from the former self, who had generously shared the scriptures in the past. At that time, Lu Ruyan expressed her disinterest, yet the former self insisted on offering them. This resulted in a significant portion of the Zhuang Sutra being disclosed. However, it remains a mystery how Lu Ruyan managed to retain a part of it. After resolving matters with Yu Xingqian, he must also devise a strategy to reclaim it. The meridians of the Zhuang Sutra, particularly those pertaining to the ascending dragon realm, can be considered its essence. This may have some correlation with the soft scriptures they practiced previously, which facilitated their successful cultivation. Upon gaining an understanding of the pertinent circumstances, Qin Hengyu remained remarkably unperturbed. A chance encounter between a trickster and a hero? Qin Hengyu is indeed unafraid of Yi Xingqian, who has mastered the ancestral emperor scripture. When the time comes to confront Yu Xingqian and Lu Ruoyan, he will undoubtedly make them aware of who the true original is. There is no need for concern. I have long been prepared. Qin Hengyu showcased the formidable might of the several emperors contained within his ring. As a scion of the imperial lineage, this was his most substantial source of confidence. Each of these entities possessed a destructive potential akin to a nuclear bomb, a strategic arsenal intended for confronting the dark races. Naturally, it could also be directed against Yi Xingqian, although such an action might inflict some harm and backlash upon his own father. It was preferable to allowing Yu Xingqian to emerge victorious. The primary objective was suppression. His ultimate trump card, his greatest reliance, was his father, the great Emperor Qin. As long as he drew breath, he could traverse the world with unwavering authority. There is no shame in this, regardless of scriptures, techniques, or personal strength. As long as he had yet to surpass his father, they were of little consequence. It was far better to lean upon paternal strength. Any plans, arrangements, or designs lacking the safety net of a great emperor could easily falter. Possessing the might of an emperor was akin to having 10 billion before transmigrating. With his father's countless billions backing him, his confidence was unassailable. Lin Yi, observing the display of imperial might, recognized their value and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In this context, what could Yu Xingqian possibly do? Qin Gu was well prepared. It was Yi who harbored concerns. With this in mind, Yi decided to take her leave. Relieved, she turned to exit. No rush, come along with me. Qin Hengyu, however, grasped Lin Yi's hand, preventing her from departing prematurely. Earlier, he had placed his trust in her by revealing the emperor's devastating strike. This journey could serve as an opportunity to rekindle their feelings. Even if the distance is brief, it may still provide warmth to their hands and feet, wouldn't it? Chapter 56. Can one truly rely on a trump card to match the emperor's prowess? Qin Hengyu vowed that his decision to set forth the next day was not driven by mere lust for beauty. Indeed, that must be the case. His intent was solely to demonstrate his prowess to Yi Xingchen, seeking to temper his arrogance. As the saying goes, one must gather strength in the first effort. But subsequent attempts may wane. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, despite her weariness, exhibited a glimmer of vitality, evidently having received ample nourishment. Her gaze held a trace of reproach towards Qin Hengyu. After all, they were on the brink of a significant battle, yet he had already engaged in an earlier skirmish. She had clearly promised that victory would grant him whatever he desired. As dawn broke faintly, the Royal Steed Bureau prepared the supplies for his journey. A person is defined by their attire, just as a steed is by its saddle. With an impressive display, everything naturally transforms. Before the act of grandeur, one must not diminish their aura. Indeed, as a son of the emperor, it is essential to maintain a certain spectacle while traveling. Unless one is embarking on a training venture, accompanied merely by a few guardians. Even then, the entourage would not be scant, for otherwise, how could one's unique status be recognized? Before departing from the sacred land of the Great Qin, Qin Hengyu instructed someone to relay messages to the stargazing platform, ensuring that all necessary preparations were in place. This was part of his meticulous arrangements. The Great Qin sacred land housed the stargazing platform, where Li Shouqing stood guard, his attention directed towards the vicinity of the arena, diligently monitoring the unfolding events. At the center of the stargazing platform, a bronze orb began to rotate. Within this orb lay a dark expanse, a realm shrouded in mystery. This bronze orb, known as the Heavenly Eye, possessed the remarkable ability to observe even the most elusive occurrences, rivaling the functionality of imperial artifacts, particularly in its capacity to penetrate the ethereal realms. Additionally, there existed a precious item known as the Spirit Breath. It was said to be harvested from the colorless and odorless winds of the netherworld, a feat only achievable by an emperor. When one utilized Spirit Breath to mark an individual or object, it enabled prolonged tracking, rendering the target unable to escape. With the assistance of Spirit Breath, the Heavenly Eye could observe with greater precision, making it increasingly difficult to lose sight of the target. This artifact was invaluable. Originally intended to mark the elusive elixir of immortality, a purpose that others would scarcely anticipate, Qin Hengyu employing it to track Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan. Li Shouqing soon received Qin Hengyu's message, and his demeanor grew more serious. Could the changes foretold by the emperor truly come to pass? While Li Shouqing harbored some skepticism regarding the emperor's exaggerations, he acknowledged that Qin Hengyu, as an emperor, warranted a slight expenditure of time and energy without consequence. Should a genuine discovery arise, it would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. Simultaneously, within the arena of Jincheng, following Yi Xingchen's challenge to Qin Hengyu, an increasing throng of spectators flooded in, making entry nearly impossible. The arena, resembling an open circular bowl, buzzed with anticipation. Yi Xingchen remained seated in the center, awaiting Qin Hengyu's arrival. Initially, he believed the emergence of the talents ranking would disrupt his plans. Yet the current outcome seemed to compel Qin Hengyu more effectively than he had anticipated. After all, the name of Qin Hengyu has never graced the Tianjia ranking, which has significantly bolstered Yi Xingchen's confidence. Qin Hengyu was undoubtedly convinced that following the commencement of the Celestial Talents ranking, numerous prodigies would emerge, defeating him. However, Qin Hengyu miscalculated. He did not anticipate the rapidity of his own growth. Initially, he attained the first position on the Talents ranking while still at the Divine Ability realm, which was insufficient to contend with Qin Hengyu. However, within a short span, his ascension to a higher realm and subsequent reclamation of the Talents ranking was enough to generate a significant momentum. The dawn. As the first rays of the rising sun illuminated the arena, the procession of the Great Qin sacred land gradually entered the contest grounds. Qin Hengyu, perched atop his chariot, advanced towards the radiant beam of light, resembling a celestial deity. He surveyed Yi Xingchen within the arena, casting a disdainful glance around him. Yet, it was as if fate had drawn the two into a true confrontation. Upon Qin Hengyu's arrival, the atmosphere in the stands erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Lo and behold, the emperor's son has truly arrived. I had thought him too cowardly to show his face. Some speculated that Qin Hengyu, in his arrogance, underestimated the situation. believing he could simply dispatch his subordinates to eliminate Yi Xingqian with equal effectiveness. Indeed, it seemed he was overly confident, flirting with danger. Yet, what did it matter? All that we desired was to witness a thrilling duel. You underestimate the situation. What if Qin Hengyu enlists others to vanquish Yi Xingqian? The latter could return time and again, unless he were to be utterly obliterated. One could only say that while Yi Xingqian's methods may be deemed unrefined, they are undeniably effective. Yi Xingqian regarded the approaching Qin Hengyu with a slight furrow of his brow. What a buffoon, he mused. Does he truly believe that his ostentatious appearance can intimidate me? Rising to his feet, he scanned the crowd, intent on rallying support for himself. I, Yi Xingqian, have come to face this challenge. Even if Qin Hengyu is the son of an emperor, endowed with greater resources, what of it? True cultivation requires innate talent. In the past, I have been subjected to ridicule at the great Qin sacred grounds due to my talent, but thanks to my sister's protection. Qin Hengyu's jealousy led him to withdraw from our engagement. Yet, that was not enough. He harbored resentment and stripped my sister's family of their fortune, casting us into the wilderness. Even in that desolate terrain, the great Qin sacred grounds relentlessly monitored our every move, driving us away upon our acquisition of source stones. But what of it? Ultimately, my talent has been recognized by the cosmic sacred grounds. Through diligent cultivation, I have ascended to the pinnacle of my abilities. Fueled by an indomitable spirit, today, I, Yi Xingqian, shall no longer feign modesty. I am not only to validate my own worth, but also to affirm my sister's discerning judgment. The great Qin sacred grounds are unworthy of her. With that last proclamation, Yi Xingqian nearly roared, unleashing the humiliation he had endured for so long. As he gazed at Qin Hengyu, his aura reached its zenith. The audience fell into a profound silence, many casting sympathetic glances toward Yi Xingqian. Here was a talented individual, lacking a powerful background, prideful lineage, or boundless resources, toiling diligently at the great Qin sacred grounds while enduring the scorn of others. Yi Xingqian's journey resonated with the collective experience of many, while Qin Hengyu, as a prince, could scarcely fathom such trials. This shared experience seemed to evoke a deeper empathy. Yi Xingqian, you have the power to prove yourself. Let the battle commence. Previously, I was misled by the rumors and harbored some doubts about you. For that, I sincerely apologize. I misunderstood and failed to recognize the fervent spirit of a young soul such as yours. With Yi Xingqian's assertion, many began to accept it as truth. Who would dare provoke the Holy Land? Perhaps the expulsion of Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan from the Great Qin Holy Land was a consequence of the oppression exerted by the Holy Land itself. Numerous onlookers have now turned their gaze towards Qin Hengyu's demeanor, which, at first glance, embodies the archetype of the tyrant who bullies the weak. The atmosphere has undeniably shifted. Qin Hengyu naturally heard the barks of Yi Xingqian, but he paid them no mind. The more Yi Xingqian spoke, the more he would expose himself, rendering his eventual downfall all the more grotesque. For Qin, allowing Yi to triumph was an impossibility. Hesitating, afraid to engage, as Yi Xingqian realized his aim had been achieved, Qin Hengyu remained motionless atop the carriage, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Would you grow indignant over an ant? The sacred land of the great Qin shines with resplendent light. Ignorant fools, why do you spread new slanders? The mayfly attempts to shake the great tree. A laughable display of self-importance. Once I awaken my aspirations, I shall stride through time itself. Yi Xingqian, if you can indeed best me, what is it to grant you the position of the imperial son? Qin Hengyu's voice was calm, yet imbued with unparalleled arrogance. Upon uttering these words, the audience surrounding the arena gaped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. A resounding explosion echoed within their hearts. This was indeed audacious beyond measure. Chapter 57. You possess a broken blade, while I wield the heavenly blade. Do you perceive Yi Xingqian's actions as those of an insignificant insect? Yet, you dare to assert that the imperial prince would serve Yi Xingqian? Are you truly unafraid of the humiliation that may follow, should you find yourself defeated? Even the other saints of the sacred land, both sons and daughters, regarded Qin Hengyu with a hint of unfamiliarity. Is this truly the imperial prince of the great Qin? Although his status is indeed exceptional, often attracting admiration, he seems utterly oblivious to his own shortcomings. At this moment, Qin Hengyu bore a resemblance to the legendary figure who once ignited wars for the sake of Lu Ruyan. Indeed, whoever claimed that a fool could become wise? A fool merely transitions from one form of folly to another. Yi Xingqian's remarkable performance had not gone unnoticed. He had secured the top position on the list of prodigies in the Divine Passage realm, and now ranked among the top 10 in the Ascendant Dragon realm. How could you so casually underestimate him? Everyone recalled that Qin Hengyu's previous display of prowess was also in the Divine Passage realm. It was said that he could easily defeat Yi Xingqian, but that victory was merely a consequence of his superior realm. Yet, Yi Xingqian's talent was far from mediocre, and now he was on the rise. Logically, the realm of Qin Hengyu should not exceed that of the Ascended Dragon stage. At most, he would be on par with Yi Xingqian. In the same realm, what audacity do you possess? Even at his weakest, Yi Xingqian could endure a few more exchanges under your hand. Not to mention, with Yi Xingqian's mastery of the blade intent, his chances of victory are considerably high. Coupled with Yi Xingqian's previous remarks, many spectators began to ponder if Qin Hengyu truly was overly arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such hubristic words. Numerous individuals could not help but murmur their support for Yi Xingqian, contemplating the possibility of his triumph. Such arrogance. Previously, one might have referred to sycophants. But now it appears to be mere egotism. Should he indeed emerge victorious, would the great Qin sacred land require a new heir? I believe if the great emperor were still alive, he might very well adopt a son. Initially, I thought the conflict between the two would be quite captivating. Now, all I desire is to witness Yi Xingqian's victory. Should he fail to prevail, it would be an affront to justice. Fight. Win this battle. In an instant. The crowd became fervently animated. In the arena of combat, Qin Hengyu continued to regard Yi Xingqian as inconsequential, ignoring the clamor around him, and with a composed demeanor, inquired, "What troubles you? Are you too timid to accept the position of the emperor's son?" The reason Qin Hengyu is so arrogant is primarily to steer public opinion. Yi Xingqian has already made his point clear. He can do that too. Qin Hengyu's thoughts were quite straightforward. Since you proclaim my might to be unparalleled and label me as arrogant, then I shall indeed demonstrate my arrogance. I aspire to be the singular, unrivaled champion. The laws of this world dictate that might equates to righteousness. It is not about grand philosophies. It is simply a matter of power. If I am audacious enough to conquer you, then your arguments hold no weight. You are but refuse. In this game, only those who are remembered are the true victors. And I shall regard you as mere ants. In retrospect, everyone will realize that Qin Hengyu has disregarded Yi Xingqian entirely. How could he possibly target him? Perhaps it is someone who is unaware of their own insignificance who has crossed the line? Very well. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Yi Xingqian's veins throbbed with fury. The sensation of being ignored was utterly infuriating. How could one who is likely inferior in both realm and strength treat me with such disdain? He had utilized magma to temper his body and allowed the fire poison to enter him, all in pursuit of rapidly surpassing Qin Hengyu and defeating him. Even if you are a son of the emperor, I shall prevail. I, Yi Xingqian, am not your inferior. I shall undoubtedly defeat you. Prepare yourself. Words are futile. With a mighty roar, Yi Xingqian leapt into action, launching himself towards Qin Hengyu atop the carriage. At that moment, his garments tore apart, revealing the scales of the azure dragon upon his back, a symbol of his cultivated meridians. The meridians had naturally coalesced into the shape of a dragon. Previously, there had merely been speculation regarding Yi Xingqian's mastery of the Ancestor Emperor Sutra, but now it was undeniably confirmed. As Yi Xingqian showcased his azure dragon back, he cast a provocative glance at Qin Hengyu, seemingly aiming to incite his anger. Qin Hengyu naturally felt no anger. There was nothing to be upset about. Defeating Yi Xingqian was all that mattered. He gently clenched his fist, and the taut muscles in his back seemed to form a silhouette of an azure dragon even through his clothing. The black dragon embroidery on his back became more menacing in an instant. Then, Qin Hengyu collided with Yi Xingqian, and in a fleeting moment, their figures clashed several dozen times. It was evident from the outset that Yi Xingqian was in a state of suppression. One wielded a strength magnified 100-fold, while the other boasted nearly 10,000 times that power. Despite the enhancements from the soft scriptures and the universe's true scriptures, which enveloped him in a golden radiance, he still found himself relentlessly pushed back. Ultimately, he was struck to the ground by the true dragon fist, almost obliterating the entire azure dragon's back. While Qin Hengyu still retained considerable energy, the audience in the stands fell into an astonished silence, seemingly unprepared for such an outcome. Yi Xingqian appeared momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated being so thoroughly overpowered in the realm of martial prowess. After rising to his feet with blood at the corner of his mouth, he awakened his Qi Si and Celestial Palace once more. Yet, Qin Hengyu had no intention of utilizing the Qi Si or the Celestial Palace. Instead, a layer of spiritual energy, imbued with mental prowess, enveloped his body. This was not a manifestation of battle intent. However, a faint glimmer of combat spirit was beginning to emerge. in the presence of this nascent battle intent. The effects of the Qi Si in the celestial palace had diminished significantly as Yi Xingqian continued to be relentlessly subdued. Both the Qi Si and the celestial palace exhibited some fluctuations, indicating a state of disarray. Bang! With another strike of the true dragon fist, Qin Hengyu was sent flying, losing a tooth and ultimately landing outside the arena. With his fall to this location, the first round of their melee confrontation had come to a close. Qin Hengyu also came to a halt. This was a battle meant for the spectators in the stands. One must not pursue victory recklessly, but adhere to the established rules. Seeking death, Yi Xingqian, battered and bruised, rose to his feet and resolutely made his way step by step towards the center of the arena. He brandished his broken blade, determined to shatter Qin Hengyu with a single strike. Once more into battle, Yi Xingqian's commanding shout resonated like thunder in the air. Almost everyone was taken aback. Fight! Fight! Some among the crowd were also inspired by Yi Xingqian's fighting spirit, joining in the fervent cries. The broken blade. Yi Xingqian swung his sword from a distance of 100 meters. The essence of the blade coalesced, forming a shadowy figure. The shadow, akin to an assassin, wielded a complete black sword and surged toward Qin Hengyu. The visible blade shadow was a manifestation of his burgeoning mastery of sword intent. In that moment, Yi Xingqian astonishingly elevated his fighting spirit to a new realm. The intent of the blade is tangible yet swift. Often, by the time it is perceived, it has already claimed a life. Qin Hengyu, this strike is for the time you once trampled upon me. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, exuding an unwavering confidence in his impending strike. Qin Hengyu was certainly well prepared. In his hand appeared a holy grade long knife, adorned with a golden dragon. In fact, the blade was aptly named Golden Dragon, forged from a sacred dragon, in comparison to the broken blade wielded by Yi Xingqian. This holy grade long knife exuded a far sharper presence. Heavenly blade. Qin Hengyu murmured as shadows suddenly enveloped the arena, a dense mass that seemed to blanket the entire battleground. Chapter 58. I dislike when others pretend to be superior before me. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the blade's intent, there lingered a moment of anticipation. Even before Yi Xingqian unleashed his strike, an aura of melancholy had already begun to permeate the atmosphere. Once the essence of the blade's intent was fully revealed, even those seated in the stands could feel a haunting sadness enveloping their hearts. A slight prickling sensation surfaced upon their skin. In that moment, an undeniable conviction gripped the audience. Yi Xingqian was on the verge of victory. Many, who prided themselves as prodigies, experienced a blend of astonishment and a tinge of complexity in their gazes, grappling with an unsettling sense of inadequacy. Yi Xingqian had shattered their pride in their innate talents with a single strike. Despite possessing greater resources and seemingly smoother paths, their prowess paled in comparison to his. Not to mention, many of them lacked even the foundational will to fight, let alone the spirit of battle. Concurrently, their hopes for Qin Hengyu had dwindled. No matter how formidable one's martial skills may be, they could not rival the sheer force of blade intent, a blow that resonated at a significantly higher realm. Furthermore, Yi Xingqian's resilience eclipsed that of the pampered Qin Hengyu, leaving little room for opportunity. Why do so many strong fighters emerge from humble beginnings? It is precisely because the higher realms increasingly test one's conviction. The stronger the belief, the mightier the techniques. After wielding his blade, a subtle smile graced Yi Xingqian's lips, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. His comprehension of the blade's intent was largely attributed to this broken sword. Had he wielded a complete blade, the understanding would not have been as profound. This was a treasure unearthed by Sister Yusha, who even sacrificed her limited strength to assist him in grasping the essence of the blade. Following his defeat in the first round, he did not hesitate to unleash his most formidable technique. One could only surmise that his chances of victory were considerably high. The time for vengeance had finally arrived. However, the strike executed by Qin Hengyu was nothing short of breathtaking. What is the heavenly blade? It is a blade that aligns with the heavens. In that fleeting moment, time and space began to crystallize. Even the essence of the opponent's blade intent was frozen. The blade intent, ever elusive and multifaceted, was inscrutable in its authenticity. Moreover, the emergence of the blade's shadow indicated the presence of a refined blade intent. The potency of this heavenly blade had the unmistakable essence of a fully realized blade intent. In an instant, the eyes of all present widened in astonishment. Furthermore, Lin Yi, who was spectating, revealed a hint of coldness as Yi Xingqian unleashed this striking blow. Qin Ge. Lin Yi's hand tightened gently, her heart in turmoil. Even though she was aware of Qin Hengyu's formidable strike, a flicker of concern lingered. She feared an inadvertent misstep. However, Once Qin Hengyu unleashed his blade, a sense of calm washed over her. The situation seemed to be slightly better than she had anticipated. Yi Xingqian was in dire straits. Lin Yi empathized with Yi Xingqian's predicament, feeling a tinge of despair. Yet, within the arena, Yi Xingqian remained oblivious to any threat. His lips curled into a smile. Almost all onlookers could perceive the blade's shadow and the impending peril, yet he seemed entirely unaware. As if he could not see the strike at all, feeling no sense of danger. I am assured of victory. The so-called intent of the severing blade. Like a drawn knife that cuts through water, yet allows the water to flow unimpeded, one cannot possibly use ordinary blade intent to sever mine. Your intent is trivial and should not stand against me. Yi Xingqian continued to prattle on, oblivious to his impending doom. Each variant of blade intent yields distinct effects. Yi Xingqian's severing blade could transcend a certain distance, and even a king realm presence would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand this technique. However, as Yi Xingqian's words fell, the reality before his eyes finally shifted. It turned out that the heavenly blade had dulled his senses. He found himself slower to perceive its emergence than those outside the arena, leading to a delayed reaction. What should have been a single strike appeared disjointed. First, the shadow of his severing blade was effortlessly obliterated. Yes, obliterated. It was as if ice met water and simply melted away, creating not a single splash. Impossible. As Yi Xingqian witnessed his own strike being so easily annihilated, his eyes widened in disbelief, yet simultaneously, more blade shadows surged towards him. I do not appreciate others putting on airs before me. Qin Hengyu then spoke slowly, simultaneously beginning to turn around. Addressing the stance, what does it mean to charge forward without hesitation? Only that which is fully within one's grasp can be called true mastery of the blade. You have been granted the opportunity to be an emperor's heir, yet you prove to be utterly ineffectual. Qin Hengyu spoke languidly. Already aware of the dark lineage within Yi Xingqian, while he feigned indifference, he was subtly laying a trap. With a sharp crack as Qin Hengyu's voice echoed, it felt as if a colossal mirror shattered, restoring the fabric of time and space. Countless blades ruthlessly slashed towards Yi Xingqian. In the stands, spectators felt a disorienting sensation as Qin Hengyu's voice resonated in their ears, as if time and space had been extricated from reality. Yi Xingqian gripped the blade tightly, intent on resisting and countering. Yet, how could one decipher the onslaught from all directions? Reality and illusion intertwined. Ultimately, he felt a chilling sensation beneath him where there had been emptiness, blood staining the ground, and an arm severed. His body was suddenly riddled with wounds. One strike created an illusion for his opponent, another disrupted time and space, and a third evoked the sensation of an army's charge. The specter of death, known as Yusha, did not anticipate that Qin Hengyu's strike could possess such formidable power. In a frantic moment, she could only strive to preserve Yi Xingqian's life. For their fates were intertwined. Should Yi Xingqian perish, she too would be unable to survive. Thus, she exerted every ounce of strength to shield him. Yi Xingqian, too, sensed Yusha's intervention, plunging him into deeper despair. He had never fathomed such a devastating defeat. It was only thanks to the intervention of the enigmatic Yusha that he retained his life. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to a single blow. Defeated once more, Yi Xingqian felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his body slipping out of control as he collapsed to his knees. With a thunderous thud, he knelt on the ground. Blood cascading down, swiftly pooling into a stream. To be alive felt akin to death itself. One strike had brought him back from the brink. In the stands, the eyes of the audience were wide with horror. What was this? They could hardly believe the spectacle before them. Was it truly a tangible reality? Was this the essence of sword intent? Why did it seem even more fearsome than the presence of a king? Who dared to claim that Qin Hengyu was inept? At that moment, the tide shifted once again. No, I shall not. In the arena, Yi Xingqian, unwilling to accept his defeat, clutched his shattered sword with his severed hand, exuding a foreboding aura of darkness. Yusha, in a desperate bid to save him, could no longer contain his own power. Amidst the surge of emotions, Yi Xingqian unexpectedly harnessed Yusha's strength, forging an even deeper bond between them. Almost all of his energy transformed into dark power, and his wounds healed in an instant. Despite having lost one hand, a black right arm emerged in its place. With blood-red eyes, Yi Xingqian's gaze was fixed squarely on Qin Hengyu. At last, the moment had arrived. Qin Hengyu was indeed awaiting this very moment, fearful that if he revealed all his trump cards and the dark race did not emerge, his plan would be thwarted. As long as the dark race made its appearance, he could proceed to the next step. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on Qin Hengyu's face. Chapter 59, Publicly Darkening? Isn't that akin to courting death? Qin Hengyu had never believed that his full-force strike could vanquish Yi Xingchen. The existence of the fated halo allowed for countless unforeseen possibilities. Thus, at the moment Yi Xingchen became aware, his consciousness sharpened to its utmost, perceiving every nuance of his surroundings. Unwilling to succumb to defeat from a single blow, and despite the fog of irrationality clouding his thoughts, Yi Xingchen still yearned to strike against Qin Hengyu. With a gentle clap, he propelled himself forward like a meteor hurtling through the cosmos, intent on launching a surprise attack. Calm and composed, Qin Hengyu deftly evaded Yi Xingchen's assault, releasing a wisp of spiritual essence that fortuitously landed upon Yi Xingchen himself. As for the purported attacks from the dark races, with Ziqing discreetly providing perception, he essentially possessed a divine-level guidance, showing no trepidation towards the encroachment of his adversaries. The situation had reached a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, in the stands, Granny Jiao sensed an opportune moment when Yi Xingchen made his move. Concealing her presence since Yi Xingchen's arrival at the arena, she had patiently awaited the right moment to strike. Clearly, the time was now. Act. Granny Jiao commanded those around her, individuals affiliated with the dark races, to prepare for their assault. Their targets were not solely Qin Hengyu, but also other holy sons and daughters from various sacred grounds. Should they succeed, it would deliver a significant blow to the great Qin sacred land, as the arena belonged to their domain. Furthermore, it would serve to subtly probe whether the Emperor Qin Ing of the great Qin sacred land still drew breath. Following Granny Jiao's directive, several enigmatic figures emerged at the scene, their state mirroring that of the current Yi Xingchen, with certain limbs having undergone a grotesque transformation, exuding a potent aura of darkness. The moment had arrived. As the crowd began to take action, Qin Hengyu produced a jade seal from his hand. Silence. Upon uttering a single word, Qin Hengyu brought the entire space to a complete standstill. Every individual found themselves frozen in the midst of their actions. Some wore expressions of bewilderment at the shifting stars. Others furrowed their brows in recognition of the dark races, while the likes of Granny Jiao and her companions were consumed by madness. This was the might of the Emperor's strike, in contrast to the brief moment of stillness induced by his blade. The Emperor's strike within the Jade Seal could suspend time for a full quarter of an hour, encompassing an even broader expanse. Qin Hengyu turned around, gazing at the frozen expression of Yi Xingchen, and unleashed a powerful punch, sending Yi Xingchen crashing back into the arena, creating a substantial crater in the ground. Heavenly Blade. Qin Hengyu once again swung his blade towards Yi Xingchen, aiming for his neck in an attempt to slay him. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bell resonated, attempting to disrupt Qin Hengyu's focus. The clamor was incessant. Due to Qin Hengyu's formidable consciousness, he did not cease his movements when the bell struck. Rather, a pair of dark arms enveloped his ears. Annihilate. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hengyu shattered a black stone tablet in his hand. This was a formidable strike designed specifically to combat the dark races. Upon activating the tablet, thousands of stone tablets materialized in the sky. Each tablet bore golden scriptures that, in an instant, descended upon all the attacking dark races. The dark races were almost torn asunder in that fleeting moment. The formidable figure known as Nine Granny also suffered, as a layer of her skin was stripped away, revealing a gruesome display of flesh and blood, with muscles ensnared in a black net. Nevertheless, even in such a state, red flames erupted from the tablets, intent on incinerating and obliterating every dark entity. Time, whether deemed long or short, passed swiftly. Under the might of 2 imperial strikes, nearly no dark race managed to escape. The most powerful among them, Nine Granny, found herself struggling, her eyes momentarily reflecting a flicker of horror. Upon Qin Hengyu, it appears that 2 formidable strikes from the Emperors coexist, and it is uncertain how many more there might be. Consequently, the plan seems to have met with failure and reached its conclusion. It is highly probable that Emperor Qin Ing has not perished, otherwise, how could there be such a multitude of Emperor-level assaults? A quarter of an hour later, the spectators in the stands regained their composure and mobility. They beheld several stone tablets, upon which dark souls were ensnared by chains, their corporeal forms nearly consumed by flames. Among them was Yi Xingchen from the arena, now utterly unrecognizable. The onlookers began to realize that Yi Xingchen was far from innocent. He was likely affiliated with the dark races. As for those who had also intended to launch an attack, the shadows lurking in secrecy were revealed in their true forms by the influence of the black stone tablets. They were indeed individuals from the celestial sanctuary. Their intent and actions appeared to be aimed at ambushing their own kind and Qin Hengyu. Suddenly, a chime resonated. From within the body of Granny Jiao, a spectral figure emerged, revealing a glimpse of the heavenly palace, a ghostly apparition of a person. After her soul had separated, she managed to break free from her bindings and rushed into the bell. As the bell departed, it passed by Yi Xingchen, who, with only his head somewhat intact, had lost all semblance of facial features. As the bell drew near, his head split apart like a watermelon. One half of the brain, enveloped in a layer of black membrane, also entered the bell. The brain remained alive. Essentially, Yi Xingchen had not perished either. Qin Hengyu gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished that Yi Xingchen could navigate through such circumstances. Indeed, fate seemed remarkably resilient. Before the onset of this narrative, there had been no individual merely existing with a singular mindset. When Qin Hengyu found the bell appearing beside him, he did not launch an attack. The spiritual essence had already been dispatched, and it was likely that both Yi Xingchen and the bell had been tainted by it. There was no escape from this predicament. Qin Hengyu bore no ill will towards Yi Xingchen, who had once again narrowly escaped death. Each encounter was akin to battling monsters, allowing him to extract certain gains from the experience. After the bell had departed, the black stone tablet fell to the ground, and the dark races were being continuously scorched, seemingly unable to escape their fate. It was nearly at an end. As Qin Hengyu surveyed the scene before him, he anticipated the unfolding events, yet remained vigilant despite the circumstances. In the wake of the unexpected turn, Jiang Zhan promptly stepped forward, standing resolutely beside Qin Hengyu, and declared, "Your Highness, I cannot believe that you have once again foreseen this. Indeed, another twist has emerged." In the stands, Lu Ruyan, upon rising, gazed at the retreating bell, her expression akin to that of a ghost. She felt abandoned. During the confrontation between Yi Xingchen and Qin Hengyu, she had harbored great hopes for Yi Xingchen's victory. However, as she observed the battle, her apprehension grew, and despair settled within her. It was over. Lu Ruyan slumped back into her seat, and as Qin Hengyu's gaze fell upon her, an icy dread coursed through her heart. Chapter 60. Kill? How could I possibly eliminate the bait? Had Lu Ruyan truly been forsaken? Qin Hengyu candidly expressed his surprise. Initially, he presumed that Lu Ruyan would indeed take her leave. Could it be that the heavenly path believed he would not eliminate Lu Ruyan, thereby ensnaring himself in a web of emotional entanglements? Was this to stage a so-called drama of love and hatred? Qin Hengyu pondered the possibility of truly becoming ensnared by the original sentiments. However, how could he still harbor thoughts for Lu Ruyan? One might suggest savoring Lu Ruyan's form once more. Yet indulging in such pleasures more than once could lead to emotional entanglement. Hypothetically speaking, should he ever venture into the brothel, he would refrain from repeatedly engaging with the same woman. Such choices necessitate a delicate balance. There is a distinction between frivolity and sincerity. Furthermore, Qin Hengyu has now adopted a new perspective. Since Yi Xingchen and Lu Ruyan possess such extraordinary fortune, they have become akin to a pig that can uncover treasures and opportunities. As long as he does not eliminate either of them and instead cast them aside, he will inevitably acquire treasures through deliberate means. Furthermore, the more wretched their circumstances become, the greater the possibilities for fortune may emerge. Qin Hengyu cast a satisfied glance at the remnants of Yi Xingchen. Although Yi Xingchen's mind remained intact, he would have to start anew, reopening his vital energy sea from scratch. The vital energy sea relies on the physical body, while the heavenly palace is sustained by the soul. If Yi Xingchen's spirit had fled, leaving his body destroyed, then the vital energy sea could not exist. However, the heavenly palace might still endure, possibly allowing for a rebirth through possession and subsequent growth. Losing his mind was fortuitous, as fully restoring his body would necessitate an elixir of immortality, the pinnacle of spiritual medicines. It remains uncertain whether the hidden forces would be willing to provide such a treasure to Yi Xingchen, even if they were. It seems there might be an opportunity to intercept it. Nevertheless, considering that Yi Xingchen could mend his body and embark on a fresh journey to expand his vital energy sea once more, bolstered by the fortune of a child of destiny, it is likely he would rise anew from the ashes. He must prepare accordingly. Since Yi Xingchen had cast his line into the waters, Lu Ruyan could do the same. Qin Hengyu had already devised a plan, intending to use Lu Ruyan as bait. At this moment, following the upheaval, the soldiers stationed at the Great Qin Holy Land swiftly mobilized to secure and control the scene, wary of any remaining dark races that had yet to be eradicated. Among them, Ming Tian from one of the 4 great warrior clans also made his appearance at Lu Ruyan's side. A golden chain had ensnared Lu Ruyan, bringing her to Qin Hengyu's vicinity. The onlookers in the arena, witnessing the reunion of Lu Ruyan and Qin Hengyu, were reluctant to depart, drawn in by the spectacle. "You may kill me," Lu Ruyan declared, locking her gaze onto Qin Hengyu. In truth, she harbored no genuine desire for death. This was merely a facade of vulnerability. Having suffered defeat in the arena, Yi Xingqian had exposed the dark races, leaving her adrift and uncertain of her next steps. If one were to say, if Qin Hengyu could once again develop feelings for himself, it would not be impossible. It is evidently a pivotal opportunity. To this end, Lu Ruoyan deliberately pretended to be vulnerable and alone. Upon the arrival of Lu Ruyan at Qin Hengyu's side, he discerned that Lu Ruyan bore little to no connection with the dark races. The enigmatic Ziqing, who stood behind her, possessed an acute sensitivity towards the dark races. Even the mere presence of a dark creature could be detected and apprehended. Thus, matters became considerably simpler. Qin Hengyu turned towards the audience and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you must be aware of the collusion between Yi Xingqian and the dark races. Now, I have examined Lu Ruyan and found no trace of the dark races upon her. It is likely that she has been deceived. According to our previous methods of dealing with the dark races, those who are unaware yet have some association with them shall be punished with 100 lashes. What do you think?" In the presence of the gathered crowd, Qin Hengyu pronounced his verdict on Lu Ruoyan. His actions served several purposes. Firstly, they projected an image of someone who cherishes the past. Secondly, they aimed to sow discord between Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian, potentially diminishing their close ties and reducing their mutual influence. Two treasure-seeking pigs, when separated in their pursuits, are bound to uncover more treasures than when they search together. Following Qin Hengyu's declaration, voices erupted from the audience, chanting, "But the Emperor's justice, a testament." These exclamations were somewhat restrained. Otherwise, one might have questioned whether he was reluctant to confront Lu Ruoyan, hastily concluding matters with a mere 100 lashes. After Qin Hengyu spoke of the 100 whips, he turned to Jiang Zhan and said, "Uncle Jiang, it's your turn. There's truly no need to hold back. As long as it doesn't lead to death, it will suffice." Qin Hengyu chose not to take matters into his own hands, instead enlisting Jiang Zhan's assistance to deliver the blows. A figure of noble stature, how could he stoop to such violence? Was it not exhausting? Jiang Zhan possessed sufficient prowess to exert control over the situation. Their connection was one of fate, albeit a malevolent one, and thus, it was likely he would hold nothing back, ensuring that as long as he did not deliver a fatal blow, he could apply as much force as he deemed necessary. With a resounding crack, the first lash struck, leaving a wound upon Lu Ruyan's skin. Moreover, Lord Jiang Zhan exhibited a certain finesse, inflicting pain without tearing her garments, thereby preserving a semblance of dignity for Lu Ruyan. Initially, she feigned vulnerability, yet after receiving the first strike, her true nature was starkly revealed. "Ouch!" Lu Ruyan cried out in genuine anguish, her eyes flashing with indignation. Qin Hengyu was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions. He seemed intent on bringing humiliation upon himself. Moreover, after merely 100 lashes, he showed no inclination towards self-destruction, which surely indicated that he still held some regard for himself, did it not? Did he truly believe that such treatment would compel me to plead for mercy? Absolutely not. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Lu Ruyan's mind was immediately inundated with a whirlwind of love and resentment, convinced that Qin Hengyu assumed that without his support, she would succumb to weakness and submission. She felt that staging a defiant performance would be far more impactful on Qin Hengyu. Thus, she gritted her teeth, resolutely silencing herself. However, Jiang Zhan was oblivious to the turmoil within Lu Ruyan. He mistakenly thought he had been too lenient, and therefore struck her with even greater force. He intended to sever a portion of her meridians, effectively thwarting her ability to continue cultivating the ancestral imperial technique. 1 lash, 2 lashes. Soon, her garments were soaked in crimson. Alas! After enduring 10 lashes, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain herself and began to cry out in agony. Her voice was hoarse, filled with heart-wrenching despair. Her eyes rolled back, and by the end, her cries had faded to a whisper, as faint as a gnat's buzz. She felt as though she were living a fate worse than death. Lu Ruyan no longer wished to play mind games. "Please, be gentler. I cannot endure it any longer. Qin Hengyu, I still have feelings for you. Spare me." Lu Ruyan once again adopted a pitiful demeanor. Of course, her heart was rife with curses. Qin Hengyu is truly despicable. She must be plotting revenge, which is why she urged Jiang Zhan to be so ruthless. I shall certainly seek retribution in the future. Unfortunately, Lu Ruoyan did not have the opportunity to contemplate further before she completely fainted. Meng Tian also took Lu Ruoyan away. The spectators in the stands, even if curious about how Lu Ruoyan would handle the situation, could only conclude that she brought this upon herself. With a splendid opportunity as the imperial concubine, she has now fallen into despair. Meanwhile, Qin Hengyu was employing the devouring heaven technique, absorbing the fortune present in the surroundings to enhance his own. Yi Xingqian's physical form had vanished, and Lu Ruyan was on the verge of being incapacitated. The arrangement was entirely logical, as the fortune was reaching unprecedented levels. He merely needed to absorb it to reap the benefits. One could only say it was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 61. Acquiring Azure Fortune, Multiple Opportunities for Enlightenment. As long as Qin Hengyu refrains from absorbing the corpses in front of others, no one would be aware of his utilization of the devouring heaven magic to assimilate fortune. The others were preoccupied with watching Lu Ruyan endure her beating. After a while, Qin Hengyu gazed at his fortune, which had transformed from yellow to a pleasing shade of azure, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. The spectrum of destiny encompassed black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and gold. His fortune had ascended by 2 levels, gracefully bypassing the green tier, thus sparing him the embarrassment of a hint of green hovering above his head. As for Lu Ruyan, her fortune had entirely metamorphosed into a regal purple, firmly anchored in her status as the child of fortune. Remarkably, there was even a subtle gilded edge, suggesting that opportunities may still abound. She was indeed a splendid treasure-seeking companion. After Qin Hengyu concluded his enhancement of luck, he turned his attention to the surrounding stands and spoke aloud. Esteemed guests, you have all witnessed the emergence of numerous dark races within the holy land of the universe. Among them, their holy son is indeed a being of the dark races. Previously, there were rumors suggesting that the great Qin Holy Land harbored dark races. It now appears that this was merely a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. I now request that all of you serve as witnesses and accompany me to the holy land of the universe to ascertain the truth of this matter. Qin Hengyu sought to seize the opportunity to conquer the universe sacred land. The 9 grandmothers were all members of the so-called dark races. Who could say whether the universe sacred land was not utterly corrupt? It was the perfect moment to visit the universe sacred land. As for the gathering on the viewing platform, their presence was primarily to lend support in terms of reputation. Among them were other sons and daughters of various sacred lands, capable of exerting significant pressure on the universe sacred land. To bring a group of individuals to compel the universe sacred land was entirely different from merely sending representatives from the great Qin sacred land. Upon hearing this statement, those on the viewing platform voiced their agreement. Naturally, witnessing it firsthand was imperative. They demanded a response, for they had never been treated in such a manner. The universe sacred land harbored ill intentions and rightly owed an explanation. Gratitude was extended for the protection of the divine prince. The onlookers relished the unfolding drama. In truth, the public's attitude towards Qin Hengyu had undergone a profound transformation. They now perceived him as dignified and devoid of ulterior motives. Was he arrogant? After witnessing Qin Hengyu's prowess, any thoughts of his arrogance had been forgotten. A person of strength is entitled to a modicum of pride, after all. He had employed the power of 2 great emperors to safeguard the assembly, preventing the situation from escalating further. While it was expected, it was also an act of kindness. Thank you all. Let us now proceed to the universe sacred land to seek clarity. Qin Hengyu intended to seize the opportunity with fervor. Excellent. The crowd erupted in cheers, eager to accompany him to the sacred land of the universe and continue their endeavors. As Qin Hengyu departed, he also arranged for personnel to suppress the remnants imbued with a sinister aura from the arena of the clear duel. These entities might possess the potential for resurrection. As Qin Hengyu departed in his carriage, he cast a glance at the system. Goodness! The number of enlightenment instances was quite substantial. Ding! The host has defeated Yi Xingqian twice, earning 2 instances of enlightenment. The host thwarted the dark race, gaining 1 instance of enlightenment. The host annihilated a group of the dark race, resulting in another instance of enlightenment. The host left Yi Xingqian with nothing but a brain, acquiring yet another instance of enlightenment. The host lashed Lu Ruyan's body 100 times, suppressing her fortune, which earned 1 instance of enlightenment. The host obtained Azure Fortune, garnering yet another instance of enlightenment. The host has also gained considerable prestige, resulting in 1 more instance of enlightenment. It is not yet over. That amounts to 7 instances in total. Qin Hengyu had just engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Xingqian, depleting his last 2 insights. He is now somewhat replenishing them. System. Insight System Host. Qin Hengyu Insight Count. 7 Realm. Peak of Ascending Dragon Realm Comprehension Abilities. Eye of Fortune. Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique. True Sun Scripture. Tao Scripture. True Dragon Fist. Supreme Shin Scripture. Guanyin Scripture, Ancestral Emperor Scripture, Woman Mastery Heart Scripture, Bone Scripture, Minor Knife and Tint, Heavenly Blade. Not bad at all. As Qin Hengyu journeyed towards the sacred land of the universe, his spirits lifted considerably. He even contemplated summoning Lin Yi from the adjacent carriage, wishing to playfully manipulate her form. Moments ago, he had lashed Lu Ruyan 100 times, yet Lin Yi seemed in surprisingly good spirits, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Meanwhile, at the great Qin sacred land, atop the star observation platform, Bali Shouqing's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the bell. It was unexpected how closely this aligned with the predictions of the son of the emperor, who seemed to have calculated every detail with an unsettling level of foresight. Subsequently, through the celestial vision, he observed that as the bell tolled, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A vast black river emerged, upon which a colossal paper boat navigated through a realm of indistinct contours. Was this the periphery of the spirit realm? Ordinary methods would be insufficient to pursue or disrupt it. The creations of the spirit realm could typically only be altered within its own domain. Bali Shouqing fixated on the paper boat within the celestial vision, resolute not to lose track, as he needed to fulfill the son of the emperor's directives. He had previously contemplated the possibility that he might not be able to eliminate the adversary. However, if death was unattainable, then he would ensure thorough surveillance. Ready to intervene at a crucial moment. On the paper boat, Yuxingchen marveled at his restored, intact body, a hint of confusion evident upon his features. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Yet, here he was, whole again. Beside him, Yusha had also regained her completeness. She gazed at the bell before them with a fleeting sense of nostalgia, exhibiting no unfamiliarity with their surroundings. This was indeed the spirit realm. Here, the lines between life and death blurred. Even if one were left with mere remnants of limbs and a semblance of a mind, one could attain wholeness within this realm. What one perceives may very well be deceptive. In believing that one has arrived in paradise, one may inadvertently entangle themselves in hidden secrets and uncanny phenomena, spiraling into madness and unconsciousness. This place is the most bountiful, the safest for survival, yet simultaneously, the most perilous. Nearby, Granny Ju regarded her fair arms, a flicker of reminiscence crossing her mind. For ages, she had longed to restore her former beauty. She could naturally enter the spirit realm, yet her awareness of its dangers compelled her to seek means of self-preservation. Now, she seemed to require her skin less than ever. In comparison to mere flesh, she had nearly lost all her blood, flesh, and cultivation. Contemplating this, as she glanced at Yuxingchen, her emotions swirled in complexity. His actions had brought both her triumph and her downfall. At that moment, the timing of the attack was rather inappropriate. The original plan was to wait until Yuxingchen had secured victory before launching an assault, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos to eliminate targets and retreat. Even with the resurrection bell at hand, it was not the right moment to employ it. However, Yuxingchen's defeat undeniably altered everything. Now, the old witch, Jiupopo, hesitated to act rashly. She observed the woman beside Yuxingchen, clearly of the dark race, and sensed an imminent danger. The origins of her adversary appeared extraordinary. Thus, she refrained from provoking her lightly. For the time being, she could only proceed cautiously, step by step. The entire plan had utterly collapsed, and it was fortunate that she had insisted on obtaining the resurrection bell. Otherwise, escaping this endeavor would have been a mere fantasy. As for the universe sacred land, Jiupopo had never paid it much heed, as it was essentially a usurped domain. Should anyone desire to confront the so-called issues there, they would find it to be a bottomless pit, one that no one could resolve. Chapter 62. The Ancient Saintess Awakens in a Time of Crisis. Prior to the universe sacred land, under the instigation of Qin Hengyu, a substantial force had gathered, along with the holy sons and daughters demanding an explanation. Behind him stood Jiang Zhan and Ming Tian, both of the sacred tier, with an army of soldiers perfectly aligned. Ming Tian even brought a contingent of heavy cavalry, a hallmark of the great Qin sacred land, resplendent in their armor. Who among ordinary people would engage in combat unarmored? Surrounding the holy sons and daughters were protectors and attendants, creating a formidable procession with many clad in armor. In its entirety, the assembly bore resemblance to a military force. With tens of thousands of cultivators present, the sight was indeed somewhat intimidating. Many sacred lands would not even muster such numbers. Even the universe sacred land might not possess a combat capability exceeding 10,000, including those slumbering beneath its surface, which was another matter entirely. News from the universe sacred land had already stirred chaos. The land's sovereign had been engrossed in seclusion for cultivation. It was said that prior to entering seclusion, he had entrusted all affairs to Jiupopo. while Geopopo could only be considered one of the 9 internal elders of the sacred land. Ideally, there should be 9 such elders. However, it seemed that the others were also in seclusion. The unexpected events within the combat arena clearly indicated that several elders from the universe sacred land had succumbed to corruption, resulting in a direct reduction of their ranks. The remaining elders were either from the outer sect or previously lacked authority, rendering them hesitant to assume command. The universe sacred land found itself momentarily leaderless. Perhaps it was time to awaken those who remained in slumber. Yet, one individual proposed an intriguing notion, garnering the consensus of the assembly. If the present generation is incapable of resolution, let us summon the ancients. Within the sacred realms of the universe, there exist beings sealed within the divine essence. Alongside others enveloped by common divine sources, their demise momentarily staved off. It appears that these entities could be roused. The crux lies in the fact that none dare provoke the wrath of the great Qin sacred land. The existence of these sacred realms often leads to the random awakening of slumbering ancients. After all, once a cadre of key figures perishes, the precise whereabouts of the dormant ancients and elders become shrouded in mystery. Thus, within the forbidden grounds of the sacred realms, there lies a geothermal site. In a circular pool, steam billows, obscuring a crimson coffin submerged beneath the water. Suddenly, divine runes activate, elevating the coffin to the surface, where it is positioned upright and the lid is forcefully removed. Within, a woman of divine essence dons a fiery red gown. Beside her rests a crimson hammer. A subtle sound akin to an explosion reverberates. Remarkably, the divine essence within the coffin begins to fissure gradually, and the woman opens her eyes. She hopes it is indeed a new era. After awakening, Zhu Dan lets out a sigh. Not everyone possesses the ability to dissolve divine essence. To enter slumber through such means requires the intervention of an emperor. In truth, her slumber was a pact with an emperor. Prior to her sleep, she had conveyed that as long as the sacred land remains unfallen, or while an emperor yet lives, she must not be awakened. Slumber is a gamble, a desperate wager merely to seize an opportunity to transcend the emperor's realm. It is not merely about possessing emperor-level prowess, but rather being a truly unparalleled emperor, recognized solely by the heavenly path. Throughout the ages, only one individual may grasp such an opportunity. Upon awakening, Zhu Dan sought the prearranged passage, eager to discern the current circumstances. As one who has been unaware of the duration of her slumber, the former saintess remains oblivious to the palace coup unfolding outside. Within the main hall of the sacred realm, a dwindling assembly of elders awaits anxiously. Why has there been no movement? Should we attempt to awaken other elders, rumored to be nearing the end of their lifespans? Or perhaps it would be wiser not to seek those lacking longevity. Were it not for the fear of the great Qin sacred land intervening and capturing me, I would have already fled. All thanks to the treachery of 9 Granny. Who could have anticipated her collusion with the dark races? Presently, the sacred realm's martial prowess has waned. Is someone approaching? Who are you? Upon emerging, Zhu Dan beheld a gathering of venerable elders within the grand hall, with inquiries being made. It is no wonder that some of the elders did not recognize her, unless one ascends to the status of an emperor. One's lifespan is limited and often falls short of a millennium, leading to inevitable demise, even for those who attain imperial rank. The extension of life is but a mere 10,000 years. The ancestral sovereign, Qin Hengyu, who can live for 100,000 years, is already an anomaly. Thus, it is unsurprising that none recognize Zhu Dan in the present day. To accurately gauge the duration of Zhu Dan's slumber, one must consider a span of 300,000 to 400,000 years, a time long past in which all familiar faces have vanished. Where is the former saintess, Zhu Dan? The sovereign of the sacred land? After sensing the auras of the gathered individuals, Zhu Dan furrowed her brow slightly. The strength of their presence was rather feeble. Why were there only 3 or 4 revered ones, along with a few imperial figures? Their auras were weak. Surely, the universe sacred land could not have diminished to such an extent. Zhu Dan pondered in confusion, questioning why not a single saintly figure remained during her previous slumber. Even the first layer of the saintly realm was not the pinnacle of the universe sacred land's might. Upon proclaiming her name and presenting an ancient token imbued with a venerable essence, she revealed her own formidable aura. Saintly realm? We humbly welcome the saintess. Nearly all present bowed in reverence. Observing the respect afforded to her, Zhu Dan's expression softened slightly as she inquired, "Pray tell, what has transpired?" Noticing the anxious expressions of several individuals, she suspected something was amiss and sought clarity on the situation to devise an appropriate resolution. "Saintess, the matter is as follows," began an elder, stepping forward to elucidate the circumstances. "Yesterday, the venerable Jibopo, who once governed the universe sacred land. Upon hearing the details, Zhu Dan's brows knitted together in concern. You mean to tell me that upon my awakening, the universe sacred land is on the brink of being ravaged by the dark races? The very sovereign of the sacred land may have perished. Moreover, other sacred lands are conspiring to besiege our own. Such cruelty. The thought of this chaotic predicament weighed heavily on Zhu Dan's mind, inducing a sense of headache. Let us venture forth, she declared, recognizing that remaining in place would yield no benefit. She suggested proactively stepping outside to assess the situation and engage with what lay ahead. Yes, Saintess, the elders responded, and under the dignified presence of the Saintess, they accompanied her out of the grand hall. At that moment, the formations of the universe sacred land had already been activated. The majority of the disciples observed the scene with growing apprehension, relieved that external forces had not breached their defenses. Upon reaching the entrance of the sacred land, Zhu Dan beheld the might of the great Qin sacred land and learned of Qin Hengyu's existence through the elders' accounts. At the same time, Qin Hengyu also recognized the saintess of the universe sacred land, Zhu Dan. In the original narrative, following the resolution brought about by Ming Fanyan and Granny Jiao, the status of the universe sacred land plummeted, leading many elders to abandon it. The declining universe sacred land became a teleportation coordinate for the dark races. Consequently, it suffered extensive destruction, transforming into a desolate ruin. It could be said that it was obliterated even before the great Qin sacred land. Yixingchen, still in the ruins of the universe sacred land seeking treasures, inadvertently released Zhu Dan. As the saintess of the universe sacred land, Zhu Dan found herself in a scenario where Yixingchen pretended to be the saint son of the universe sacred land. Together, they aimed to restore the sacred land and undertook numerous endeavors. Throughout this process, Zhu Dan gradually became part of Yixingchen's harem, and her proficiency in weapon forging provided him with considerable assistance. Now, had he inadvertently awakened her ahead of time? Qin Hengyu first employed the Eye of Destiny to observe Zhu Dan, discovering that Zhu Dan possessed a striking purple aura of fortune. Indeed, as one of the consorts originally designated by Yixingchen, his fortune was commendable. Initially, the sacred land of the Great Qin also boasted a considerable amount of purple fortune. However, it was unfortunate that his father, Qin Ing, had inadvertently squandered much of it through his actions. Whether in awakening or traversing realms, it mattered little. Now, most individuals were predominantly surrounded by blue fortunes. In the sacred land of the Great Qin, if even a trace of purple aura could be found, it would be considered fortunate, heralding the arrival of auspicious winds and new beginnings. Upon catching sight of Zhu Dan, Qin Hengyu contemplated deceiving her. Chapter 63. Originally, I had no intention of being ostentatious. Zhu Dan, oblivious to the fact that her undergarments had been removed, mistakenly believed that Qin Hengyu's intent was still to exert pressure. Thus, she feigned ignorance, inquiring, I have just emerged from the divine source. May I ask what brings the esteemed son of the emperor here? This statement served to indicate that her awakening from the divine source was meant to instill a degree of caution in him, facilitating the continuation of their discussion. Qin Hengyu directly articulated his demands. You are likely aware of the emergence of the dark races within your holy land. The reason we have refrained from launching a full-scale assault is to consider the dignity of our shared sanctity and to seek a mutually agreeable resolution. In Qin Hengyu's voice, there was an unmistakable air of authority. Zhu Dan sensed his dominance, but found herself powerless, as the individuals surrounding her lacked any substantial strength. At present, the only feasible solution was to devise a proposal acceptable to both parties. Your Excellency, I hold great respect for the sacred land of the Great Qin. I shall permit only you and a select few to enter the sacred land to investigate the relevant matters, and I am willing to accompany you. As for the likes of Granny Jiao and others, we are unaware of their intentions and thus wish to sever ties. Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen may relinquish their positions as the Holy Maiden and Holy Son. I shall then assume the role of the Holy Maiden of the cosmic sacred land, for there cannot be two Holy Maidens. Zhu Dan first delineated the boundaries and subsequently articulated a more moderate condition. If you wish to allow everyone entry, what then becomes of the cosmic sacred land itself? Allowing only a portion to enter could potentially be a trap. Those who dare to enter must be prepared to bear some measure of risk. It is essentially a gamble on whether His Excellency Qin Hengyu possesses sufficient audacity. However, without hesitation, Qin Hengyu readily agreed. He still possessed the Emperor's strike, which rendered the situation relatively safe. Should he uncover the dark race's machinations within the universe sacred land, he could preemptively eliminate a potential threat. The proximity of the universe's sacred land to the Great Qin's sacred land posed a significant risk should it indeed become a stronghold for the dark race. Moreover, if the truth were revealed, the universe's sacred land would owe a debt of gratitude to the Great Qin's sacred land. Brother Qin, Lin Yi expressed her evident concern. They're not even allowing everyone to enter completely. What if something goes awry? There is no need for worry. You can rest assured, he replied. Qin Hengyu, under the protection of Ziqing, felt no fear in the absence of a great emperor's might. We welcome the son of the emperor. Upon hearing Qin Hengyu's words, Zhu Dan regarded him with newfound respect. The matter was swiftly resolved. Shortly thereafter, leading the group was Qin Hengyu, followed closely by several other holy sons and daughters. Among them were Lin Yi, the holy daughter of the Starry Pavilion, Ming Danyin from the Nine Nether Sacred Land, and Yi from the Hui tribe. Accompanying them were several elders from the Zhu clan. Their party first arrived at the cave of Old Lady Jiu. As they opened the cave, they were greeted by a scene strewn with skeletons, enveloped in a chilling, shadowy atmosphere. Almost everyone furrowed their brows, Zhu Dan included. This indicated that the dark races had audaciously infiltrated the universe's sacred land. Who dares to approach? A smoky voice echoed from within the cave. In an instant, the skeletal remains began to assemble, forming a colossal skeleton-like giant to guard the cave. Begone! Zhu Dan was swifter than any could imagine, brandishing a hammer that glowed as fiercely as a falling star. With a resounding crash, the skeletal giant was shattered before it could fully materialize. Flames erupted from the surrounding skeletons, igniting them in a fierce blaze. Zhu Dan landed gracefully on the ground, revealing a physique that spoke of toned muscles. Coughing, it seemed as though her body and visage were from entirely different realms. After ceasing her assault, she turned her gaze towards Qin Hengyu, her intent to demonstrate her capability in clearing obstacles and subtly showcasing the might of the universe's sacred land. Now that the Holy Daughter has dealt with the Guardian, let me see what secrets lie ahead. After Zhu Dan resolved the issue, Qin Hengyu produced a time reversal talisman, which could reveal events that transpired within a certain time frame. It was indeed a precious item, akin to a holy-grade treasure, showcasing a remarkable display of wealth and extravagance. With a wave of Qin Hengyu's hand, the surrounding scene seemed to revert to its original state. Granny Jiu appeared at the entrance of the cave, holding a young boy in her grasp. If only you were Yu Xingchen, ha ha ha. Granny Jiu placed the boy upon the stone table, gently caressing him. What followed was a grotesque display of flesh being devoured raw. This was, to some extent, quite repulsive. Even those who had witnessed countless deaths and carnage could not help but retch. After bypassing some of the more distressing imagery, one could observe Granny Jiu activating certain black runes, transforming the stone tablet within the cave into a stone mirror for communication. As onlookers witnessed her actions, a wave of disgust washed over them. Truly, she was a representative of the dark races. After Qin Hengyu demonstrated several scenarios once more, his gaze turned towards Zhu Dan. Zhu Dan, the saintess, as you can observe, this steel may indeed be connected to the realm of the dark races and should be destroyed. You have no objections, I trust? In truth, this was a coordinate that could link to the dark races, named the Dark Steel. Naturally, he would not allow any potential threats to linger near the Great Qin sacred land. Allow me to handle this. Zhu Dan, upon witnessing the actions of the old woman Jiu, was filled with apprehension. Since the other party could communicate with Jiu, they might have already comprehensively observed the situation within the entire universe sacred land. This posed a significant crisis for the universe sacred land. With a hammer in hand, Zhu Dan approached the ominous black steel. It seemed as if red flames had erupted around her, and the hammer she wielded was a sacred artifact. Her aura surged to its utmost. Bang! With a resounding crash, the steel remained utterly unscathed. Zhu Dan, somewhat defiant, struck the hammer down once more. Again. A tremendous sound echoed, yet the steel stood unmoved. Zhu Dan felt a twinge of frustration. She was beginning to find herself in a somewhat awkward position. Let me take over. Qin Hengyu approached Zhu Dan, reaching out to seize her hammer. Zhu Dan was about to express that her hammer weighed nearly 100,000 pounds, far beyond the capability of an ordinary person to lift. However, she soon witnessed Qin Hengyu effortlessly raise the hammer in his hand, even activating its intrinsic powers. Is this the Ascendant Realm? Zhu Dan began to question the reliability of her own eyesight. Qin Hengyu gazed upon the obsidian monument, his eyes unexpectedly manifesting a dual pupil, imbued with a golden hue. While a vertical pupil appeared at the center of his brow, he employed nearly all of his ocular abilities. With the enhancement of his eye techniques, coupled with his identity as a source master, he possessed a profound mastery over divine patterns, allowing him to discern the connection between the black monument and the earth's veins. The monument was adorned with numerous nodes. Only by striking the correct node could one successfully obliterate the stone. The monument itself was fortified by the powers of heaven and earth, rendering it impervious to destruction based solely on one's level of cultivation. The defensive strength inherently stemmed from the force of the hammer's strike, transformed into an impenetrable barrier. Qin Hengyu appeared to strike lightly, yet the black stone tablet shattered effortlessly under his blow. This stood in stark contrast to Zhu Dan's earlier attempts, rendering Zhu Dan seemingly feeble in comparison. Chapter 64, once again striking, shocking the entire arena. At this moment, Qin Hengyu took the initiative to speak. The deciphering of the black stone tablet is unrelated to power. Rather, the stronger the power, the more formidable the defense that is reflected back. It was only after the attack from the holy maiden Zhu Dan that I discerned some of the intricacies of the tablet. While this appeared to elucidate the peculiar nature of the black stone tablet, it was, in truth, an attempt to provide Zhu Dan with a way to save face. Upon concluding his remarks, he returned the hammer to Zhu Dan. "What shall we do next?" she inquired as she accepted the hammer. At this juncture, she was completely unaware that she had unconsciously placed herself under Qin Hengyu's leadership from their very first encounter. His ability to command the situation and resolve issues had guided her actions. Qin Hengyu inhaled deeply, determined to pursue the trail further. The scent of the dark race had not entirely dissipated. He shared a profound connection with a princess of the dark race, Ziqing, making the essence of the dark race particularly familiar to him. It was highly plausible that the troubles within the universe sacred land were even more severe than he had initially surmised. As Qin Hengyu turned, the others instinctively followed, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. After a while, they arrived at the dwelling of the Lord of the Universe sacred land. According to the elders' accounts, the Lord was supposed to be in seclusion. However, Zhu Dan, with ease, managed to open the entrance to the dwelling, revealing a myriad of coffins within. It was inconceivable for a residence to harbor such an abundance of coffins. The mere sight was disconcerting. Upon witnessing this scene, one elder fell to his knees, crying out in despair, "This is a travesty. Many of the elders' corpses have been exhumed." The distinctive markings on the coffins clearly indicated that they were reserved for the elders. This implied that after their demise, the elders had been placed within similar coffins and interred, only to be unearthed now, indicating a grave act of tomb raiding. All evidence pointed to the involvement of the old hag. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances around the universe sacred land, pondering how carelessly they had attracted such dark forces, leading to their current plight. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the coffins. The dark race's sinister tactics. The thought echoed in the minds of nearly all present. Indeed, as they examined the coffins, grotesque black insects emerged, adorned with wings, the black scytheworms. Linyi, the holy maiden of the starry pavilion, who possessed the most information, exclaimed the name of the creature. These were the insects of the dark race, voracious and insatiable, impervious to destruction. The frightening aspect was that consuming anything bestowed upon them certain attributes. Having devoured the corpses of so many powerful beings, the very notion was terrifying. Realizing this, Lin Yi instinctively moved closer to Qin Hengyu for safety. Zhu Dan also recognized the threat, stepping forward with a furrowed brow, exclaiming, "We must not allow the black scythe worms to escape." The emergence of the black sickle insects proved to be nothing short of a calamity for the sacred land of the universe. With a single blow, Zhu Dan succeeded in slaying several of these creatures, flames flickering around him as he unleashed a fierce assault on the approaching black sickle insects, striving to reduce them to mere ashes. However, from within the coffin, an overwhelming swarm of black sickle insects emerged, seemingly filling the entire cavern. The group, witnessing this dire turn of events, instinctively took a step back in trepidation. In this circumstance, Qin Hengyu took a bold step forward. The black scytheworm may pose a challenge to others due to its swiftness, yet for Ziqing, who also belongs to the dark races, it was an effortless endeavor. Ziqing concealed her form, ensconced within the shadows. Qin Hengyu and Ziqing shared an unspoken connection, sensing each other's desires. Recognizing Ziqing's needs, he resolved to fulfill them. He crouched down, placing his hands upon the ground, and immediately flames erupted forth. This was the Samadhi True Fire, one of the supernatural abilities he had acquired in the realm of divine powers, concealed within the secret repository of his liver. When the moment called for it, he could unleash this formidable force. Although the flame was somewhat inferior to that of the Zhu Dan, he had never intended to rely solely on its power. The fire served merely as a guise. With a resounding explosion, the flames swiftly engulfed the entire cave dwelling, and as they blazed, tendrils of black mist began to disperse. The flames obscured Ziqing's actions, and her presence rendered the black scythe insects and the ice that transformed upon contact with fire utterly ineffective. As Zhu Dan observed the flames generated by Qin Hengyu, he had initially doubted their potential to resolve the issue. However, witnessing the vanishing black scythe insects left him somewhat bewildered. Onlookers could no longer contain their astonishment. "You nearly scared me. I thought something terrible was about to happen. The young emperor is truly formidable. Every display of power leaves me in awe. Had I not come to the sacred land of the universe, I would have remained unaware of the young emperor's capabilities. It seems that in the battle against Yixingchen, he barely showcased even a fraction of his strength. It's hard to say. Yixingchen attempted a sneak attack with his weapon, hoping for an unexpected strike, but was effortlessly subdued. The young emperor truly lives up to his title. Qin Hengyu had only made 2 strikes. The first, a single blow that obliterated the black stone tablet. The second, a decisive action against the swarms of the dreaded black scythe insects, entities that all feared to approach. Had the methods employed been transparent, the situation would not have been so fraught with complexity. Yet, the holy sons and daughters of the sacred grounds could not discern the underlying intricacies, rendering them mere embellishments to the unfolding drama. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Qin Hengyu, fueled by her innate disposition towards the formidable. Meanwhile, a flicker of trepidation crossed the gaze of Meng Danyin from the 9 Nether Sacred Land. The 9 Nether Sacred Land possessed methods akin to those of the Dark Race's insects, albeit their own were under control. Was the 3-flavor true fire truly this formidable? Although the black scythe insects had been thoroughly incinerated, the coffin itself remained unscathed. An elder from the cosmic sacred land, emboldened, lifted the lid of a coffin, only to find it devoid of any remains. The black scythe insects had completely devoured the body. With the insects incinerated, nothing remained. Qin Hengyu was aware that the sacred land of the universe had deteriorated, but he never anticipated its degradation to such an extent. The remains of the deceased were exhumed to serve as nourishment. Fortunately, he had discovered the issue in a timely manner and addressed it swiftly. It must be said that with the right mindset and an unconventional approach, Lu Ruyan and Yixingchen appeared to be serendipitously resolving each calamity that arose. However, he sensed that something still lingered within. "Let us remove the coffin first. There is something inside," Qin Hengyu remarked to Zhu Dan upon realizing that there was more to uncover. Chapter 65, 2 Insights, Resolving 2 Major Troubles. Zhu Dan summoned several elders to assist in moving the coffin, and after some time, they finally beheld the so-called master of the sacred land. If one could still consider this figure to be human, Qin Hengyu gazed upon the figure before him, now devoid of a complete human form. The lower half resembled that of a scorpion, while the upper half emerged from the creature's body. Judging by the visage and upper body, it was unmistakably the lord of the sacred land. Various dark magical runes adorned its body, exuding an air of peculiarity. At this moment, beneath the lord of the sacred land lay a formation, seemingly responsible for maintaining the current state, while simultaneously plunging it into slumber. Its aura was unmistakably formidable, radiating a presence of the saint level. Strikingly, some individuals in the vicinity succumbed to the oppressive energy, kneeling down, resulting in the echo of multiple impacts against the ground. The demon scorpion, a member of the dark races, was indeed of the saint level. Lin Yi called out the corresponding name once more, her voice tinged with tremor. The demon scorpion, a dark race, possessed a human-like upper body and a scorpion-like lower half, impervious to blades and weapons, while boasting immense strength. "Do not be afraid." Qin Hengyu stepped forward once more. With his extraordinary abilities, he discerned that this was not a true scorpion demon, but rather the lord of the sacred land, having undergone a transformation that was far from complete. The so-called sacred tier was merely a faade, resplendent on the outside yet rotting within. However, it would be inaccurate to assert that the lord of the sacred land had fallen victim to a cunning trap and was now being eroded by curses and dark forces. Presently, both his vital energies and celestial palace remained intact. Half of his being was comprised of the lower half of a scorpion demon, a lifeless shell that, when fused with the other half, emanated such formidable aura. To halt this, one must sever the connection between the two. In a quest for greater security, Qin Hengyu resolved to elevate his understanding of the essence of the sword. The mastery of sword intent, a return to simplicity, manifests as an intangible strike. It appears ethereal, yet its true nature reveals itself only upon impact, with death being the sole means to perceive its profundity. often referred to as the intent of death. He sensed that his current grasp of the rudimentary sword intent was insufficient. Thus, he sought to comprehend the sword's essence. Qin Hengyu silently recited, utilizing his extraordinary talent for comprehension. In an instant, he seemed to embody a subtle restraint. He drew forth his sacred-grade longsword once more and struck with a swift slash. Celestial blade. The sword moved with remarkable speed. Qin Hengyu's eyes discerned the curse and the connection, even the intricate patterns of some magical runes within. The essence of the heavenly blade's intent is inherently imbued with mastery over space, time, and detail. Qin Hengyu gazed upon the flickering intent of his blade, executing 108 precise strikes against the demon scorpion. No one else could have resolved the situation with such flawless mastery. The master of the sacred land and the remnants of the demon scorpion were locked in a delicate balance. Should any magical runes be invoked? Or should the severance be insufficiently thorough, leaving a connection between the two? It could incite chaos and lead to uncontrollable madness. The master of the sacred land might even succumb to self-destruction. In such a scenario, none within the cavern would escape had Qin Hengyu revealed his perilous gamble. It's likely that those present would have fled in fear. Unbeknownst to them, he was treading on the precipice of danger while they simply observed the unfolding spectacle. As the blade struck, the master's once rolling eyes regained their normality, and an immense surge of power erupted forth. At last, salvation had arrived. Luo Tianyu felt tears welling in his eyes. Who could have anticipated that even after ascending to the position of master of the sacred land, he would find himself ensnared within his own home, his body entombed within the form of a demon scorpion? He had been imprisoned for nearly a century. Now, having lost half of his corporeal form yet regained his freedom, he found acceptance in the face of adversity. Drink, Luo Tianyu commanded. His arms infused with the might of the sacred tear, transforming into a crimson hue. The essence of the sacred tear was primarily about domain control, centered around Luo Tianyu. A vast ocean of crimson manifested, enveloping the surroundings and seemingly solidifying the air. Concurrently, a blood-red palace emerged above the sea of blood, giving birth to numerous crimson swords. His arms morphed into the likeness of these swords, launching a frenzied assault against the remnants of the demon scorpion. In an instant, the demon's remains underwent a transformation. Its shell deepened in color and darkened ominously, and as Luo Tianyu's strikes landed, they were met with repeated resistance. This was proving to be a formidable challenge. Although Qin Hengyu was not directly involved, he realized that Luo Tianyu might not be his match. At this moment, he had to either unleash the Emperor's strike or utilize his moments of enlightenment. Qin Hengyu still felt that the Emperor's strike was a tremendous waste. Instead, the moments of enlightenment could significantly enhance his abilities. He utilized these insights to unravel the methods to resolve his current predicament. In the depths of Qin Hengyu's mind, he silently contemplated. Soon, a system notification resonated in his consciousness. Ding! The host has encountered a saint-level threat and has comprehended the secret technique, the art of weakness. The art of weakness? Why is one referred to as a venerable? It is because each venerable possesses a unique secret art, a capability that is exceedingly difficult to surpass. Although it may not transcend the realms of the extraordinary, it remains singular in its essence. This secret technique can be cultivated by individuals of any realm. In truth, it is often only after a venerable's reincarnation that they may grasp their own secret art. Otherwise, even if ordinary individuals are devoid of any barriers to usage, the threshold for learning is insurmountable, demanding extraordinary insight. Upon mastering the art of weakness, the world perceived through his eyes became subtly altered. The objects within his view revealed their vulnerabilities with greater clarity. For instance, the remnants of the demon scorpion before him, clad in armor, appeared far more formidable than the freshly severed wound suggested. Its tail, divided into 9 segments, was the most resilient part, yet within lay its most vulnerable core. Awaiting a tremor, Qin Hengyu shouted loudly. The shattered carapace of the scorpion demon was not something that could be easily destroyed, unless one possessed the power of the sacred realm. The recently emerged lord of the sacred land, Luo Tianyu, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Tianyu initially aimed to attack what he perceived as the weak point in the front half of the creature, but he swiftly pivoted his body and changed direction. Amidst the crimson mist, an enormous bloodhammer appeared. He resolutely altered his method of assault. One strike after another landed upon the solid protrusion at the tail's 9-segmented base. He chose to place his trust in Qin Hengyu, who had just saved him. The scorpion demon's remnants, which had previously struggled, ceased all movement when struck at that point. With a resounding crash, Luo Tianyu's force finally breached the defenses of the remnants, penetrating into the interior of the scorpion demon, leading to its complete incapacitation. As black vapor rose, only fragments of the carapace remained, while all dark powers were nullified and extinguished. Thus, Luo Tianyu was left with only his upper body, as his legs had vanished. After neutralizing the threat to himself, he gathered his strength and stood upon the ground. Filled with gratitude, he declared, "I am Luo Tianyu, the Lord of the Sacred Land. May I inquire your esteemed name?" His heart brimmed with appreciation. Without the other S reminder, he might not have been able to resolve the situation so effortlessly. Chapter 66, Has a Sacred Land Surrendered So Easily? As Luo Tianyu regarded Qin Hengyu with curiosity, Zhu Dan stepped forward first. She introduced Qin Hengyu, saying, "This is Qin Hengyu, the Prince of the Daqin Sacred Land. I am Zhu Dan, the former saintess. Currently, the Huanyu Sacred Land faces an invasion from the dark races, and Prince Qin is addressing this matter. Each generation brings forth its own legends. In recent years, Qin Hengyu has only just awakened, while Zhu Dan has only recently come to consciousness as well. It is quite normal for Luo Tianyu to be unfamiliar with them." Zhu Dan's hasty approach was motivated by a desire to avoid any misunderstandings. "Are you the former holy maiden, Zhu Dan?" Upon hearing her name, Luo Tianyu's gaze shifted slightly. As the master of the sacred land, he had certainly heard of this name and had presumed it to be long gone, never expecting it to be entombed beneath the sacred land. "I was unexpectedly roused." Zhu Dan sighed in relief upon realizing that Luo Tianyu was aware of her existence. Since he recognized her, matters could be more easily resolved. There was no need for excessive self-affirmation, and collaboration could ensue. Hearing this, a hint of bitterness crept into Luo Tianyu's expression. His own mismanagement had led to the emergence of the former holy maiden, and he was acutely aware of the crisis facing the Huanyu sacred land. Otherwise, he would not be left with but half a body, his legs having vanished completely. "I am grateful for Qin Dizzy's intervention. Following this event, Huanyu sacred land would closely align with the Qin sacred land, embarking together on battles against the dark races." Luo Tianyu then turned to Qin Hengyu to express his stance. He was uncertain whether the Prince of the Qin sacred land had come to aid him, but it was prudent to regard it as assistance at this juncture. Otherwise, the ensuing mess would prove rather challenging to manage. No matter, as fellow sacred lands, mutual aid is only to be expected. Upon hearing Luo Tianyu's attitude, Qin Hengyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had come to seek an explanation, yet he found himself transformed into a mere enforcer, resolving several predicaments for the Huanyu sacred land. Now, he had even rescued the Lord of the sacred land. The lack of acknowledgement from the Huanyu sacred land felt rather disrespectful. Zhu Dan cast a grateful glance towards Qin Hengyu. The mere presence of that black stone tablet had posed a significant challenge for her, not to mention the black sickle insects and the demonic scorpion people. She wondered whether the imperial prince could uncover the whereabouts of the remaining dark races. Zhu Dan was genuinely concerned and continued to inquire. While it was understandable that issues arose with old Granny Jiu, the fact that even the lord of the sacred land had fallen victim, alongside numerous elders having their coffins unearthed, was utterly chilling. It was impossible to fathom the extent of the covert incursions upon the Huanyu sacred land. After Zhu Dan expressed her thoughts, the gazes of those around her turned towards her. The experiences of the day were unforgettable, and they too wished to know if there would be any further developments. At this moment, Qin Hengyu has destroyed the stone tablet within the Cave of the Nine Matriarchs, subsequently vanquishing the black scythe insect and rescuing Luo Tianyu. His mind began to weave together a myriad of connections. In the aftermath of the turmoil at the Huanyu sacred land, the elders had fled, and upon reflection, it was evident they must have sensed ominous signs, prompting their escape to avert disaster. Following the chaos, the disciples below scavenged remnants of treasures, engaging in trade that, once publicized, drew an influx of individuals to the Huanyu sacred land in search of riches. Reports of treasure discovery circulated, inciting a frenzy among many, leading to significant loss of life. This is easily comprehensible. Greed often clouds judgment. During that tumultuous period, it appeared that the great Qin sacred land had identified the black scythe insect. And with the intrusion of the dark races, the Jiang clan suffered grievous losses in their attempts to eradicate this so-called pest. This endeavor was misconstrued as an attempt to annex the Huanyu sacred land, resulting in a futile struggle. Given the temporal discrepancies, many believed that the great Qin sacred land had instigated the annexation of the Huanyu sacred land, with the fallen being labeled as casualties of their machinations. Subsequently, the great Qin sacred land faced slaughter at the hands of the dark races, accompanied by a full-fledged assault from a demonic scorpion entity, an outcome they justly deserved. As for the original incarnation as a sycophant to the Empress, he remained oblivious to the theft of his home. The great Qin sacred land, in disarray, failed to provide any clarification, though such explanations would likely be in vain. The former saintess of the Huanyu sacred land, Zhu Dan, continued to consort with Yi Xingqian, whose words carried greater weight. Beyond the demonic scorpion, he recalled the existence of a dark nest beneath the earth, a breeding ground for the dark races. As long as a steady supply of corpses and nutrients flowed into this nest, it could generate the cursed dark races, who would remain under its dominion. Apart from their eerie power, these dark races employed methods that defied humanity, inciting resistance across the entire Dao domain. Within the dark races, there exist two distinct methods of reproduction and inheritance. One is akin to the Dao domain, where male and female unite to produce offspring. The ancient princess, Ziqing, exemplifies this, her strength and potential nearing infinity. The other method originates from the dark nest. The prowess of the elite's birth from the dark nest is limited, primarily confined to the realm of the deceased. If predictions hold true, the dark nest lies beneath the Huanyu sacred land, a slumbering place for numerous ancestors and other factions. It is a dire predicament indeed. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Hengyu felt a sense of gravity settle upon him. By this reckoning, he had merely scratched the surface of a far more profound issue. The dark nest still posed a significant threat. It could even potentially obliterate the sacred land of the universe. At this juncture, it was clear that merely leading a few holy maidens and holy sons would not suffice to address the predicament at hand. As Qin Hengyu contemplated this, the enigmatic Ziqing subtly extended a fingertip to caress his hair, gently brushing against his forehead. In an instant, a wealth of information flooded his mind. This knowledge pertained to the dark nest. It became evident that Ziqing's faction of the dark race existed in stark opposition to that of the dark nest. While Ziqing was incapable of absorbing source stones, the dark nest thrived on them, utilizing their power to engender more dark beings. However, the dark nest itself was utterly immobile. Conversely, Ziqing possessed the ability to absorb the dark entities transformed by the dark nest, thereby rapidly augmenting her strength. As an individual, one's power remained inherently limited. At least in the face of the dark nest's overwhelming forces, Ziqing would find herself in dire straits. She could not confront a dark nest alone, for it commanded the might of a sanctuary's army. After Qin Hengyu completed the message, he realized that the challenge of eliminating the dark nest had become even more formidable. At present, it was no longer feasible to continue the extermination efforts. Not only was the success rate dismally low, but there was also a significant risk of alerting the enemy. When you inquire whether more exist, I can assuredly affirm that there are indeed others. The dark races have even infiltrated this place, and undoubtedly, more lurk in the shadows. It may well be beyond our capacity to confront directly, necessitating a more strategic approach. The eradication of the dark races is a collective responsibility, yet the root of the problem lies with the holy land of the universe, which bears the primary responsibility. Our presence here is not merely to assist you in resolving the issue. Rather, we seek an explanation. Thus, the holy land of the universe. Qin Hengyu's words remained unuttered in their entirety, yet their implications were unmistakably clear. The universal sacred land would inevitably have to pay a price to compel the great Qin sacred land into action. The surrounding saints and saintesses remained silent. Their presence merely served as witnesses. Having observed Qin Hengyu's prowess, they felt they had gleaned sufficient insight and were merely curious to see if they could acquire something of value from the universal sacred land. However, the current state of the universal sacred land appeared rather dismal. They preferred to refrain from intervention, fearing the potential consequences could outweigh the benefits. Following Qin Hengyu's remarks, Luo Tianyu and Zhu Dan exchanged a glance, both enveloped in silence. Zhu Dan need not speak, since awakening. All she had witnessed were matters pertaining to the annihilation of dark races. The stone tablet had proven insurmountable, marking her as a failure. As for Luo Tianyu, his life had been salvaged by Qin Hengyu, yet he had lost his lower half, the higher one's realm. The more challenging it became to compensate for the loss of physical form. It is exceedingly difficult to train a newly formed limb to mirror its predecessor perfectly. It is far wiser to adapt to the new state of being. Qin Hengyu is not one to deceive. Rather, the situation at the cosmic Holy Land may be even more dire than anticipated. "DZ," exclaimed Zhu Dan and Luo Tianyu in unison as Qin Hengyu turned away. Both had resolved to seek assistance from Qin Hengyu. Observing that Luo Tianyu had already spoken, Zhu Dan chose to remain silent. As it was Luo Tianyu who held the title of the Holy Land's master. "DZ," Our cosmic Holy Land seeks the aid of the Great Qin Holy Land and is entirely open to it, only wishing to preserve the name of the cosmic Holy Land. Luo Tianyu, having lost his legs, bowed deeply, nearly prostrating himself in submission. In Chapter 67, Success Brings Power, Failure Brings Infamy, Luo Tianyu had reached a point of desperation. If the Great Qin Holy Land were to turn its back, the very existence of the cosmic Holy Land could be in jeopardy. Thus, salvaging its name was already a significant achievement. There would still be room for reconciliation afterward. The agreement to confront the dark races was mutual. Yet it remained ambiguous whether the resolution would occur before or after the calamity struck the Holy Land. Even in the past, the cosmic Holy Land had paid a heavy price. As Luo Tianyu reflected on the machinations that had ensnared him, he realized that the cosmic Holy Land was in complete disarray. If he did not act decisively, not only would the cosmic Holy Land suffer, but he himself could also find himself in peril once again. Having experienced a life-and-death crisis, he was now somewhat agitated. Zhu Dan, upon hearing these words, bit her lip. As a former saintess, she truly wished not to witness the cosmic Holy Land in such a state of subservience. The situation was beyond anyone's control. Having witnessed the disintegration of various holy lands, her emotional ties to the cosmic Holy Land made her reluctant to see it perish. Thus, despite her discomfort, she fundamentally concurred with Luo Tianyu's assessment. The holy sons and daughters nearby were taken aback by Luo Tianyu's words, astonished that Qin Hengyu had come to the cosmic Holy Land and compelled its submission. It is important to note that the cosmic Holy Land extends beyond just the imperial star, which is the epicenter of the star domain. The cosmic Holy Land holds a certain territory in the central domain, and the connections on the imperial star are intricate and profound within the entire Dao domain. It wields considerable influence. Numerous planets with volcanoes host outposts of the cosmic Holy Land. Have you truly submitted to the Great Qin Holy Land? Indeed. Every family has its own struggles, and the Lord of the Sacred Land, Luo Tianyu, possesses a profound understanding of the control exerted by the Universal Sacred Land over its various branches. The state of the Universal Sacred Land is characterized by a weak core with strong branches. Otherwise, the emergence of issues within the sacred land would not have occurred while the external branches remain utterly silent. It is likely that once troubles arise within the sacred land, those branches would relish their newfound freedom. They would be better off aligning themselves with the Great Qin Sacred Land, preserving their reputation while simultaneously instilling fear in the branches. Lin Yi's eyes, already quite large, widened even further at this revelation. Various factions were already engaged in a delicate balance, and in the public's perception, the Universal Sacred Land appeared to be only slightly weaker than the Great Qin Sacred Land. The union of the two would undeniably signal an imminent resurgence from the Great Qin Sacred Land. The silver bells of the Nine Nether Holy Maiden, Ming Dan In, could not help but chime, their tinkling sound betraying her inner unrest. After speaking, Luo Tianyu cast a worried glance at Qin Hengyu. He genuinely feared that Qin Hengyu might refuse. The Universal Sacred Land could not afford to ignore the eradication of those dark races, a task that might require the full might of the Sacred Land, given that their strength was already limited. Any further depletion could lead the Universal Sacred Land to a slow but certain demise. After listening to Luo Tianyu's words, Qin Hengyu turned once more to focus his gaze upon Zhu Dan. Saintess Zhu Dan, do you share the same sentiment? Zhu Dan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. Logically speaking, as the master of the sacred land, Luo Tianyu possessed the authority to dictate certain matters concerning the universe sacred land. His influence surely outweighed that of a former saintess. Nevertheless, Zhu Dan felt a flicker of joy within her heart at Qin Hengyu's consideration of her thoughts, signifying that she was valued. With the universe sacred land in dire straits, she implored the young emperor for assistance. Zhu Dan tacitly acquiesced to Luo Tianyu's arrangement. In such critical times, rendering aid was undoubtedly preferable to inaction. Please deliberate further amongst yourselves in the universe sacred land, and once your plans are in order, come to me. This is also in the interest of your sacred land's reputation. The Great Qin Sacred Land must certainly make adequate preparations. After Zhu Dan spoke, Qin Hengyu granted a modicum of leniency to the cosmic Holy Land. He harbored no intentions of controlling it. However, he could not offer assistance without expectation. Should he choose to aid the cosmic Holy Land, it would be imperative for them to demonstrate a favorable attitude and tangible benefits, ensuring compliance in the future. Zhu Dan and Luo Tianyu comprehended Qin Hengyu's sentiments, recognizing that it was merely a procedural formality. The responsibility lay with the Holy Land, as opposed to the two individuals, which marked a fundamental distinction. This consideration was for their benefit. Consequently, both expressed their gratitude almost in unison. Moreover, given Qin Hengyu's visit today, the cosmic Holy Land was somewhat remiss in their hospitality, as their current submission afforded ample room for negotiation. Qin Hengyu nodded and began to lead his companions away, his heart brimming with delight. His initial intent was merely to secure a modicum of compensation and to clarify the relationship between the Qin Holy Land and the Dark Races, demonstrating that they were irreconcilable foes. However, the situation within the Huanyu Holy Land proved to be even more dire than he had anticipated, thereby enabling him to subdue the opposing faction. He had truly grasped control over the Huanyu Holy Land, akin to augmenting the Qin Holy Land with 2 or 3 additional martial families. As Yudan and Luo Tianyu departed, they expressed their gratitude. The Huanyu Holy Land possessed its own unique prowess in weapon forging. During Qin Hengyu's exit, a considerable number of weapons were bestowed upon him, many of which had been observed in the recently uncovered coffins of the elders. After all, with the corpses no longer present, the accompanying burial items seemed to lose their significance. Following Qin Hengyu's departure from the Huanyu Holy Land, news spread rapidly. It became known that Yu Xingqian and the old woman were affiliated with the Dark Races, igniting curiosity about the true state of the Huanyu Holy Land. Relevant information swiftly emerged from the Xingqian Pavilion, a faction dedicated to the trade of intelligence, which would never forego an opportunity to sell information. Moreover, the extraordinary relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Hengyu added further intrigue. Qin Hengyu, renowned for his formidable reputation, emerged as the focal point of this operation, shining brilliantly. The news of the Huanyu Sacred Land potentially succumbing to the Qin Sacred Land also created quite a stir, as it had been a long time since such a subservient relationship was observed between the two sacred lands, which are typically bound by alliances. Furthermore, some individuals once again brought up the names of Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian. 2 individuals? It is indeed peculiar. One remains oblivious to the circumstances after the 100 lashes. It is uncertain whether Yi Xingqian managed to escape, and those he previously associated with seem to have met with misfortune. In the tea house, discussions regarding this matter have begun to arise. People are speculating whether Yi Xingqian is indeed plagued by bad luck. Whenever he is with Lu Ruyan, misfortune seems to follow. Their venture to the Huangyuan Mountain resulted in Ming Fanyan being restrained, and their visit to the Huanyu Sacred Land coincided with calamity there. It is rather ominous. Perhaps Lu Ruyan's fortune is adversely affected. Notably, since the departure of the Emperor's son from Lu Ruyan, her complexion has improved, and her realm has ascended. Could it be that they are the fabled bodies of misfortune? The Lu family remains within the Huanyu Sacred Land. It remains to be seen how they will be dealt with. These rumors, whether intentionally guided or not, have only served to solidify public perception. Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingqian are perilously close to being branded with an ominous mark. One can only say, in success, one becomes a king, in failure, a bandit. Qin Hengyu emerged victorious, naturally garnering greater support. As for the members of the Lu family still residing in the celestial realm, their situation was hardly more favorable. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhengyan, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After much effort, his daughter had ascended to the status of a saintess, presenting a glimmer of hope, only to be thrust out once again before she could fully acclimatize to her new surroundings. Fortunately, the celestial realm did not treat them as harshly as the great Qin Sacred Land had, allowing them to retain some spiritual stones. However, the news of Lu Ruoyan and Yi Xingqian's misfortunes had already spread, leading the Lu family to be associated with ill fortune. Not a single person from the Lu family found refuge, and in a single night, this once respected family found themselves in a plight akin to that of a destitute orphan, with nearly everyone casting them aside, offering only spiritual stones to distance themselves from the Lu family. In this context, Qin Hengyu continues to dispatch individuals to keep watch over the Lu family. He is not a conventional antagonist. How could he fail even at the task of gathering intelligence? Qin Hengyu seized the opportunity to glance at the system once more. It must be said that considering Yi Xingqian and Lu Ruyan as treasure hunters was undoubtedly accurate. He had unexpectedly acquired 5 additional opportunities for enlightenment. With each action taken in the sacred land of the universe, he was rewarded with such an opportunity. In a sense, Luo Tianyu had utilized the situation to his advantage. However, it remained uncertain how many opportunities for enlightenment could be obtained upon completely resolving the issues plaguing the sacred land of the universe. Chapter 68. Then let us charge in. A few days later, within the sacred land of the universe, under the arrangements of the two saint-level figures, Zhu Dan and Luo Tianyu, assistance from the great Qin sacred land was seamlessly facilitated. Nearly every procedural step had been completed. Both Luo Tianyu and Zhu Dan felt a sense of urgency. They had instructed the remaining elders to calculate the number of missing persons from the sacred land of the universe, and the results appeared to be alarmingly high. A palpable sense of crisis weighed heavily upon their hearts. Upon learning of the situation, Qin Hengyu, accompanied by a dozen members from the four great generals' families, arrived at the Celestial Holy Land to address the issue. Once again at the Celestial Holy Land, he was flanked by several formidable saint-level beings. These individuals, hailing from the four great generals' families, may not rival Jiang Zhan and Wang Jinpa, yet their own strengths are not to be underestimated. This formidable force could easily obliterate a majority of sections. In a span of a few days, Luo Tianyu fashioned a mechanical leg for himself, a contraption resembling a scarecrow. In truth, it not only enabled him to leap, but also allowed his upper body to detach from the mechanical leg, granting him the liberty to move within a certain range under his control. This exemplified the Celestial Holy Land's prowess in crafting intricate mechanical weaponry. We have meticulously surveyed all potential areas and determined that the core of the dark race may lie beneath the sacred mountain, where numerous elder saints, adept at prolonging life, reside. Luo Tianyu succinctly articulated the gravity of the situation. An emperor's intervention could melt the divine source and even bind the existence of a saint-level being, preserving it for an extended duration, unless, by some misfortune, the divine source shatters. It is said to endure for up to 1,000,000 years. Such a feat requires the favor of an emperor. Typically, elders would find it impossible to accomplish. To safeguard high-end combat strength, the Holy Land often employs divine sources, akin to bricks, in conjunction with divine pattern formations as the lifespan of a saint approaches its twilight. While this method is not as effective as an emperor's direct action, it can nonetheless extend life to a certain extent. However, after a maximum of 10,000 years, the specter of death looms, heralding the final day. The sacred mountain of the Celestial Holy Land stands as a pivotal area, where elder saints, utilizing divine sources and patterns to sustain themselves, reside. Many among them are nearly as powerful as Luo Tianyu, yet their waning lifespans greatly limit their capabilities. Naturally, with the presence of the Dark Nest, the dynamics of the situation may well be reversed. Qin Hengyu held a formidable strike of an emperor in his grasp. Yet the mere strength of a dozen holy-ranked warriors seemed somewhat unreliable. Ultimately, it paled in comparison to the dependability of his own imperial father, were it not for the fact that his father was ill-suited to emerge from the subterranean chambers. One might have considered sending the emperor to resolve the issues plaguing the Dark Nest, which would indeed be rather satisfying. To access the sacred mountain, there exists a designated secret passage leading into the heart of the mountain. Upon entering this passage, a series of bronze lamps flickered to life. As they stepped inside, they were immediately greeted by an abundance of cobwebs. Webweaver spider, Zhu Dan remarked gravely upon spotting the arachnid. The existence of the dark races had persisted for an exceedingly long time, and Zhu Dan was well acquainted with them. While the webweaver spider bore no offensive capabilities, it would issue a warning the moment one made contact. This meant that their initial step could potentially expose their location, transforming their approach into an arduous battle. What had initially seemed like a stealthy approach towards the core now appeared increasingly improbable. Did the prince possess a solution? Luo Tianyu turned his gaze toward Qin Hengyu, eager to ascertain whether he had any ideas regarding their sole route into the sacred mountain. Qin Hengyu gazed at the weaving spider, refraining from any rash actions, and instead posed a question. Naturally, Luo Tianyu nodded in agreement. Then let us charge in. Qin Hengyu made a decisive declaration. He had not anticipated that this encounter would be merely an ordinary battle. If that is the case, then it suffices to charge in boldly. With a dozen or so holy rank warriors, was there really a need for such contemplation? And what of the strike from the great emperor? If that fails, his own father could intervene, effortlessly subduing the sacred mountain. He remained unconvinced. After issuing his command, Qin Hengyu unleashed a torrent of assaults that surged towards the secret passage. Each strike from Luo Tianyu was accompanied by a mist of blood, resembling a crimson whip that lashed through the darkness of the hidden corridor. Qin Hengyu remained motionless. Yet the holy tier beings beside him sprang into action. With a punch and a sword strike, the woven spiders within the secret passage disintegrated into mere dust. Above Zhu Dan's head, a fiery furnace hung, its flames consuming the spider webs with each burst. Simultaneously, The entire mountain seemed to awaken, trembling slightly. The rear of the secret passage unexpectedly began to collapse, as if compelling the crowd to venture deeper within, and thus they proceeded onward. The Huanyu sacred land had long hollowed out this mountain. After traversing the secret passage, they emerged into a street-like expanse, where a city loomed before them. Its sky of bronze adorned with the likeness of sun, moon, and stars. Upon entering the city, the group sensed an odd resonance. One by one, bronze lamps along the street flickered to life. As they stepped further into the thoroughfare, they beheld several desiccated corpses emerging from the shadows. No, these were no longer mere corpses. They had transformed into insectoid beings, their bodies adorned with visible segments, carapaces, and 2 antennae. Their mouths had morphed into insect-like mandibles, evoking a sense of absurdity and chaos. This was the archetypal manifestation of the dark races, exuding an aura of malevolence. Indeed, the few withered forms possessed considerable strength, with their leader already exhibiting holy tier prowess. The interior of the sacred mountain was riddled with various barriers, specifically designed to thwart external adversaries and capable of withstanding the majority of holy tier assaults. Luo Tianyu surveyed the surroundings and offered a brief explanation. However, as plans often succumb to unforeseen changes, the very mechanisms that once served to hinder foes had now become snares threatening to ensnare them. At this moment, devising a strategy to breach the obstacles within the sacred mountain weighed heavily on his mind. It was time to prepare for battle. Beside Qin Hengyu, Wang Jinpa swiftly drew an arrow, preparing to engage in battle with the leader. Halt! Qin Hengyu stood on the street, halting Wang Jinpa's next move. Has this mountain truly been hollowed out? Qin Hengyu inquired about Luo Tianyu and Zhu Din behind him, seeking to confirm the authenticity of the information. He intended to undertake a grand endeavor. Indeed, the excavation had been thorough. Luo Tianyu nodded, explaining that the sacred mountain was not hollowed out overnight. Rather, it was a continuous process of excavation that led to its current state. Over the span of several 100,000 years, much could be accomplished. Then let us take this risk, Uncle Jiang. Prepare for the assault. In the face of the peculiar environment before him, Qin Hengyu resolved to unleash an extraordinary miracle through sheer force. He brandished an object reminiscent of a finger, adorned with seemingly infinite runes. This was the Emperor's strike, imbued with destructive power, perfectly suited for obliterating obstacles. Crash! Qin Hengyu extended his finger, activating the divine pattern within. In an instant, everything around him succumbed to destruction. Walls and stones crumbled into oblivion. Chapter 69. Since there is no alternative, let it be the Emperor's strike. That enormous finger continued to enlarge. The minions surrounding the holy ranked figure disintegrated into dust under its residual force. Even the holy ranked individual was sent flying at the moment the finger manifested, losing an arm and spitting forth a copious amount of blood. This was merely a consequence of the finger's intended target not being him. Otherwise, even a being of such rank would not have escaped unscathed. One could draw a parallel to the mysterious Nine Granny, who had fled to an unknown location. As the finger expanded, all edifices collapsed, the bronze sky began to fade, and the artificial lights, along with the sun, moon, and stars, extinguished. The entire city within the sacred mountain commenced its descent into ruin. Every structure plummeted, leaving scarcely a remnant of any building intact. Naturally, Qin Hengyu and his companions did not plummet. Even Wang Jing was capable of a brief flight, let alone those of the sacred rank. Someone had already caught Qin Hengyu, preventing his descent. The Emperor's finger struck, safeguarding Qin Hengyu and the others from the falling structure above, ensuring that no harm would befall anyone. In the midst of darkness, the golden radiance emitted by the finger allowed for a faint glimpse of the surrounding shadows and depths. The entire interior of the great mountain lay hollow, an expanse of emptiness. As the buildings fell, shattered spider webs became visible, with black silk forming layer upon layer of intricate webs. It appeared evident that something had once encroached upon the sacred mountain, crafting a nest of sorts. Whoosh! Following the Emperor's strike, Jiang Zhan seized the opportunity, hurling the golden spear in his grasp, piercing the injured sacred rank. After a swift penetration from head to toe, the sacred rank exploded amidst the golden light, their life force gradually dissipating. Luo Tianyu gazed at the now desolate interior of the sacred mountain, feeling a fleeting sense of disorientation. In his memories, it seemed to house numerous treasures and legacies, all now obliterated. Yet, only the great Qin sacred land possessed the audacity to do so. The Emperor's strike was employed with unrestrained might. In order for the sacred land of the universe to exhibit such grandeur, time must indeed move forward. Perhaps even 50,000 years ago when such an opportunity may have arisen. However, one cannot deny that the strike delivered by the Emperor Qin Hengyu has rendered the interior of the sacred mountain devoid of its former inhabitants, thus facilitating the resolution of ensuing troubles. Otherwise, one might shudder to contemplate the layers of complications that would persist indefinitely. The potential for ambushes loomed large. Yet, with the obstacles now eliminated, addressing the adversaries became considerably more manageable. Zhu Dan also sprang into action, deftly flicking a finger, causing a multitude of floating lanterns to materialize within the sacred mountain, illuminating its interior with a newfound brilliance. The features of those present became discernible, yet the depths of the mountain remained shrouded in darkness, severely impacting the battle. While one might argue that spiritual perception can be utilized in the night, its effective range pales in comparison to that of light. In the present context, illumination empowers the eye to perceive farther and grasp more information than spiritual awareness. Both spiritual perception and vision serve as means of investigation, as do auditory senses. No one would forsake their auditory faculties upon acquiring eyesight. Similarly, a formidable being would not relinquish their vision and hearing simply because they possess spiritual perception. Moreover, the velocity of light surpasses many other speeds. In certain respects, spiritual perception may not be as advantageous as sight. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that spiritual perception offers a more comprehensive understanding of nearby circumstances. Amidst the glow, one could discern the remnants of the dark web, which had not been entirely destroyed, with shadowy humanoid figures still clinging to it, indicative of the undying dark races. At the base of the sacred mountain, the transitions of these dark races became evident. Following the architectural collapse, a small faction remained entrenched upon the web. While the majority of the dark beings had plummeted to the mountain's base, many having succumbed and been buried beneath the rubble, a significant number of the surviving ones were emerging from the wreckage of the shattered structures below. Their sheer density was somewhat alarming, thanks to the Emperor's strike. The dark races at the mountain's base appeared numerous, yet their ranks had thinned significantly. Lesser foes had perished, rendering them less of a threat. Attack! Qin Hengyu commanded his subordinates and others to commence their assault while he remained behind. As he urged the group to attack, the surviving members of the dark races, those still capable of movement, surged forward, bewildered, much like wasps instinctively retaliating when their nest is disturbed. In the chaos of battle, it was evident that Qin Hengyu and his allies held the upper hand, positioned advantageously. Bodies of the dark races continued to plummet to the ground. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure lurked behind Qin Hengyu, concealing itself in the darkness. The audacity of Qin Hengyu to venture here is inextricably linked to the presence of Ziqing. The two can effortlessly switch positions, significantly enhancing his life-preserving capabilities, bringing him perilously close to the sacred tier. For Ziqing, the dark creatures below present an excellent opportunity for sustenance, allowing her to continuously absorb their corpses, restoring her strength while simultaneously elevating her cultivation level. Moreover, by descending, Ziqing can contend with the dark nest for the corpses of these dark creatures. Both parties can absorb the remains of the dark beings. The dark nest has the ability to reconstitute the deceased dark creatures, thereby generating new entities and ensuring an unending supply of the dark race. The existence of Ziqing is akin to incinerating the enemy's provisions, while also enabling her to survey the conditions of the dark nest below. Qin Hengyu appeared to lavishly wield the Emperor's strike, yet he sought to conserve even the slightest effort. For his dear father, the Emperor Qin Hengyu, who remained concealed beneath the earth, executing the Emperor's strike was a simple task. However, sealing this formidable strike within a diminutive artifact proved somewhat laborious. It would undoubtedly require a measure of time and energy. Thus, he endeavored to economize wherever possible. After Qin Hengyu concluded his conversation with Zhu Dan, he felt an additional pair of hands at his waist. Has Ziqing returned? Instantly, Qin Hengyu has come to understand the true situation at hand. After the dark nest was initially buried, powerful beings swiftly unearthed several passages within the ruins. In essence, the dark nest can be likened to a hive adorned with countless mouths, gradually consuming the remnants of the buildings around it. Previously, the dark nest refrained from causing destruction in this area, choosing instead to develop in secrecy. Now, faced with a life and death crisis, it has revealed its true nature. The bronze components, when devoured alongside corpses, can amalgamate to form armored dark soldiers imbued with magical arrays. This indicates that the dark nest continuously adapts its strategies during the slaying of these dark soldiers, allowing it to better confront its foes. Of course, The dark nest is not devoid of weaknesses. At its core lies a nucleus, reminiscent of a human brain, which must be breached and utterly destroyed to incapacitate it completely. Upon returning to Qin Hengyu's side, Ziqing has manifested her yearning, expressing a desire for adventure. The question now remains, to engage in this perilous endeavor or not. Qin Hengyu believed that taking things slowly could still present opportunities. At worst, one could attempt various strategies and employ several formidable emperors in a decisive strike. However, the risks seemed somewhat unwarranted. Yet, Ziqing harbored an insatiable longing for the heart of the dark nest, and without venturing into danger, it appeared impossible to resolve the enigma of that ominous domain. Thus, it seemed prudent to give it a try. In Qin Hengyu's heart, a resolution had taken shape. Chapter 70. Close at hand, life or death. Qin Hengyu was aware of the method that Ziqing harbored in her heart. After much experimentation, she discovered her exceptional ability to conceal herself. Even in proximity to the dark nest, she remained undetected. Her plan was to approach the core with the Emperor's strike in hand and detonate it. As for Ziqing herself, as long as she could relocate swiftly, she should face minimal peril. The strength of the dark nest was formidable, nearing the 8th level of the saint rank, rendering it exceedingly challenging for an ordinary powerhouse to contend with. The highest combatant present, Jiangzhan, was only at the 5th level of the saint rank, leaving him unable to confront the dark nest effectively. Ziqing had recently made a slight advancement to the 6th level of the saint rank, yet she was still some distance away from being capable of neutralizing the dark nest. Moreover, the dark nest thrived on sheer numbers, showing no inclination to engage in solitary combat. After contemplating his options, Qin Hengyu retrieved an artifact known as the Emperor's Strike from his storage ring. It resembled a fist, capable of unleashing a formidable blow worthy of an emperor. If placed at the heart of the dark nest, it would be inconceivable for anyone to withstand its might, even those at the 8th rank of the sacred realm. The force carried with it the remnants of an explosive power. How could an ordinary individual in the sacred realm endure such a force? Even those on the brink of becoming emperors would find themselves at a disadvantage against it. As Qin Hengyu covertly transferred the formidable power of the Emperor's strike to Ziqing, he also channeled a portion of his own strength through his fingers, imparting it upon her hand. The forces of the dark races are incapable of initiating the Emperor's strike. The notion that Ziqing could suddenly awaken her memories and subsequently rebel by wielding the Emperor's strike to annihilate him and others is utterly implausible. Not to mention Ziqing. Even Jiangzhan would find it impossible. From the inception of its design, Qin Ing had considered that the Emperor's strike could only be utilized by Qin Hengyu. Even when directed at Qin Hengyu himself, it would render itself ineffective. Ziqing silently departed once more, stealthily infiltrating the depths below. In the shrouded environment, teeming with dark races, she found it an ideal setting for her covert operations. The abyssal nest itself devoured the remains of some dark creatures, while certain dark beings were actively transporting their bodies into its depths. Ziqing seamlessly blended into this realm, moving like a shadow. At that moment, Zhu Dan approached Qin Hengyu, cautioning him, "Qin Emperor, there may be an abyssal nest below. Those dark beings we initially crushed might be undergoing retransformation within it, continuously generating dark soldiers. To eradicate these soldiers, we must first obliterate the abyssal nest. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain." Zhu Dan's instincts were sharp. After engaging in battle for a time, a realization dawned upon him. Despite the relentless assault on the dark soldiers above, they continued to appear in unending waves from below. Something was amiss. There was no need for haste. Qin Hengyu slightly raised his hand, signaling to Zhu Dan not to worry. With Ziqing already in motion, a conclusion was imminent. However, beneath the ground, an unsettling force stirred within the dark nest, beginning its search, its body trembling involuntarily. It was intimately familiar with every part of itself, which is why it was even slightly alert to the recent intrusion. After blending into the ranks of the dark race, Ziqing drew ever closer to the core area, the very essence of power. Here, the presence of a saint at the 6th tier was already discernible. The dark nest, despite its audacity, could not afford to take risks. Thus, it typically harbored supreme combat power within itself. Just as Ziqing was about to approach the core, her proximity was detected. After all, this was not an external environment but within the very body of the dark nest. Being too close, the disparity in levels inevitably led to a slight leak of energy. With a shriek, the massive, writhing mass of flesh within the dark nest emitted a sharp cry. At that moment, time had already begun to slip away. Within the core of the dark nest, Ziqing unleashed the Emperor's strike, her form becoming ethereal, akin to a fleeting flash of light before vanishing entirely. The dark nest had yet to comprehend why its perceived foe had disappeared. Naturally, it was more concerned with addressing the immediate threat posed by the Emperor's strike, a strike delivered at close range, aimed to neutralize the present danger. With a resounding boom, the power of the Emperor's punch erupted from within, tearing and shattering the entire dark nest, leading to its gradual obliteration. The sixth-tier saint flickered out of existence like a black flower wilting away. Meanwhile, Jiangzhan and his companions, engaged in battle, remained oblivious to the changes unfolding beneath them. However, the several saints fighting before them found themselves controlled by the dark nest, compelled to obey orders to protect it, caught in a conflict of commands. These saints stood motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangzhan and his allies launched their assault, dispatching the saints with decisive strikes. The might of the Emperor's strike radiated in a brilliant golden light, akin to a sun, revealing the stark transformation at the base of the holy mountain. Had it been resolved? A sense of incredulity washed over the group, with Zhu Dan being the first to voice her astonishment. Qin Hengyu, how did he achieve such feats? He is indeed a man shrouded in mystery. Zhu Dan found herself inundated with questions, as the saying goes, when a woman becomes intrigued by a man. It is the moment she succumbs. At that moment, the most profound impression etched in Zhu Dan's heart was undoubtedly that of Qin Hengyu. Luo Tianyu, on the other hand, was taken aback. He was unaware of the existence of the dark nest and exclaimed, "There is actually a dark nest below?" Jiangzhan glanced back at his own prince. The only one capable of delivering a decisive blow was indeed his own prince, the only one with the opportunity to act. Who else could it be? However, his prince remained still, likely due to the peculiar connection to that enigmatic dark race. Jiangzhan, with a keen intuition, began to speculate on the unfolding circumstances. Of course, the issues at hand were not entirely resolved. The dark nest did harbor some formidable presence, having intercepted much of the Emperor's might after withstanding a strike. Consequently, once the dark nest was neutralized, a handful of residual dark creatures went completely berserk in an instant. One by one, they soared towards the others, intent on launching self-destructive attacks. Such assaults posed little threat to the saint-level beings. Rather, they were mindless and presented easier opportunities for counteraction. Immediately, a portion of the group took on defensive roles while others engaged offensively, methodically eliminating the dark creatures. The self-detonation could not breach their impenetrable formation. Instead, the attacks from Qin Hengyu's side swept through the remaining dark creatures like autumn winds scattering leaves, bringing a complete resolution to the chaos. As for Ziqing, she descended first, absorbing the core of the dark nest. Chapter 71. Beneath me lies heaven, above me lies the grave of heaven. After the situation was fully resolved, Luo Tianyu bowed in gratitude to Qin Hengyu, expressing, "Thank you, Prince, for your assistance in delivering 2 Emperor strikes. The Huanyu sacred land will forever remember this favor." It goes without saying that those 2 Emperor strikes were undoubtedly linked to Qin Hengyu. An Emperor strike is essential for survival, holding value comparable to that of an 8th-tier saint, if not stronger. In terms of sheer power, it even surpasses the self-detonation of ordinary sacred artifacts. Not to mention the Emperor artifacts activated without an Emperor's command. The Sacred Land regards such abilities as trump cards for survival. The Great Qin Sacred Land, with its vast resources, could afford to expend 2 such strikes, a demonstration of its might and an immense favor to the Huanyu Sacred Land. Thank you, Prince Qin. Zhu Dan similarly bowed, her gratitude for Qin Hengyu radiating from her very being. It was truly hard to fathom. Without the Great Qin Sacred Land, how would they have breached the sacred mountain? No matter. This matter requires careful handling. Let us descend and take a closer look. Qin Hengyu signaled to descend and assess the situation. A group of individuals began their descent, which took approximately a quarter of an hour, ultimately arriving at a profound pit. All around, one could observe dark, fleshy remnants, accompanied by a palpable aura of curses. Were it not for the protection of the sacred tier, even those of royal status might succumb to corruption. Release my defenses. After Qin Hengyu sensed the oppressive aura of profound silence, his eyes brightened with newfound clarity. This pressure proved advantageous for him. Under such stimulation, he might very well achieve a breakthrough to the realm of kings. Beside him, Jiangzhan hesitated momentarily before slightly relaxing his defenses. Contemplating the possibility that another great emperor's strike had prompted Qin Hengyu's current state, he felt a deeper admiration for him. Although employing a strike from a great emperor could resolve the issue, it would be quite challenging for him to replicate the effects witnessed here. Nonetheless, they remained steadfastly vigilant beside Qin Hengyu, ensuring no unforeseen incidents could arise. It can be said that Qin Hengyu's arrangement served a dual purpose. On one hand, it afforded Ziqing additional time, while on the other, the celestial phenomena and the ocean of qi surrounding Qin Hengyu began to intertwine under the residual pressure, coalescing into a formidable combat spirit. The merging of these two edges gradually birthed a new force, akin to a child emerging into the world, wailing yet instantly imbued with the essence of life. This was the essence of combat spirit. The battle intent of Qin Hengyu did not arise from nothing. Rather, it evolved from his understanding of the essence of the heavenly blade. Building upon this foundation, he transformed it, gradually cultivating the battle intent of morning heaven. Beneath me is heaven, above me lies the grave of heaven. Thunderous echoes resounded. After Qin Hengyu's breakthrough, the spiritual energy within him became markedly more agile, resembling water contained within a basket, now spilling forth in all directions. However, upon ascending to the king realm, the gaps in the basket seemed to have become obstructed. The water contained within the basket could now be controlled with greater precision, coalescing rather than dispersing, allowing for effortless manipulation. After Qin Hengyu's breakthrough, one could distinctly feel the surrounding pressure suddenly lighten. Behind him, a pair of hands reached out, touching him. Ziqing had returned. Qin Hengyu has already sensed a change in the aura of Ziqing behind him, which he estimates has now ascended to the 7th level of the sacred stage. Surely, it cannot surpass his own breakthrough to the Emperor realm, can it? Qin Hengyu gently rubbed his temples. If this were indeed the case, he might find himself reliant on others, yet he was determined to retain control over his own destiny. It would be prudent for him to strive for a breakthrough to the Emperor level. The prospect of achieving dual emperorship was not beyond the realm of possibility. Subsequently, Qin Hengyu, accompanied by several holy ranked guardians, ventured into the abyssal nest to assess the situation. What remained were mere remnants of shattered flesh. The once vibrant entities had been reduced to mere husks. The onlookers assumed this was a natural consequence following the Emperor's devastating strike and paid it little mind. Only after these holy ranked beings meticulously scoured the dark races, confirming the absence of any resurrected foes, did they rise to depart for the sacred mountain. As Qin Hengyu departed, he addressed Zhu Dan, stating, "In accordance with our prior agreement, the universal Holy Land shall first accept some of the more fundamental arrangements from the Great Qin Holy Land. This stipulated accord signifies a transformation of the institution of slavery." Qin Hengyu had no intention of directly engaging with the cultivators. Rather, he planned to approach the matter from the perspective of ordinary cultivators. He aimed to gradually instigate change from the ground up, thereby completely transforming the sacred land of the universe. This was a grand strategy. The populace above ordinary strength constituted the true foundation supporting the sacred land of the universe. Well, Zhu Dan did not refuse. The terms had already been made clear. Primarily, the two sacred lands needed to collaborate, necessitating a shift in the foundational mindset of the lower tiers. At the very least, the two should not stand in opposition. For the higher-level cultivators to alter their perspectives would prove exceedingly difficult. It was more prudent to let things evolve naturally, step by step. Master Luo, your focus should be directed towards managing the orders of the Great Qin Sacred Land. Qin Hengyu spoke to Luo Tianyu about another arrangement, asserting that while the lower echelons must adhere to regulations, the upper echelons naturally require benefits. Otherwise, it would be challenging to tame the opposition. He intended to craft an array of weapons. It is imperative to safeguard the source stones, for ultimately, one must possess weaponry. Understood. Luo Tianyu nodded in agreement. The arrangements made by Qin Hengyu have instilled a sense of comfort among all, as there is no overt pressure compelling anyone to alter their ways. Crucially, both the middle and lower tiers have reaped the benefits. For the Huanyu Sacred Land, it is conceivable that the influence of the Daqin Sacred Land may indeed be profound. Having reached this juncture, overthinking serves no practical purpose. After resolving the issues at the Universe Holy Land, Qin Hengyu planned to return to the Great Qin Holy Land to address matters concerning Lu Ruyan. He had yet to consider where to place Lu Ruyan. On the journey back, Qin Hengyu glanced at the system once more, and indeed, after solving the problems at the Universe Holy Land, his gains were substantial. Ding! The host has conquered the sacred mountain of the Universe Holy Land, earning 3 insights. The host has destroyed the Dark Nest, earning 3 insights. The host has comprehended the will of the celestial burial, earning 1 insight. A total of 7 insights. Qin Hengyu now felt an overwhelming strength within him. System, Insight System Host, Qin Hengyu Insight Count, 17 Realm, First level of the King Realm Comprehension Abilities, Eye of Fate, devouring demon technique, true solar scripture, Dao scripture, true dragon fist, supreme Shin scripture, Guanyin scripture, ancestral emperor scripture, female master scripture, bone scripture, great completion sword and tint, heavenly blade, secret of the weak word. Indeed, a remarkable search. In a single breath, his insight count transformed from single digits to double digits. Upon returning to the great Qin Holy Land, and after resolving the matters concerning Lu Ruyan, he would then select scriptures. He now possessed a unique battle intent. However, it was crucial to read other scriptures to better integrate and elevate his realm and strength. On another front, beyond the starry sky, behind a desolate star lay an utterly barren landscape. Here, no living beings existed, only scattered tombstones indicating the remnants of once thriving life. If one were to enter the spirit realm from this place, a different scene would unfold, vibrant with life, accompanied by a meandering river flowing into the distance. In the spirit realm behind, among the seated figures in black robes, one furrowed his brow and spoke. Our concealed coordinate within the imperial star has been compromised. It was a one-way coordinate, and tracking it is impossible. Why has destiny encountered an anomaly? Is it a chain reaction of the soul-retrieving bell? The plan may have already failed, and everything has been laid bare. Inadequate in success, yet abundant in failure. Prepare the elixir of immortality, create flesh and blood, alter appearances. Without controlling the opponent's fate, how can one disrupt the situation? Let us prepare. Several figures in black robes exchanged words, unaware that the soul-retrieving bell had already been imbued with spiritual resonance, having been tampered with. Should Qin take action, the possibility of capturing them all in one fell swoop was high. Chapter 72. In a desperate situation, encountering childhood sweethearts again? Upon awakening, Lu Ruoyan found herself imprisoned in the dungeons of Jinsheng for an extended period. She had harbored the hope that Qin Hengyu would come to visit her. Yet she never caught a glimpse of him, not even a fleeting silhouette. Although her cultivation remained intact, it proved futile in captivity. A foul odor began to cling to her, rendering her condition quite pitiable. Was this the spectacle Qin Hengyu wished to behold? As Lu Ruoyan pondered this, she was unexpectedly released from her cell, a clear indication that she would never return to Jinsheng. Her options for refuge had diminished yet again. Within the city, numerous onlookers gathered, taking a morbid interest in the plight of Lu Ruoyan, now reduced to a solitary figure, stepping out of Jinsheng to wander aimlessly. It was a spectacle for them to witness. If one were to assess the situation, Lu Ruoyan's misfortune could be deemed self-inflicted. During her prosperous days, she had extended no assistance to others. Thus, in her time of need, few were inclined to offer her help. Moreover, rumors of her ill fortune had begun to circulate, dissuading even the most curious from approaching her closely. The Lu family feared that her calamity might taint them, and even upon learning of her release, they harbored no desire to draw near. Nevertheless, Lu Ruoyan remained steadfast in her belief that Qin Hengyu held her in his heart. She convinced herself that should she faint, someone would surely carry her back to the great Qin sacred land, and all would be resolved. With this thought, she pressed on, step by step. As time passed, the distance she covered became uncertain, until at last, she succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground. Night soon enveloped the land, the silvery moon casting its ethereal glow and blanketing the earth in a layer of frost. Strangely, a carriage appeared by the roadside in the deep of night. A refined young gentleman disembarked from the carriage and gazed upon the woman sprawled on the ground, seemingly momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, he shed his ornate robe, enveloping Lu Ruoyan within its warmth, and lifted her into the carriage, which then sped off in a particular direction. At the same moment, a shadow emerged from within the carriage, revealing the figure of Ziqing. How could Qin Hengyu possibly let Lu Ruoyan slip away? Following Lu Ruoyan could present opportunities. Thus it was imperative to stay close, striking at the opportune moment to incapacitate her and seize the chance before making an escape. It would be quite challenging for Ziqing to lose track of her. The following day, at dawn, Lu Ruoyan gradually awoke within a serene valley. As she opened her eyes, the gentle sound of flowing water greeted her, accompanied by lush green foliage nearby, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Who could have rescued her? Lu Ruoyan felt a tinge of confusion as she raised her head to survey her surroundings, eager to discover the identity of her savior. Did Qin Hengyu save himself? Lu Ruoyan still could not believe that he could be so ruthless. She stood up in a daze and soon noticed a nearby campfire, where embers were just beginning to glow, and amidst the swirling smoke, a figure both strange and familiar emerged. A sense of caution filled Lu Ruoyan's heart. Instinctively, She crouched down and picked up a stone. After her escape from the Jin City prison, she had long been without a storage ring, left destitute. With the stone in hand, she rose and called out to the figure shrouded in smoke. "Who are you?" At that moment, a man raised his head from within the haze. His eyebrows were sharp as swords, and his eyes sparkled like stars. His nose was prominent, and the corners of his lips held a smile. His skin was fair, and his features were strikingly handsome, complemented by a mane of jet black hair that flowed like ink. Exuding an air of elegance, though one might also describe him as a pretty boy. Upon seeing Lu Ruoyan awaken, the man displayed a hint of joy and exclaimed, "Ruoyan, you're awake. Have you forgotten me? I am Nagong Patian. We were childhood acquaintances, almost like childhood sweethearts." Nagong Patian gazed at Lu Ruoyan with warmth. Nagong Patian? Lu Ruoyan racked her brain to remember. She recalled that in the borderland where the Lu family once resided, there was indeed a family named Nagong. The Nagong clan was far superior to the Lu family. Nagong Patian had taken her out to play every day during their childhood, introducing her to a myriad of novel experiences, but then the Nagong family had moved away. The Lu family had encountered some opportunities and relocated to the Great Qin sacred land. "Patian, your family has also moved to Jin City. Yet I have never heard of you before," Lu Ruoyan pondered, her heart secretly filled with disappointment at not encountering Qin Hengyu. If only it had been him. It seemed that Nagong Patian was, after all, somewhat distant from Qin Hengyu. Nagong Patian began to share some details about himself. "My family does not reside in Jin City, but rather in the nearby Nan City. I happened to be passing through and brought you out. Come, have a little something to eat," he added, showcasing a roast chicken in his hands. Just then, Lu Ruoyan's stomach grumbled in response. Even cultivators could not completely detach themselves from the need for sustenance. They simply required it less frequently than ordinary people. Especially after an injury, food became even more essential. "Here you go." Nagong Patian tore off a chicken leg and playfully waved it in front of Lu Ruoyan's nose. Tears began to flow down Lu Ruoyan's cheeks uncontrollably. "What's wrong? I won't tease you anymore, just eat." In an instant, Nagong Patian became flustered, stuffing the chicken leg into Lu Ruoyan's mouth while reaching out to catch her tears. "You are too good to me." Lu Ruoyan spoke with a choked voice. Having gone too long without sustenance, this meal was a profound satisfaction for her. She devoured the chicken leg voraciously. At that moment, her emotions were genuine. The days following her departure from the sacred land of the Great Qin had been exceedingly arduous. Once she had finished her meal, she continued to inquire about Nagong Patian's current situation. "How have you been? I mean, what have you experienced since leaving the borderlands?" She felt compelled to rely on Nagong Patian and needed to grasp the situation more clearly. Her ancestors had once bestowed a favor upon a certain sect, which subsequently located her family and provided them refuge within their ranks. During this time, numerous opportunities had allowed her to ascend to the realm of kings. As Nagong Patian spoke, his gaze frequently drifted towards Lu Ruoyan, revealing a hint of unspoken affection in his eyes. He was already aware of her elevation to the status of empress and the myriad troubles that accompanied it. Yet, driven by love, he ultimately overlooked these matters. "What do you intend to do next?" Lu Ruoyan naturally noticed Nagong Patian's demeanor and felt he paled in comparison to Qin Hengyu. Perceiving his behavior as somewhat insincere, to speak candidly, the more Qin Hengyu looked down upon Lu Ruoyan, the more determined she became to preserve her chastity for him. "I possess a map, which is said to lead to the legacy of a great emperor. While many deem it a fabrication, there are whispers suggesting its authenticity." Nagong Patian produced a seemingly pristine map. Lu Ruoyan, intrigued, took it in her hands, her eyes widening with astonishment as she exclaimed, "This is the ruins of Duantian, where it is said there exists the Tower of the Heavenly Emperor, occasionally accessible to those seeking the so-called legacy of the Heavenly Emperor." Having spent ample time in the sacred land of the Great Qin, Lu Ruoyan was naturally privy to certain unique information. "Shall we go and explore?" Nagong Patian's thoughts were evidently not solely focused on the ruins, but rather on Lu Ruoyan herself. "Very well." Lu Ruoyan glanced at the map, nodded in agreement, and resolved to venture forth. In the past, she had lacked for resources and had no need to brave the dangers of the ruins. Yet now, she believed that without breaking, there could be no establishment. Chapter 73, The Ruins of Duantian, No Secrets Before the Great Emperor. The Sacred Land of the Great Qin. After Qin Hengyu resolved the matters concerning the cosmic sacred land, he returned to the underground palace to cultivate. Ever since he comprehended the Supreme Xian Sutra and imparted the essence of vitality to his adoptive father, Emperor Qin, It seemed that Qin Hengyu had undergone a subtle transformation. Qin Hengyu did not specify how many more years he could live. He merely mentioned the possibility of taking a journey. This journey entails the opportunity to venture out and engage in a minor skirmish within the sacred grounds of the Great Qin. How astonishing. Initially, one might have thought that a single strike from the Emperor was already formidable, yet it now appears that an additional trump card has emerged. To embark on such a journey, even if only for a few fleeting milliseconds, would far exceed the potency of a single Emperor's strike, potentially amounting to dozens, if not hundreds, of such blows. Qin Hengyu first delved into the underground palace, once more utilizing the devouring heaven magic to absorb a portion of the primordial essence. This primordial essence is a treasure in abundance. In the interim, he could also analyze the corpses of the deceased formidable beings, without even invoking enlightenment. Given his current fortune and capacity for learning, he was bound to reap some rewards. The lifeless bodies held numerous valuable remnants. Beyond the primordial essence, there were traces of the cultivation techniques once practiced, akin to a living tome. Naturally, in the subterranean palace, through the perspective of Qin Hengyu came to comprehend the current circumstances of Lu Ruyan, and even became acquainted with Nangong Petion. Nangong Petion? Qin Hengyu retains a certain recollection of this name from the original work. By all accounts, he occupies the role of the third male lead. Having shared a childhood bond with Lu Ruyan, which endowed their relationship with a semblance of affection, he provided assistance on several occasions when Lu Ruyan found herself in dire straits. However, what left an indelible impression on Qin Hengyu was the fact that Nangong Potion's cultivation pace was in no way inferior to that of Yixingchen. It was as if he could attain any level of mastery he desired effortlessly. Quite intriguing. Qin Hengyu yearned to discern whether this character could be vanquished or, perhaps, ascend to a status akin to that of Lu Ruoyan and Yixingchen, becoming a treasure-seeking entity. As for the Duantian ruins, a direct inquiry with Qin Hengyu would suffice. The Duantian ruins, renowned across the central continent, is a notorious forbidden zone, within which lies the Heavenly Emperor Tower, harboring the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor, bearing the title of Tian, is undoubtedly the most formidable sovereign of legend, whose scriptures are revered as the heavenly text. It is said that anyone who has perused the heavenly text has ascended to the rank of emperor. However, none have been able to articulate the contents therein. Thus, the heavenly text is also referred to as the most enigmatic of scriptures. The Duantian ruins possess certain peculiarities, allowing entry solely to those beneath the venerable realm, with each individual permitted but a single passage throughout their lifetime. Once entered, re-entry is rendered impossible under any circumstances. It is said to be a manifestation of the Heavenly Emperor's will, for he desires no presence of venerable before him, in the heavens and on earth. He stands alone in his supremacy, and who among mortals could dare to claim a title of respect in his presence? Qin Hengyu instinctively felt that his seemingly unassuming father, the Emperor, could not possibly be unaware of the secrets surrounding the ruins. Thus, he took the initiative to inquire of Qin Hengyu, "Father, may I ask why the Broken Sky ruins would impose restrictions on those at the sovereign level?" Without hesitation, Qin Hengyu spoke directly. The space of the Broken Heaven ruins is tenuous, existing amidst chaotic spatial currents. Were it not for the presence of the Celestial Emperor's Tower, the existence of such ruins would be utterly impossible. Those of the Venerable Realm possess the ability to disrupt space, rendering entry impossible. Should a Venerable attempt to enter, not only would they be unable to access the Broken Heaven ruins, but they would also risk becoming lost within the turbulent spatial currents. If, by mischance, they were to venture into the spirit realm, the consequences would be dire, with their very lives hanging in the balance. I have pursued the Celestial Emperor's Tower on several occasions, only to be eluded each time. The limitation of a single entry is primarily due to the overwhelming life magnetic field within, which may suppress certain entities, lest someone repeatedly enter the ruins and unleash calamities. Qin Hengyu articulated the crux of the matter. When discussing the Heavenly Emperor's Tower, there was a hint of despondency in his voice. It was indeed a treasure, yet it remained unattainable. How frustrating. Qin Hengyu did not anticipate that the problem would be so simple. Does my son wish to enter the ruins of Duantian? Qin Hengyu discerned Qin Hengyu's intentions and inquired, "Indeed, my son has dispatched a pawn to follow Lu Ruyan, believing there is a possibility of entering the Celestial Emperor Tower. Hence the intrigue." Qin Hengyu expressed his thoughts aloud. "However, your father has prepared some protective puppets for you, which will adequately safeguard your well-being without causing the ruins to collapse. He has also procured a charm to ensure your safety within the ruins, the Heavenly Emperor Tower, and the spirit realm, thus guaranteeing your tranquility and security. Upon comprehending Qin Hengyu's intentions, Qin Ing commenced the process of acquiring equipment. Naturally, during this endeavor, he continued to elaborate on certain nuances within the ruins of Broken Heaven, while others toil and venture into peril to unearth resources within the ruins. He appears to be merely indulging in a leisurely excursion. After all, the treasures within the ruins are of a caliber that Qin Ing can procure far superior alternatives. Qin Hengyu remained unhurried. Ziqing was rather unique. Although the ancient ruins barred entry to those of the esteemed realm and above, she was permitted access without any hindrance. Thus, he merely needed to employ the art of enchanting women, allowing him to reach her side at a crucial moment. One cannot help but acknowledge the somewhat terrifying aura surrounding the Chosen One. Any pursuer who is not Ziqing would likely lose track of her. Even a respected elder or one of the sacred tier would find it impossible to follow her into the depths of the ruins. Qin Hengyu waited for a brief moment in the underground palace before receiving numerous bestowals from his esteemed father, the great emperor. With those treasures in hand, he emerged from the subterranean realm. However, even as he departed, Qin Ing remained silent about the contents of the heavenly tome. Meanwhile, within the ruins of Broken Heaven, Nangong Patian, after leading Lu Ruyan through a series of twists and turns, finally reached their destination. The ruins seemed to transform daily, each change bearing a slightly unusual pattern. It was as if they were navigating a new map. Without it, locating anything within the relics would have been impossible. Was there truly something here? Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of disbelief upon entering the site. This ancient place exuded a profound aura, yet its desolation suggested that few had tread these grounds. The map appeared to be of little utility. Yet, here I am, told that I have acquired a legacy from the great emperor. Hee. After such a long wait, a fool has finally arrived. Once they leave this place, I shall relish the pleasures I have long been deprived of. As the two stepped into the cavern within the ruins, a skeleton on the ground let out a mocking laugh. Is this not the legacy of the great emperor? Upon hearing the raucous laughter, Nangong Patian did not exhibit fear but instead inquired with a hint of confusion. This clearly revealed a degree of foolishness. Haha. Truly a case of greed exceeding one's grasp. The legacy of the great emperor is not something mere mortals can attain. Otherwise, why would I have become a mere skeleton? Nevertheless, none of that matters now. Once I seize your body, the legacy of the great emperor shall be mine. From within the skeletal form, a green flame erupted, hurtling toward Lu Ruyan's forehead. It became evident that the soul attempting to possess her had miscalculated, finding Lu Ruyan more suitable, disregarding any notion of gender. In the face of the future, strength is all that matters. Chapter 74, What is the matter? Are you surprised to see me here? Lu Ruyan's fortune manifested once more at that moment. Just as Nangong Patian stood up and stepped forward, he collided with the soul intent on possession. Damn! The soul barely managed to utter 2 words as it entered Nangong Patian's body before fleeing from his celestial palace, exhibiting signs of madness. A monster. There's a monster. What could have transpired with that soul? Perhaps it beheld something it should not have. In its current state, it seemed utterly deranged. What on earth has happened? Lu Ruyan, upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, regarded Nangong Patian with a mixture of confusion and wariness. There was something distinctly different about Nangong Patian. A quality potent enough to drive a soul-possessing entity into a frenzied retreat. Uncertain, Nangong Patian's gaze also reflected a semblance of bewilderment. The soul entity, having ventured only a short distance, soon found itself confronted by Ziqing, who grasped it firmly. In that fleeting moment, the soul was subjected to a soul search, a technique that could indeed be considered one of Ziqing's formidable abilities. Simultaneously, the prepared Qin Hengyu was transported to Ziqing's side, or rather, cradled in her embrace. With Ziqing facilitating the transfer of memories, he swiftly acquired a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances surrounding the esteemed soul entity. It became evident that there existed another imperial legacy here, known as the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor hailed from a lineage called the Soul Clan, which possessed no physical form, existing solely as souls without even a sea of qi. Consequently, in comparison to other cultivating races, they were devoid of several realms. Yet, despite the absence of a qi sea, the strength of the Soul Clan was by no means diminished, primarily relying on their formidable spiritual consciousness. In summary, the allure of the Soul Emperor's legacy was undeniable. This soul, once a monarch, had transformed into a revered being after losing its corporeal form, achieving the status of a venerable entity solely through the inheritance of the Soul Emperor. Having ascended to this revered realm, it possessed the ability to fracture space slightly, causing numerous maps to be cast adrift like messages in bottles, thereby enticing qualified individuals to attempt possession. The act of possession is indeed a supreme technique found within the Soul Scriptures. The Soul Emperor's ascension to imperial status was made possible through possession. Even in a scenario where the Soul Clan possessed only soul forms and celestial palaces, granting them an edge over others, this revered entity, upon encountering Lu Ruyin, initiated the act of possession, only to unexpectedly face Nangong Pation, witnessing a hellish scene that ultimately led to its dispersal. Thus, it appears that Nangong Pation may not be as simple as he seems. Could it be that Nangong Pation is a hidden boss? After Qin Hengyu fully absorbed the memories of the esteemed one, a sense of vigilance arose within him. The realm of Nangong's issues in the original narrative was already somewhat unsettling, and this esteemed one's soul further exemplified that notion. If that were the case, could it be that the only individual capable of confronting Nangong Pation is none other than his own father? Upon discovering the peculiarities of Nangong Pation, Qin Hengyu felt an overwhelming urge to flee. However, his father was still alive, and he possessed a protective talisman. At worst, he could leave the burden to his father, the Emperor. No matter how formidable Nangong Pation might be, he could never surpass his own father. Otherwise, he would not have remained in the shadows for 100,000 years. The perceived risks did not seem insurmountable. Engaging sooner rather than later was certainly preferable to delaying contact, which could lead to far more dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hengyu resolved to meet face to face. Qin Hengyu, what brings you here? Lu Ruoyan inquired, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity upon his entrance. I have secured a map leading to the Emperor's secret treasure, and naturally, I had to come to take a look. Qin Hengyu displayed the map in his hand. A casual and effortless rendition. In truth, this was a map of his own fabrication. Qin Hengyu cast a glance at Lu Ruyan, then began to assess the conditions of the cave abode. Upon seeing Qin Hengyu, the Qin Emperor's son, Nangong Pation also recognized him. At this moment, his demeanor appeared somewhat composed, and a hint of reverence graced his countenance. Qin Hengyu offered no response to Nangong Pation, seemingly indifferent. In truth, he had been silently scrutinizing Nangong Pation, yet he found no discernible flaws in him. This only heightened Qin Hengyu's perception of Nangong Pation as a more formidable adversary. To his astonishment, Nangong Pation possessed golden fortune. Initially, only Lu Ruyan and Yi Xingchen were endowed with such fortune, and under Qin Hengyu's influence, Lu Ruyan had ascended to a purple fortune. Now, in the company of Nangong Pation, Lu Ruyan's fortune exhibited strands of gold, indicating a potential transmutation between their fortunes. Qin Dizai, we could indeed collaborate to explore the hidden treasures of the cave, Nangong Pation suggested, emboldened by Qin Hengyu's lack of hostility. Despite his awareness of the delicate relationship between Lu Ruyan and Qin Hengyu, he brazenly approached them. Lu Ruyan, observing from the side, furrowed her brow in distaste at Nangong Pation's audacity, as if their connection warranted an explanation. Yet, considering that Nangong Pation's presence might incite jealousy in Qin Hengyu, she refrained from speaking out. Nonetheless, Lu Ruyan was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity of the Emperor's hidden treasures, believing she had a chance. It was said that the Emperor's treasures were reserved for the chosen few, regardless of one's extraordinary talent or strength. Without selection, they held no significance. Only those chosen could potentially attain the secrets, and allowing you to linger is my utmost act of magnanimity. Qin Hengyu cast a warning glance at Nangong Pation. The reason he refrained from driving Nangong Pation and Lu Ruyan away was his concern that their departure might lead them to encounter even greater opportunities. After all, the remnants of Duantian were not situated near the sacred land of the Great Qin, making them difficult to monitor. It was prudent to keep a watchful eye on them. As for the possibility of Lu Ruyan and Nangong Pation vying for the Emperor's secret treasures with him, Qin Hengyu believed that his innate understanding was unparalleled, and he felt no urgency. After all, who could rival such extraordinary insight? As long as he remained vigilant and focused, he could continue to probe further. He harbored no fear of inciting conflict, for it would merely enhance his fortune. The desiccated remains on the ground inevitably crumbled into dust. After the bones had disintegrated, a green orb fell from the hands of the opposing figure, landing on the ground and erupting with a verdant glow. Within the cavern, the walls were intricately adorned with countless carvings. The images were somewhat eerie, resembling phantoms engaged in a myriad of actions. Since comprehension eluded him, he resolved to embrace the experience. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hengyu utilized one of his moments of enlightenment. As he now possessed a considerable number of such opportunities and felt no need to be overly frugal, Ding. The host observed the soul scripture created by the Soul Emperor and achieved successful comprehension. The system's notification left Qin Hengyu somewhat astonished. Is this the soul scripture? Chapter 75. With your golden fortune, serve me as a dog. The soul scripture. After Qin Hengyu completed the soul scripture, he felt a tinge of astonishment. Typically, scriptures delineate a singular path for cultivation and the methods associated with it. However, the soul scripture diverges from this norm, revealing the entirety of the Soul Emperor's life. The Soul Clan, to which the Soul Emperor belonged, was originally a prominent faction among the myriad realms, particularly after the gradual ascendance of the Soul Emperor. An unsettling event transpired. Upon achieving the status of a great emperor, he annihilated his entire clan, seemingly to conceal a profound secret. With the demise of the Soul Clan, the opportunity to cultivate the so-called soul scripture became exceedingly rare, as the fundamental prerequisite for its practice is to possess a soul body. For an ordinary individual to engage in this cultivation, one would first have to end their own life, allowing the soul body to separate, thus enabling the study of the entire scripture. Nevertheless, the advantage of the soul scripture lies in the ability to exchange one's physical form and seize control over another's body. Should one successfully usurp a flawless physical vessel, they could effortlessly ascend to formidable heights in cultivation. The Soul Emperor has undeniably carved out a groundbreaking path. Yet, it is perplexing. Why did he exterminate all his kin? Moreover, why was the life of the Soul Emperor laid bare? This does not seem akin to a treasure trove of secrets meant for others. Rather, it resembles a node imbued with memories and records. Is it conceivable that the Soul Emperor never truly perished? Perhaps he has been perpetually reincarnating and reforming, and the massacre of his clan was merely a ruse to obscure the truth of his cyclical existence. By doing so, the essence of the Soul Clan remains shrouded in mystery, rendering their vulnerabilities easily manipulable. Where, one might wonder, is the Soul Clan? It could manifest in the form of Nangong Patian, an individual seemingly ordinary yet inexplicably endowed with a golden aura akin to that of a child of destiny. It is imperative that Nangong Patian remains oblivious to the contents of the soul scripture. Upon contemplating this, Qin Hengyu swiftly came to a realization. Those so-called murals must not be preserved in the slightest. Upon awakening, Qin Hengyu released the puppets meticulously prepared by his father, the Great Emperor. There were precisely 12 of them. Standing before him, they formed an impenetrable fortress. The onslaught of the puppets within the remnants of the Duantian was precisely at the threshold of endurance. Shatter. Qin Hengyu spoke to the surrounding murals. In an instant, 12 puppets commenced their assault on the murals within the cave. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of resounding crashes, the murals shattered and were obliterated, erased from existence in the cavern. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan, who had been observing the murals, soon realized that they might contain a scripture and began to comprehend its meaning. Just as she started to grasp the essence, she sensed that the soul scripture could be suitable for Yi Xingqian and was contemplating inviting him to this place for an experiment. However, Qin Hengyu's sudden attack disrupted her plans and thoughts. Your actions, Imperial Son? Nangong Patian furrowed his brow at the unexpected turn of events. He had just been examining the scripture and seemed to have made some progress, with a slight shift in the aura surrounding him, indicating notable advancement. This technique is likely a trap set by the dark races. How could it possibly remain in the world? My actions are solely to eradicate this malevolent entity. Qin Hengyu spoke with righteous fervor. Naturally, he would not reveal his true intentions directly. His reasoning was sound and justifiable. However, in the eyes of Lu Ruyan and Nangong Patian, it seemed that Qin Hengyu had failed to comprehend the situation and was somewhat irked, exhibiting a sense of indignation. After Qin Hengyu finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the fortunes of the two individuals. Lu Ruyan's fortune, once golden, had vanished and transformed into a shade of purple. As for Nangong Patian's fortune, it had dimmed slightly. Success. Upon witnessing this shift, Qin Hengyu realized that his actions were entirely justified. He secretly began to cultivate the devouring heaven demon technique, commencing the absorption of fortune. Simultaneously, a notification emerged from the system. Ding. The host has disrupted the reincarnation of the Soul Emperor, earning a singular opportunity to acquire memories and 3 chances for enlightenment. 3 chances for enlightenment? Qin Hengyu vividly recalls that he only obtained 3 opportunities for enlightenment after he had destroyed the Dark Nest and the sacred mountain of the universe, Holy Land. This indicates that the significance of this endeavor is by no means inferior to the previous 2. Indeed, it holds great importance. Beside him, Nangong Patian surveyed the surrounding murals. Now in ruins, and with a sense of loss remarked, if the Imperial Son believes this, so be it. just moments ago. It felt as though he had lost something exceedingly precious, something he had forgotten, while the prospect of rediscovering something akin to it remains. The journey would undoubtedly be fraught with greater peril. Nangong Patian was overwhelmed by this complex array of emotions, to the point of nearly losing control. Yet, when Qin Hengyu had been alone moments earlier, he had refrained from taking action. Now, with 12 puppets before him, the situation was markedly different. After a while, Qin Hengyu completed the absorption of his fortune. The spectrum of his luck, black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, had long since settled into a shade of cyan. Following his conquest of the universe Holy Land, a hint of blue had further enriched the center. After Qin Hengyu defaced the mural in the Emperor's secret vault, he absorbed the corresponding fortune, astonishingly elevating himself to the realm of blue fortune. This implies that upon exiting the remnants of the celestial abyss, his fortune concentration could potentially surpass that of Jiangzhan. The overall fortune of the Great Qin sacred land appeared rather lackluster, predominantly characterized by blue fortune. Nevertheless, through the practice of the devouring sky demon technique, the circumstances underwent a remarkable transformation. He was the first to transcend into blue fortune, possibly paving the way to gradually alter the entire fortune of the Great Qin sacred land. After Qin Hengyu absorbed the fortune, he noticed the wall remained intact, prompting him to instruct his puppet to strike once more, shattering large portions of the wall. Following the destruction of the mural, he feigned a search for hidden treasures, lamenting, "I had thought there might be some secret riches concealed within, yet it appears there is nothing at all." Lu Ruyan observed Qin Hengyu's actions, feeling a mix of anger and restraint. Ultimately, she could not suppress her disdain. With a frigid and haughty demeanor, she retorted, "Humph, a mountain pig cannot digest fine grain. The Emperor's scripture is clearly embedded within the mural, yet you fail to perceive it and insist it is the techniques of the dark races. Worthless." In her moment of ire, Lu Ruyan inadvertently uttered a slighting remark. However, this action entirely disregarded their respective statuses, without requiring Qin Hengyu's intervention. The puppet approached Lu Ruyan and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by Qin Hengyu's derision. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Nangong Patian observed the scene, his eyes momentarily flashing with anger at Lu Ruyan's humiliation. At this juncture, he recognized that even a formidable dragon must yield to the local serpent. Qin Hengyu is both a formidable dragon and a local tyrant. To challenge him here would be a futile endeavor. DZ, Lu Ruyan has realized her error. Nangong Patian gritted his teeth and approached Qin Hengyu to express his contrition and apologize. "If you truly wish to apologize, then Lu Ruyan shall assist me in pulling the cart, while you lead the way, until my grievances are assuaged." Qin Hengyu's voice was chillingly cold as he made arrangements for the two. "So, you possess golden fortune, do you? Then serve me like dogs." He intended to use Nangong Patian and Lu Ruyan as mere pawns in his quest for treasure, until he discovered the Heavenly Emperor Tower and even beheld the Heavenly Tome. Chapter 76, Exploring the Ruins, Entering the Heavenly Emperor Tower Through Fortune. Like dogs, Nangong Patian unsheathed his sword, attempting to resist. However, behind Qin Hengyu stood a formidable array of 12 puppet masters at the Emperor realm, emanating an overwhelming aura that instantly subdued Nangong Patian. No matter how defiant Nangong Patian attempted to be, he became inconsequential in the presence of those 12 emperors. He was merely at the king realm. In fact, he had not even made a move throughout the encounter. He was merely acutely aware of the peril posed by Nangong Patian. "I am willing." Ultimately, Nangong Patian chose to bow his head and submit. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, intent on intervening, fell silent the moment she witnessed Qin Hengyu raise his hand once more. Subsequently, Qin Hengyu threatened, "Should you refuse to submit like a beast of burden, do not blame me for publicly humiliating you. We are in the remnants of the broken sky, not in desolate mountains or the arenas beyond the Golden City. You have provoked my wrath, and you shall find no room for resistance." Qin Hengyu understood that Lu Ruyan maintained a facade of nobility while being prone to empty bravado. In the presence of Nangong Patian, her threats of purity would undoubtedly compel Lu Ruyan to yield. She was reluctant to tarnish her image before him and was not inclined to descend into a state of true degradation, ultimately leading to her own detriment. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyan bit her lip and reluctantly acquiesced. She recognized that Qin Hengyu's temperament was capricious and beyond her influence. Should she dare to resist, he might very well act upon his words. Immediately, Qin Hengyu brought forth a battle chariot. This chariot, initially designed for the battlefield, is adorned with various formations that can synergize with war beasts to unleash even more formidable attacks. Naturally, it can also be utilized with mechanical beasts. Qin Hengyu dispatched the mechanical beast, compelling Lu Ruoyan to willingly bear the burdens of the locks upon her person. As for Nangong Patian, he too was adorned with a pair of shackles. Nangong Patian was tasked with leading the way ahead, discerning the perils that lay along the path. Qin Hengyu also intends to gain a deeper understanding of Nangong Patian through this process. This is purely the guise of a villain. Following the recent destruction, the entire space within the cave has become slightly unstable, as if it were on the brink of collapse. To this end, Qin Hengyu did not linger for long, allowing Lu Ruyan to pull the cart away. With great effort, Lu Ruyan towed the vehicle forward, and the war chariot gradually commenced its ascent, departing from the cave dwelling. Shortly after exiting the cavern, the surrounding space began to collapse, transforming into a desolate ruin. Qin Hengyu sat atop the war chariot, his gaze expansive, yet tinged with a hint of perplexity. Upon reflection, the cave dwelling had not been particularly concealed. How could it have remained undiscovered for so long? After its destruction, the surroundings lay barren, and in stark contrast to his initial entry, it was truly difficult to fathom that such a place as the Broken Sky ruins had ever existed. This further substantiated the notion that the legacy of the Soul Emperor harbored secrets. Qin Hengyu reflected on the narrative and content he was acquainted with, and it did not allude to this matter at all. Consequently, the entire inheritance should bear little relation to Lu Ruyan. Rather, it seems to be significantly connected to Nangong Patian. This notion is further corroborated by the reminders from the system, which also substantiate this point. The reincarnation of the Soul Emperor. Qin Hengyu remained ever vigilant. During this time, Nangong Poti harbored his own intentions, endeavoring to lead the crowd towards seemingly perilous or chaotic locations. Such dangers posed challenges for the ordinary, yet for the well-prepared Qin Hengyu, they represented opportunities. It must be acknowledged that Lu Ruyan and Nangong Poti possessed a certain fortune, discovering numerous treasures. While these items might be trivial for the great Qin sacred land, they undoubtedly proved advantageous for both Nangong Poti and the current Lu Ruyan. Qin Hengyu naturally seized all pertinent items without delay. Time within the ruins passed swiftly, and before one knew it, 3 days and nights had elapsed. Suddenly, an immense fog enveloped the ruins, rendering it nearly impossible to discern one individual from another. Was the Heavenly Emperor's tower approaching? Qin Hengyu had long gleaned certain patterns regarding the emergence of the Celestial Emperor Tower from the lips of Qin Eng. He knew that a significant transformation was inevitably at hand. To preclude the escape of Nangong Patian and Lu Ruyan, he promptly retrieved a soul lamp from his storage ring. This lamp, a treasure of the sacred tier, afforded a glimpse into numerous extraordinary realms, including the spirit realm and, naturally, the ruins of Broken Heaven. Many of the anomalies stemmed from a lack of preparation. After Qin Hengyu ignited the soul-guiding lamp, he noticed that Nangong Patian had stealthily appeared beside Lu Ruyan, attempting to assist her in unlocking the restraints. "What are you intending to do?" Qin Hengyu observed Nangong Patian's actions and smiled as he spoke. "Oh, it's nothing." Nangong Patian quickly withdrew his hand and, with a sheepish grin, responded, "I noticed the fog rolling in and was concerned that you too might lose your way. So I returned a bit. I have a lantern. Please continue to lead the way." Qin Hengyu did not reveal his thoughts but allowed Nangong Patian to proceed. As they continued, the presence of the soul-guiding lantern, coupled with the observation that the puppets moved effortlessly within the mist, caused him to furrow his brow, leading him to exercise caution. It was uncertain how long the dense fog lingered, but eventually, the group caught sight of a glimmer of light. Following the illumination, they found themselves standing before the majestic Heavenly Emperor Tower. This was indeed the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Qin Hengyu gazed at the towering Celestial Emperor Tower, which seemed to pierce the heavens, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. As someone who had traversed through the pages of a novel, he had witnessed a modicum of the world's wonders. Yet, the sight of a mountain almost as tall as Mount Tai, proclaimed to be a tower, struck him as utterly astonishing. This marvel was undoubtedly a result of the fortuitous blessings bestowed by Nangong Patian and Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, he would have never dared to dream of encountering the Celestial Emperor Tower in his lifetime. Before the tower, a handful of men and women had also arrived, trickling in after entering the Broken Heaven ruins. The gathering was quite substantial. Qin Eng had mentioned earlier that the space within the Broken Heaven ruins was unstable, thus connecting several regions. Numerous planets from various star domains, as well as other locations within the imperial star, possessed the ability to access the broken heaven ruins. Observing this diverse assembly of individuals, each belonging to different races, he noticed some with wings, others adorned with fur, some whose skin resembled withered wood, and a few who appeared to possess mechanical claws. Yet, the demeanor of this group, upon noticing Qin Hengyu's imposing presence, led them to retreat slightly in fear. The sight of a beautiful figure pulling a cart evoked a sense of confusion and ferocity. The weak instinctively banded together for warmth. And as they perceived Qin Hengyu as intimidating, they couldn't help but huddle closer for safety. Before Qin Hengyu had spent much time before the Heavenly Emperor Tower, he felt himself being drawn inside. It seemed that those whose age met the qualifications would be absorbed upon approaching a certain proximity to the Heavenly Emperor Tower. At the same time, the puppets of the imperial realm, crafted by Qin Ing, ultimately could not all be collected in time, leaving only half behind. The other half remained before the Celestial Emperor Tower. Has one suffered yet another setback? Qin Hengyu harbored doubts in his heart. Chapter 77. This stroke of fortune is rather unfortunate. Upon entering the Heavenly Emperor Tower, Qin Hengyu beheld an expanse of boundless wilderness. Here, he could observe a myriad of celestial materials and earthly treasures, alongside precious metallic ores, and even the presence of various weapons. Occasionally, he encountered rare exotic beasts seldom seen elsewhere. The most striking aspect was the utter solitude surrounding him. As if he had stumbled upon a hidden land of riches all on his own. Qin Ing has indeed ventured into the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Subsequently, he also dispatched individuals to enter the tower, where they acquired a wealth of knowledge. Qin Hengyu was well aware of the situation at hand. This region is known as the Imperial Ruins. The Celestial Emperor Tower itself gathers treasures from within a world. And the existence of the celestial remnants is fundamentally attributed to the Celestial Emperor Tower. These treasures ascend through the various levels of the tower. Generally, the higher the level, the more exquisite the treasures become. Naturally, acquiring these treasures entails facing certain challenges, as one can observe an array of phantoms nearby. These phantoms are the shadows imprinted by those who once entered the Celestial Emperor Tower, representing prodigies from different eras. Victors may claim their rewards, while the vanquished are expelled from the tower. As for ascending to the higher tiers of the tower, one need only venture further inside, the deeper one goes. The closer one approaches the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor Tower. How intriguing! As Qin Hengyu contemplated the remarkable figures across various eras, he found himself pondering intriguing comparisons. Perhaps he could even measure himself against the esteemed Qin Ing, his father. Of course, the most formidable of all apparitions is none other than the legendary Heavenly Emperor. According to his father's assertions, within the Heavenly Emperor Tower, the apparition of the Heavenly Emperor differs from ordinary ones in that there are a total of 7. Nearly every realm possesses one. It is said that only those with the most unfortunate luck might encounter them. Even many who later ascended to the rank of emperor have never triumphed over the Heavenly Emperor's apparition within the tower. Indeed, it is rare for anyone to have vanquished one across the 7 realms. Qin Ing once recounted with great pride that he had triumphed over the ethereal manifestation of the Celestial Emperor on 2 occasions. He also mentioned that the Celestial Emperor appeared to be one of the very few beings to have transcended the boundaries of the Great Emperor realm. Although Tai Xian had reached the realm of immortality, his level of cultivation undoubtedly surpassed that of the Great Emperor. Consequently, this was one of the reasons why Qin Hengyu was so eager to enter the Celestial Emperor Tower. If there were no entities within the tower capable of extending Qin Ying's lifespan, it was unlikely that such beings existed elsewhere. Furthermore, it is said that one can ascertain their position within the Celestial Emperor Tower simply by assessing their own level of cultivation. As Qin Hengyu commenced his actions, he immediately sensed that his Qi Si and Celestial Palace had been sealed. The body refinement realm? Qin Hengyu sensed a transformation in his own strength. Simultaneously, the remaining imperial tier puppets around him, along with the recently unleashed puppet rhinoceros, all exhibited prowess at the body refinement realm. It seemed to leave no opportunity for anyone to exploit a weakness. However, Qin Hengyu possessed a puppet and began to dash fervently deeper into the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Even though the puppet was of the body refinement realm, most of its existence was merely an illusion, rendering it no match for their opponents. Thus far, the journey ahead had been relatively smooth, albeit devoid of any remarkable treasures. To be candid, Qin Hengyu found himself reminiscing about Lu Ruyan. In the past, when Lu Ruyan was a mere dog, even the items discovered outside the Heavenly Emperor Tower or within the remnants of Duantian were slightly superior to those found within the tower itself. Indeed, it seemed that his fortune was perpetually just a fraction lacking. Suddenly, The puppet rhinoceros came to an abrupt halt as a formidable shadow emerged ahead, a boy clad in a snow-white bear skin. I eat, I eat, I eat. I strike. I strike, I strike. The boy, upon noticing Qin Hengyu, began to flail his fists energetically, muttering incantations under his breath. Northern Emperor? Upon gazing at such a figure, Qin Hengyu was immediately reminded of the name of the boy before him. Could he be that ruthless? He had perused the original text, and thus possessed some understanding of the so-called characters. The Northern Emperor hailed from the frigid north region, a desolate land perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. The scripture left behind by the Northern Emperor is known as the Northern Cold Scripture. The only text publicly revealed to the world, often regarded as the simplest scripture, encompassing but a singular purpose. It advocates the forging of spirit and will through the utmost coldness until one achieves transcendence. Just as this phenomenon manifested, a grand imperial phantom materialized. Such luck was remarkable indeed. It seemed he could only resort to tormenting the young ones. In the moment when Qin Hengyu approached the North Emperor, he also swung his fist, the true dragon fist. Bang! With the resounding impact, Qin Hengyu was forced back several steps. Such strength. After being repelled, Qin Hengyu felt no disappointment. Instead, a sense of joy blossomed within him. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a worthy adversary. The Celestial Emperor Tower, which could restrain one's power, provided the perfect opportunity to reassess the strength of his physical cultivation. Qin Hengyu pressed forward relentlessly, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with the Northern Emperor. The Northern Emperor's technique was deceptively straightforward, consisting of a few recurring maneuvers, yet it exuded a profound mastery. Each of his punches, seemingly simplistic, bore the hallmark of meticulous refinement, rendering any weaknesses nearly imperceptible. The crux of his strength lay in the sheer power behind each strike. Even Qin Hengyu, despite being a congenital holy body, found himself slightly unable to withstand the impact after enduring several consecutive blows. Such ferocity. Qin Hengyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward once more. After absorbing the heavenly devouring demon technique, his body contained a modicum of impurities, which were refined remarkably well during the fierce battle. However, the essence of his original constitution remained. With the presence of the innate sacred body, these primal sources remained intertwined, failing to coalesce into a new physique. The amalgamation of various physical forms is not a simple endeavor. It is only after reaching a certain level in the cultivation of the heavenly devouring demon technique that one can refine all primal sources and achieve what is known as the chaotic body. The nature of the resultant physique is contingent upon fortune. After engaging in combat for a while, Qin Hengyu distinctly sensed a transformation within his innate sacred body. A formidable aura unexpectedly emanated from his surface, as if the North Emperor's fist had forcefully birthed a new constitution within him. Qin Hengyu perceived that this physique bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Overlord body, inherently infused with an aura of dominance, capable of supplanting the so-called battle intent. This aura represents the pinnacle of vitality beyond mere consciousness and spiritual power. According to legend, the innate holy body and the overlord body are sworn adversaries, one epitomizing the ultimate shield while the other embodies the ultimate spear. Each physique has reached an extraordinary zenith. The innate holy body offers defense from the outside in, whereas the overlord body manifests an offensive force from within. After acquiring the overlord body physique, his physical hardness and strength surged tenfold. In an instant, he found himself on par with the Northern Emperor. Due to the simplicity of the Northern Emperor's martial technique, he gradually began to mimic and master the Northern Emperor's fist. Yet, one must remember, you are not the Northern Emperor. After an intense exchange of blows, Qin Hengyu finally struck the North Emperor's temple with a decisive punch, causing the latter's figure to begin to dissipate. As for the treasure, Qin Hengyu swiftly discovered a treasure guarded by the ethereal presence of the Northern Emperor nearby. It was a piece of ancient ice essence, aged for millennia. Within it lay a single drop of an unknown beast's blood, and the ice crystal exuded an intense cold capable of freezing even those at the Qi Sea realm. Remarkably, the blood showed no signs of freezing, which in itself was rather extraordinary. Qin Hengyu gathered his belongings and ventured further inside. The North Emperor is said to be the strongest physical entity in legends, presenting himself as the ultimate challenge. If not for the innate sacred body, the journey would indeed be quite arduous. One can only hope that the path ahead will unfold with greater ease. As Qin Hengyu pondered, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A child had mysteriously appeared atop the rhinoceros puppet. The child began to create a cacophony of sounds, and before long, the rhinoceros puppet vanished. It seemed that continuing to ride the war chariot was no longer feasible. Fortune certainly had not favored him. Qin Hengyu gazed at the young boy, a hint of exasperation crossing his features, for it seemed yet another battle was imminent. Chapter 78. Comprehending the Celestial Emperor Fist, a fortunate gain. The boy appeared to be merely 8 years old, draped in a beast-skin robe, bearing a slight resemblance to the Northern Emperor. However, he seemed to be just a touch younger than the Northern Emperor. Ugh, distasteful. The boy remarked after dismantling the rhinoceros puppet, turning to Qin Hengyu with an air of premature wisdom. You seem to possess a degree of strength, do you not? Qin Hengyu observed the boy's demeanor and sensed a subtle difference. The Northern Emperor was evidently an illusion, a mere shadow. Yet the boy appeared vividly alive, as if he were genuinely engaged in thought. Are you truly alive? After the boy emerged, Qin Hengyu expressed his confusion, and upon posing the question, he felt a twinge of unease. It was evident that they were merely phantoms, deceased. The boy cast a sidelong glance at Qin Hengyu, seemingly questioning why he would utter such a foolish inquiry. Qin Hengyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, these were mere apparitions, and it was impossible for them to be alive. Yet, the young boy before him appeared to be deep in thought. Do not indulge in wild conjectures. I am the ethereal manifestation of the Celestial Emperor, and I cannot ascertain whether he still breathes. However, should you dare to claim that I am deceased, a beating is inevitable. Prepare to receive my strike. I neglected to mention that this technique is aptly named Receive My Fist. With those words, the boy launched a punch toward him. It was all too simple. As Qin Hengyu faced the approaching fist of his opponent, a singular thought occupied his mind. The boxing techniques of the Northern Emperor had already appeared quite rudimentary, yet this style seemed even more simplistic. The issue was glaringly apparent. Evasion was utterly impossible, leaving him with no choice but to endure the incoming blow. Was this truly a technique that could be executed at the body refinement realm? Qin Hengyu stared in disbelief as the fist approached, seemingly devoid of any possibility for defense. It was done. At this moment, Qin Hengyu disregarded everything and swung his fist. If you strike me, then I shall return the favor. Even in defeat, he refused to endure the blows without retaliation. Moreover, could he not also glean some understanding from receiving his opponent's punch? Qin Hengyu, within the confines of the Celestial Emperor Tower, once again utilized a moment of enlightenment. During his battle against the ethereal manifestation of the Celestial Emperor, he comprehended the Celestial Emperor Fist. Qin Hengyu's comprehension unfolds with remarkable swiftness. The Celestial Emperor's Fist? This is hardly a mere strike against me. Thus, the child before me embodies the ethereal visage of the Celestial Emperor. I have indeed encountered a formidable presence, even if it is the youthful incarnation of the Celestial Emperor. After comprehending the intricacies of the martial technique, Qin Hengyu could not help but scoff inwardly. However, upon grasping the essential key to the fist technique, he discerned a means of countering it. There existed but a singular strategy, to advance rather than retreat. This was the sole point of vulnerability. The moment one steps back, that punch, regardless of circumstances, would inevitably land with devastating force. Conversely, by boldly advancing, one might avoid such severe repercussions. The forces at play are reciprocal, and it is possible to inflict 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while suffering only 800 in return. After mastering the Celestial Emperor Fist, Qin Hengyu retaliated with a punch of his own. You struck me with a punch, so I shall return the favor with the same technique, allowing you to experience my blow as well. In an instant, the two fists collided, forcing each combatant to retreat 5 steps. How is it that you possess the Celestial Emperor Fist? The boy, astonished by Qin Hengyu's use of the identical technique, pondered as he stroked his chin. I should not have left any legacy of the Celestial Emperor Fist elsewhere, should I? No. It is correct to say that the main body did not leave behind any trace. Perhaps, whenever the main body returns, it might have passed on the teachings. If you can wield approximately 70% of the Celestial Emperor Fist's might, that would be impressive. Then prepare to receive another blow from me. Upon Qin Hengyu's response, the boy immediately attempted another maneuver of the Celestial Emperor Fist, seemingly eager to ascertain whether Qin Hengyu truly commanded the so-called Celestial Emperor Fist. Qin Hengyu clumsily faced the ethereal apparition of the Celestial Emperor's child. Having recently grasped the concept, his awkwardness was a natural occurrence. However, once he mastered the techniques to counter it, the apparition posed little threat of inflicting serious harm upon him. It was akin to understanding the sharpness of a blade. One instinctively evades the edge. The same principle applied to the Celestial Emperor's Fist. Once one comprehended the underlying mechanics and the degree of danger, it became easier to dodge. Have you truly learned it? The boy, after a period of engagement, exhibited an increasing astonishment in his gaze. After engaging in combat for a considerable duration, Qin Hengyu found himself nearly able to contend with the ethereal figure of the heavenly emperor, even managing to exert a degree of dominance due to the opponent's intangible nature. He then provocatively addressed the young boy, inquiring, "Is this truly all you can muster?" This was not a matter of Qin Hengyu looking down upon his adversary. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether the heavenly emperor's spectral form possessed any additional capabilities. Surely, the heavenly emperor's fist technique could not be inferior to that of the true dragon fist or the northern emperor fist. Such an opportunity was rare. This martial art might well surpass all the treasures of heaven and earth present. How infuriating! Were it not for the fact that his true self had only permitted him to master this technique, he would be eager to deliver a resounding blow to you. The childlike apparition of the heavenly emperor seemed to have stepped upon a cat's tail, becoming agitated and animated in its gestures. Qin Hengyu found himself retreating progressively under relentless assault. However, the illusion, being merely an illusion, gradually became fainter throughout the course of the battle, ultimately vanishing entirely. Qin Hengyu searched the vicinity but found no treasures at all, which struck him as quite peculiar. His departure was equally strange. How odd. He had initially believed that the Northern Emperor's phantom was there to jointly safeguard the treasures, yet it appeared that this was not the case. Due to the demise of the puppet rhinoceros, Qin Hengyu has employed a puppet figure to draw the cart. In truth, it is no longer merely a puppet rhinoceros. His storage ring is replete with many more. Previously, he revealed 12 solely to assuage the vigilance of others. As the great emperor, how could Qin possibly allow Qin Hengyu to wield merely a handful of puppets? He is fully capable of assembling an entire military formation, thereby enabling him to engage in battles beyond his current level. There is no need to rush to reveal this power. It is prudent to continue advancing through the tower for now. Qin Hengyu continued to advance with his puppets towards the interior of the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Meanwhile, Nangong Patian was inexplicably left outside the tower, entirely alone. How could this be? Nangong Patian felt a twinge of surprise upon realizing he was the only one remaining. His memories, from childhood to the present, clearly identified him as the heir of the Nangong family. How could he not be drawn into the Heavenly Emperor Tower? He attempted to approach the tower, only to be repelled by a barrier of mysterious light. What was happening? Nangong Patian began to reminisce about every detail of his past. If there were truly an issue, it would have stemmed from his prior entry into the great emperor's abode. Yet, others, such as Lu Ruyan and Qin Hengyu, had successfully entered the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Why then, was he the only one unable to do so? Could it be that he had obtained something within that abode? Perhaps it was the genuine inheritance of the Soul Emperor that led to the Heavenly Emperor Tower's disdain for him. Upon contemplating this, a genuine joy welled up within Nangong Patian. He believed that Qin Hengyu had miscalculated. He must have received the inheritance, albeit in a more clandestine manner. Surely, he still had actions to undertake. Nangong Patian then noticed the 6 royal realm puppets left behind by Qin Hengyu. This was splendid. He had not anticipated that Qin Hengyu would bequeath him such valuable assets. If he could master these puppets, he could accomplish even greater feats. Although he could not access the treasures within the Heavenly Emperor Tower, he could seize the opportunity to ambush. With everyone occupied inside the tower, he could easily set a trap, awaiting the emergence of those individuals. For instance, he could utilize the alluring demon grass to attract any remaining beasts from the ruins, ensuring that when those individuals exited, they would be ensnared and meet their demise at the hands of the creatures. At that moment, he could effortlessly gather the treasures for himself. As for Qin Hengyu, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. With the aid of the 6 royal realm puppets, his own puppets would become ineffective, and in alliance with the beasts, he could surely vanquish him. As these thoughts traversed his mind, a flicker of memory surfaced. As if this were not his first encounter with such a scenario, hinting at a level of experience. Could it be that he had executed a similar scheme in a dream? Nangong Patian did not linger on this notion. Instead, he followed his instincts and began to set the trap, seamlessly executing the plan. One might wonder if he had underestimated Qin Hengyu. Qin Hengyu's puppets numbered more than 6. Chapter 79, A Disparity in Fortune. Encountering a stiff challenge, the Qi Sea shattered. Within the Heavenly Emperor Tower, Lu Ruyan's luck proved remarkably favorable. The phantom she encountered along her journey posed no challenge to her. The treasures she stumbled upon were of great utility to her, including a rare herb capable of mending meridians. After consumption, the injuries inflicted by the 100 whips seemed to have nearly healed. Additionally, The cold poison she had suffered from when Qin Hengyu disrupted her powers was also cured. Lu Ruyan even came across a rejuvenating treasure, which made her appear radiant among the collection of artifacts. Just as she was about to cross a threshold, she finally confronted a formidable phantom, characterized by a fiery pattern emblazoned across its forehead. The Cosmic Emperor? Having once been the holy maiden of the cosmic sacred land, Lu Ruyan immediately recognized the figure of the Cosmic Emperor upon sight. As the phantom approached her, it launched an assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruyan activated the gentle scriptures, employing the soft techniques contained within to counter the Cosmic Emperor's specter. It was indeed fortuitous that her study of the gentle scriptures included methods that countered the Cosmic Emperor's martial arts, particularly the soft techniques themselves. Noticing that her physical condition had improved significantly after consuming numerous heavenly materials, Lu Ruyan engaged in a fierce struggle and swiftly triumphed over the Cosmic Emperor's phantom, securing victory in the battle. Following the disappearance of the phantom, Lu Ruyan sensed a slight restoration of her strength. The Qi realm? She had returned to the Qi state. Onward she ventured. After only a few steps, she spotted a large piece of profound ice on the ground. Previously, during her training in the body refinement, Qi, and palace establishment realms, she had studied a technique from the Ice Emperor scriptures. This method required not only a pure and unblemished physique, but also the utilization of ice-related treasures to continue her cultivation. Perhaps she could endeavor to explore this further. As the gentle scriptures and the Ice Emperor scriptures bore similarities, at worst, she could simply start anew. After all, she was not Yu Xingqian. Lu Ruyan contemplated the possibility of once again cultivating the Ice Emperor scriptures, hopeful that she would continue to improve. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Hengyu has ascended to the second level of the Celestial Emperor Tower, having reached the Qi realm. However, he had not ventured far when a young boy approached him, appearing before Qin Hengyu and stating, "So you are the one who shattered the Celestial Emperor fist, quite intriguing." The boy wielded a large wooden stick, reminiscent of a street urchin. As Qin Hengyu gazed upon the ethereal visage of the young boy, he was reminded of the earlier apparition of the Heavenly Emperor, sensing a faint semblance between the two. There were even subtle resemblances in their features. The Heavenly Emperor's apparition appeared to possess an innate awareness of the events that had just transpired, and with a tone imbued with inquiry. It did not await Qin Hengyu's response before raising its head and proclaiming, "There is no need for explanation. Simply submit to my overwhelming force." The young Heavenly Emperor's apparition then revealed its reservoir of energy, conjuring forth a remarkable phenomenon. Was it not the manifestation of the primordial chaos? One could vaguely discern the heavens and earth inverted, suffused with an abyssal sea of chaos. As the phenomenon emerged, Qin Hengyu felt an immediate and profound impediment to his movements. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Hengyu unleashed an extraordinary phenomenon. A luminous moon arose over the sea. Golden lotuses blossomed from the bitter ocean. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood flowed like a river. A myriad of wondrous manifestations emerged behind him, striving to counterbalance the magnificent aura of the primordial heavens. Upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's display of phenomena, the ethereal visage of the youthful Celestial Emperor was graced with an expression of astonishment. Such a diverse array of manifestations has appeared once more. The young Celestial Emperor, stroking his chin, regarded Qin Hengyu's phenomena with contemplative intrigue. This remark rendered Qin Hengyu momentarily speechless. Qin Hengyu realized that the extraordinary phenomena in his energy sea were attributed to the so-called devouring heaven demon art. He had always believed that the technique originated from a different novel he had encountered before transmigrating, where the ruthless Emperor of the Heavens was mentioned. The words of the young Heavenly Emperor left him somewhat bewildered. Qin Hengyu also spoke, inquiring, "When did you encounter this?" The ethereal silhouette of the young Heavenly Emperor did not conceal his experiences. He recounted an event from countless millennia ago, when a girl claimed to have obtained a stone tablet and practiced some arcane technique. Her energy sea was thus modeled, beset by numerous issues. Subsequently, the girl ascended to the status of a demon emperor and lingered near the Heavenly Emperor Tower. A stone tablet? A demon emperor? Upon hearing this, Qin Hengyu inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. This was a familiar character, one that his father had also encountered, a great emperor who, it was said, had left no trace behind and was likely to have fallen. However, this mention of the stone tablet was something he had never heard of before. He was truly reluctant, as several books had made cameo appearances, which could lead to an uncontrollable situation. At present, matters still remained within a manageable scope. But what approach had the other party taken to resolve the issue? Upon hearing about the issue of the modeled Qi, Qin Hengyu felt a certain resonance within himself. Consequently, he inquired about potential solutions. As he absorbed more of the primordial essence, anomalies within the Qi became increasingly pronounced. What once seemed beneficial was gradually transforming into a detriment, hindering his advancement in both the king and emperor realms. Soon, you shall understand. The ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor had no intention of engaging in further discourse. Instead, he wielded the heavenly emperor fist and charged forward once more. He did not employ any other techniques, relying solely on the heavenly emperor fist. It appeared that the heavenly emperor's apparition was proficient only in this singular martial art, yet. With the addition of the Qi anomalies, this solitary technique had acquired numerous variations. Qin Hengyu also responded with the heavenly emperor fist, soaring into the air in an instant. It was a sensation where the eyes perceived the reality, yet the body lagged behind. In an instant, Qin Hengyu discerned the crux of his predicament. The beating he endured was not unjust. The root of the issue lay in the fact that his Qi did not resonate with his body, nor did it harmonize with his strength. During battles at the body refinement stage, the heavenly emperor fist resonated with the ethereal image of the heavenly emperor, maintaining a profound frequency of connection. After Qin Hengyu transcended that frequency, he triumphed over the ethereal visage of the child emperor. Nevertheless, within the realm of the Qi, the apparition executing the emperor's fist still emanated an innate sense of perfection, enhanced by an additional degree. This indicated that, at the Qi level, the disparity between him and the emperor had not merely diminished, but had, in fact, broadened significantly. As Qin Hengyu contemplated unleashing his power, he sensed a lightness in his energy reservoir. Turning around, he was further astonished. Had the anomaly shattered? Qin Hengyu discovered, to his astonishment, that several of his manifestations had shattered. It was a rarity to hear of anyone possessing the capability to break such manifestations. These manifestations, intricately linked with the celestial principles, were not mere entities that could be so easily altered. His ability to absorb the manifestations of others into his own being was already quite extraordinary. Yet, the existence of someone capable of shattering manifestations was even more remarkable. After all, to disrupt the manifestations at the Qi realm, one would typically need to possess at least 2 to 3 higher realms of power. His own realm was that of the king, and his Qi was approximately at that level, implying that anyone capable of destroying his manifestations would have to be at least an esteemed elder. Yet, the spectral image of the youthful heavenly emperor was clearly at the Qi realm. It was unheard of for someone of a lower realm to shatter another's manifestations. Qin Hengyu had yet to gather his thoughts when another fist surged towards him, leaving no room for contemplation. He could only brace himself to confront it. Chapter 80. After shattering the illusion, creating something from nothing. Regardless of whether it shatters or not, victory comes first. Qin Hengyu, too, was resolute. Upon witnessing the ethereal visage of the young heavenly emperor approaching once more, he retaliated with a formidable punch. In the face of such an onslaught, it was the body that needed to respond, not the mind. Qin Hengyu made slight modifications to the technique he had just employed. With a single punch, he launched himself once more. Although he failed to catch it again, there was a hint of progress. Once more, Qin Hengyu had no intention of conceding defeat. He simply could not believe that he would be unable to withstand a single strike. Immediately, Qin Hengyu did not experience a fleeting moment of disarray. Rather, he remained in a state of utter dishevelment. His garments were utterly shattered, leaving his upper body nearly bare. With each blow he received, a portion of the extraordinary phenomenon disintegrated, indicating that his earlier discovery was far from an illusion. It was akin to the celestial shadow of the heavenly emperor in the Qi realm accomplishing feats that only a revered master should be able to achieve, truly terrifying. According to Qin Hengyu's understanding of the heavenly emperor tower, the celestial shadow within it represents the memories of realms beyond. There is no notion of gaining insights from higher realms, such as the acquisition of secret techniques manifesting here again. If that were the case, he would have no hope of victory even at the body refinement realm. Defeating the celestial shadow of the heavenly emperor itself is merely a reflection of a fraction of the heavenly emperor's strength. The shattering of the extraordinary phenomenon is not of great significance. It merely results in a loss of certain abilities. With changes in realms, the phenomenon may very well undergo some restoration. This time, however, he was truly overwhelmed. Qin Hengyu gazed at his own battered form, feeling somewhat disheartened as the ethereal silhouette of the young heavenly emperor remained unchanged. Once more, Qin Hengyu had not considered employing enlightenment to grasp any insights that might lead to a breakthrough. However, enlightenment necessitates a sense of direction. He had already comprehended the celestial emperor fist, yet the present circumstances could not be resolved by a mere moment of clarity. Qin Hengyu was uncertain of how many punches he had thrown. Once again, relying on his instincts, he unleashed a strike, originally believing it would be impossible to connect. Yet, in that moment, he unexpectedly made contact. Qin Hengyu gazed at the fist he had caught, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. He had been convinced that he would not be able to grasp it. He had consistently been adjusting and evolving, yet there lingered a sense of something amiss. Now, despite the persistent feeling of inadequacy, he had fortuitously managed to seize it. It was indeed a marvel. The ethereal image of the young celestial emperor did not pause for Qin Hengyu to savor the moment. While one fist was successfully intercepted, another still managed to launch the opponent into the air. Qin Hengyu lay on the ground, yet a serene smile graced his lips. He sensed that within his qi, the once dense array of anomalies had been shattered by nearly two-thirds. In that instant, he comprehended the method articulated by the ethereal visage of the young celestial emperor. The absence of the qi brought a profound sense of relief, akin to shedding a burdensome weight, or perhaps likened to a wedding devoid of the exorbitant dowry, alleviating much of the pressure. This newfound understanding was also the reason he was able to catch the celestial emperor's fist technique. This method resembles nurturing a worm. As each anomaly disintegrates one by one, those that remain unbroken represent the most formidable manifestations. Remarkable. Upon entertaining this thought, Qin Hengyu felt a profound clarity enveloping his mind. At this moment, he should also grasp certain truths. Enlightenment. 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 Ding. The host, during the confrontation with the ethereal image of the young heavenly emperor, attained insights and comprehended the secret of the tremor character. Qin Hengyu was acutely aware of the newfound capabilities of a particular glyph secret, gaining a deeper understanding of the rhythmic essence embodied by the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor. This phenomenon was, in fact, a manifestation of the initial state of the glyph secret. It suggested that even in the body refinement realm, the heavenly emperor had already begun to perceive the nuances of the tremor glyph secret, potentially leading to a seamless comprehension of it in the future. Such terrifying talent is indeed astonishing. After comprehending the principles of the Jun character technique, Qin Hengyu also realized the reason behind the shattering of his manifestation. The celestial phenomenon that heralded the opening of the heavens, when combined with the methods of Jin, produced effects nearly identical to those of the Jun character technique itself. Moreover, the undulating nature of the Jun character technique could cause manifestations to dissolve akin to ice melting away. Upon mastering the secret of the word quake, Qin Hengyu once again found himself entwined in a fierce struggle with the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor. As Qin Hengyu's body swayed while executing his martial arts, he entered a rhythmic state, reminiscent of the ebb and flow of the tides, gently rising and falling. At last, he was no longer merely on the receiving end of blows. However, during the tumultuous resonance, Qin Hengyu discerned that his extraordinary phenomenon was collapsing at an accelerated pace. Initially, the tremors emanated from the outside inward, capable of shattering the anomaly. Now, however, the forces reversed, resonating from within outward. And it was evident that the phenomenon was struggling against the overwhelming power. At the moment Qin Hengyu made his move, the ethereal silhouette of the young heavenly emperor flickered with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Frankly speaking, this junior named Qin Hengyu was quite remarkable. His character was incredibly resilient, a promising talent indeed. This was why he was willing to invest some time to engage with him. Whether to offer assistance would depend on their rapport. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait. After Qin Hengyu adapted, he could potentially impose limitations on himself, inadvertently causing his own setback. Having spent an extensive duration within the Heavenly Emperor Tower, the outcome of victory or defeat was of secondary importance. The primary concern was the enjoyment of the experience. To think he could master the secret of resonance through his own ingenuity. Qin Hengyu's talent was, in fact, even more formidable than that of the demon emperor who had once graced this place. Upon realizing Qin Hengyu's comprehension, the young heavenly emperor's ethereal figure slightly altered his approach, adjusting the frequency of his attacks to align with Qin Hengyu, thereby enabling him to more accurately shatter certain anomalies. Thank you. Qin Hengyu soon discerned the alterations in the ethereal visage of the young heavenly emperor, expressing his gratitude with words. This apparition of the young heavenly emperor was distinctly different from that of the child, exhibiting a marked improvement in communication. The young heavenly emperor's spectral form seemed indifferent to Qin Hengyu's thanks, as if merely awaiting the moment when Qin Hengyu would successfully achieve a tangible outcome. Qin Hengyu suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration. He pondered whether he could shatter all the anomalies into fragments, allowing himself to reconstruct the phenomena. As for which manifestation would be most suitable to a symbol, he considered deeply. Qin Hengyu believed it could be akin to the creation of the heavens. The cosmos is a tapestry of profound mysteries, where the universe unfolds in its primordial vastness. Amidst the boundless expanse of the Wangan universe, a glimmer of light emerged, the result of dust coalescing and subsequently erupting in a grand explosion. Following this cataclysmic event, the dust transformed into elements, which then coalesced into galaxies. Within these galaxies lie terrifying black holes, voraciously devouring all that comes within their grasp. Qin Hengyu recalled the knowledge he possessed before entering the narrative, particularly regarding the composition of the universe, which was undoubtedly the most familiar subject to him. However, how might one go about constructing an extraordinary phenomenon? Qin Hengyu had no idea how to assemble the vision he held in his mind. First, he thought, let us shatter it. Qin Hengyu continued his battle against the ethereal visage of the young heavenly emperor until only the phenomenon of the void sea remained, a celestial ocean left behind after the shattering of all other manifestations. It appeared to be quite extraordinary. Simultaneously, the young heavenly emperor's specter ceased its onslaught, observing with keen interest from the sidelines. This void sea phenomenon had indeed materialized, marginally inferior to the stardust of the demon emperor, yet it could still be regarded as a formidable manifestation. However, just as the young heavenly emperor's apparition believed the matter concluded, the void sea began to tremble, and towering waves surged forth, threatening to obliterate all phenomena. What? Is the manifestation to vanish? Upon witnessing Qin Hengyu's transformation, the young heavenly emperor's visage widened its eyes in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Chapter 81. The Black Hole Phenomenon of the Qi Sea, Transforming Oneself into a Black Hole. Is such a thing even possible? The young heavenly emperor's specter had never before encountered such a maneuver by Qin Hengyu. Was this a creation from nothing? Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom why one would strive to completely eradicate a manifestation. He had previously contemplated dissolving a phenomenon himself. Yet, in his case, the manifestation of heaven's opening only grew more radiant with each effort to diminish it, with its uniqueness aligning perfectly with his own. Heaven cannot be established without first being broken. To be frank, he found himself perplexed. What exactly was Qin Hengyu attempting to achieve? Qin Hengyu was solely focused on shattering the final anomaly, without contemplating anything further. The void sea was a world contained within a single grain of sand. As long as he desired, he could use the anomalies to drown others. Yet, no matter how formidable the void sea might be, it ultimately did not belong to him. Why? After acquiring the system and having a father of imperial stature, does Qin Hengyu still choose to cultivate on his own? He understands that even the most formidable power is but a transient possession. It holds little value if not truly his. The weakest spiritual energy, if it can be mastered, is indeed the mightiest. It is akin to the time before he entered the narrative, when every penny earned and every bit of self-improvement in his mental realm and understanding was genuinely his. A savage body paired with a civilized spirit, both are indispensable and form the foundation of his independence. Here, it is merely a matter of exchanging monetary wealth for the cultivation of spiritual energy. Ultimately, it is a journey that he must undertake himself. The phenomena of the abyss sea are exceedingly powerful, yet mastering them requires an excruciatingly long time, the duration of which remains uncertain. Rather than indulging in idle fantasies, it is far better to transform into that which he seeks to control. Qin Hengyu kept his eyes closed, lost in thought. However, from the perspective of the young ethereal figure beside him, the scene was entirely different. In the vast sea of desolation, a black hole emerged, gradually consuming the ocean itself. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in as well, leaving the young emperor figure in a state of astonishment. This occurrence was the complete antithesis of his own manifestation of creation. Was it preparing to annihilate the world? Would it truly drain his own reservoir of energy? Initially, he believed that the concept of creation from nothingness would completely eradicate the manifestation, preventing it from hindering him or allowing him to become a reflection of it. Yet now, this manifestation had transcended even that, revealing ambitions far grander than he had anticipated. This implied that in future battles, both he and his adversaries would be influenced by this manifestation. Contemplating this made it seem rather intriguing. Typically, manifestations serve to enhance oneself while constraining foes. But now the opponent wielded control over both himself and his enemies. Was it true that manifestations and the physical body do not merge? That notion was utterly unfounded. Previously, the lack of integration might have led to conflicts between manifestations, but now they had harmonized. As long as the manifestation appeared, his safety was the greatest fortune. Having already faced the worst possible outcome, could there be anything worse? It was indeed terrifying. The young emperor gazed at the phenomenon, marveling in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hengyu opened his eyes. A black hole. To be honest, he had never anticipated such an outcome. He had merely employed an extraordinary insight once, hoping to alter the anomaly, without delving deeper into the implications. Little did he expect it would evolve into a black hole. Nevertheless, this could be advantageous. From now on, all the miscellaneous anomalies could be absorbed as fuel, bearing a certain resemblance to the method of the devouring heaven demon technique. He estimated that he could master it. After the transformation of the celestial phenomenon, Qin Hengyu turned his gaze once more towards the ethereal figure of the youthful heavenly emperor. What next? Following the reconstruction of the phenomenon, his entire being underwent a remarkable change. Brimming with anticipation to test the extent of his newfound power compared to his previous state, Qin Hengyu has already sensed that with the manifestation of the anomaly, his strength is being consumed at an alarming rate. Firstly, there is the depletion of his spiritual energy, followed by the erosion of his consciousness. The sensation of being irresistibly drawn towards the black hole is strikingly evident. Alas, fortunately, his resources are substantial. Qin Hengyu remained largely unconcerned, after all. He possessed the ability to absorb the energy reservoirs and residual consciousness of others through the devouring heaven demon technique. Why not indulge in it? The essence lay in the power it bestowed. With a single punch, he could unleash an almost cosmic magnitude of strength, though, admittedly, the sensation might be slightly more exaggerated. Qin Hengyu once again unleashed the heavenly emperor fist, and it was evident that both his strength and speed had significantly increased compared to before. The sensation of unimpeded movement brought about a natural swiftness. Previously, his mind had outpaced his body. Now the roles were entirely reversed. His physique had already anticipated and countered the opponent's moves, adapting with a new technique, while his mind only caught up in a moment of realization. This feeling was undeniably exhilarating. Qin Hengyu felt his speed of striking was increasingly accelerating, reaching a dizzying level. The ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor was equally impressive, seemingly unleashing his full potential only when confronted with a formidable opponent. This battle could be described as exhilarating and profoundly satisfying. Due to the relentless pull of the black hole behind him, Qin Hengyu successfully subdued the shadow of the young heavenly emperor. As time elapsed, the shadow began to crumble. However, amidst the fragments of this shattered apparition, a new silhouette emerged. Once more, it was the young heavenly emperor. This embodiment bore a tuft of dogtail grass at the corner of its mouth and nodded, saying, "Very well, let us continue. Allow me to see if your celestial palace possesses any extraordinary qualities." Upon hearing these words, Qin Hengyu was somewhat taken aback. The ethereal figure of the youthful celestial emperor was, astonishingly, the very same as before. How could it be that both realms bore the same celestial visage? At this moment, the youthful celestial emperor's apparition seemed to comprehend Qin Hengyu's thoughts and elucidated, "Do not be overly astonished. We seven can exist as one or as seven. I happened to be in the vicinity, thus I approached." "Ah, so that is the case." Qin Hengyu soon reflected on the similarities between his situation and that of Ziqing, noting that their positions could be altered at any moment. Naturally, the laws within the Heavenly Emperor Tower seemed to exert some influence on his connection with Ziqing. Qin Hengyu was only aware that Ziqing was outside, but he remained oblivious to the specific circumstances. Nonetheless, this ignorance bore its advantages. Once he ventured out, he would have some assurance. It was certainly preferable to being trapped within the Heavenly Emperor's tower alongside another. Upon concluding his words, the ethereal image of the youthful Heavenly Emperor unveiled his celestial realm, revealing three manifestations of himself: the past, the present, and the future. Remarkable. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Hengyu was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a celestial palace. The ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor seemed to perceive Qin Hengyu's confusion and elucidated the cause and effect. In the realm of palace creation, there was no celestial palace at all. Everyone declared it impossible to transcend to the next realm. Yet, with my thoughts, I sculpted my divine consciousness. With my thoughts, I fashioned the celestial palace. My greatness is unrivaled. Qin Hengyu's recent performance has elicited a sense of mutual admiration from the youthful heavenly emperor's apparition, consequently leading to a noticeable improvement in his demeanor. Impressive. Upon hearing the experiences of the celestial emperor, Qin Hengyu felt an overwhelming admiration. akin to the reverence he had for the newly manifested phenomena he had just created. The pivotal aspect was that he had relied on the system, giving rise to a sense of having an advantage that bordered on cheating. The figure before him was evidently a high-caliber player. Nevertheless, he continued to employ the Celestial Emperor's fist, despite having previously dominated the ethereal shadow of the youthful Celestial Emperor with his new manifestation. Upon entering the Celestial Palace and unleashing his divine consciousness, Qin Hengyu sensed a disconcerting slowness within himself. This slowness was not physical but rather mental. Previously, while his mind could react, his body lagged behind. Now, he was oblivious to the fact that his opponent's moves had become nearly imperceptible. The danger was palpable, yet he felt no sense of peril. It was akin to the way he had toyed with Yi Xingqian using the blade intent of the celestial knife. And now that very experience was reflected back onto him, it was truly astonishing. Yet, within the Celestial Emperor Tower, he had indeed made genuine progress. In the depths of Qin Hengyu's mind, a moment of disdain emerged, yet he resolved to confront the situation earnestly. Chapter 82. Enclosing oneself to better seek the self. Is the mind under hypnosis? It feels as though one is traversing the edge of a precipice, with a voice within urging that even if one were to leap, it would amount to naught. The body, however, uncontrollably yearns to plunge. Even when one insists that this is not a dream and that danger lurks, it proves utterly ineffective. His extraordinary vision somewhat embodies this notion, compelling others to approach, only to ensnare them within a grand trap. However, the spectral manifestation of the young Celestial Emperor's celestial realm appears even more enigmatic and unpredictable. Allow me to behold your celestial realm. The apparition of the young Celestial Emperor seems to harbor a modicum of curiosity regarding Qin Hengyu's celestial domain. Ah, the celestial realm, the tower of divine demons. Under such pressure, Qin Hengyu released his own celestial palace. Unfortunately, it felt as if he were questioning the reality of a dream. A slap to his own face brought a slight sting, yet the effect was rather unsatisfactory. At this moment, Qin Hengyu attempted to endure several blows, all of which, without exception, sent him reeling, leaving traces of blood at his orifices. The Tower of Gods and Demons? Alas, the deities and demons do not shelter humanity, nor do they offer salvation. After sending Qin Hengyu flying, the ethereal figure of the young Celestial Emperor appeared to be filled with sudden disappointment. To be candid, this celestial realm seems unworthy of the extraordinary manifestations that preceded it. Beside him, there was a sense of urgency. Qin Hengyu swiftly realized that he must not be swayed by the other party, nor allow himself to be drawn into their rhythm. He needed to avert his gaze and immerse himself in his own realm. He closed his eyes and silenced his consciousness. This action was, in truth, quite perilous. Akin to walking with eyes shut despite knowing a precipice lies ahead. It was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Upon closing his eyes, Qin Hengyu found his mind to be unexpectedly serene. Simultaneously, he transitioned through dimensions, emerging directly within the Tower of Gods and Demons. The tower embodies the duality of yin and yang, the divine and the demonic. Qin Hengyu had always been aware that his celestial demon tower was a realm divided between divinity and malevolence. However, he had never taken the opportunity to gaze upon his own tower. At this moment, upon closer inspection, he discovered an ethereal beauty. Yet both the divine and the demonic seemed to lack discernible faces. What, then, is the true nature of these entities? As Qin Hengyu experienced the blinding radiance of divinity, he found himself transitioning to an unfamiliar realm of darkness. The brilliance was almost painfully intense. Within the shadows of the demon god tower, he felt an overwhelming sense of humility and fragility, accompanied by an innate chill. Yet, it was precisely in this obscurity that the faintest of sounds could resonate in his ears. Every scent seemed to materialize before him. There was a breeze, and it carried warmth. After Qin Hengyu discovered the absence of light, it seemed as though the clamor had diminished. The facade of strength had also faded away. The only entity he could rely upon was his own fragile self. In the midst of darkness, Qin Hengyu, relying on his faint sense of self, endeavored to withstand the assaults that approached him. Indeed, he instinctively sensed the looming peril. A punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Qin Hengyu unleashed 3 powerful punches, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he realized he had successfully intercepted a fist, despite having closed his eyes and succumbed to the enveloping darkness. Feeling increasingly diminished, how could he still manage to catch that punch? Perhaps there remained within him a capacity for a touch more ferocity. After Qin Hengyu shut off his vision, he proceeded to close off his sense of smell and hearing, leaving him with only the tactile sensations of his skin. the darkness seemed to deepen, amplifying his sense of vulnerability. In this abyss, he felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere insect when compared to the formidable demon tower. Was victory even attainable under such circumstances? Qin Hengyu found himself engulfed in doubt. What was the difference between this and self-mutilation? In truth, he was violently propelled away with the very first blow. Despite possessing the innate sacred body and the domineering physique, he felt as though his internal organs were shattered. It was at that moment, thud, thud, thud. Qin Hengyu had never experienced such a vivid awareness of his own heartbeat. At the moment he closed his eyes, shutting off his senses and losing his hearing and sense of smell, it seemed as if he became more attuned to his own body. In a state devoid of any external reliance, he found himself reduced to the essence of his being, a singular heart. In that instant, the only support he had was himself, with every inch of flesh and every fragment of skin resonating with sensation. No, this should be referred to as the feeling of the heart. Qin Hengyu's consciousness has completely extricated itself from the confines of the divine demon tower, beginning to perceive his bodily interior through a profound sense of awareness. Within his corporeal form, the sensation of pain proves to be more acute and swifter than the perception of divine consciousness. Each fragment of flesh pulsates with a life of its own. After sustaining injury, he contemplates the intricate process of self-repair and the subsequent fortification of his being. Drawing from the feedback of his corporeal essence, he feels increasingly empowered to master his physical form with unparalleled precision. Qin Hengyu suddenly realized that even an innate holy body, if unfamiliar with its physical form, could not truly master it, and thus could not harness the formidable power of flesh and blood. Is this the essence of reality? Prior to his journey into the narrative, there existed a notion that the unity of body and spirit, or the harmony of knowledge and action, is essential to unlock one's fullest potential. Another perspective posits that the body serves as the primary system of a person. Only by comprehending the various states of the body and exerting mental control can one utilize it as if it were a mechanical suit, thereby unleashing its maximum capabilities. This underscores the significance of the body, while equally emphasizing the importance of the spirit. Therefore, the spirit must be governed by oneself. It may be referred to as the heart or the soul. These are merely different appellations. The essence emanating from the body is the heart, while that which arises from the mind constitutes the soul in the celestial realm. The connection between the two is not as distant as it may seem. In this moment, Qin Hengyu discovered that his understanding of himself had become a touch more authentic. Let the heart take control. Qin Hengyu began to gradually release his inhibitions. First through the sensation of his skin. When the perception of touch reemerged, it was as if the curtain of daylight had been drawn back in an instant, illuminating the world around him. Touch, an omnipresent sensation, allowed him to keenly discern every subtle change within his body. Qin Hengyu initially groped about on the ground, savoring the sensation of reality. He then rose to his feet and began to walk. After the initial few tentative steps, his strides grew increasingly robust, reminiscent of a child regaining mastery over its limbs. Opposite him, the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor exhibited a hint of surprise upon witnessing Qin Hengyu successfully parry his attack. Was it mere luck? Though it appeared fortuitous, the ability to counter such a strike was indeed unexpected. However, when the young heavenly emperor attempted a second strike, he found it alarmingly effortless to land the blow, as though his opponent had forsaken all resistance. Was it truly just luck? The young heavenly emperor, puzzled, began to scrutinize his adversary, soon realizing that Qin Hengyu was suppressing his own senses. To engage in battle while simultaneously inhibiting one's senses was a considerable gamble. The young heavenly emperor shook his head, choosing not to press the attack further. How intriguing! He discerned that his opponent was undergoing a transformation akin to one he had once experienced himself. Chapter 83. The Tower of Gods and Demons? A thought of gods and demons. The young heavenly emperor reminisced about his own journey from a state of no consciousness to one of awareness, from the absence of a celestial palace to its eventual manifestation. There seemed to be a subtle resemblance. He had fervently sought consciousness, striving to attain it, and eventually, one day, he succeeded. He realized that consciousness ultimately emanated from the physical form, just as the celestial palace was a product of the corporeal. One is akin to a tree, while the other represents its blossoms and fruits. Upon mastering the tree, the flowers and fruits will naturally follow. Later, he came to understand that in ancient times, there existed purely flesh and blood beings, as well as solely spiritual entities, yet neither adapted to the heavenly path, with only a few enduring through the ages. Given that his opponent's foundation lay in the corporeal, there was indeed a possibility of grasping the secrets of the palace-breaking realm. True strength lies not in the external self, but in the authentic self. The more one traverses this path, the smoother future endeavors will become. The second crossing of emotional tribulations is destined to be far easier than the first. Such remarkable talent. A glimmer of admiration flickered in the eyes of the young heavenly emperor. In the course of Qin Hengyu's re-exploration, he encountered considerable challenges. He resembled a toddler. Taking his first steps, initially confident, yet upon encountering obstacles, he would inevitably stumble to the ground once more. However, after a period of time, everything transformed. Despite his eyes remaining shut, his ears and sense of smell dulled, and a lack of consciousness, he began to walk with an uncanny normalcy. It would be inaccurate to describe it as entirely normal. His limbs began to move with a certain rhythm, reaching out to the food around him with remarkable speed. Almost imperceptible to the eye. Observed from a nearby vantage point, his movements appeared as if he were walking in a perfectly ordinary manner. As if his vision had been deceived, he became aware of temperature. The fluctuations of warmth and cold allowed him to sense his surroundings within mere inches, becoming acutely familiar with his environment. After Qin Hengyu reached this stage, he finally released his sense of smell. Odors, too, are tangible. Once he stirred the air, he could perceive the alterations in the scents around him. The aroma continuously diffused outward, albeit in an erratic manner. Yet, the closer he drew to his target, the more rapid the diffusion became. Next came his sense of hearing. The velocity of sound propagation appeared to surpass that of scent, albeit by a slight margin. Upon producing a sound, an echo ensued. Then there was vision. The eyes could perceive light from afar. However, they are not entirely authentic. Imbued with a touch of illusion and anticipation, the speed of light invariably exceeds that of sight. One cannot solely rely on the eyes to experience light. It must be felt through the body, and only when the light approaches the body does one truly sense its presence. Yet, this was still insufficient. As Qin Hengyu found himself once more amidst everything that had returned to him, he gazed upon the tower of deities and demons. These divine beings and demons are not of his own essence. What significance do they hold? Enlightenment. Qin Hengyu was uncertain how to transform the deities and demons within the divine demon tower to resemble his own visage. However, he possessed the profound insight granted by the system. Moments later, as if a breeze had swept through, the countenances of the deities and demons within the tower began to shift. Their expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure all mirrored that of Qin Hengyu. At this juncture, when he gazed once more upon those divine faces, they appeared less exalted and more imbued with a touch of humanity. Similarly, the once frenzied visages of the demons now bore a hint of pity. Qin Hengyu has emerged once more from the shadows, stepping into the realm of light. Alas! With a sigh, the heavenly palace has finally reached its full splendor. It is only within the depths of one's heart that one can truly perceive the extent of one's own frailty, in the brilliance of the light. One may be tempted to view oneself as somewhat grander than reality permits. To claim complete detachment from the light? In darkness, one will ultimately endure a torment beyond bearing. A single thought can summon both divinity and demonry. One must learn to soothe the inner turmoil of one's soul. With every thought and action, fortunes rise and fall. After gaining profound insight, Qin Hengyu gazed upon the youthful apparition of the heavenly emperor, eager to engage in a new challenge. Come, he extended his hand, once more beckoning the ethereal figure of the heavenly emperor. He had not anticipated such an exceptional sparring partner within the heavenly emperor's tower. The opponent, instead of launching an attack during his moment of enlightenment, silently awaited his readiness. Excellent. The youthful apparition of the heavenly emperor, observing the myriad of his own likenesses within Qin Hengyu's demon and divine tower, also smiled. Even though he sensed impending defeat, his heart was entirely content. The apparition of the heavenly emperor again unleashed a punch. Yet, Qin Hengyu was unlike what he had imagined. He did not catch the punch, but was instead sent flying once more. Had he failed in his ascent? Yet, that was not the case. Though he was cast away, his heart brimmed with joy. He had finally discerned the movements of the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor. The opponent's celestial palace existed separately from his physical form, allowing them to unite as one or to remain distinct. This was the source of his earlier deception. The illusion of the young heavenly emperor could augment his techniques with layers of complexity, leading him to perceive that, though the attack had not yet commenced, it had already reached him. Despite having defended himself, the assault originated from an entirely different direction. The young heavenly emperor within that celestial palace bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to the real one, blurring the lines between reality and illusion in an extraordinarily wondrous manner. Qin Hengyu felt incapable of imitation, yet he had already managed to cope. Upon rising, another assault from the ethereal figure of the young emperor of the heavenly palace ensued. Despite the initial advance of fists and feet, the young emperor faltered for a moment, leading to a complete misalignment of his instincts. He successfully parried the attack. Not only did he deflect that strike, but he also adeptly countered the subsequent assaults. Once the feigned moves were unraveled, the young emperor began to undergo a transformation. The realms of the heavenly palace and the Qi Sea, while not merged, resonated in harmony, exuding a faint aura reminiscent of the sovereign's domain. Truly, it was an arduous endeavor. As Qin Hengyu felt the weight of suppression upon him, a sigh escaped his lips, a mere expression of his sentiment. He once again unleashed his celestial domain. The faces that had previously appeared as mere blurs upon the divine demonic tower now crystallized into distinct visages. These visages, of course, were none other than Qin Hengyu's own. He embodied both the divine and the demonic. The divine aspect could be described as pure rationality, often yielding to objectives. In contrast, the demonic aspect was steeped in emotion. Your techniques would be imbued with these emotions, thus rendering them more formidable. One ensured a foundational stability, while the other transcended limitations. As Qin Hengyu emerged from the Tower of Gods and Demons, it seemed as though two ethereal figures, one black and one white, materialized beside him, encircling him. The phantom of the young celestial emperor, being merely an apparition, could not genuinely summon the heavenly palace. Yet, 3 is greater than 1. Almost instantaneously, Qin Hengyu beheld the phantom of the young celestial emperor shatter under the assault, without even a farewell uttered. Victory was achieved. Qin Hengyu gazed at his victory, feeling somewhat taken aback by the abrupt conclusion, devoid of any sense of joy. Initially, he had anticipated that the ethereal figure of the young heavenly emperor would utter some profound words. Perhaps even the realm of divine abilities would be graced by the presence of this celestial apparition. However, no new manifestation of the heavenly emperor emerged before him. Nor was there any hindrance in sight. It seemed he had lingered in this place for far too long. Without waiting for the next apparition of the young heavenly emperor to appear, Qin Hengyu proceeded to the next level, hastening his pace. He had already expended a considerable amount of time earlier. Had the young heavenly emperor's apparition attacked him, he would have been eliminated long ago. After a while, Qin Hengyu, who had already reached the divine power's realm, beheld a familiar apparition. His father? That recognizable visage could not possibly deceive him. What a remarkable coincidence this was. Qin Hengyu truly did not anticipate encountering the ethereal projection of his father. Chapter 84. A sound thrashing, the illusory form of the benevolent father. This figure ought to be referred to as the ancestor emperor of the youth. In ancient times, individuals were commonly addressed as emperors. Yet only Qin Ing was designated as the ancestor emperor, revealing the ambitious nature of Qin Ing. The ethereal guardian of Qin, embodying both the East and the West, is indeed extraordinary. It is, in fact, the remnant of a phoenix. This is the very totem of the Qin Empire, the phoenix. Qin Ing possesses a physique known as the celestial phoenix body, endowed with extraordinary healing capabilities and a singular opportunity for resurrection. Such a remarkable trait is certainly not to be overlooked. The phantom of Qin Ing does not possess the ability to think or speak. Unlike the phantom of the heavenly emperor, as Qin Hengyu approached, it launched a powerful punch. It is important to note that, in the realm of divine abilities, Qin Ing possesses no extraordinary powers, relying solely on the strength of his physical form. However, after being trained by the ethereal projection of the celestial emperor, Qin Hengyu has come to realize the terrifying extent of his control over his own physical form, which is not at all inferior to divine abilities. He is eager to learn this divine skill, intending to engage in playful competition with his father, comparing whose mastery of the governing character is superior. To be honest, while transforming the deities and demons within the divine demon tower into his own, he has further comprehended the limitless potential of the physical body. Regardless of the divine ability employed, a certain reaction time is invariably required. It is akin to casting a skill, necessitating a preparatory interval during which one is unable to utilize their divine ability, leaving them vulnerable to being struck. Qin Ying's reaction time is markedly swifter than his own. Qin Hengyu had previously studied the unified divine technique. However, when faced with Qin Ing, the creator of this technique, it was evident that he was like a mere shadow confronting a true master, always falling slightly short. Fortunately, he had just encountered the ethereal manifestation of the celestial emperor. And by employing the techniques and rhythms of the celestial emperor's fist, as well as the unique application of the heavenly palace, He managed to achieve a balance in their contest. Qin Hengyu was also observing his father, a man of humble means, with a countenance marked by a blend of stubbornness and detachment, starkly contrasting with the affection he had received in the underground palace. Has my father truly undergone such a transformation from what he once was? Alas, human beings are inevitably subject to change. Father, will I end up disappointing you? Qin Hengyu glanced at Qin Ing, their fists colliding with a resounding impact, causing him to step back 3 paces, revealing a hint of inadequacy in his demeanor. There was no need for haste, he pressed on undeterred. Qin Hengyu felt a surge of excitement within, eager to engage in a contest with the youthful specter of his father. During the competition, he realized that his mastery over his physical form was impeccable. With the innate sacred body, the tyrant body, and the celestial emperor's fist, he wielded the transcendent divine powers with precision. During his battle with the illusory figure of Qin Ing, Qin Hengyu sensed a growing proficiency in the abilities he had recently acquired. He began to comprehend the reason behind Qin Ying's triumph over the heavenly emperor's projection. The power of his divine abilities not only bridged the gap, but also endowed Qin Ing with an abundance of supernatural skills, rendering the situation utterly unfair. Even in the ascending dragon realm, he remained significantly ahead. It was likely that his father had been eliminated in the king realm. Qin Hengyu, finding himself in a rather relaxed state, had no intention of hastily concluding the battle. Instead, he began to experiment by turning back and harnessing those mystical powers. It is important to understand that such abilities are not without foundation. They are deeply rooted within the various parts of the body. The so-called vital energy represents a fusion of extreme yin and extreme yang, embodying one of the essential aspects that draw near to the source of existence. Qin Hengyu intends to employ the phantom of Qin Ing to experiment with his divine abilities, the power of 3 heads and 6 arms. Upon employing this extraordinary ability, Qin Hengyu found that his internal energy manifested an additional head and arms. Though these limbs were inferior to his original form, they indeed enhanced his vision, hearing, and combat prowess. This enhancement was particularly pronounced in situations of collective confrontation, where its effects could be maximized. Unsurprisingly, even with this divine power at his disposal, he initially faced suppression and ultimately found himself overwhelmed once again. Qin Ying's ethereal shadow possesses the uncanny ability to discern the vulnerabilities of various divine arts, delivering fatal strikes with precision. Fortunately, this has led to significant advancements in the divine arts. Time has lingered on for quite a while. Qin Hengyu essentially adapted all the supernatural abilities he had mastered onto Qin Ing. Throughout this process, he continuously refined the methods of employing these powers. Just when Qin Hengyu believed he had reached a certain understanding, the phantom of Qin Ing retreated 3 steps. With those 3 steps, a profound transformation in aura occurred, ascending to the dragon realm. In that moment, the realm of Qin Ying's phantom astonishingly reached the ascending dragon realm. This signifies that this position rested precisely between the 4th and 5th levels, where advancing or retreating a few steps results in a completely different realm. How astonishing! Qin Hengyu found himself increasingly in awe of his father. Even a mere shadow devoid of any discernible intellect could exhibit such a multitude of maneuvers. He even contemplated that perhaps his father could defeat the celestial emperor's apparition across 2 realms, potentially relying solely on this very aspect, utilizing peripheral rules to contend with the celestial emperor's shadow. Let it commence. Qin Hengyu, standing in the dragon ascension realm, exuded an air of confidence. Having practiced the ancestral emperor scripture and further cultivated a bone scripture, he possessed an unwavering assurance in his physical prowess. As soon as Qin Ing perceived the movement of Qin Hengyu, he too sprang into action, for if he were to be subdued by someone of a vastly superior realm, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, he instinctively chose to switch sides in the fray. Qin Hengyu initially unleashed several puppets to ensnare the illusory figure of Qin Ing. There was no alternative. Without the assistance of the puppets, he would inevitably be overwhelmed in the absence of a proactive strategy. The puppets, however, did not endure for long. Nevertheless, their brief distraction proved to be sufficient. During this period, Qin Hengyu's strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the dragon ascendance realm, with his speed and power increasing nearly 100-fold compared to his previous state in the divine passage realm. The divine passage merely unites all parts of the body. However, in the dragon ascendance realm, with the support of sinews and bones, it is akin to a bow equipped with an arrow and a person endowed with a head. Thus, attacks become more soulful and harmonious. In truth, in the realm of Qin's ethereal shadows, the Qi Sea and the heavenly palace manifest as a vast ocean of flames and a celestial palace of fire. These elements do not continuously unfold behind one. Rather, they reveal themselves solely at pivotal moments of attack, often rendering the opponent oblivious to their utilization of the heavenly palace and Qi. The divine powers employed have become increasingly subtle and elusive. Qin Hengyu also observed that at this moment, Qin had almost instantaneously fused his energy Qi, celestial palace, and divine abilities into a versatile and agile assault, akin to transforming an ordinary rifle into a so-called machine gun. In the midst of their contest, one must anticipate a multitude of tactics. At the very least, in terms of defense, one cannot afford to focus solely on a single aspect. Such a narrow approach would render one vulnerable to being breached. Qin Hengyu's initial assault was evidently lacking, resulting in him being soundly beaten several times. However, Qin Hengyu possesses a modicum of insight, having studied the ancestral emperor's scripture and listened to Qin Ying's explanations. He understands that it employs the meridians to swiftly manipulate the Qi, the heavenly palace, and the divine powers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary individual to effortlessly control the Qi, the heavenly palace, and the divine powers at will. One cannot help but acknowledge that such a method embodies the very essence of combat artistry. He endeavors to imitate and learn, seeking to grasp the allure of this form of attack. Previously, he had heard Qin speak of it, yet experiencing it firsthand offers an entirely different sensation. Initially, Qin Hengyu began to rely on his instincts as the competition progressed. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Through this process, he unexpectedly identified a gap. Ultimately, it was but an illusion. During the course of the battle, certain patterns became apparent. It was enough. With a single punch, Qin Hengyu shattered the illusory form of Qin Ying, causing a gentle breeze to stir around him. As he watched the apparition of Qin Ying dissipate, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. After all, he had always seen Qin Ying lying within the confines of a coffin. The youthful specter of Qin Ying seemed to have stepped forth from the very fabric of time and space. It was an indescribable sensation. Were they father and son? Brothers? One remained in eternal slumber within the underground palace, while the other transcended time, appearing at his side to offer invaluable assistance. Qin Hengyu lingered in a moment of melancholy before a smile gradually graced his lips. Perhaps, after emerging from the heavenly emperor tower, he could converse with his father about his victory over him. It might bring him great joy, wouldn't it? Shortly thereafter, Qin Hengyu, having acquired the remnants of the phoenix, placed them within a storage ring. Whether they possess any utility remains to be determined, and he intends to inquire with his esteemed father, the Emperor Qin Ying. As he traversed the 5th level of the Celestial Emperor's tower, he finally caught sight of a figure. It is indeed peculiar. Since entering the tower, he had not encountered a single soul until this moment. Observing from a distance, he was struck by the beauty of the individual. To his surprise, it was someone he recognized, the holy maiden of the Yao